Or, disciple had no experience in opening leaves. Zhu Honggong said proudly. Master, take a look. Zhu Honggong raised a 2-leaf dharma body. A non-golden lotus appeared in his palm. Everyone nodded in admiration. If it were a great cultivator who severed the golden lotus to recultivate, then opening a leaf in 5 months would seem a bit slow. But Zhu Honggong was not like that. His speed was considered astonishingly fast. Zhu Honggong withdrew his dharma body, waiting for Master to praise him. But Lu Zhou only stroked his beard and said, Take 20 strikes, and face the wall in the cave for 3 days. Zhu Honggong's face fell. The crowd was stunned, and then immediately, My master of the past is back. They were about to be scolded and punished cruelly. Zhu Honggong's cultivation speed was so fast and he still got a beating. Then what about the others? We're doomed. Hurry up and take your punishment. Zhu Honggong hurriedly said. Master is strictly supervising disciple. Disciple keeps it in his heart. Disciple will definitely continue to work hard. Disciple will go take his punishment now. Ding! The humiliated Zhu Honggong harvested 200 meters merit points. Lu Zhou's eyes shifted to look at Zhao Yu. And you? Zhao Yu's heart thumped, and she nervously replied. Disciple is ignorant, and is still a little short of opening the second leaf. Not bad, keep up the good work. Thump! Zhu Honggong hadn't even left the courtyard before he fell flat on his face. 8th senior brother, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, boo-hoo, old 8 mournfully whimpered as he left the East Pavilion. The crowd sighed. Duan Musheng stepped forward, bowed and said, Master, after 5 months of hard cultivation, disciple's current cultivation is nascent divinity realm 3-leaf. Please, Master, take a look. Oh, he severed the golden lotus, and is now a triple reincarnated 3-leaf. The crowd looked in astonishment at Duan Musheng's dharma body. Beneath the dharma body there was indeed no golden lotus, only 3 rotating lotus leaves. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Not bad. Your spear techniques can be put aside for the time being. Focus your energy on opening leaves. Disciple obeys. Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Xiyin, who looked embarrassed, nodding repeatedly, then knelt down with a thud and said, Master, please punish me. I haven't chopped the golden lotus yet. This disciple feels that 8 leaves is already good enough. Why must I strive for 9 leaves? Disciple doesn't seek 9 leaves. Just reaching 8 leaves, living for 1,000 years, and staying by Master's side for life is enough. Simp. The others rolled their eyes. His flattery was 100 times more advanced than old 8's. Lu Zhou nodded slightly. You have your own ambitions. I won't force you. Disciple thanks Master. Master sees through everything. Master is the guiding light for this disciple. Enough! Lu Zhou waved his hand. Everyone was depressed. Ming Xiyin, with his thick skin, wasn't punished, so why was old 8th? What the hell? Yan Frere. Lu Zhou looked at Yan Hare. Before Hai Luo joined, the entire cultivation world acknowledged the youngest disciple of the Dark Hall as the one with the most terrifying talent. How much has she improved in these 5 months? Everyone looked at Yan Hare with anticipation. Yanner stepped forward and said, Master, don't scold me. I've already tried very hard. She didn't say how many leaves she had opened, only quietly summoned her dharma body in the palm of her hand. Yan Hare manifested a small, exquisite, and adorable dharma body. Below the dharma body was a golden lotus, indicating she didn't chop the golden lotus to rebuild. Around the golden lotus were 5 leaves. Who could she reason with? 5 leaves? And she's afraid of being scolded? Then the rest of them deserve a beating. The 5 lotus leaves emitted a blinding light. Yan Cotter looked up at her master, awaiting his evaluation. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked her, Didn't chop the golden lotus? Afraid of pain? The others were speechless. Others don't chop the golden lotus because of poor talent, limited realm, or fear of death. But Yanner? She's afraid of pain? Ming Xiyin hurriedly said, 9th junior sister, I can actually help you chop the golden lotus. It won't hurt. Huh? When you summon your dharma body, I'll use lightning speed to knock you unconscious. Before the dharma body dissipates, I'll quickly strike with my blade. Ming Xiyin rubbed his hands, even making a chopping gesture. That way, it won't hurt. Yan Fear immediately withdrew her dharma body and hid behind Hai Luo, refusing. She shook her head vigorously. 9th junior sister, trust me, it'll be fine. Seeing that the little girl was scared to death, Lu Zhou spoke up. Enough. Ming Xiyin said nothing more. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, 5 leaves. The speed is indeed very fast. First, advance to 8 leaves, then chopping the golden lotus won't be too late. Hearing this, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in Yanner's mind. Then she'll never reach 8 leaves in this lifetime. Although 4th senior brother is a bit annoying, his words make sense. Even without chopping the golden lotus, her cultivation is improving rapidly, enough to make those below her submit. Yan Fear's examination ended. Immediately afterward, everyone looked at the last disciple, Lu Zhao's newly accepted 10th disciple, all with anticipation. Everyone in the Dark Hall knew that Hai Luo was born with the Tongshuan realm, entered the Ningxi realm after 3 months of cultivation, and now, after another 2 months, they wondered if her cultivation had broken through. Can Hai Lugo condense a Dharma body yet? Lu Zhou asked. The basic cultivation methods clearly explained how to condense a Dharma body. After entering the Tongshuan realm, cultivators can condense a Dharma body at each stage. Hai Luo nodded in response. Yes. Everyone wasn't surprised. Any cultivator could condense a Dharma body. Even those with very poor talent could do it after a few tries. Summon it for me to see. Yes. Little Hai Luo extended her hand, and Gang Qi surged. Buzz! Buzz! A small golden figure appeared in her hand. Upon seeing Hai Luo's Dharma body, everyone exclaimed, 5 Qi Gathering Origin Dharma Body! 5 Qi Gathering Origin corresponds to the Fan Hai realm. The Fan Hai realm has a total of 8 channels. Each time a channel is opened, it's considered passing a gate. The 5 Qi Gathering Origin Dharma Body means little Hai Luo has opened at least 5 channels. The female disciples of Yan Yu Palace and Pan Zhong, Zhu Qifeng, were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yan He's talent was already beyond their imagination, yet little Hai Luo had advanced to the 5 channels of the Fan Hai realm in 5 months. How could Zhu Qifeng, a cultivation genius in a great sect who took decades to reach the divine court realm, live with himself? Zhao Qifeng was once very confident that he was a genius, that he was qualified to enter the mountain gate, that he was once the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and had some achievements in swordsmanship. Reaching the nascent soul realm at his age was already very talented. Zhao Qifeng still remembered that Senior Ji Tian had said when he came to the Jiang family that his foundation was not bad, and had the idea of accepting him as a disciple. Now, looking back, he only felt like a pile of trash. Lu Zhou was also surprised. This cultivation speed is indeed a bit beyond imagination. Even with Lu Zhou's 1,000 years of experience, he had never seen anyone with such a fast cultivation speed. Lu Zhou stepped in front of Hai Luo and said softly, "Give me your hand." Hai Luo obediently extended her hand, pulling up her sleeve. Lu Zhou used 2 fingers to take her pulse. After a while, Hai Lu Zhou asked, "Master, am I okay?" 8 channels of the Fan Hai realm. The East Pavilion was as silent as death. What is a genius? Perhaps Hai Luo's talent cannot be called talent, but a kind of aptitude beyond everyone's understanding. Just like what Ming Xiyin once said, her state is awakening. What does awakening mean? It means she already knew these things. Thinking of this, Lu Zhao's heart moved slightly. The more he understood Hai Luo, the more he felt this way. How could anyone be born with the Tongshuan realm and be proficient in music? How could one know about music without learning from birth, and even combine musical notes into a song with a light and refreshing melody? Lu Zhou said, "Don't be arrogant. Continue to work hard." "Thank you, master." Hai Luo replied happily. "Congratulations, little junior sister. Congratulations, little junior sister." The others also congratulated her in succession. After 5 months, the strength of the disciples had increased a lot. For some reason, Lu Zhou instinctively looked up at the sky, recalling what Lu Liu had said. If 9 leaves really leads to changes in the world, then what will happen to the cultivation world? Where exactly is the mysterious expert who once lived in the coffin? This person came from the northern frontier more than 300 years ago, traveled through various foreign countries, and then set foot in Great Yan, leaving behind the Lingshu sword and the coffin engraved with red runes. If this person is really 9 leaves, is he still alive now? Hai Luo took out the lamb jade flute, and Lu Zhou suddenly said, "All right. Play the melody that you are most familiar with." Hai Luo nodded, put the jade flute to her lips, and started playing, the flute's sound rising. Everyone didn't understand what their master wanted to do, all curiously observing, focusing their minds. Using qi to control sound, playing the flute originally requires controlling qi, something even mortals can do, but cultivators use primordial qi to control the rhythm. Hai Luo mobilized primordial qi and channeled it into the Lan Tian jade flute, the sound changing to become even more free, easier to manipulate, the range of transmission increasing several times. Birds and beasts in the forest also soared high. It was Ji Liang on the mountainside. Ji Liang stepped on the clouds and flew up, neighing a long sound, as if very happy to hear the flute sound. With Ji Liang here, other ferocious beasts wouldn't dare come. Lu Zhou also saw Ji Liang, but he didn't know what special abilities Ji Liang actually had. Overall, it just looked like a normal horse, except that it knew how to fly. Lu Zhou didn't care about Ji Liang anymore, but continued to observe Hai Luo using qi to control sound. She succeeded in condensing qi into a tangible form on the first try. The tangible qi formed and was enveloped in the melody. Ordinary cultivators only need primordial qi to leave their body to succeed in condensing qi into a tangible form. But musical cultivators must add a conversion step, which is sound. 3 kinds of methods: primordial qi, sound, and tangible imprint merge into one, creating sonic kill. Hai Luo nodded, and began experimenting with condensing the tangible form, everyone looking towards her, hoping she could succeed. The flute's sound gradually showed signs of restlessness, haste. Perhaps because the attention was diverted. The rhythm was no longer balanced. Just when everyone thought Hai Luo was about to fail, suddenly a whoom sound rang out. Tangible imprints appeared in the sky. Primordial chi condensed. My little junior sister is so awesome. Ming Shiyin looked up at the tangible chi in the sky. Musicality is not like the three schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. It has no special symbols, no word imprints or formations, so the tangible imprints condensed by musicality all have the appearance of wind. Slow speed is a gentle breeze. Fast speed becomes a stormy wind. The crowd exclaimed at Hai Luo's incredible talent and comprehension. The tangible chi flowed in the air, slowly dissipating in all directions. Although her current speed doesn't have the killing power of knives and spears, achieving this level is already incredible. Is she even leaving any room for others to live? I'm truly impressed. I believe that 10th Senior's talent is the highest in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even Yan Care, who had top-tier talent, couldn't help but be amazed by this scene. She didn't show any jealousy, but instead clapped and cheered. Little junior sister, keep it up! Little junior sister, keep it up! Under Yan Tare's enthusiastic encouragement, Hai Luo surged with strength. She didn't stop, but her primordial chi circulated more and more violently. The Kainkai realm has opened the 8 meridians. Primordial chi tremors. The flute's sound suddenly soared, the rhythm as fast as thunder, voom voom. Everyone was shocked, and quickly summoned tangible chi to protect their bodies, blocking the sonic tangible strikes, clang clang clang. Everyone was astonished. Only Lu Zhou frowned, because Lu Zhou had seen a faint red tangible chi in the trembling tangible chi in the sky. In other words, Hai Luo condensed red tangible chi. Red tangible chi is extremely rare. The cultivation world believes that only when cultivating evil arts or mutated cultivation methods can the color of tangible chi be changed. Mo-chan turns tangible imprints black. Barriers originate from heaven and earth, so they are blue, and healing energy takes vitality from nature, so it is often green. Apart from those colors, the Daiyin cultivation world has never seen tangible chi with colors other than traditional gold. This is the first time Red Sea has appeared. Stop! Lu Zhou placed his hand on the Lantian jade flute, gently pressed it, and the sound stopped immediately. Before the tangible chi truly formed, Lu Zhou didn't want too many people to know about the red tangible chi. The East Pavilion became quiet. Jiliang turned its head, flew towards the forest at the foot of Golden Court Mountain, and disappeared without a trace. Master? Hai Luo raised her head in doubt. The others also looked at Lu Zhou. Hai Luo has this level of potential, but was suddenly interrupted, making it impossible for them to understand. Lu Zhou said, "The examination ends here. Anything related to Hai Luo is not to be spread outside. If you violate this seat will definitely not forgive you." Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately bowed. "We respectfully obey your command, Master." "We respectfully obey Master's order." What are geniuses most afraid of? Being nipped in the bud before they can grow their wings. Master is indeed Master. His thoughts are extremely thorough, making the crowd secretly admire him. Little did they know that what Lu Zhou was really worried about was the matter of the red, tangible chi. After the examination, the crowd dispersed one by one. Lu Zhou also returned to the East Pavilion. As dusk fell, Lu Zhou looked at the Lingzhu sword, his head aching endlessly. The person in the red lotus coffin, the notes in the ancient book, and the Lu Zhou family woman are all related to the 9 petals. These clues all lead to one conclusion. Do not enter the 9 petals. Clues can still be investigated with the help of others. But how can Hai Luo's red tangible chi be investigated? Red lotus, red tangible chi. Could it be that there really are people in this world who cultivate red tangible chi and condense the red lotus? Hai Luo and the person in the coffin came from the same place, Qingtou? In the Changqing Palace, heavy soldiers guard the outside of the study. The imperial attendant stood outside the door as usual and reported, "Your Majesty, there are results." The imperial attendant's voice had no strength at all. "Enter!" The door opened. The imperial attendant felt a strange heat wave hit his face, causing him to cough repeatedly. Liu Jiang was still sitting cross-legged, his whole body emitting hot air. The imperial attendant didn't dare stare at the emperor, so he quickly lowered his head respectfully. "Kneel!" The supreme emperor led Su Sheng and Ji Yu Yuran to the Evil Sky Pavilion. All died in battle. After saying these words, the imperial attendant knelt on the ground, not daring to move. After a long time, Liu Zhang opened his eyes, not angry, not furious, just calmly replied, "Understood." The imperial attendant couldn't understand at all. After all, the Supreme Emperor was also His Majesty's biological father. The Supreme Emperor just died in battle. Yet His Majesty can be so indifferent. But the imperial attendant only dared to think about this question in his heart, not daring to say it out loud. Your Majesty, currently only Yunzhu and Jizhu haven't fallen to the Netherworld sect. Soon, they will besiege the divine capital. All the civil and military officials want to invite His Majesty to court to discuss countermeasures. Hearing this, Liu Shang calmly said, Do my affairs still need to be discussed with a bunch of trash? Issue the decree. The Crown Prince shall lead the expedition. Choose one of the 8 great commanders. Order Wei Zhuoyan to abandon defending the border and return to counterattack Liangzhou. The divine capital imperial guards must be on high alert. If anything unusual is found, kill without question. The chief eunuch trembled all over. He dared not say another word, only replying, Your wish is my command. After that, the chief eunuch got up and respectfully backed out of the study. Liu Shang opened his eyes. His hand subtly flipped, and boom, a miniature Dharma body appeared in his palm. The Dharma body had no golden lotus, only 7 vibrant lotus leaves revolving around it. Clenching his hand, Liu Shang nodded with satisfaction. Returning to 8-leaf, charging towards 9-leaf. What do I fear from the Netherworld sect? What do I fear from the Golden Court Mountain? Liu Shang raised his hand, and a judge's brush floated before him. Its bristles were no longer white, but had turned a brilliant red. The brush dipped into the inkstone, instantly turning black. In the general's mansion in Yuzhou, Hua Zhongyang stepped forward with an intelligence report. Sect Master, 7th Elder, has thoroughly investigated. The great general defending Mianzhou City is indeed one of the 8 great commanders, Ma Lu Ping. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. The imperial family truly has no other choice. This, drawing firewood from under the cauldron, moved by younger brother, works very well for the divine capital. What a brilliant scheme, Si Wuya said. The imperial family has no other methods. If they don't send generals to defend the cities, they'll just die even faster. Hua Zhongyang then added, Currently, 5 of the 8 great commanders are dead. Han Yu, Yuanxiang, Lai Jiyu, Yi Ran, Wen Shu. Su Sheng and Ji Qingqing, who replaced Han Yu, have already fled. Now only 3 remain, Wang Yu, Xuan Jingyun, and Ma Lu Ping. They fled? Si Wuya frowned. Si Wuya and Yu Zhenghai always had different ways of thinking. He paid great attention to details that ordinary people ignored. Ji Qingqing was the only female general among the 8 great commanders. It was rumored that her name was on that mysterious experts list, which scared her so much she fled overnight, and her whereabouts are still unknown. Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya recalled the situation that night, controlling the flying chariot to attack Yuzhou. The mysterious expert only had 5-leaf cultivation. How the hell could they have scared Ji Qingqing? Yu Zhenghai asked. Your subordinate is unclear. Younger brother, could this mysterious expert be a trap intentionally set by the imperial family? Impossible. This expert appeared without a trace and vanished without a shadow. Their performance didn't resemble 5-leaf. Perhaps that night, he intentionally suppressed his Dharma body's rank, Si Wuya said. Yu Zhenghai frowned, suddenly remembering Ming Shi Yin's words. If Yu Shangrong comes to Yuzhou, if it truly is him, then why would he help me? Second senior brother, oh second senior brother, we've been rivals our whole lives, and you'd help me? No way! Just then, a Netherworld sect disciple rushed in from outside the mansion to report. Reporting to the sect master and 7th elder, it's bad news. Yunzhu City's formation has been activated, the entire city is sealed off. What's the reason? Si Wuya asked. They're arresting someone. I hear they're chasing that mysterious expert. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Hua Zhongyang immediately exchanged glances. Play with fire. You get burned. That dude finally got tricked. Yu Zhenghai sighed. Si Wuya asked, Do you know where this expert is? Reporting to 7th Elder, our informants in Yunzhu City reported the last time they heard of that mysterious expert was on the street. But this expert is like a divine dragon, only showing its head but not its tail. Now your subordinate doesn't know their exact location. Si Wuya nodded, then turned to Yu Zhenghai and said, Senior first brother, should we save him? Yu Zhenghai sat up straight, his finger lightly tapping the table. After a moment of thought, he replied, Of course we must save him. I established the Netherworld sect and gained the influence it has today, all thanks to our loyal disciples. If I see death and don't save, how can our Netherworld sect brothers still serve me after this? Sect master, wise indeed. Hua Zhongyang bowed. Senior first brother, what insight. Si Wuya also bowed. At the same time, in a tavern in Yunzhou City, it was tightly surrounded by soldiers and cultivators from inside to out. The streets below and surrounding buildings were all guarded, with no common folk in sight. Yunzhu City was utterly silent and peaceful, and in the sky, A colossal barrier had enveloped the entire city. Sword Devil Senior, you should just give up. The moment you stepped into Yunju, I noticed you. Now this entire place is a trap waiting for you. He looked at the green-robed swordsman sitting opposite him. Even just speaking, Ma Qing had to be extremely careful. I can confirm, you've severed your golden lotus. After severing your golden lotus, your cultivation must have significantly decreased. You're no longer an 8-leaf expert. You're very confident. But this very confidence has harmed you, Ma Qing said. But the person opposite him remained unfazed, holding a teacup, sipping, and enjoying the scenery outside the window. Ma Qing felt he was being underestimated, so he frowned and said, You're not afraid of the green-robed swordsman? Why should I be afraid? The green-robed swordsman replied with a smile. Afraid? I'll kill you. If you can kill me, what's the point of fear? If you can't kill me, then why do I need to be afraid? Yu Shangrong said gently. Ma Qing was getting a headache from Yu Shangrong's circular logic. Sword Devil Senior, I've said so much, and you still don't understand. He waved his hand, and the cultivators in the tavern immediately drew their swords. The people outside the tavern also closed in, completely surrounding Yu Shangrong, leaving virtually no escape. Yu Shangrong said, If Ma Luping himself had come here, it might have been a bit troublesome. Too bad it's you who came. From a young age, Ma Qing and his older brother Ma Luping began cultivation. Their ages weren't too different, but Ma Luping's talent was a level higher, with extremely powerful cultivation. Everyone in the world only knew of Ma Luping, one of the 8 great commanders. Yet no one paid attention to Ma Qing's existence. So he's been living under his bro's shadow, huh? Guess Ma Qing wants to prove himself finally. Now cornering the sword demon Yu Shangrong, the legend himself, is his golden ticket to fame. I'm enough for the cultivation world, Yu Shangrong said casually. I admire your courage. It's all for the sect leader. The underworld sect's victory is set in stone, especially with Senior Ji Lao of the 9 Leaves backing us. Yan province falling is just a matter of time, Ma Qing retorts. Knowing the outcome, why not just run? Ma Qing laughs like a maniac. Of course I'll run. After I kill you, if the royal family ain't gonna reward me, I gotta earn my representative myself. What's Yan province to me? What's this kingdom to me? Just then, a subordinate rushes up. General Ma, the underworld sect has launched a full-scale attack. Ma Qing's eyes widen. Suddenly, a whoosh rings in his ear. Sword demon Yu Shangrong across from him has already drawn his sword. General! General! The crowd gasps. Ma Qing immediately summons his Dharma body. Om! The 6-leaf Dharma body shields Ma Qing, instantly blasting the top off the tavern. Debris and junk fly everywhere. The golden 6-leaf Dharma body clashes with the longevity sword, energy going wild. Ma Qing flies backward, out of the tavern, floating midair. The crowd swarms in. Just as Mao Qing thinks the sword demon's strike failed, his vision blurs. Wait, hold up. His men rush to shield him, but he can't see a thing. He strains to focus. When his vision returns, Mao Qing sees 3 figures charging at him from the left, center, and right. The green-robed swordsman smirks, longevity sword in his right hand, a faint red glow on the blade, sword tilted 45 degrees. Great divine power technique. Return to the 3 souls. Swish! Yu Shangrong calmly slashes down, the familiar crisp sound ringing out. A clean cut appears on Ma Qing's Dharma body. This is... Fear flashes in Ma Qing's eyes. He numbly watches his Dharma body dissipate. At the same moment, a matching cut appears on his chest. Yu Shangrong remains unfazed, sheathing his sword. The longevity sword flashes back into its scabbard. Yu Shangrong doesn't even look, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, the cultivators who just charged into the tavern realize they missed. They quickly turn to look at Mao Qing floating midair. General! General! Kill him! Dozens of cultivators swarm like ants. Countless leaf-shaped energy imprints shoot out from Yu Shangrong, whipping up a tornado towards the crowd. What is this? Swish! 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 Golden leaves slice through the cultivators' necks, bodies dropping to the ground instantly. Lotus leaves! They're the lotus leaves of the golden lotus. Careful! The cultivators immediately abandon the chase. Mei Qing floats mid-air, clutching the wound in his chest. He sees countless lotus leaf energy imprints behind Yu Shangrong, slowly dissipating in the wind, until only 6 remain, merging into his body. Ma Qing struggles to speak, trembling. 6 leaves, golden. Golden lotus. Lotus leaves can be used like this. Sadly, it's too late for him to realize. Ma Qing falls from the sky, head lolling to the side, blood gushing from his chest, soaking the ground like a winding stream. Ding! Killed a target, gained 1,500 merit points. Yu Shangrong ignores the system notification, continuing to use his divine power to rush towards the city gate. Killing Ma Qing is nothing to brag about. His brother, Ma Luping, is the real challenge. Yu Shangrong's cover is blown. He needs to leave Yan province ASAP. The formation is activated, a barrier covering the entire city. Can he escape before Mata Luping arrives? Yu Shangrong speeds past buildings until the city wall looms before him. He looks up, seeing a massive black flying ship parked atop the wall. Outside the city walls, the underworld sect disciples are yelling, sieging the city. The barrier outside the city gate is repeatedly struck, creating earth-shattering booms. Sieging now? That's just plain dumb. Yu Shangrong judges. From Yu Shangshang's perspective, the barrier is at full strength, so attacking now is just a big brain fart. Yu Shangrong stops by the city wall, waiting for the barrier to weaken. Just then, a massive blade of energy flies from the flying ship. The jade blade emits a blinding golden light, stabbing straight at the barrier. Great profound sky palm. Profound sky starburst. The blade energy turns into a meat grinder, colliding with the barrier, creating an earth-shattering sound. The barrier ripples, creating waves. The loud noise startles all the commoners in the city. Even though a group of people had already been relocated, many commoners still remain. Yu Shangrong looks and sees the commoners fleeing towards the west gate. At the west gate, many soldiers and cultivators are flying in the air. Stop right there. No one is allowed to run. Anyone who lives in the city, regardless of age or gender, mortal or cultivator, will be killed on the spot if they try to leave. The commoners panic and turn back towards the east. The guardian cultivators continue to fly low, monitoring the fleeing commoners. Boom! Another massive sound. The jade blade's profound sky starburst emits light as bright as fireworks in broad daylight, rotating energy continuously impacting the barrier. Moments later, the blade energy dissipates, and the barrier no longer ripples. On the flying warship, Yu Zhenghai arrogantly observed the entire city. This barrier is even stronger than the one in Yu province. Yu Zhenghai unleashed the Great Xuan Heaven Palm twice in a row, only causing it to flicker and ripple, with no signs of breaking. Si Wuya said, "With such a commotion, we're bound to attract Mo Lu Ping. The mysterious expert imitating second senior brother must have some tricks up his sleeve to escape. Let's just hope he's not a complete idiot." Experts are always confident. If he dares to imitate second senior brother, he must be self-assured. Let's hope he still has some fight left in him. Si Wuya said, "Listening to you, I think he's that kind of guy too." Yu Zhenghai frowned. How annoying. Just like your second senior brother. Yu Zhenghai flipped his hand and thrust forward. The jade green blade circled and flew out again. This time, Yu Zhenghai spread his arms wide and stepped forward. Countless blade energies appeared around the jade green blade. Reign of the Sovereign! Each blade energy was a replica of the jade green blade, and they all stabbed down simultaneously. The city defense team that was running over suddenly stopped, looked up at the sky full of blade energies, and were filled with awe. In this world, only the current leader of the underworld sect, Yu Zhenghai, can unleash such a move. Great Xuan Heaven Palm, Reign of the Sovereign. If Yu Zhenghai lacked a bit of kingly aura during the battle in Yunzhou Forest, he definitely has it now. In Yanzhou City, those who saw this scene stopped and looked up in admiration. The blade energies poured down on the barrier like a storm. Clang! 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 The barrier vibrated, and the energies clashed wildly. Some of the people in the city even thought that the barrier had been broken. Reign of the Sovereign continued for a while, and under its fierce attack, the barrier weakened by 30%. Some cultivators, who intended to help the city defense team, immediately gave up on that idea. What does the underworld sect rely on to be called the #1 demonic sect in the world? What does the underworld sect rely on to try to conquer the 9 provinces of Great Yan? Now everyone has the answer. Hua Zhongyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The sect leader's blade technique has reached the pinnacle of perfection, a role model for all of us. Yu Zhenghai descended, retracted the jade green blade with both hands, and returned to his side. He looked down from the flying warship. The barrier has weakened by 30%. Big Senior Brother's Reign of the Sovereign must have terrified Mo Lu Ping, Si Wuya said. Yu Zhenghai was extremely satisfied with his previous move. It's just a barrier. I'll just slash it a few more times and it'll break. Whoosh whoosh. The city wall's giant crossbows fired from afar like a rainstorm. The sound of the crossbows tearing through the air echoed across the sky. The city defense team finally retaliated. Hua Zhongyang quickly said, "Sect leader, leave this trivial matter to your subordinate." Hua Zhongyang jumped down. The 7-leaf golden lotus dharma body opened, expanded for a moment, and then contracted, blowing away all the crossbows. Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly, ignoring the crossbows and observing the city defense team standing on the wall. "I'll slash 3 more times. If Mo Lu Ping still doesn't show up, then when the barrier breaks, it will be the moment I take your heads." A thunderous sound wave crashed down, deafening. From the west side of the city, a deep and majestic voice suddenly came. Great sect leader Yu is truly mighty. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. The city defense team bowed in unison. Greetings, Commander Mo. A middle-aged man flew over, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a kingly aura. This is one of the 8 great commanders of the godly capital's forbidden army, Mo Lu Ping. This Commander Mo has a gaunt face. Although his build isn't large, his aura is extremely imposing. Wu Zhenghai sneers. Ma Lu Ping, if you got the guts, come out and fight me, bruh. Seeing Ma Lu Ping show up, Wu Zhenghai and Si Wuya are relieved. It means the hidden expert backing the underworld sect is safe and sound. Ma Lu Ping retorts. Yo, sect leader Wu, if you got the balls, break through this barrier and come down here and fight me. Stalemate. Just as Wu Zhenghai is about to speak, Si Wuya pulls him back, fearing Ma Lu Ping has backup on the way. Taking Yanzhao needs more discussion. Reinforcements? Wait, hold up. Wu Zhenghai asks, confused. Si Wuya explains. Xuan Jingyun and Wang Yue are guarding the divine capital. Those two, plus the 5 elders of the Big Dipper Academy, control the 10 absolute formation there, so they won't leave easily. Liu Sheng never leaves the 10 absolute formation, no chance he's gonna dip. That leaves the 2 academy heads, and the 3 armies, Commander Wei Zhuoyan. They're the most likely to reinforce. Didn't you say Wei Zhuoyan was a fake? Real or fake doesn't matter, bro. What matters is he can command the 3 armies. Even if he can't, he'll still be tempted. Si Wuya says. Damn it. If it weren't for Master's support, he wouldn't be where he is today. Human hearts are unpredictable. Si Wuya shakes his head. Good thing you reminded me. Wu Zhenghai has used up a lot of qi. Breaking through the barrier will take more time, and by then, he won't be at his peak. Wu Zhenghai steps to the edge of the flying arc, looking down and shouting, Ma Lu Ping, I'm sparing you because the people in the city haven't evacuated yet. I'm not breaking the barrier today. Not giving Ma Lu Ping a chance to trash talk, Wu Zhenghai continues with a booming voice. Since I founded the underworld sect, I've had a strict rule. No harming civilians. Now you city guards are using the people as hostages? Disgusting. I may be from the demonic path, but I have principles. I'd never do something as dirty as you. Wu Zhenghai raises his voice. I'll spread this news throughout the land so everyone can see your true colors. Retreat! The underworld sect's flying arc takes the lead, slowly flying out of Yanzhou City. The underworld sect disciples outside the city walls also cease their attack. In a flash, the sea of people disappears. Ma Lu Ping stands there dumbfounded, speechless. The affairs of cultivators shouldn't involve mortals. That's been the rule forever. Killing one person is easy. Killing hundreds or thousands isn't hard either. But wiping out a prefecture, or even all the people in a country, that's harder than ascending to the heavens. That's why Ma Lu Ping is stunned. On the streets, someone yells, does the royal family not see us as people? There's no justice. Even a demonic sect like the underworld sect knows this, yet the city general is using us as hostages. Karma! Why is your official's life a life, but ours isn't? Why? Once someone takes the lead, the shouting rises like a tide, and Ma Lu Ping's eyelids start to twitch. He's strong enough to kill them all, but he knows he absolutely can't. See, Commander, General Ma is dead. Hearing this, Ma Lu Ping's eyes widen, his voice full of rage. Anyone who dares to make noise will be executed immediately. The sound waves boom out, and the murmuring quickly stops. The people look at Ma Lu Ping in fear, not daring to speak. Some are secretly thinking, hurry up and take the city, underworld sect. Ma Lu Ping says expressionlessly, watch them closely. Anyone who leaves without permission will be killed without mercy. Yes. At the same time, in a nearby alley, Yu Shangrong looks up at the giant flying arc leaving and turns to slowly walk in the opposite direction. Inside the East Pavilion, Lu Zhou finishes comprehending the Earth Scroll and opens his eyes, hearing a voice from outside. Master, a flying letter from 7th disciple. Creak. Lu Zhou steps out and sees Ming Shi Yin respectfully standing outside the door offering the flying letter. He casually waves his hand, and the flying letter flies into Lu Zhao's hand. After reading the letter, Lu Zhou says dismissively, he thinks I don't exist. Ming Shi Yin has already read the letter and knows its contents, so he says, Master, with your cultivation, why not just fly straight to the divine capital and kill Liu Sheng? Then eldest brother wouldn't have to waste time taking each prefecture. Lu Zhou is speechless. I'd love to, but my strength doesn't allow it, okay? The divine capital has the 10 absolute formation protecting it. It's not as easy to break through as you think. Ming Shi Yin slaps his forehead. Master is right. I forgot. To get past the 10 absolute formation, we still need the underworld sect's support. The royal family has remained undefeated for so long, not only because there are many experts in the palace, but also because of the 10 absolute formation. It's no exaggeration to say that half of the experts in Great Yan are gathered in the Divine Capital. If the Big Dipper Academy and the Heavenly Travel Academy join forces, eldest brother might not be able to take Yanzhu. Eldest brother only has Hua Zhongyang and 7th disciple by his side. The people from the Big Dipper Academy aren't to be trifled with, not to mention Wei Zhuoyan behind them. Ming Shiyin bows. Master, I request permission to reinforce eldest brother. Your eldest brother is stubborn. He'll never allow anyone to interfere, Lu Zhou says. Ming Shiyin nods. Then let old Huang go reinforce him. Island Master Huang and he are on good terms. He should be well rested by now. He's just been chilling here all day anyway. Ahem. An old voice suddenly comes from behind. Brother Lu. Huang Shiji walks into the East Pavilion as calm as ever. This situation is awkward. FR. The ancients were right. Trouble comes from the mouth. But on the surface, Ming Shiyin is still indifferent. Greetings, Island Master Huang. You're too kind. Lu Zhou looks at Huang Shiji. Island Master Huang, how was your rest? Thanks for the hospitality, bro. Huang Shiji replied. Heard Master Yu is hitting up Yanzhou. Mind if I go check it out? Huang Shiji volunteering is A+, but he's kinda solo in terms of backup. Taking on 9 provinces? Maybe not needing 8 leaves. But the underworld sect's about to siege Divine Capital. The royals can't just sit on their asses. Lu Zhou paused, then, maybe not. Please enlighten me, bro? This old man believes in Yu Zhenghai's abilities. Lu Zhou said. I'm not questioning Master Yu's skills, but... Before Huang Shiji finished, Lu Zhou turned. We'll discuss this in 2 days. 2 days later, Lu Zhou felt he'd grasped over half of the extraordinary power. Storage is almost pre-Book of Heavens. These days, Lu Zhao's been focusing on the book. Cultivation's stagnant. Lucky him, 100k plus merit points, 2 golden lotus leaf activations. Not bad. Lu Zhou stretched and checked the map. Still no new areas on the mysterious chart. Lu Zhou left, aired himself out. Just then, Ming Shiyin entered East Pavilion, bowing. Master, 7th Senior sent a flying letter. The Northern Dipper and Heavenly Pivot Academies have mobilized. Lu Zhou frowned. What makes Liu Chang think he can disrespect this old man? Disrespecting Yu Zhenghai's disrespecting the Demon Sky Pavilion. Master, Liu Guo could pull out a transcendent grade sword like Ling Shu. Maybe that 9-leaf expert's still in the palace. Ming Shiyin guessed. Lu Zhao's ears perked. Say what now? Ming Shiyin knelt. Master's the number 1 9-leaf right now. Any experts toast before you? Lu Zhou stopped him. Repeat what you just said. Master is the number 1 9-leaf right now. The bit before. Lu Zhou frowned. Sharp usually. Now he's spacing? Liu Guo could pull out a transcendent grade sword like Ling Shu. Maybe that 9-leaf expert's still in the palace. That reminded Lu Zhou. Can't rule it out. Armor, tomes, coffins, Ling Shu sword, red talisman and the protective jade. All from the palace. Liu Guo said that 9-leaf expert visited Divine Capital. Besides, Lu Zhou forgot something else. It's been the age of severing golden lotuses for so long. Who can guarantee no one recultivated to 8 or even 9 leaves? Like in a new MMO. No matter how hard Lu Zhou grinded, some no-lifed hit max level ASAP. Post-severing golden lotus. Odds are higher. Tell Huang Shiji, he's riding with me, Lu Zhou said. Ming Shiyin gawked. Master's helping eldest senior brother hit Yanzhu? Lu Zhou waved it off. Just passing through. Understood. Ming Shiyin turned to leave. Could Lu Zhou let those 2 academies or any other power dogpile his disciple? Hell nah. Noon. 3 swift cloud-flying chariots slowly exited Golden Court Mountain's barrier, headed for Yanzhou. Lu Zhou only brought Ming Shiyin and Huang Shiji, plus 3 prisoners from the Grand Void Academy. Everyone's rushing cultivation. Safer in the Demon Sky Pavilion. Plus, these guys are dead weight. On the chariot, Lu Zhou watched the kneeling prisoners. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrong, and Zhang Gong were shivering, frozen. Trapped in the Demon Sky Pavilion, they were constantly spooked, couldn't eat or sleep, and were endlessly tormented by demons. Ming Shiyin, piloting the chariot, asked, Master, why bring these trash? Before Lu Zhou spoke, Huang Shiji chuckled. Grand Void Academy's tight with the royals and chummy with the academies. Lu Zhou glanced at them. Want to live? Zhu Wenliang blurted, Yes, only a fool wants to die. Then I'll give you a chance. Lu Zhou paused. The 2 academies are heading to Yanzhou. I want to meet their principals. Do this right, I'll spare your lives. Zhu Wenliang agreed. Pavilion Master, rest assured, I'll do it. I'll send a flying letter ASAP. Half a day later, the swift cloud-flying chariot appeared on a mountain a few miles west of Yanzhou. The chariot landed. Lu Zhou surveyed Yanzhou, but saw only a vague outline. Zhu Wenliang whispered, Senior Ji, I contacted the Northern Dipper Academy. Good. Lu Zhou ignored him. Huang Shiji said, Knowing Master Yu, he's probably already in Yanzhou. Yanzhou's eerily quiet. They're cautious. 2 academies looming. Wei Zhuoyan's ambush. Yu Zhenghai's gotta be careful. He's no idiot. Moments later, white-clad cultivators sped over, 1,000 strong, forming a battle formation. Master, they're here. Ming Xian jumped off the chariot, hyped. Master, bust out the 9-leaf avatar. Wipe 'em out. Eldest senior brother's fine. Lu Zhou frowned. Watch your mouth. Wait, hold up. Is your master really the type to go on random murder sprees? This disciple totally misspoke. Please forgive me, master. Ming Shiren hastily said. Master's a virtuous Chad who knows right from wrong. Huang Shiji also clasped his hands and said, Can't speak for other things, but Senior Ji truly has the world in his heart, no cap. Everyone Senior Ji off totally deserved it. If Senior Ji's a demon, then my Penglai Island will gladly follow Golden Court Mountain straight into the demonic path. The moment those words dropped, Zhu Wenliang and the other 2 legit trembled and stumbled. Even Penglai's sect is simping for Golden Court Mountain, so you know how damn charismatic they are. Golden Court Mountain is totally crushing it right now, so a huge fanbase isn't even surprised. Just then, over 1,000 white-robed cultivators rolled up, their formation slowly descending, hovering in the air. Zhu Wenliang whispered, Senior Ji, I'll go say hi to them. Go on. Lu Zhou just waved his sleeve, totally not scared of Zhu Wenliang trying to pull a fast one. Like, if he wanted Zhu Wenliang dead, Lu Zhou had a million ways to do it. If Zhu Wenliang had 2 brain cells to rub together, he wouldn't dare pull such a brain-dead stunt. Zhu Wenliang lightly tapped his toes and yeeted himself into the air. Zhu Wenliang of Taishu Academy, salutations! His voice echoed, and over 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples zoomed over, their formation looking sharp AF. The person leading the flight was Beidou Academy's headmaster, Zhu Yongkai. Zhu Wenliang, you are indeed here. Taishu Academy's grandmaster, Lun Xin, has always maintained good relations with Beidou Academy. Now, Golden Court Mountain's eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, is out here causing drama, so we should team up with Divine Capital to totally take down Golden Court Mountain, Zhu Yongkai declared. Zhu Wenliang was legit internally screaming. Forget uniting. Taishu Academy has no sect master, no grandmaster, no core defense left, and its disciples have all pieced out. What the hell is Taishu Academy gonna use to fight Golden Court Mountain? Even as the second elder, he felt completely useless. Zhu Wenliang shook his head, no longer beating around the bush. Senior, look this way. Zhu Yongkai followed Zhu Wenliang's pointing finger towards the mountain. There, half a cloud-piercing flying chariot peeked out, and atop the mountain, someone was standing on a huge rock, waving at Zhu Yongkai. Yo, Headmaster Zhu, fancy meeting you here again. Zhu Yongkai frowned and said, Who's that? The 4th master of Golden Court Mountain, Ming Shiren. Zhu Wenliang introduced him. Zhu Yongkai's eyes immediately popped open. So it's the 4th demon of Golden Court Mountain. What are you waiting for? Disciples? Get over here and nab him. And make it snappy, must be alive. With him, we can totally negotiate with Yu Zhenghai. Zhu Wenliang, you actually did good. Taishu Academy might be a shadow of its former self, but as long as I'm here, no one will dare bully your Taishu Academy. Zhu Wenliang, with this kind of brain, how in the world did you become headmaster? Zhu Wenliang was practically sobbing internally. He hastily flew next to Headmaster Zhu, whispering, Headmaster, see Senior Ji is, also here. The latter half of his sentence was a barely audible squeak. Zhu Yongkai's eyes went wide, his whole body jolting. You! Divine Capital's main defense is the 10 Great Formation and the Imperial Fam. Out here, miles away from Divine Capital, they might stand a chance against the Nether Sect, but they're absolutely no match for old Demon Ji. Just then, a deep voice echoed. Headmaster Zhu, why don't you come over and meet this old man? Zhu Yongkai's heart felt like it was dragging an anchor, his nerves strung tight as if facing his ultimate boss battle. The zealous, young, hot-blooded disciples of Beidou Academy, who were just about to snatch Ming Shiren, all freaked out and scrambled back. OMG, it's actually old Demon Ji. Quick, fall back, I'm so damn scared. I'm out of here, I'm done. One disciple was so terrified he lost control of his primal Qi and instantly plummeted from the sky. Zhu Yongkai whipped his head around, glaring at the disciples, thinking, Ugh, what a bunch of wastes. I can't believe my Beidou Academy has such weaklings. This is straight up humiliating. Ming Shiren, still chilling on the huge rock, yelled again. Headmaster Zhu, hustle over here. My master's waiting for you. More than 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples all dared not move. Zhu Wenliang whispered. Sorry, Headmaster Zhu. Okay, so maybe it looks like I'm dragging you into a burning dumpster fire, but seriously, think for a second. If you rush to Yanzhou for backup now and Senior Ji pulls a fast one, how are you going to fight off a 9-leaf expert then, huh? Zhu Yongkai's heart did a little flutter. He didn't want to admit it, but Zhu Wenliang wasn't wrong. Not even a little bit. Zhu Yongkai spun around and barked. Beidou Academy disciples, listen up. Anyone here? All of you stay put. No one moves a single muscle without my direct order. Understood. Zhu Yukai took to the air, flying straight to where Ming Shiren was, with Zhu Wenliang hot on his heels. The mountaintop views were absolutely stunning. Under the shade of a massive tree, two old dudes were chilling on chairs, chatting it up, with sunlight filtering through falling leaves all around them. The second Zhu Yunkai saw the two old men, his eyes bugged out. He gasped, then whipped his head around. If you dare bail, Beidou Academy will face absolute doom. Mark my words. Lu Zhou's voice, deep and commanding, hit him. Zhu Yunkai's entire body seized up, his steps halting without his say-so. The divine capital situation was sketch AF. His Majesty the Emperor had been straight up using Beidou Academy to churn out leaf-opening pills, totally ghosting state affairs. Golden Court Mountain was on top, and the Nether Sect had officially become the #1 demonic sect in the world. If divine capital actually crashed and burned, how the hell was Beidou Academy gonna survive after that? Chill out, Headmaster Zhu. My master isn't some random mass murderer. If you just behave, why would anyone off you? But if you act up, well then getting iced isn't unfair, Ming Shiren said. Zhu Yunkai sighed, defeated, then turned and walked towards the two old men. Lu Zhou just casually waved his sleeve and declared, "This venerable one is Ming Shiren." Then he hopped onto the flying chariot and grabbed a chair. Huang Shiji clasped his hands and said, "Huang Shiji from Penglai Island. I greet Headmaster Zhu. Heard a lot about Principal Chu. Turns out he's Island Master Chu Yunkai, from Huang Island." After Chu Yunkai reluctantly sat down, Lu Zhou glanced at the 1,000+ Beidou Academy disciples floating in the distance, and casually said, "This old man has always distinguished right from wrong, and doesn't indiscriminately kill the innocent. Of course, this old man has never shown mercy to enemies either." These words made Chu Yukai's heart tremble. Senior Ji wants to get involved in Yanzhu's affairs? Chu Yunkai cautiously asked. "I'm not free. Just passing by." Although Yu Zhenghai betrayed his sect, he's still this old man's disciple. I want to see if he has the ability to take down Yanzhu. Chu Yukai was dumbfounded. "You're just watching?" "Oh." Just then, a sudden shock came from Yanzhu City, and saber energy bloomed like fireworks in the sky. Chu Yunkai suddenly stood up, his eyes wide as he looked towards Yanzhou City. Lu Zhou looked at him and said calmly, "Sit down." Chu Yunkai suddenly felt his legs weighed down, unable to move. Seeing that he refused to sit down, Lu Zhou sighed and said, "If you want to leave, I won't stop you. Be my guest." Ming Shiyin secretly nodded. Masters using reverse psychology, so profound. "Do you dare to leave?" Huang Shiji laughed and said, "Why are you in such a hurry, Brother Chu? Isn't it fun to sit down here, chat, and enjoy the scenery?" Chu Yunkai had no choice but to sit down, his face already flushed red. Beidou Academy is the largest academy in Great Yan, with the world in its heart. Regardless of age or disability, everyone is treated equally. This is what makes Beidou Academy famous. Even royals have to sit with poor students in the academy. Principal Chu, have you ever wondered when Beidou Academy's customs changed to what they are now? Hearing this, Chu Yukai was stunned for a moment. Many years ago, Beidou Academy was known as the #1 academy in Great Yan, with experts as numerous as clouds. Emperor Liu Kuo, named the Son of Heaven's Sword, and the ancient sage Zhu Tianyuan of Mobei were all students of Beidou Academy. Unfortunately, no one has continued the legacy in the past few hundred years. Later generations of disciples are inferior to the previous ones, and it has even become a place for training civil officials, becoming a sect dependent on the royal family. Whoa! The formation of Yanzhu City lit up again, looking like a transparent bowl covering the city from the top of the mountain. Inside Yanzhu City, many cultivators were flying towards the city walls. Yanzhu City was in chaos. Chu Yunkai clenched his fists, his knuckles white. After all, Beidou Academy was still allied with the royal family, but now he could only stand on this mountain and watch the Nether Sect frantically attack Yanzhou City without any restraint. He was helpless. Seeing the uncomfortable expression on his face, Lu Zhou said calmly, "Thuo Ling defends the city, and Ma Loping is a sinister and cunning man. In order to achieve his goals, he will stop at nothing. To suppress Yu Zhenghai, he doesn't hesitate to use the lives of the entire city's population as hostages. That trash disciple of mine may be from the demonic path, but he's not that depraved. Beidou Academy teaches people with books, educating the world, so do you think it's right or wrong to use the lives of the population as a bet?" Chu Yukai raised his eyebrows. "Is this really happening?" Ming Shiyin replied, "Do you think this is fake?" The Nether Sect was able to recruit tens of thousands of followers in a short period of time? Wasn't it all because they forced them? Chu Yukai was speechless. If there's a choice, who would willingly choose the demonic path? Chu Yukai clenched his fist. "One thing at a time, I will personally report to His Majesty about Ma Loping's misconduct." But the Nether Sect is wantonly stirring up trouble, causing chaos in the world. Senior Ji, as his master, Are you really just going to sit back and do nothing? When he was at Beidou Academy, he heard that Yu Zhenghai was the first to betray the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the two masters and disciples had a feud. Until now, the Evil Sky Pavilion has not come forward to support the Nether Sect, so Chu Yunkai dared to ask this question. Lu Zhou said, "As you said, one thing at a time. Yu Zhenghai betrayed his sect, and I will personally punish him. No need for you to worry. But Yu Zhenghai wants to conquer this world. This is his personal wish." Principal Chu, you and I are both teachers. You should understand this principle. Otherwise, why did Beidou Academy abandon the Son of Heaven Sword, Emperor Yongshu, to stir up trouble in the world back then? Why are the students of Beidou Academy entitled to take over this world but my disciples are not? Chu Yunkai was speechless again. The Nether Sect is ultimately from the demonic path, and the demonic path does things against the heavens. Aren't you afraid of the opposition from the common people in the world? Now you think of the common people. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. This is an unchanging principle. Don't think that cultivators are so great just because they have the power to destroy mortals. Later generations of the cultivation world are always transformed from mortals, generation after generation. When mortals become cultivators and have enough power to resist, the first ones they will retaliate against are the cultivators who trampled on mortals before. Don't even mention humans. Even the creatures living in the forest understand this basic principle of survival. How can Senior Ji guarantee that Yu Zhenghai will not harm the people? Chu Yunkai asked. In fact, no one can guarantee this. War always brings casualties. But in general, one must still stand on the side of justice. This time, without waiting for Lu Zhou to reply, Ming Shi Yin said, "Shameless indeed. You turn a blind eye to Mao Loping's deeds that everyone hates, and you assume my eldest brother is guilty before he's even done anything. How can you even utter such sophistry?" Chu Yunkai was so slapped in the face that he couldn't speak. Besides, the royal family has repeatedly provoked the Evil Sky Pavilions. The fact that my master hasn't killed you on the spot is already showing you a lot of respect. Don't think that just because you're the principal of Beidou Academy, you're qualified to sit here and reason with my master. If it weren't for my master being a reasonable person, he would have crushed you all to death with one slap. Chu Wenliang, Wang Jianrong, and Zhang Gong stood nearby, trembling non-stop. This hits hard, yet sends shivers down your spine. A demon spouting logic is a joke, but he ain't wrong though. If you want to solve things, why not just one-shot the problem and be done with it? Boom! The barrier around Yanzhou City finally shatters like glass. Tens of thousands of Nether Sect disciples flood the city. Cultivators fly in for the kill, smoke and fire rise, and the air is thick with murderous intent. War is always this brutal. Zhu Yunkai sighs helplessly, shaking his head. Lu Zhou suddenly turns to Zhu Wenliang. "When's the Heavenly Voyage Academy arriving?" Zhu Wenliang replies, "I've already sent a letter to the Heavenly Voyage Academy, but their dean is arrogant. He probably doesn't give a damn about a second elder of the Grand Void Sect like me and refuses to meet." Lu Zhu turns to Zhu Yunkai. "Seems the Heavenly Voyage Academy has more face than the Big Dipper Academy?" Zhu Yunkai says, "Meng Nanfei is indeed a bit of a show-off. With the war in Yanzhou City, he probably won't bother coming here, and will just head straight there to support Ma Luping." Everyone looks towards Yanzhou City. The fighting is intense. Without the barrier, countless avatars appear, with blades and swords flying everywhere. The Nether Sect slowly advances, taking down over 10 cultivators with each step. No Heavenly Voyage Academy disciples in sight. Ming Shi Yin says, "Looks like eldest brother's gonna win." Zhu Yunkai's face is grim, but he doesn't have the balls to move. Even with over 1,000 disciples outside, it's useless. The 9-leaf Chad is here. Who dares to pull some suicidal crap? Just then, a cultivator in blue robes flies in from the mountains on the left. It's someone from the Heavenly Voyage Academy. Ming Shi Yin speaks. Zhu Wenliang nods. "I'll greet him." Zhu Wenliang flies out to greet him. "I am Zhu Wenliang, second elder of the Grand Void Sect. May I ask for your esteemed name?" The blue-robed cultivator replies. "You're Zhu Wenliang. That's right. You're dead meat." These words make Zhu Wenliang raise an eyebrow. There's a saying, "Don't hit a man when he's down." The Grand Void Sect's situation is bad enough, and this guy's mocking him? How can Zhu Wenliang not be pissed? But Zhu Wenliang has no choice. A tiger falls into the plains and is bullied by dogs, especially since this guy is from the Heavenly Voyage Academy. "Where's Dean Meng?" The cultivator in shabby robes says disdainfully, "What's it to you where Dean Meng is? Trash like you isn't worthy to speak to Dean Meng." Zhu Wenliang barely manages to hold back his anger. "If you're here to insult me, please leave." Whoosh! A figure flies in from behind, calling out, "Yo, don't leave yet." The blue-robed cultivator asks suspiciously, "Who are you?" Zhu Wenliang introduces. "Fourth seat of the Demon Sky Pavilion." The blue-robed cultivator's brow furrows instantly. "Too far, Zhu Wenliang. You're colluding with demons, Ming Shiyin says dissatisfied. What are you talking about? What collude with Ding? Ming Shiyin is very dissatisfied with his choice of words. Isn't his master on top of Twin Peak Mountain inviting the two deans to enjoy the scenery and have a chat? What collude with Ding? That's not the right way to use it. I'm triggered, Ming Shiyin says. Crazy! The cultivator raises his eyebrows at Ming Shiyin. Zhu Wenliang shakes his head, saying nothing. Just then, a majestic voice booms from the mountain peak. Fourth! Ming Shiyin quickly bows. Yes, disciple, if reason fails, kill. The blue-robed cultivator also hears the majestic voice. Just as he's about to get angry, Ming Shiyin rushes towards him with lightning speed, a flash of cold light. Whoosh! The blue-robed cultivator suddenly feels a chill all over. His avatar explodes. Too late! Swish! Ming Shiyin passes by him without a second glance. The fight is over. Zhu Wenliang gulps. That blue-robed cultivator didn't look weak, but how did he die so quickly? Just how strong is this fourth seat of the Demon Sky Pavilion? Just then, the blue-robed cultivator feels his chest being slashed, and fresh blood gushes out. He stares wide-eyed at Zhu Wenliang, his hand trembling as he raises it. You're courting death. Don't blame me. Awkward silence filled the mountaintop air, giving off a real "are you kidding me" vibe. The Beidou Academy disciples were quieter than a library after hours. Academy headmaster Zhu Yongkai wiped the sweat off his face. Lu Zhou glanced at him and casually said, Headmaster Zhu, chill out, dude. I'm all about reason. But for folks who don't get it, I ain't wasting my breath. You feel me? Yes. Headmaster Zhu stammered. Huang Shiji clapped. Didn't think Old Fourth's Demon Slayer sect had these kinda tricks up their sleeve. Lu Zhou shook his head. It's not that he's strong, it's just that the Heavenly Order Academy students are kinda trash. Lu Zhao's tone was slow, but his aura was straight up Chad, making everyone's hearts pound like they were at a rave. Lu Zhou pointed towards Yanzhou City. In terms of personal cultivation, Ming Shiyin still got a long way to go. Following Lu Zhao's finger, a blade suddenly shot out from the Yuming sect's flying chariot, with blade aura exploding everywhere, creating a bloody storm. Anyone who got near the chariot was instantly turned into chunky salsa. Arms and legs? Gone. Huang Shiji nodded. Master Wu's great mysterious heaven palm is on another level. Even I gotta give props where props are due. Zhu Yongkai looked at Huang Shiji, his voice much softer. Island Master Huang is an 8-leaf powerhouse with a top-tier black umbrella weapon. You can't handle Master Wu? Zhu Yongkai didn't dare utter the words, demon head, in front of Lu Zhou. Huang Shiji replied. Headmaster Zhu, you overestimate me. Comparing me to Master Wu is like comparing a Beidou Academy student to you. It's an insult to Master Wu, and to Brother Ji. Zhu Yongkai may be the headmaster of Beidou Academy, but it ain't what it used to be. Zhu Yongkai has only been headmaster for about 100 years. He probably can't even beat Huang Shiji, and Huang Shiji is hyping up Wu Zhenghai, so what does that make Zhu Yongkai? Huang Shiji, seeing Zhu Yongkai's awkwardness, chuckled and said, Headmaster Zhu, don't sweat it, just watch. Inside Yanzhou City, the Yuming sect disciples fought relentlessly below, while in the sky, Wu Zhenghai unleashed waves of blade aura. Anyone who dared to fly up was instantly taken out by his jade-green blade. At the same time, in the Yanzhou City General's manor, Ma Luping led 4 vice-generals out. Commander Ma, things aren't looking good. Should we just release the civilians as meat shields? After all, we're demons. Sacrificing these civilians will give us a legit reason to lure out all the cultivators. Ma Luping said. Keep it clean. Yes. One of the vice-generals quickly left the general's manor. Ma Luping ordered. You, go to the south gate and assist Crown Prince Ma. Yes, sir. You, go to the east gate and assist Wei Zhuoyan. Yes, sir. And you, go assist the Beidou Academy and Heavenly Order Academy. Chop chop. The Yuming sect is already in the city. We gotta wipe them out in one fell swoop. Yes, sir. The 3 vice-generals received their orders and immediately left the general's manor. Ma Luping clasped his hands and entered the courtyard, looking down at the corpse in the middle. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. I'll make the entire Yuming sect pay with their lives for my brother. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword appeared on the courtyard wall. A sword-wielding guest was standing there with his arms crossed, a calm smile on his face. Mei Luping was startled, staring wide-eyed at the wall. How long had this person been standing there? Why didn't he notice? Ma Luping tried to remain calm. Who are you? Sorry for accidentally killing your brother Ma Qing. He wasn't on my kill list. It was out of my control. The blue-robed swordsman said calmly. It's you. Let bygones be bygones. Try not to be too sad. Yu Shengdrong lowered his head slightly to show respect for the deceased, but his words were like a slap in Ma Luping's face. Ma Luping lost his temper, raising his hands to unleash countless palm strikes. Clash! 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 Yu Shengrong lightly tapped his toes, his figure twirling in mid-air, descending towards Ma Luping. Leaping off the ground, his entire body burst forth with gang qin. Boom! The walls of the general's manor collapsed, and the two flew towards a nearby lake. Palm strikes filled the sky. Yu Shangrong let out a soft shout, and the long sword emitted a swirling red light from his hand. Ma Luping turned into golden light, and the two landed on a pavilion by the lake. With a single sword strike, sword aura flew everywhere, shattering the entire pavilion. Ma Luping's fighting style was extremely fierce, each punch containing immense power. He was a true sword maniac. Ma Luping shouted loudly, clasping his hands together, and dozens of palm strikes appeared around his body. Yu Shangrong's face remained unchanged. His long sword danced, sword shadows appeared, and the sword light cut each palm strike in half. The reason why heavenly weapons are so terrifying is because they can break through gang kui, shattering fist force, and palm strikes like cutting tofu. Elsewhere in Yanzhou City, on the Yuming Sect's flying chariot, Wu Zhenghai, having used up more than half of his primal ki from constantly using divine descent, withdrew his hand, and the jade-green blade swirled back into his hand. Senior brother, save your strength. Leave the rest to me and brother Zhongyang. Si Wuyai stood up and said. Just as Si Wuyai was about to use peacock spreads its wings, Wu Zhenghai stopped him. Junior brother, just stay on the chariot and strategize. I'd be worried if something happened to you. Hua Zhongyang, while swatting away a barrage of ballista bolts, said. There's no need for 7th senior brother to move. The Yoming Sect brothers are enough. Look over there. Qinglong Hall's second seat, Wu Hong, led a team towards another city gate. His 6-leaf golden lotus dharma body appeared, killing any cultivator in his path. Si Wuyai nodded slightly. With senior brother's leadership, conquering the divine capital is only a matter of time. Wu Zhenghe was overjoyed, grinning. But I can't be overconfident. The master has given us a tight schedule. Senior brother, don't worry. We have enough time. Right now, we need to watch out for the 2 major academies, and Wei Zhuoyan. Si Wuyai was like, too bad Baiyu Qingyang Flame and Di Qing aren't here. Just then, Hua Chongyang suddenly saw a whole mob of commoners in the streets, looking all scared and stressed. A bunch of them were bruised and battered, running towards the Yuming Sect dudes. Sect leader, look! Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuyai spotted the same thing. What the hell is going on? Hua Chongyang frowned. A real boss wouldn't sweat the small stuff, and straight up slaughtering them would be the most efficient move. But could he really bring himself to do it? If they let them into Yuming Sect territory, it would stir up trouble, or, worse, some spies could sneak in. Yu Zhenghai clenched his fist, eyes burning with rage. Ma Luping, I swear I'll personally chop you into pieces. Hua Chongyang knelt down on one knee, spitting out each word. Sect leader, just give the order. I'll follow your command no matter what. Si Wuyai's heart skipped a beat, glancing at Hua Chongyang. Yu Zhenghai didn't answer, just stared silently at the people below. Behind the crowd of civilians, there were a bunch of city guards watching, and some kid started bawling. His mom freaked out and covered his mouth. Everyone was tense as hell. Ain't nobody got time for sympathy. Hua Chongyang waited, stone-faced, for the sect leader's orders, fist clenched on the ground. Fall back, Yu Zhenghai finally said, raising his hand. Si Wuyai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Chongyang replied in a deep voice. Understood. He leaped into the air, hovering in front of the flying ship, and shouted, Retreat and defend the city walls. The Yuming Sect followers tilted their heads, confused. They were winning. So why retreat? The civilians breathed a collective sigh of relief as the Yuming Sect goons retreated towards the city walls, then collapsed on the ground, gasping for air like they'd just dodged a nuke. Just then, a few miles west of the Yuming Sect's flying ship, a 10-zang-tall, 8-leaf dharma body shimmering with golden light suddenly appeared. As the dharma body unleashed its ki, a dude with a calm face also appeared with his sword. He blocked and quickly flew back. Yu Shangrong looked up at Ma Luping, suppressing his surging blood, and said with a faint smile, If I were still an 8-leaf, you'd have been worm food under my sword a long time ago. But, it's more interesting to win with less. Ma Luping stared seriously at Yu Shangrong below. You really are a sword demon. He didn't expect that even with his 8-leaf cultivation, he still couldn't force Yu Shangrong to summon his dharma body. On the giant flying ship, Yu Zhenghai also saw this 10-zang-tall dharma body, and immediately snorted, My brother, I'm leaving this place under your command. I'm going to personally take Ma Luping's head. Without waiting for Si Wuyai to reply, Yu Zhenghai leaped off the flying ship. Si Wuyai's sharp eyes looked towards the dharma body, spotting a figure in a green robe descending within the shimmering golden light. A mysterious master. Second senior brother, Yu Zhenghai, only has Ma Luping on his mind. The 10-zang-tall dharma body, with its unique power, already gave him away. Yu Zhenghai sped towards him, the Binyu blade pressed close, emitting a buzzing resonance. Just thinking about Ma Luping's tactic of using civilians, Yu Zhenghai was enraged. His primal chi was going wild, affecting the Binyu blade, and his entire body radiated a terrifying killing intent. At this point, Yu Shangrong also realized that Ma Luping's Dharma body had exposed his location. Ma Luping didn't notice Yu Zhanghai speeding towards him. He was only focused on sword demon Yu Shangrong, the guy who killed his little brother. Right now, Ma Luping wanted to kill Yu Shangrong more than anything. He retracted his Dharma body, spinning 180 degrees. His right fist clenched, unleashing a fist of power as fast as a shooting star. Sword demon, prepare to die! Ma Luping's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent. Reaching his level of body refinement would allow him to become an overlord. Yu Shangrong looked up at Ma Luping's incoming fist of power, gripping the Changsheng sword. The Dharma body appeared! What was amazing was that Yu Shangrong's Dharma body didn't just stand there like everyone else's. It could change. The Dharma body clenched its hands together, fingers interlocked. Ma Luping was shocked. He'd never seen such a weird Dharma body before, but the move was already launched. There was no way to stop halfway. Ma Luping held his breath and focused, concentrating his power to unleash the fist. A 6-leaf Dharma body? You're toast! Anyone would assume that an 8-leaf Dharma body, with a single world-shattering punch, would be enough to crush Yu Shangrong's 6-leaf Dharma body. Even Ma Luping believed it. The nearby cultivators were all witnessing this incredible scene. The fist of power collided. Boom! What was beyond everyone's expectations was that Yu Shangrong's Dharma body suddenly reached out and grabbed Ma Luping's shoulders. All of Ma Luping's fist of power struck the Dharma body's right arm. Yu Shangrong frowned, feeling his right arm was in danger, so he swung it out. The aftershocks of the fist of power hit the Dharma body, creating ripples. Yu Shangrong stomped his foot and shot into the sky, the Changsheng sword glowing with a blazing red light. The lotus leaves spun around the Changsheng sword, and 3 figures appeared. This was Yu Shangrong's signature sword skill. Return home. Enter the 3 souls. Ha ha. Ma Luping threw back his head and laughed like a maniac. You fell for it. Ma Luping's body suddenly shimmered with golden light like burning flames. Great accomplishment of adamantine body. Great accomplishment of adamantine body was the ultimate level of body refinement, infusing all primal chi into the meridians and skin, even compressing the Dharma body to the size of a real person. The combination of the 3 was the adamantine body. It was extremely rare for body refiners in this world to cultivate an adamantine body. Once cultivated, opening the Dharma body was like having the blessing of the Buddha's golden body. With incredibly strong defense, Ma Luping didn't retreat but advanced, his field of vision blurring. But he still chose to move forward, fiercely swinging his fist. How can a sword retreat once it's drawn? Yu Shangrong continued to swing his sword, his eyes filled with determination. Boom! The 3 figures merged. Yu Shangrong spun in the air, and in an instant he descended, thrusting his sword straight down. Ma Luping flew backward, smashing through 3 buildings before slamming into the ground. Dust billowed up, blocking vision, and everything fell silent. This level of combat created immense collateral damage. Nearby cultivators only dared to watch, not to approach. Yu Shangrong looked doubtfully at where Ma Luping had fallen. Only when the dust settled did Yu Shangrong see a huge blade of power sticking into the ground, reflecting the sunlight. Yu Shangrong's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't escape it after all. No wonder Mo Lupi was taken down so easily. He finally showed up, the big bro. Yu Shangrong looked up at the guy floating in front of him. Yu Zhanghai stood tall, hands behind his back, eyes fixed on Yu Shangrong. Yep, he wasn't even looking at Mo Lu lying on the ground, just Yu Shangrong. It really is you, Yu Zhanghai muttered. Yu Shangrong grinned, standing up straight. It's me. Why did you stay to help me? Yu Zhanghai asked. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. Helping yourself? Yu Shangrong replied softly. Second bro, I, as the big bro, tolerate you, understand you, and have even yielded to you many times. What's past is past. I won't hold it against you, but... Yu Zhanghai's voice suddenly changed, becoming serious and heavy. The grand plan is at stake. It concerns tens of thousands of our underworld sect brothers. Can't be ignored. I will kill Mo Lupi in your stead. Yu Shangrong chuckled. You're the big bro. I respect you, honor you, and even avoid you to not be considered disrespectful. The grand plan is important, sure, but killing Mo Lupi won't affect it. He's on my hit list. I'm taking his head. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Lupi, enduring the intense pain, slammed his cane on the ground and floated up. To think one of the 8 great commanders would be reduced to a lamb for slaughter, a fish on the chopping block for them to argue over who gets to behead me. How could Mo Lupi not be pissed? Enough! Mo Lupi roared. Yu Shangrong, you're just a 6-leaf law body. What makes you think you can kill this general? 6-leaf law body. Yu Zhanghai's eyes twitched. a sense of unwillingness rising in his heart. He should have been able to rebuild too. Damn this grand plan. Mo Lupi looked up and said to Yu Zhenghai, "Yu Zhenghai, this general's reinforcements are on their way. You're a dead man walking. What right do you have to shout at this general?" Yu Zhenghai ignored Mo Lupi and continued speaking to Ngu Shangrong. "Second bro, you're only 6-leaf. I'm afraid you can't kill Mo Lupi. You don't need to meddle in the matters of the divine capital." Ngu Shangrong smiled faintly. "Big bro, forgive me for disagreeing." The longevity sword trembled, a red glow emanating from its blade. Whoosh! The longevity sword flew forward. Ngu Shangrong clasped his hands together. The surrounding origin power surged. A cyclone arose, and the surrounding buildings were blown away. Immediately after, countless sword beams shot out from the longevity sword, densely covering the sky, forming a fan shape. Yu Zhenghai was slightly startled and exclaimed, "Return of all things! The origin of all things is the Tao. This invincible move is one of the most difficult great divine power techniques to master from the return to origin swordplay. No weaker than return where you came from, enter the three souls." Seeing this, Yu Zhenghai flipped his palm slightly. The jade-green saber flew back, and then flew out again. "Reign over the world!" He doesn't attack unless he's going all out. If you had to face these two, what would you choose? Choose the 8-leaf peak Yu Zhenghai, or choose Ngu Shangrong, who looks like he's only a 6-leaf lawbody. Mo Lupi endured the internal injuries, once again casting his iron body, iron ki, surrounding his whole body. Mo Lupi stomped on the ground and lunged towards Ngu Shangrong. Ngu Shangrong chuckled and thrust both hands forward. Return of all things. All the sword beams and the longevity sword merged into one, striking towards Mo Lupi. Mo Lupi said calmly, "Even if I die, I'll drag you, sword devil, down with me." His eyes were filled with obsession and confidence, forcing Ngu Shangrong to go all out. Clang, clang, clang! The sword beams pierced Mo Lupi's body. At the same time, Reign Over the World also unleashed countless saber beams. Yu Zhenghai spread his arms like a fierce eagle spreading its wings. The saber beams in front of him were neat and surged like waves towards Mo Lupi. Clang, clang, clang! Several streaks of fresh blood appeared on Mo Lupi's fists and feet. It could be said that Mo Lupi was facing certain death. Attacked from both sides, one side was Return of All Things, the other was Reign Over the World. However, Yu Zhenghai suddenly withdrew his hands, clasped them together. Reign Over the World froze in the air. The jade-green saber flew back into his hand. Yu Zhenghai swung the saber horizontally. A golden saber beam several feet long flashed, slashing towards Mo Lupi, while pushing him out of the attack range of Return of All Things. Ngu Shangrong jumped back in the air, his movements extremely graceful. But cracks appeared where his toes touched the ground. Mo Lupi flew out, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and rolled on the ground. The saber beams and sword beams disappeared in an instant. Yu Zhenghai still looked at Ngu Shangrong, ignoring Mo Lupi, who was seriously injured. "Do you know that last punch could have killed you?" Yu Zhenghai questioned. Ngu Shangrong chuckled. "Big bro was afraid my Return of All Things would kill him first, right? If I didn't do that, you would be injured." "Not necessarily. Arrogance isn't a good thing. You've already beheaded Jin Lian, why do you need to compete with 8-leaf to rebuild?" Yu Zhenghai said. "I killed Wen Shu. I killed the 4 lieutenants of Gi Qingqing. I killed the Rat King Li Xiangxi. I killed Ma Qing who guarded the southern part of Yan Prefecture," Ngu Shangrong said. Hearing this, Yu Zhenghai frowned, then quickly relaxed, disdainfully saying, "Is this why you're arrogant? Just now, the person you faced was one of the 8 great commanders, Mo Lupi, who guarded Yan Prefecture." "Yeah," Ngu Shangrong replied. The two were bickering, while Mo Lupi was furious. He brushed the dirt off his body, struggled to stand up. There was a saber wound on his side, a sword wound on his front. A saber and a sword left deep wounds on his body. Fresh blood continued to flow out. If Mo Lupi hadn't had the freaking indestructible King Kong body, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong could have offed him without even breaking a sweat. Still, even that OP body might not tank the combo of Ruler descends and all things return to nothingness. Yu Zhenghai suddenly switched tactics, saving his bacon. "Bro, arguing is pointless. Why not let the dude choose his own demise?" Yu Shangrong said, eyeing Mo Lupi. "Savage AF." Yu Zhenghai scoffed. "Some people are born to be trash, not respected. Case in point, Mo Lupi." Left hand gripping the emerald jade blade, Yu Shangrong raised his sword too. It's a race to see who strikes first. Facing 2 of the strongest dudes ever, anyone not brain dead knows what to do. Mo Lupi, no words, just GTFO. Running like a rocket, chi exploding everywhere. Mo Lupi realized he was all alone. He didn't dare fly, just darted through the city's alleys. But every place was empty. Creepy. Then it hit him. His lieutenant had rounded up all the civilians and dragged them to the east gate to use as meat shields against the Nether Sect. No choice but to keep running like his life depended on it. Because it did. Why isn't anyone chasing me? He wondered, glancing back. Just then, Yu Zhenghai stood before him, waving. Think you can escape, trash? Lupi activated his King Kong body and yeeted himself left, leaving a man-shaped hole in the wall. But before he got far, Yu Shangrong's smirking face appeared on a rooftop. Why prolong the suffering? Lupi was about to lose his SHT. He couldn't stand this cat-and-mouse game, so he stomped the ground and shot into the sky. Predictably, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai followed, flanking him like a pair of tryhards. You're all insane, Lupi thought. They were totally ignoring him. Or rather, he was just a tool for their little pissing contest. Just then, a cavalry unit swooped in, all armored up, with the distant clatter of hooves. Knights and cultivators entering the city. Lupi rejoiced, cackling like a maniac. My reinforcements are here! He powered up his King Kong body, and a Tenzang Dharma body appeared, pinpointing his location for the troops, but also making him a big target. Glancing to both sides, he saw a blade and a sword condense into Kuya, hurtling towards him with earth-shattering force. Lupi's heart sank, continuing to ascend. A swarm of sword and saber Kui relentlessly chased him. Clang! 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 They pummeled Lupi, the blade and sword hacking away before retreating. Yu Shangrong grabbed his everlasting sword, Yu Zhenghai retrieved his emerald jade blade. Atop Twin Stone Peak, Huang Shiji, Ming Shiyin, and Zhu Yongkai witnessed the whole thing, frozen in disbelief. Eighth Leaf Yu Zhenghai's saber was domineering, fierce AF. The saber key, looking like it would destroy the world. Sixth Leaf Yu Shangrong's swordplay was transcendent. The sword like a swimming dragon. Performance was on par with Eighth Leaf Yu Zhenghai. Holy SHT! Huang Shiji gasped. If I hadn't seen his Sixth Leaf Dharma body, I'd swear Yu Shangrong was a peak Eighth Leaf. That's why I told you not to compare me to sect leader Yu, Zhu Yongkai admitted. I'm humbled, Huang Shiji continued. The sword demon can use Sixth Leaf cultivation to unleash combat power on par with an Eighth Leaf and control his Dharma body at will. Reaching such a level after reincarnation is probably unique to him. Sincere praise, even though Huang Shiji forgot to include Lu Zhou. In fact, he didn't know what tricks Lu Zhou used to promote himself to Ninth Leaf. Zhu Yongkai nodded. I'm ashamed to call myself the Dean of the Big Dipper Academy. I was so narrow-minded. What do you mean? Huang Shiji asked. It's not weird that the Nether Sect's leader, Yu Zhenghai, could beat Lupi, but that sword demon, Yu Shangrong, still has the confidence of an Eighth Leaf after reincarnation. That's astonishing. Huang Shiji smiled. Too bad we're too far away to get a good look. You can't use common sense to judge the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples. Do you know the 9th disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion? Heard of her? Huang Shiji nodded. I visited the Evil Sky Pavilion before coming here and met that little brat. She's only been cultivating for 6 years, and she's already a 5-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator. Zhu Yongkai's eyes widened, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. 6 years to reach 5-leaf nascent divinity realm? That cultivation speed is unheard of since forever. The body tempering stage alone takes years of training, not to mention the other realms. Almost no one dares to imagine someone reaching the nascent divinity realm in 6 years. Zhu Yongkai's mouth felt dry. His understanding of the Evil Sky Pavilion had been completely overturned. Ming Shiying glared at him, thinking if he revealed little Hai Luo's talent, these guys would probably pee their pants. Lu Zhou, who had been silent, stroked his beard and criticized, got a trash talk before the ass-whooping. Huang Shiji and Zhu Yongkai were stunned. They could have offed Lupi quickly, yet they wasted so much time. Lu Zhou continued. Yu Zhenghai's ruler descends is a large-scale attack. The resulting saber kui is like a sea wave. Using it against Lupi alone is a total waste. Yu Shangrong's all things return to nothingness requires time to mobilize energy and condense sword ki. It's powerful, but not quick and efficient enough. At the crucial moment, they still want to hide their strength. They teamed up but couldn't kill Lupi quickly. They used overly complicated methods and didn't strike decisively. Still young. The string of criticisms left Huang Shiji and Zhu Yongkai speechless. What could they say? Damn, if I had disciples like that, I'd sleep with a smile on my face, you know? And yet, this old codger's still dissing? Huang Shiji coughed twice to ease the awkwardness. Just then, Ming Shiyin pointed towards Duyanchao City, saying, Master, reinforcements! Zhu Yongkai glanced over, his eyebrows twitching in confusion. Isn't that Wei Zhuoyan from the Heavenly Fate Academy? Shouldn't he be in Liangzhou? Ming Shiyin asked suspiciously. Liangzhou? Zhu Yongkai realized he had blurted something out, and quickly covered his mouth. Ming Shiyin smirked. Wei Zhuoyan abandoning the border defense and launching a counterattack on Liangzhou is a good move. But taking Liangzhou won't be easy. The Nether Sect has 3 Dharma protectors guarding Liangzhou, unless Wei Zhuoyan colludes with the foreign tribes. Zhu Yukai was stunned. Huang Shiji was stunned. Since ancient times, colluding with foreign tribes is an unforgivable crime. Once this accusation is confirmed, it will bring eternal infamy. A huge number of armored soldiers and cavalry suddenly appeared in Yanzhou City, all heading towards the eastern city walls. A flying chariot appeared in the sky. Though not large, it was clear the owner had quite the background. Behind the chariot were 3 formations of masked, black armored cultivators. The Black Knights of the Divine Capital. Rumor has it that after the leader Leng Luo left, the Black Knights were never the same. But who will be their new leader? Zhu Yukai shook his head. I wouldn't dare to hide anything, but my intel doesn't have this guy's name. Inside the city, Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong stood facing each other. Ma Lupi was on the ground, terrified as he looked at them. Yu Zhenghai said, "Second brother, reinforcements have arrived. It's best if I take Ma Lupi with me. The battle is urgent, we can't drag this on. How about we put our contest aside for now?" Yu Shangrong, gripping the longevity sword, smiled and said, "Since Big Brother has spoken, how could I be so ignorant as to argue? The battle is urgent, let's do as you say for now." Okay. These two have been arguing non-stop, and now they're suddenly playing the humble card. Ma Lupi muttered, "This is bad. If I don't run now, when will I?" He stomped his foot, his entire body erupting with a glimmering golden aura, and rushed towards the nearby wall. Bang! Yu Shangrong didn't even bother to look. The longevity sword had already shot out, and the azure jade blade was not to be outdone, slashing over. This time, the blade and sword didn't collide, but flew parallel to each other. Blade and sword auras appeared everywhere. Countless wonders. The blade aura was like a sea wave, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, while the sword aura was as fast as a shooting star, carrying the power to create the heavens. Bang! The blade and sword auras resonated, simultaneously piercing through Ma Lupi. Yu Shangrong raised his hand, the longevity sword flew back into its sheath, and the azure jade blade circled back and chopped off Ma Lupi's head, then flew away with the wide-eyed head. Yu Zhenghai soared into the air, saying to Yu Shangrong, "Second brother, you're just a 6 petal now. When you return to 8 petals, we'll have another match. What do you say?" Yu Shangrong replied, "That suits me perfectly." Yu Zhenghai said nothing, and flew away with Ma Luping's head. Yu Shangrong also turned and left in another direction, his figure as fast as lightning. At the same time, the city's reinforcements, as numerous as ants, were rushing towards the east city. "Where's Ma Luping, Mianzhao?" A deep voice came from the flying chariot. Just then, Yu Zhenghai's figure flew past. The black-armored knights and soldiers all looked up, their expressions grave. Yu Zhenghai, stepping on the emerald jade blade, suddenly stopped. "Here's your head." Thud! The head fell onto the flying chariot and rolled around, leaving streaks of dark red blood, quite terrifying. The crowd exclaimed, "Commander! Commander!" Yu Zhenghai clasped his hands behind his back, looked solemnly at the flying chariot, then at the nearby civilians, and said calmly, "This is the fate of those who dare to bully the people." This sect leader has said that the underworld sect will not touch a single hair on the heads of the common folk. Today's matter, this sect leader must go and demand justice from the emperor. His sonorous voice spread out, making the people happy and invigorated. As far as the people are concerned, who sits on the throne doesn't matter. What matters is whether that person can improve their lives. Seeing Yu Zhenghai's demeanor, who wouldn't be swayed? The people immediately rioted, everyone discussing and criticizing the royal family, criticizing Ma Luping. A deep voice suddenly came from the flying chariot. "Ma Luping harmed the people, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. This crown prince will definitely execute his entire clan. But one thing at a time, how can this crown prince let the underworld sect off so easily? It's the crown prince. This person is His Highness, the crown prince of Daiyans." From within the flying chariot, a man in a brocade robe and hat, with a calm expression, stepped out leisurely. He looked at Yu Zhenghai standing in the air, his eyes filled with killing intent. He is the crown prince, Liu Zhihe. Liu Zhihe's appearance boosted the army's morale. This crown prince is ordered to suppress the rebel Yu Zhenghai. Unexpectedly, the person who came was Liu Zhihe. Based on Yu, even if Liu Zhihe is a cultivation genius, he can't possibly be an 8-leaf nascent soul realm cultivator, and besides, Ma Luping is already dead, and Wei Zhuoyan has gone to Liangzhu. What is Liu Zhihe relying on to resist the underworld sect? Liu Zhihe stepped into the air and flew up, on par with Yu Zhenghai. The black-armored knights behind him immediately followed. Liu Zhihe said calmly, "Of course not. Take a look." He waved his right hand, and in the distant horizon, a group of cultivators in white robes suddenly appeared, flying towards them. This group of cultivators appeared behind the misty mountains and flew towards the east city. Clearly, they already knew the situation in Mianzhou City. When the group of cultivators in white robes appeared in sight, the morale of the city's defending army soared. On the underworld sect's giant chariot, Siwuya also saw this scene and frowned slightly. They've finally arrived. The dean of the Heavenly Origin Academy, Meng Nanfei, led his disciples straight towards Qingmianzhou. The dean is almost at Mianzhou City. Good. Once there, everyone must obey orders. Yes, sir. When several thousand cultivators from the Heavenly Origin Academy flew past a mountain peak, one of the disciples suddenly pointed at it. Dean, what's that? Meng Nanfei didn't pay attention at first, focusing all his energy on flying. When he turned his head to look, he saw that on that mountain, a Dharma body was suddenly expanding. The Dharma body grew from 1 zang to 10 zang, and 9 lotus leaves appeared under the lotus seat, rising into the air, radiating a myriad of light. The hair of several thousand disciples stood on end, their bodies jolting as if electrocuted, an extremely terrifying aura crashing towards them. Seeing this scene, Meng Nanfei widened his eyes and shouted, "Retreat!" The dean of the Heavenly Origin Academy's shout reached the ears of several thousand disciples. Upon seeing the 9-leaf Dharma body, they reacted as if conditioned, retreating in unison. What is the purpose of the Heavenly Origin Academy's arrival here? Of course, it's to support the Crown Prince, support Ma Luping, and defeat the Underworld Sect. And who is the owner of the 9-leaf Dharma body on Songshi Peak? It goes without saying that it is the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, who is also the master of the Underworld Sect leader, Ji Tiandao. In this situation, who dares to act rashly? The smartest solution is to retreat, without saying a word. Just run for your life. They came in droves, but tucked their tails between their legs and fled back into Mianzhou City. Liu Zihi stood proudly in the air. As long as the 2 great academies arrive and set up a formation, it will be time to catch turtles in a jar. What Underworld Sect? What Yu Zhanghai? All will be captured. But, Your Highness, the Heavenly Origin Academy disappeared. A subordinate rushed over and bowed. Crown Prince Liu Zihi was stunned and frowned as he asked, "Disappeared?" Unbelieving, he flew higher to observe. The Heavenly Origin Academy, not sooner or later, just happened to see a group of cultivators in white robes fleeing, faster than rabbits, and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. What the hell? Liu Zihi was dumbfounded. What's going on? Are they rebelling? The visibility within the city wasn't very good, and the buildings blocked a lot of people's view. From Yu Zhanghai's position, he couldn't clearly see the situation outside the city either, and his face was also full of suspicion. But on the Underworld Sect's giant chariot, Siwuya saw this scene very clearly. The 9-leaf Dharma body only appeared for a moment, only about 10 seconds before disappearing. But that was enough. Master! Siwuya didn't believe that a second 9-leaf would appear at this time. If the person who just manifested the Dharma body on Songshi Peak wasn't his master, then who else could it be? Siwuya immediately seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, "Brother Zhongyang, beat the drums and attack." Yep. Hua Chongyang hops to the highest spot on the giant lian, smashes the drum face with his mallet. Thunderous drum beats, boom boom boom. On the city walls, the Nether Sect disciples are hyped, charging down in unison. The large-scale battle officially kicks off. Yu Zhanghai glances at the giant Li Qian parked in the air above the city wall, nods slightly. "Bros helping me out like this? Can't let myself fall behind." Yu Zhanghai immediately dives into the fray, emerald jade saber swirling around him. Liu Zihi's eyes bug out. He yells, "Retreat! Retreat now! Activate the formation! Your Highness, activating the F formation is a no-go." The subordinate's so scared he's stuttering, but he knows one thing. Activating the formation now is like trapping themselves in here. Liu Zihi descends to the flying lian. The flying lian turns around and flies away. Saber energy strikes, instantly mowing down dozens of black knights, heads flying everywhere. Blood and gore rain down. Yu Zhanghai looks towards the terrified crowd, floats in the air and says, "Those who believe in this sect leader will survive. The Nether Sect will do its best to protect everyone's safety." Yu Zhanghai decides, if he wants the world, he has to win the people's hearts. His voice booms like thunder in everyone's ears. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the people immediately kneel down and kowtow. At this moment, the second seat of the Azure Dragon Hall, Yu Hong, flies past Yu Zhanghai and calls out, "Yu Hong!" Yu Hong hurriedly bows. "Sect leader! This sect leader orders you to protect the safety of the common people with all your might. If there's any mistake, this sect leader will take your head. I respectfully obey the sect leader's command." Yu Hong receives the order. The people are relieved to see the Nether Sect leader giving orders in front of everyone. Ma Luping's actions earlier completely lost their trust. Many commoners run towards Yu Hong. Yu Hong is cautious, escorting them out of the east gate. Yu Zhanghai is relieved, quickly chasing after the Black Knights. On the Twin Rock Peak, the 9-leaf avatar appears unexpectedly, taking away all of Zhu Yunkai's thoughts. He stands there dumbfounded for a long time, and more than 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples also stare in a daze. That's the nine-leaf avatar. The golden light is dazzling. One person can be mistaken, but a group of people can't be wrong. Dean Zhu, Ming Shi Yin, sees that Zhu Yongkai has been distracted for too long, so he opens his mouth to wake him up, wondering what he's thinking about. Seeing that Zhu Yongkai doesn't answer, Ming Shi Yin calls out loudly again. Dean Zhu! Zhu Yongkai is startled, quickly turns around and says to Zhu Wenliang, "Thank you, Elder Zhu, for the reminder." Ming Shi Yin is dumbfounded. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong are also dumbfounded. What the hell? Zhu Yongkai finally comes to his senses, his face full of embarrassment, and he hurriedly says, "I'm sorry, I didn't rest well last night, making you laugh." Zhu Wenliang secretly curls his lips. "You only know to thank me now?" Huang Shiji isn't seeing the nine-leaf golden lotus for the first time, so he's much calmer. Of course he knows why Jibro is doing this. Clearly wants to shock the disciples of the Tianxing Academy and Beidou Academy. Jibro's move is really unexpected. Admirable. Admirable. Huang Shiji praises. Lu Zhou shakes his head. This old man is just passing by. What about you, Dean Zhu? Zhu Yongkai reveals an embarrassed expression, and hurriedly replies, I'm just passing by, of course. Huang Shiji nods. That makes it easy. If everyone is just passing by here, then there's no need to rush. What's the hurry? Let's chat here for a bit. It would be great if we had some wine. Ming Shi Yin smiles and says, Sorry, I was in a hurry to go out this morning and forgot to bring it. At the same time, Yanzhou City is now a scene of chaos. Yu Zhanghai shows extremely strong strength, continuously using Descent of the Heavenly King 3 times, killing the Black Knights without leaving a trace of armor. After continuous fighting, Yu Zhanghai's Yuan Qi has been consumed a lot. He looks up ahead. Liu Jihe controls the Flying Lion flying fast. When his Flying Lion is about to leave the city, a pair of golden wings flies from behind. Senior brother, leave the rest to me. Siwuya, wearing the peacock plume wings, turns his head and says, Okay, be careful, junior brother. Yu Zhanghai is full of spirit. Don't worry. After all, I'm a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. After speaking, Siwuya rushes out, his wings flapping strongly, shooting out countless needle-like energy, sweeping away the low-level cultivators. Liu Jihe raises his eyebrows unhappily when he sees Siwuya's wings. There's this trick too. Hurry up and accelerate. Your Highness, rest assured, this subordinate guarantees that you can leave safely. Whoosh! The Flying Lion tilts up, flies over the towering city wall, and heads south. Siwuya's wings are used to the extreme, chasing behind like an arrow. Energy needles are constantly firing at the Flying Lion. Swish! Half of the bottom of the Flying Lion is cut off by the needles, and the formation patterns on the Lion immediately disintegrate. Your Highness! Ditch the Lion! A black shadow grabs Liu Zihe and falls from the sky to the ground. The black shadow wears a mask, blocking in front of Liu Zihe. The masked man raises his head to look at Siwuya, and says in a deep voice, Your Highness, retreat quickly, stop him at all costs. Liu Zihe says in a deep voice, Yes. The masked man bursts out with a bizarre aura, steps on the ground and shoots up, his palms striking out a majestic palm print. Siwuya raises his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, there are still such experts beside Liu Ji. Then he flaps his wings and rushes down. Huh? The masked man didn't expect Siwuya to ignore him and rush straight to Liu Zihe. Siwuya's speed is too fast, no slower than the speed of the Flying Lion, let alone Liu Zihe no longer has the Flying Lion at this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Energy needles fill the sky. The masked man uses a great divine power technique to approach Siwuya. Is that all you've got? He threw a barrage of punches at the peacock plume. Siwuya ignored him and continued to borrow the force to rush down. Thanks! The wings on Siwuya's back suddenly detached, combined from 2 into 1. The light dissipated, and the peacock plume turned into a stream of light, carrying gang needles to strike Liu Jihe. Liu Jihe's face turned pale as he unleashed his gang chi to defend. Boom! The peacock plume easily shattered the gang chi protecting Liu Jihe and slammed into his chest. Huffed! Liu Zihe was seriously injured and flew backward, crashing through several trees. Siwuya had no intention of stopping, and continued to sprint forward. The masked man cursed. Damn it! Even though he didn't think much of Siwuya's strength and cultivation, this unconventional fighting style pissed him off, so he used his great divine power technique to appear next to Siwuya and threw a palm strike. Siwuya blocked with his hand, retreated in midair, stabilized himself, and landed on the ground. The situation in Yanzhou City is already set. Why bother struggling in vain? Siwuya said. It's all for your master. His Highness the Prince has abandoned Yanzhou. Why are you still chasing after him? I'm killing for the enemy. I'm saving my master. Siwuya sneered. Crown Prince Liu Jihe is obsessed with the culture of foreign races, and even held foreign dance parties in his palace. To satisfy his personal preferences, he doesn't mind leading wolves into the house. Is such a master worth protecting? The Tao of the sovereign and his subjects is the constant of morality. You rebel army only knows how to spout nonsense, the masked man said in a deep voice. A foolishly loyal person is both sad and pathetic. Wants to die. The masked man unleashed a fist of Gangqi, his figure like lightning. Clang, clang, clang! Si Wuyai unleashed double palms. The two engaged in a fierce battle. The masked man displayed incredible combat power, each move pressing Si Wuyai, the fist of Gangqi cutting through his protecting Gangqi, temporarily making it impossible for Si Wuyai to fight back and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Boom! Two fists of Gangqi slammed into Si Wuyai's hands, and Si Wuyai retreated again. The masked man laughed loudly. It seems not everyone in the Demon Sky Pavilion is strong. If the opponent was Yu Zhenghai, he would have bolted without hesitation. You're celebrating too early! Si Wuyai flipped his hand, and the peacock plume spun and fired gang needles. The number was small, but the power was immense. The masked man continuously waved his hands to knock away the Gangqi. When the last Gangqi flew in front of him, it suddenly turned into many small gang needles, using an extremely strange speed to shatter the mask on his face. Shatter! A crisp sound rang out, his mask shattered and fell to the ground. Lu Hong, it's you! Si Wuyai recognized this person. That's right, it's me! Si Wuyai, the Demon Sky Pavilion destroyed my Henghua school and killed my disciples. As the sect leader, how can I sit still and do nothing? Si Wuyai shook his head and said, the Henghua school has provoked the Demon Sky Pavilion several times. If my master knew you were so stubborn, Si Wuyai didn't finish his sentence. I'm afraid my master would wipe out your entire Henghua school. Lu Hong laughed even louder. That's why I have to kill you now, no one will know. The Gangqi exploded, and Lu Hong rushed forward with all his might. Si Wuyai retreated, pushing out his palms to deflect the fist of Gangqi. Clang, clang, clang. The two advanced and retreated. Si Wuyai retreated again in midair, dodging an attack. Lu Hong smiled faintly. That's all you got. Si Wuyai didn't care about his mockery, but looked at Liu Ji lying on the ground. Liu Ji is going to die. Lightly tapping his toes, Si Wuyai flew into the air and threw out the peacock plume. The peacock plume turned into peacock wings, but did not attach to Si Wuyai's back, but spun in the air. Gang needles like a rain of pear blossoms shot out. From the Great Compassion Mantra, there is a rumor in the cultivation world that people who cultivate the Great Compassion Mantra can make the heavens and earth bleed, and demons cry and ghosts howl. The Great Compassion Mantra, combined with the peacock plume, can maximize the power of this technique. Si Wuyai rarely fights with moves, and the peacock opening screen hardly has any chance to appear. This time, to kill Liu Ji, Si Wuyai must do his best. Lu Hong widened his eyes and summoned his Dharma body to meet the attack. Damn it! The seven-leaf Dharma body appeared, 9 zang long, lying horizontally, shielding Liu Zihi. The rain of gang needles pierced the Dharma body, but it still couldn't block all the gang needles, and several gang needles pierced Liu Zihi. Collect! Si Wuyai collected the peacock plume. The Great Compassion Mantra also stopped, and at the same time Si Wuyai flew backward, without hesitation. Want to escape? Lu Hong didn't expect that he would want to escape after performing the Great Compassion Mantra, and immediately rushed to pursue him. Si Wuyai achieved his goal. Of course he had to run away, being a battle maniac has never been his style. But the seven-leaf Dharma body is not so easy to mess with. When Lu Hong was about to catch Si Wuyai, a voice suddenly came from Yanzhou City. My good brother, where are you? Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai was worried because Si Wuyai had been gone for so long and hadn't returned, so he rushed over. This call made Lu Hong, who was originally as fierce as a dragon, suddenly deflate like a coward. He decisively withdrew his Dharma body and turned to fly towards Liu Jihi. My good brother! Another call made Lu Hong's hair stand on end, and his feet accelerated even more. This guy is really not to be trifled with. Si Wuyai shook his head and lowered his hands. He ran away already. Yu Zhenghai flickered over and, seeing Si Wuyai floating in the air, immediately happily called out, My good brother, are you okay? That person is Lu Hong of the Henghua school, don't let him escape. Si Wuyai pointed in the direction of Lu Hong rushing into the woods. Yu Zhenghai saw Si Wuyai's disheveled hair and raised his eyebrows and said, Leave it to me, brother. Whoosh! Another great divine power technique. Lu Hong didn't dare to stop. Carrying Liu Jihi and fleeing with all his strength, he abandoned Liu Zihi, weaving through the jungle, running from corner to corner. Have you ever been chased by someone? People in a state of panic will often run blindly by instinct, sometimes turning left, sometimes turning right, just wanting to shake off the opponent. Lu Hong is like this now. He doesn't dare to fly out of the forest, just running around in the woods. Even Li Hong himself had no clue where he was, totally disoriented. All he wanted was to ditch Yu Zhenghai. Maybe the trick worked? Lu Hong didn't feel anyone chasing him, breathed a sigh of relief, but BAM! A maniacal laugh echoed through the woods. In the sky, the emerald jade saber turned into a freakin' meat grinder, blasting out countless mystic celestial beams, wiping out a whole chunk of forest. Lu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He darted out of the woods, yelling, "A mountain! And disciples from the Beidou Academy? WTF are they doing here?" "It's Lu Hong from the Henquist School." Someone recognized him and shouted. Lu Hong was overjoyed, screaming like a madman. "Save me! Kill that Ji Laomo's disciple!" He should have kept his mouth shut. Saying that just made 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples change their expressions. At the same time, behind them, a Taoist seal flew over, the blue seal manifesting into a palm strike. "The great fearless seal!" The seal slammed right into Lu Hong. Lu Hong just proved what happens when you face tank a seal. Boom! Reduced to ashes. Silence returned to the Shuangxi Peak. Zhu Yongkai's mouth went dry, his legs felt like jelly, and he couldn't help but tremble. He wanted his legs to steady, but he was powerless. The Hengqi School's sect leader, Lu Hong, a seven-leaf expert, just got yeeted into oblivion by a single palm. Zhu Yongkai suddenly remembered when he first arrived at Shuangxi Mountain. The Zhu Wuyang family welcomed him. Then he met Ming Shi Yin, and finally, he ascended the mountain to meet Ji Tiandao. If anything went wrong during that process, his ending would probably be no different from Lu Hong's. He dared not remember anymore. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Lu Zhou didn't give a damn about Lu Hong's life or death. Before secluding himself, he had warned the Hengqi school, "If you insist on opposing the Great Dark Heaven, then accept annihilation." To make sure this palm strike was potent enough to kill the target, Lu Zhou didn't skimp on unfathomable power, using a full 1/3 of his reserves. According to calculations, after comprehending Terra, killing a seven-leaf expert only required 1/5 of his unfathomable power. But to be safe, Lu Zhou used 1/3, which was very effective at deterring others. One palm strike turned Lu Hong into ash, and even Huang Shiji was shaken by the sight for a long moment. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou finally spoke. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous, don't be nervous." Zhu Yongkai waved his hands repeatedly, appearing calm on the surface. But he was scared less inside. The crowd looked at the giant saber energy above the dense forest. Huang Shiji smiled and said, "Venerable Master Yu is as aggressive as ever." The great mystic celestial palm unleashed such a wide range of mystic celestial beams with only one goal: finding Lu Hong. This scene was very similar to when Lu Zhou wanted to capture Yu Zhenghai at Jingmingdao Mountain Peak, only Yu Zhenghai was much more violent, as the entire forest was cut down. Yu Zhenghai keenly shifted his gaze to the nearby Shuangxi Peak, simultaneously spotting over 1,000 cultivators dressed in white gathered there. Just then, he saw a massive palm strike, crushing Lu Hong like a fly. Even Yu Zhenghai, an 8-leaf cultivator, was startled when he saw the blue palm seal. Friend or foe? Who unleashed that palm on Shuangxi Peak? Why was the seal blue? A bunch of questions popped up, making Yu Zhenghai hesitant to act rashly. Seeing over 1,000 Beidou Academy disciples, Yu Zhenghai secretly speculated, could it be Zhu Yukai? But on second thought, there was no way Zhu Yongkai's cultivation could unleash such a ghost god wailing palm strike. Just as Yu Zhenghai was about to get closer for a closer look, "Eldest brother? What's wrong?" Yu Zhenghai looked towards Si Wuya running over. "The big picture is important. Let's take down Yanzhao first. There's movement on Shuangxi Peak, probably an enemy ambush," Si Wuya said. "You want to investigate the truth?" Yu Zhenghai asked. The reason Shuangxi Mountain was named Shuangxi was because of 2 large rocks blocking the view. Plus, the high peak and distance made it difficult to see the situation up there. "But how can a 15 zang tall avatar fool me?" Si Wuya laughed. "Relax, eldest brother. If they wanted to attack us, they would have come already. Why wait until Prince Liu Zihe is dead? And even if he's dead, they still haven't come." Yu Zhenghai pointed toward Shuangxi Peak. "Little brother, you didn't see it, but I just saw a massive seal, bluish. Looked like this." Yu Zhenghai was about to gesture and show the size of the seal, but suddenly felt that doing so would ruin his sect leader image, so he just coughed. In short, it was a palm seal that killed Lu Hong. Isn't that great then? With Lu Hong dead, the Henghua school is like a snake without a head, scattered and disorganized. When eldest brother unifies the world, there will be one less obstacle. Si Wuya replied with a smile. Yu Zhenghai nodded and said, "So the people on Shuangxi Peak aren't enemies?" "No wait, those people are clearly Academy disciples." Si Wuya knew Yu Zhenghai's personality. If he knew that their master was helping him, he would be very unhappy. So he quickly said, "This is not important. The situation in Yanzhou City is very urgent. Eldest brother should return quickly." Yu Zhenghai sighed helplessly. Fine. For him, the grand cause was more important. Si Wuya was using this to divert Yu Zhenghai's attention. Of course, Si Wuya also knew that he wasn't the only one who saw the 9-leaf avatar, but with the current situation, there was no need to tell his eldest brother and add to his worries. On Shuangxi Peak, Lu Zhou and the others observed the battle situation in Yanzhou City. The Nether sect had completely gained the upper hand. Lu Zhou wasn't in a hurry to leave. He was thinking about what Ming Xiyin had just said. What if that 9-leaf expert is still in the palace? Brother Ji, the overall situation has been decided. I originally thought I had to make a trip to Yanzhou, but it seems unnecessary now, Huang Shiji said. Lu Zhou glanced at him. Oh right, we're just passing by. Huang Shiji immediately corrected himself, also feeling like he was meddling. If a 9-leaf was here, even if he came, he would just be applauding for them. Lu Zhou nodded and said, It's not entirely unnecessary, you just give the orders. Penglai Island will fully support you, at any cost. Huang Shiji replied, Tell your chief disciple to work his ass off. This old man told him to investigate the whereabouts of that woman surnamed Luo, and still no concrete news. Lu Zhou scolded. Huang Shiji chuckled sheepishly. Sigh, that good-for-nothing disciple of mine is lazy to the bone and slick as hell, but he's actually good at intel gathering. I'll whip him into shape when I get back. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the battle situation in Yanzhou City completely one-sided, he lost interest in watching and casually asked, How's Shuangkong Island doing? Since Brother Ji single-handedly lifted the island, the formation has been repaired properly, and all 5 Penglai Islands have stabilized. Brother Ji used his strength to stop the calamity. As the island master of Penglai Island, I know how to repay favors, Huang Shiji replied. Zhao Yukai exclaimed in shock. Senior Ji, is it true that you lifted the island with your bare hands? Ming Xinyin rolled his eyes. This guy's a total moron. How can someone this brain-dead be the dean of the Beidou Academy? If I'd known, I would have snatched all the elixirs when I went there looking for Kaye pills, Huang Shiji said unhappily. Dean Zhu, if it weren't for Brother Ji being here, I'd be at odds with you just for that remark. Zhu Yukai looked blank. Brother Ji did Penglai Island a great favor. It's one thing for others to question it, but you're the dean of Beidou Academy. Don't you have any sense of right and wrong? Oh, lifting the island with bare hands sounds unbelievable, but a little investigation will confirm it. Why question it behind someone's back? Clearly trying to sow discord between Penglai Island and the Demon Heaven Pavilion. How could Huang Shiji forgive such a person? Zhao Yukai quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I've been focusing on alchemy and the Golden Lotus these past few months. I didn't realize that lifting Shuangkong Island with bare hands was true. Zhu Yukai then clasped his hands at Lu Zhou. I didn't expect Senior Ji's cultivation to reach such a level. I'm impressed. Lu Zhou was too used to this kind of ass-kissing to care much, and asked about something else. What achievements have you made in researching alchemy and the Golden Lotus? This question made Zhao Yunkai embarrassed. Since the era of severing the Golden Lotus, research projects have been classified. Only core disciples of the Academy and the royal family know, and they're not usually disclosed. Seeing him hesitate, Lu Zhou sighed and said, I remember how glorious Beidou Academy was, with the world in its heart. Back then, every student in the world looked up to Beidou Academy. Now, only a few hundred years later, it's become like this. Isolating itself, working alone, and acting recklessly. No wonder it's fallen to this state. These words made Zhao Yunkai ashamed, his face turning red. Huang Shiji said, Dean Zhao, what can't you say in front of Brother Ji? Brother Ji is already a 9-leaf. Does he crave your crude experience? Receiving guidance from Brother Ji once is far better than you studying hard for 10 years. These words are entirely reasonable. Many young juniors must submit to experienced veterans, just like reading books. There are countless scriptures in this world. If reading books could truly allow one to understand everything, what would be the point of having teachers? Moreover, Yu Shangrong of the Demon Heaven Pavilion has cultivated to 6-leaf after severing the Golden Lotus. Does he need your experience? Zhao Yukai suddenly realized. Island Master Huang is right. I was being narrow-minded. The Academy's mission is to teach the world, which is why the Academy has survived to this day. Sigh. Speaking of this, he sighed. I've been researching severing the Golden Lotus every day for the past half a year, but my achievements have been modest. Tell me a little about it. Lu Zhao tried to appear gentle and calm, as if they were drinking tea and chatting casually. Zhao Yukai said, The reconstruction after severing the Golden Lotus is more complicated than we imagine. Severing the Golden Lotus affects not only the speed of cultivation, but also the Dharma body. Everyone knows that the Dharma body cannot move. It only has one pose, like a sculpture. We can enter inside the Dharma body for defense, but after severing the Golden Lotus, based on powerful willpower, the performer can control the Dharma body to make some strange movements to release more powerful moves. The number of lotus leaves opened before severing the Golden Lotus will affect the speed of reconstruction. The more lotus leaves, the faster the cultivation. Unbelievably fast. I and the Dean of Tianxing Academy, Meng Nanfei, have discussed this, and we all agree that severing the Golden Lotus is like a kind of recovery. Huang Shiji was like, Wait, hold up! The Golden Lotus severance ain't all sunshine and rainbows, you know? Zhu Yukai jumps in. The secrets of the Golden Lotus need mad research still. Why the heck does the Golden Lotus suck up lifespan energy? Still a mystery, fam. Chopping the Golden Lotus nerfs the Hoshin, which is supposed to be a tank. The Lotus can block heavenly grade weapon damage. Without it, you're down 30% power. Straight up trash. Plus, no one's proven you can regrow a new Golden Lotus after you yeet the old one. Ever. Is the 9-leaf even the final form? Is there a 10-leaf waiting to drop? They both turn to stare at Lu Zhou, cause he's rocking the 9-leaf Golden Lotus. Only he knows the post-9-leaf life. Lu Zhou deadpans. 9-leaf's still unstable. 10-leaf is like ages away. They nod. The Lotus severance era's here. This tide's unstoppable. Who knows what the future holds? Lu Zhou hits with. Beidou Academy's always been tight with the royals. Any 9-leaf chads hiding in the palace? Zhu Yukai shakes his head. Never heard of it. A kingdom ain't big enough for 2 tigers. If there was a 9-leaf, would the emperor be chill? Nah. But back when the previous emperor was around, there were rumors. He pauses, thinks. He and Senior Ji were homies. The previous emperor's cultivation talent was trash compared to others. But then he got a mentor. Boom! Power spike! And then he snagged the throne. Lu Zhou perks up. You know where this mentor's at? Zhu Yunkai sighs. The old mentor kicked the bucket. The previous emperor was heartbroken, mourned for 3 days straight, gave the mentor a royal funeral, even guarded the tomb for 3 years himself. You saw all this? Nah, bro, that was way back. Just rumors, you know? Zhu Yunkai replies. So where's the tomb at? That's top secret. The previous emperor had it built in secret, then buried all the workers alive to keep it quiet. The historians didn't even write it down. Probably no one knows now. Mysteries solved, basically. Lu Zhao's 99% sure this mentor was the mystery dude in the coffin. No wonder Liu Guowa's simping so hard, alive or dead. No one saw it themselves, so who TF knows? Suddenly, Ming Xiyin's being a nosy little SHT. So, how many leaves has the current emperor bloomed? Zhu Yunkai's whole body tenses up. Dude's forehead is now a slip, and slide. Zhu Yunkai stammers, glances at the 1,000+ disciples waiting outside. He knows one wrong word means 1,000 deaths. Honestly, all the leaf opening pills the academy makes go straight to the palace. In the past 6 months, the 2 big academies, and the Danyang Sect, cooked up a total of 108 leaf opening pills. Ming Xiyin's eyes go wide. That's a ton. Is he a 108 leaf chad now? Ahem. Zhu Yunkai stutters. 1 leaf opening pill doesn't guarantee 1 new leaf. The pill works by boosting chi absorption speed, which feeds into cultivation. Once you hit 5 or 6 leaves, you need at least 10 pills, maybe dozens, to open 1 more. So how many leaves has the emperor got? Ming Xiyin keeps pushing. You're dodging the question, bro. Don't you make me mad. If Master wasn't here, I'd punch you in the face. We really don't know how many leaves the emperor has, Senior Ji. Please forgive us. Zhu Yunkai says nervously. Haha, won't spill the beans, huh? Ming Xiyin's about to blow a gasket, but Lu Zhou raises a hand, cuts him off. Alright, I believe you. Lu Zhou doesn't even know how many leaves his own dumb disciple Shangrong has bloomed, so it's not a big deal that Zhu Yunkai doesn't know the emperor's level. Thank you for your trust, Senior Ji. Zhu Yunkai sighs in relief. Academy head Zhu. Lu Zhou says, staring right into Zhu Yunkai's soul. What are you planning to do now? This. Zhu Yukai clasps his hands. To dominate the world, rebuild the academy, and reclaim its former glory. Beidou Academy has a ton of potential. And Zhu Yunkai, you're no small-minded dude. I suggest you seriously think about what the academy should and shouldn't do when you get back. How to survive long-term. Don't rush into decisions, and don't let blind loyalty cloud your mind. Think it through. Lu Zhou gives him some sage advice. After that, Lu Zhou stands up, flicks his sleeve. 4th, help Master onto the palanquin. Lu Zhou jumps back onto the flying palanquin. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong instinctively follow. Ming Xiyin whips around, glares at them. What the hell are you doing? Get lost! Oh, want a freeload at the Demon Heaven Pavilion again? Not a chance. Ming Xiyin kicks them. Zhu Wenliang, Wang Jianrang, and Zhang Gong all drop to their knees. Thank you for sparing our lives, Senior Ji. Thank you for sparing our lives. Huang Shiji also gets up, turns to Zhu Yukai. A wise man knows when to fold. Zhu Academy head. A smart bird picks the right branch. Take care, take care, take care. Zhu Yunkai fights down his fear, watches Huang Shiji fly off on the palanquin. Boom! Ming Xiyin yeets the cloud-piercing flying shuttle and vanishes into the blue yonder. Zhu Yunkai watches it go, then collapses like a sack of potatoes, gasping for air like a fish out of water. The North Star Library disciples finally dare to fly up, only to find their Eni sprawled on the ground. Major facepalm moment. They rush to help Zhu Yunkai up. Dean! You good, bro? Dean? Where did that old geezer hit you? Is it serious? They ask, all worried. Shut your trap. Zhu Yukai suddenly smacks the blabbermouth. Loose lips sink ships, got it? The disciple clutches his cheek, muttering, got it, Dean. Dean, are we still going to Yanzhou? Are you kidding me? Zhu Yunkai doesn't even glance at Yanzhou City. You wanna die? 'Cause that's how you die. Didn't you see the Heavenly Travels library disciples hauling ass? What kind of trash did I raise? Back to the library. Zhu Yunkai orders, leading the charge. 1,000 disciples obediently follow. They barely get anywhere when Zhu Yunkai has a change of heart. First, to the Heavenly Travels Library. Yes, sir. At the Heavenly Travels Library in Divine Capital, Dean Meng Nanfei chugs a cup of tea, finally calming down. Was that a hallucination? Meng Nanfei's been back for a while but still feels like he's tripping. Nah, Dean, you ain't crazy. We saw it too. That was 100% the 9-leaf golden lotus, no cap. Yeah, I saw it. Your retreat call was clutch, Dean. Top-tier decision. Meng Nanfei glares at them. Too lazy to deal with these bootlickers. Just then, a disciple runs in. Dean! Zhu Dean of the North Star Library is here. Show him in! Soon, Zhu Yunkai struts into the Heavenly Travels Library's council hall with 2 goons in tow. Meng Nanfei greets him with a fake smile. Dean Zhu, what an honor. Sorry for not greeting you sooner. Zhu Yukai, I ain't got time for your BS. Granddaddy of the Demon Sky Pavilion has a message for ya. Zhu Yunkai states. A message? I saw you running for your life. Who runs that cowardly? Meng Nanfei says seriously. Spare me the act. I ain't mocking you. I was there too, remember? Zhu Yunkai retorts. Meng Nanfei is dumbfounded. The disciples' eyes are popping out. Zhu Yunkai recounts everything that happened at Twinstone Peak, word for word, repeating Lu Zhou's message. Meng Nanfei staggers, legs shaking, internally screaming. That was a close call. Zhu Yunkai, seeing his pale face, says, Chu Wenliang sent you a flying letter, and you ignored it. He's a Taishu Academy elder after all. Don't remind me, bro. Thinking about it now scares me to death. Meng Nanfei waves his hands frantically. Good thing Meng Nanfei didn't meet Chu Wenliang himself. Otherwise, with that attitude, one palm strike would have turned him to dust, no doubt. After the fall of Han Duyan Chao, the cultivation world splits into 2 factions. One, supporting the underworld, simply because the Demon Sky Pavilion is backing them, basically getting protection from the OG 9-leaf. The other faction continues to support Divine Capital, because Divine Capital is unshakable. Meanwhile, everyone's cultivation speed is off the charts. It's only a matter of time before a new 9-leaf shows up. The next day, at the East Pavilion, after a night of comprehending the heavenly book, Lu Zhou assesses the extraordinary power stored in his body. While the comprehension speed has increased significantly, so has the power storage capacity, so it'll still take about 5 days to fill it up. Over 100,000 merit points. Time to level up. Through his own cultivation, Lu Zhou is nearly breaking through, which he didn't expect. Maybe it's the result of merging the human scroll and the earth scroll. First, gotta reverse some lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 2,593 days. Lu Zhou uses a reversal card, and energy rapidly gathers. His remaining lifespan immediately increases by 500 days. Before, each card added 300 days. Now it's a whopping 500 days. For a cultivator, the last 100 years of their life are when their cultivation declines. In other words, as long as you're under 900 years old, your cultivation won't be affected by your lifespan. Still need more than 4 years. Lu Zhou decides to use another reversal card without hesitation. The entire East Pavilion is enveloped in thick vitality. The people of the Demon Sky Pavilion are used to this. No one finds it strange anymore. The 4 Demon Sky Pavilion elders look up at the East Pavilion. I'm starting to wonder if the Pavilion Master is practicing some kind of dark art. Hua Wudao asks, puzzled. Dark art? Look, everyone, the vitality in the sky above the East Pavilion is constantly gathering. The Pavilion Master has clearly broken through to 9 leaves. Why would he need to absorb vitality? Hua Wudao remarks. Zuo Yushu shakes his head. If it really was a dark art, Big Bro could just directly absorb other people's lifespans. Wouldn't that be better? Why bother with all this trouble? Pan Lishan says, don't be surprised. Cultivators always make a commotion when they break through. Everyone does. Especially a master like the Pavilion Master. Just get used to it. It'll quiet down soon. Elder Pan makes sense. Suddenly, a resonant energy sound echoes from the East Pavilion again. The 4 elders look up again. Didn't you say it would quiet down? Why the hell is it still going on? Pan Lishan said. Maybe the masters haven't finished breaking through yet. This old man has experienced this before. 1 breakthrough creates 2 movements. This kind of situation is extremely rare. It seems that the masters have gained a lot this time. A moment later, the East Pavilion was as quiet as before. But immediately afterwards, the exact same movement appeared again. This is... Pan Lishan's poker face was completely dumbfounded. Old Pan, stop bullshitting. Lang Luo turned her head and glared at him. How is this possible? The four looked at the East Pavilion in confusion, unable to understand. The third wave of life force ended, and a new wave appeared shortly after. Repeatedly, from the beginning of the movement to the 10th wave of life energy, the four elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion were completely stunned. After who knows how long, the four regained their senses. Zuo Yushu suddenly opened her mouth and said, "There's so much vitality, why don't we take this opportunity to harvest some? Missing out would be a pity." The other three simultaneously looked at Zuo Yushu. The massive life energy is converging in one place. It has already been eroded somewhat. To put it bluntly, the masters are eating meat, and they want to see if they can slurp up some soup. Makes sense. If the unabsorbable life energy is wasted outside, it would be a waste. Better for us, the family, to salvage some leftover soup. So the four elders went to the East Pavilion and saw the life energy constantly gathering in the sky. The four exchanged glances and walked into the courtyard, sitting cross-legged, breathing in and out. The life energy swept past them and entered the room. At this moment, Lu Zhou had no idea how much he was shocking the elders. He wasn't worried about anyone disturbing his cultivation. After what happened before, whenever Lu Zhou went into seclusion, the disciples of the Demon Heaven Pavilion would actively avoid him. It's just that this time the life energy was too dense. Life energy doesn't affect young people much, but for these old fogies, it's a priceless treasure. After using 10 reversal cards, Lu Zhou looked at the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 25, 593 days. Nothing unusual. Each reversal card grants 500 days of life. If it weren't for wanting to increase his strength quickly, Lu Zhou would have used all his merit points to buy reversal cards. Continue. Lu Zhou took out another reversal card. The four elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion had gradually gotten used to it, constantly absorbing the life energy lingering in the air without entering the room. This situation is just like the saying, when one person attains the Dao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Soon, Lu Zhou used up another 10 reversal cards, and his remaining lifespan had reached 3,593 days, 82 years. 18 more years to reach 100, Lu Zhou couldn't help but sigh. For ordinary people, how many times in their life do they get 18 years? Even an 8-leaf cultivator whose lifespan is running out would understand how valuable these 18 years are. 100 years pass by in a hurry, like the blink of an eye. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly and continued to use 13 more reversal cards. Remaining lifespan, 37,093 3 days. Calculating a bit, Lu Zhou has about 101 years of life. He felt a lot more relaxed. Immediately afterwards, the effects of the reversal card became apparent. At this moment, Lu Zhou had strands of auburn hair on his shoulders. When he first transmigrated, his hair was snow white, but now it was interspersed with black and white. The wrinkles on his hands had also reduced, and his skin looked more vibrant. Lu Zhou really wanted to see how his appearance had changed, but the Demon Heaven Pavilion didn't have a mirror, and he didn't have a camera. Oh well, this old man must be a handsome and dashing old man. Lu Zhou stood up and did a series of body movements, feeling not bad. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Zhou only had 16 reversal cards left, and that hoarding cards would cause the system to increase prices, Lu Zhou would have used all his merit points to exchange them. Breaking through my cultivation is more important. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a small Dharma body appeared. Underneath, the golden lotus had 2 glittering golden lotus leaves. Lu Zhou concentrated his mind, gathering energy. Soon, countless circles of energy gradually gathered around the Dharma body and fell onto the golden lotus. The 4 elders sat on the edge of the courtyard, constantly breathing in and out. After a while, the remaining life energy gradually disappeared. The 4 opened their eyes. Zuo Yushu said, "I didn't expect that Big Brother could harvest so much life energy. It seems he's reached his limit." Lang Luo also spoke. "Perhaps the masters are researching some healing methods like the Buddhists' mirror terrace or Shihong salvation. When performing Shihong salvation, it also creates life energy." "That's possible, but casting it continuously more than 30 times is a bit twisted, isn't it?" Zuo Yushu frowned. "Dare to speak ill of Big Brother behind his back, this old woman will go and report you." Don't, Senior Zuo, please forgive me. I was just joking a little." Hua Wu Dao waved his hands repeatedly. "What do you guys think?" Lang Luo asked. "Pretty good," Pan Lishan replied. "This life energy is extremely rich, very good for the meridians, and can also prolong life. The only bad thing is that there's too little. I didn't absorb enough." "Old Pan, don't be too greedy." As the 4 were discussing, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the room, carrying a strong gale. The 4 were startled and looked over. The gale wasn't strong, but for experienced old men like them, they were too familiar with this situation. "Leaf opening," Pan Lishan said in surprise. "The masters are opening a leaf. The masters are already 9 leaves. Could it be they're opening a 10th leaf? Hua Wudao widened his eyes. How is that possible? Lang Luo stood up abruptly, his face grave as he looked at the room in front of him. Zuo Yushu shook her head and said, "That's not right. The gale just now wasn't very strong, at most only 3 leaves or 4 leaves. Stop guessing." Pan Lishan turned and walked away, waving the gourd of wine in his hand. Once bitten, twice shy. No matter what the masters do, this old man won't find it strange. Don't be curious, no matter what. That makes sense. Hua Wudao also turned and left the East Pavilion. Lang Luo and Zuo Yushu also followed out of the East Pavilion. The 4 stopped. Damn, Shixiang's cultivation is acting up today. Guess I'll just babysit him here. I'll stand here and watch too, said Pan Lishan. Lan Luo and Hua Wudao coordinated like pros. The 4 of them lined up, turning their heads toward Dongyi of Green Willows, and nodded in satisfaction at the 3 leaves before them. Originally, Lu Zhou planned to save up merit points for later leaf openings. But now it seems his cultivation progress is too slow. He can keep accumulating merit points while leveling up. 2 birds, 1 stone. Plus, now that he's a 3-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator, it'll take even longer to open leaves on his own later on. Bought a golden lotus leaf opening seed, costing 50,000 merit points, yielding a golden lotus leaf opening experience different from opening leaves manually. This time, the moment Lu Zhou had the thought, he felt a magical energy vibrating, surrounded by dense primal qi. The primal qi rapidly condensed into a torrent, falling onto the Dharma body, and rings of energy formed around the Dharma body, plunging straight down onto the golden lotus. Swoosh! A glittering golden leaf slowly emerged, and Lu Zhou officially became a 4-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivator. At the same time, Lu Zhou felt his Dantian and Qi Si expand several times over, and the primal Qi stored within also increased considerably. Lu Zhou was overjoyed. He wasn't lacking in skills, experience, or insight. The only thing he lacked was primal Qi. Continue to buy Golden Lotus Leaf Opening Seed, costing 50,000 merit points, yielding a Golden Lotus Leaf Opening experience. Outside the East Gate, the 4 elders, eyes glazed over. Did I just see things? Hua Wudao raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Old me saw it too. The leaf opening vibration appeared again. Lan Lugo's tone was firm. Opening leaves twice in a row? Zuo Yushu asked doubtfully. Old Pan, why aren't you saying anything? Old me originally wanted to say that opening leaves twice in a row is extremely rare but not impossible. But a 3rd time is definitely impossible. However, old me was afraid that as soon as I finished speaking, Master would open 3 leaves. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar energy wave came from Dongji. It really is opening 3 leaves. Pan Lishan, the other 3, looked at Pan Lishan as if they were looking at a senile old man. You actually thought of such a brain-dead idea? You were once the top expert of the Jingming Dao, and now you're one of the 4 great elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Can't you even figure out such a simple truth? Master is already a 9-leaf. What's with opening leaves? Master isn't opening leaves at all, but experimenting with a new toy. The 3 ignored the senile old man Pan Lishan and turned to look at Lu Zhao's room. Zuo Yushu said, 500 years ago, everyone respected me, thinking that old me was a cultivation genius of the Confucian school. At that time, Shixiang hadn't achieved anything yet, but even then, old me could see that Shixiang was definitely not just a fish in a pond. 300 years ago, Shixiang reached the peak of the cultivation world, becoming an 8-leaf powerhouse. You can see how accurate old me's eyes were. The only thing old me regrets is that when I was young, I didn't understand and missed out. Hold up! Hold up! Pan Lishan raised his hand. Why are you bringing up old history? Old me was just feeling sentimental and wanted to talk about the glorious days of the past. Can't I? Pan Lishan replied. All right, go on, continue. Lan Luo was speechless and could only glare at Pan Lishan. Serves you right for being single till now. Interrupted by Pan Litian, Zuo Yushu also lost the mood to continue. The 4 elders all looked toward Dongye. The commotion finally stopped, and no more energy emanated from Dongye. Inside the room, Lu Zhou contentedly looked at his Dharma body and the 5-leaf golden lotus in his hand. In the cultivation world, the nascent divinity realm is considered the entry level of cultivation. From 1-leaf to 4-leaf are small-time cultivators, and only reaching 5-leaf does one become a major cultivator. In other words, now with his 5-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivation, Lu Zhou has officially become a major cultivator. He clenched his hand, the Dharma body dissipated, and Lu Zhou stood up in satisfaction. Then he went to the desk to look at the ancient sheepskin map. The map didn't expand in area, still only showing the entirety of Great Yan, but it looked clearer. If the ancient sheepskin map shows information related to the Book of Heaven, then the next clue is probably in Great Yan. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. To this day, he still doesn't know where the memory crystal ball is, and there are no clues about the other fragments of the Book of Heaven. If you don't help me find clues, What do I need you for? Lu Zhou cursed at the map and turned to leave the room. Creak. The door opened, and Lu Zhou walked out with his hands behind his back. The four elders simultaneously looked up at Master, then everyone's faces turned blank. Although the clothes, demeanor, and aura hadn't changed, Lu Zhou's hair, eyes, and skin had undergone earth-shattering transformations. The four elders stared at Lu Zhou. What the hell? Their minds couldn't process it. Is that Master's younger brother? Hua Wu Dao stammered. Old me has never heard of Da Shixiong having a younger brother. Old me suspects this person is an imposter. Impossible. Who could get past the eyes of the four of us to enter, and even fool Master? And if that person was a 10-leaf, would they need to impersonate anyone? The four looked at each other, their analysis very reasonable. Zuo Yushu leaned on her panlong staff and stepped forward, bowing and saying, Dai Shixiong looks very much like he did 500 years ago today. Lu Zhou knew that his rejuvenation would cause them to overthink. But was 500 years ago a bit of an exaggeration? Lu Zhou wasn't worried that the four elders would cause trouble, even if his current cultivation was only 5-leaf. Even if the four elders really had bad intentions, Lu Zhao's extraordinary power could solve all four of them as easily as flipping his hand, let alone that this situation was impossible. Pan Lichin cupped his hands and said, Master looks very imposing, with high spirits. His cultivation must have broken through again. Hua Wudao also followed suit. Congratulations, Master! Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back, stepped down the stairs, and looked at the four of them. Each leaf opened adds 50 years to one's lifespan, but how much the 9-leaf adds, old me doesn't know. The four people's hearts stirred upon hearing this. Opening the 9 leaves does indeed increase lifespan. Looking at Master's appearance, it doesn't seem to be just a simple 50-year increase. Even if they couldn't sense Lu Zhao's powerful aura, no one dared to doubt it. Lan Luo cupped his hands. It seems Master's 9-leaf Dharma body has stabilized its foundation. Lan Mu felt ashamed and asked to return to cultivation. The old geezer also went back to cultivating. Hua Wu Dao and Zuo Yushu didn't plan to stay either. Lu Zhou waved his hand and said, Off you go. Lan Luo saying Lu Zhao's 9 leaves had stabilized his foundation was also very reasonable. The Yuan Shen realm is divided into 3 stages: Dao Source, Hunyuan, and Harmony. When Lu Zhou was at the 2-leaf stage, he was in the Dao Source stage. Now that he is at 5 leaves, he has entered the Hunyuan stage. Just as Lu Zhou was about to return to his room to continue comprehending the heavenly book, Ming Shi Yin suddenly appeared outside the eastern pavilion. Disciple greets, Master, what's up? Ming Shi Yin bowed and replied, Master, Princess Yongning's injuries have almost fully recovered. Originally, I planned to have her stay here longer, but she wants to go back and see what's what. Do you think we should keep her or send her off? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and pondered. That day when he and Emperor Yongshu, Liu Kui, had a big fight, Princess Yongning and Zhao Yao didn't show up. After all, they were from the royal family and knew to avoid suspicion. Now that Liu Kui is dead, they must have some mixed feelings. Respect her wishes and inform Si Wuya, Lu Zhou said. Understood. Ming Shi Yin wanted to say more but seemed hesitant. The second thing. Your eldest brother sent a flying letter, he said. Spit it out! Lu Zhou frowned. Ming Shi Yin was startled and quickly said, Eldest brother said he's very grateful you stood by and intimidated the opponents, but hopes you won't interfere in his affairs anymore. Insolent! Lu Zhou cursed. Ming Shi Yin quickly chimed in. That's right, Master. Eldest brother is so damn insolent, daring to talk to you like that. Master, do whatever you want. How can a disciple like him make demands? Master, don't pay him any mind. Let me send a flying letter and scold him, and let him know what master-disciple respect is all about. Lu Zhou looked at Ming Shi Yin. If he likes to show off that much, then let him show off. I'll ignore him. Calm down, Master. Calculating the time, there's less than a month left. Yu Zhanghai wanting to take down the divine capital won't be that easy. Lu Zhou stopped thinking about Yu Zhanghai and asked, How's Ye Tiangxin doing? Consider her stable. It's just that I feel Sixth Sister consumed a lot of her lifespan. I don't know if she can recover it later, but keeping her alive is already a great thing. Her mentality isn't bad. She'll be fine after some rest. Should I call her over? No need. I'll go send a flying letter to eldest brother. I'll definitely give him a good scolding. Please rest assured, Ming Shi Yin said, then respectfully left the eastern pavilion. As night fell, in Yanzhou City, Yu Zhanghai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from Hua Zhongyang. Hua Zhongyang reported. In the letter, Fourth Master also said, Please, for the love of God, don't mess with Senior Ji. Senior Ji is already old after all. Besides, taking down the divine capital is definitely not easy. You must think this over. Si Wuya laughed. Fourth brother is truly a genius. Yu Zhanghai nodded. Wei's flying letter will surely anger Master, but for what's to come, Wei must disregard it. Isn't it good to have Master's help? Why? Si Wuya couldn't understand this. He knew eldest brother really wanted this world, and Yu Zhenghai had prepared very carefully for this goal. Eldest brother tried every possible way to avoid master before. Now master has given him half a year, and even intimidated the two great academies. This should be a good thing. Why is eldest brother still unhappy? Yu Zhenghai sighed, and gently waved his hand. You stay, everyone else leave. Yes. It seems there's something hidden. When only the two of them were left in the hall, the atmosphere became quiet and tense. Si Wuya didn't speak, waiting for Yu Zhenghai to speak first. After a long silence, Yu Zhenghai finally said, I'm afraid Wei doesn't have much time left. Si Wuya frowned, his face not showing too much emotion, as if he had already guessed something. He sat still in his chair, motionless, his left hand holding the peacock plume, his fingers moving over each pattern engraved on the weapon. Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuya. You guessed it? Yes, Si Wuya replied simply. Ever since he recorded that diary, Si Wuya knew this day would come, which is why he hid the diary so carefully. He doesn't know how many people will guess this, but this is indeed the... In his younger days, Yu Zhenghai was sold to Lulan, living a life of utter misery. In the end, a royal clansman crushed his heart, causing him to bleed to death. That first death cost him 300 years of lifespan. The second death came after a brawl with his master, when he was killed by an enemy taking advantage of the situation, similarly costing him 300 years. Yu Zhenghai cultivated on the Devil Heaven Pavilion for a total of 300 years. Adding in his youth, even if he was a peak 8-leaf expert at the Great Perfection stage, he still has to face the 1,000-year tribulation. Yu Zhenghai really doesn't have much time left. Yu Zhenghai said, There's nothing to be sad about. Vixiong's life has been worth it. The senior brother has always been curious. Your time is running out, so why are you so insistent on taking down Shendu? Si Wuya looked up at Yu Zhenghai. Don't give me any more grand, inspiring speeches. I didn't ask before, but do you think you can still keep it from me now? What's the point of occupying Shendu when you don't have many years left to live? Want to work hard for others to enjoy? Yu Zhenghai sat down and said sincerely, Vixiong didn't lie to you. Vixiong does have another reason, but it's better if 7th junior brother doesn't ask about it. Si Wuya noticed that Yu Zhenghai's way of addressing him had changed again, clearly indicating a shift in his emotions. Si Wuya chuckled softly, then sighed. Senior brother, do you know why I want to help you? Fellow disciples helping each other is only one of the reasons. Si Wuya slowly said. When I left the Devil Heaven Pavilion, I was young and ambitious, wanting to make a name for myself, wanting to prove myself right, so I went to Shendu as a grand tutor. Later, I discovered that these things didn't satisfy me, so I started researching the 10 absolute formation, researching the abilities of the royal family, researching the restraints of heaven and earth. Humans are very small, and each person's perception is like a circle. As this circle gets bigger, coming into contact with more things, they become more afraid of the unknown. I once thought that there was no problem in the world that I couldn't solve. I knew the 9 provinces of the Great Yan, knew the operating methods of each province, and also knew the rules of nature and weather. The only thing I don't know is what the prison of heaven and earth is. Si Wuya sighed, making Yu Zhenghai's head as big as a bucket. Well, it's good that you have a goal to pursue. I, your senior brother, have my goal to pursue, and you have your goal to pursue. Could it be that what you're pursuing is just Shendu? Si Wuya went around in a circle, finally returning to the main topic. Yu Zhenghai frowned and said, You'll understand this later. No matter what, Vixiong wants to take down Shendu, and no one can stop me. After I die, go back to the Devil Heaven Pavilion and take my punishment from master for me. Seeing how stubborn he was, Si Wuya didn't ask any further. Just then, Hua Zhongyang came outside the door to report. Reporting to the sect leader, there's news of an emergency raid from Liang province. Hua Zhongyang quickly walked in, not even bowing to Yu Zhenghai and Si Wuya. Si Wuya noticed that his expression was unusual, and quickly asked, What's wrong? Something happened in Liang province? Hua Zhongyang took a deep breath, regained his composure, and continued. Wei Zhuoyan colluded with the Ru people, ambushing Liang province city. Yang Yan, Di Qing, and Bai Yuqing defended the city to the death and were seriously injured. After he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Si Wuya and Hua Zhongyang could both feel Yu Zhenghai's rage. Yu Zhenghai desperately suppressed his anger, asking, Are their injuries serious? Bai Yuqing is better, his cultivation is the highest, he needs half a year to recuperate. As for Yang Yan and Di Qing, Hua Zhongyang shook his head. I'm afraid they won't be able to stand up again in this lifetime, and it's unknown whether their cultivation can be restored. Crack! Yu Zhenghai's fist clenched tightly. Bring them back! This subordinate has already sent people to pick them up. But if we bring all 3 of them back, the offensive against Liang province city will be even stronger. What should we do? Hua Zhongyang asked worriedly. This subordinate request to go and defend Liang province city. Yu Zhenghai didn't immediately agree. Even the three great protectors were seriously injured. Hua Zhongyang going there alone would be no different from going to his death. But if they didn't defend Liang province, the foreign races would take advantage of the empty house and invade. At that time, Yu Zhenghai would become a sinner for eternity. Good brother, do you have any brilliant plans? Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuya. Si Wuya didn't answer immediately, but asked Hua Zhongyang, "What's the situation in Ji province?" It's basically been successfully taken down. Currently, only Shendu remains. The battle at Shendu is approaching, and most of the underworld sect's forces are gathered around Shendu. The invasion of the foreign races at this time is definitely not a coincidence. This is also the moment to test the underworld sect. Si Wuya decisively ordered, "Send a flying letter to the Penglai sect, the Masha sect, the Flower Intersecting sect, and the Myriad Poison sect to request reinforcements. Transfer half of the forces from Jing province, Yu province, and Yan province to protect Liang province and Yi province." Then, turning to Yu Zhenghai, he said, "I will also mobilize the brothers in the dark web." Hua Zhongyang asked doubtfully, "Mobilizing our sect members is no problem, and the Penglai sect will also help. But will the Masha sect, the Flower Intersecting sect, and the Myriad Poison sect be willing to help us?" "Don't worry. These forces have survived between the pressure of the royal family and the underworld sect for many years. They have always been neutral. Now that senior brother has reached out to ask for reinforcements, how can they miss this good opportunity to show their worth?" Si Wuya replied, "Those who want to accomplish great things must know how to accept others. What if they betray us during the battle? Standing before the foreign races, I believe even demons have their principles." "Good, let's do it like that." Yu Zhenghai immediately agreed. 3 days later, a flying chariot flew from Liang province back to Yan province city, and 3 stretchers were carried into the courtyard. Yu Zhenghai, Hua Zhongyang, and Si Wuya all personally went out to greet them. The faces of the 3 people lying on the stretchers were all pale, without a trace of blood. Apart from Bai Yuqing, who was still conscious, Yang Yan and Di Qing had both fallen into a deep coma. Yu Zhenghai frowned. Even though he was the sect leader of a sect, when he saw his brothers who had followed him for many years now having such a tragic end, his heart was still as chaotic as a panicked demon, to the point of losing his way. Sect leader. This subordinate is incompetent." Bai Yuqing wanted to sit up, but because he was too seriously injured, he could only lift his shoulders up and then fall back down. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward, gently supporting his shoulder and laying him down. Yu Zhenghai knew that he couldn't panic at this time. His heart had to be as firm as a rock. "You've done very well." Yu Zhenghai suppressed his emotions and said softly, "War is like this. There will be injuries. There will be bloodshed." Sect leader, the Ru general, Li Taluer, after his cultivation has reached the 7th leaf, combined with witchcraft, we subordinates are no match for him. The sect leader must be careful of this person. Bai Yuqing panted and said, "They cultivated to the 7th leaf. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuya, and Hua Zhongyang were all shocked." Bai Yuqing endured the pain and said, "In the past half a year, the 3 of us, in addition to defending Liang province city, also sent people to investigate the foreign races. The Nhu Li peeps are worshipping Ling Wang, and their survival rate after beheading Jin Lian plus their recovery speed is, like, super sus." Yu Zhenghai lays a hand on Bai Yuqing, channeling his weak sauce primordial energy into her to stabilize her breathing. "Get them to the infirmary and fetch the best doc ASAP." "Yes, sir." As the trio gets carted off, Yu Zhenghai's brow furrows deep. Si Wuya chimes in, "This is totally unexpected. Looks like the perfect chance for those foreign devils to invade Dayan." Hua Zhongyang adds, "The Nhu Li Yi have always been eyeing Dayan. Ever since Emperor Yongshu took the throne, they've been constantly poking at the border. Lu Lan may have intermarried with Dayan, but they're still treacherous backstabbers. The other 10 states in Rongbei and Rongxi are just weathercocks." Hua Zhongyang dropping truth bombs. Si Wuya nods. "A 12-state alliance is a long shot, but they'll get there eventually. Once they align their interests, Dayan will be in deep kimchi." Yu Zhenghai barks, "If it weren't for the incompetent royalty, they wouldn't have this chance." Hua Zhongyang and Si Wuya know Yu Zhenghai has a major hate-on for Lu Lan, wishing he could wipe him off the map. If that's the case, then just Island Master Huang Shiji alone ain't gonna cut it. Everyone nods in agreement. The underworld sect may be top dog in Dayan, but most of their forces are gathering around the divine capital for the final showdown. Sending troops to Liangzhou would make taking the capital even harder. Even without foreign interference, the underworld sect has an uphill battle, let alone splitting their forces. "Bro, any bright ideas? We can't let those foreign devils get a foothold." Yu Zhenghai retorts, "Don't you have spies among the foreign tribes? If they aren't fighting, stir up some beef. You're the expert at that." "That's not a compliment. That's a low-key roast." Si Wuya, Senior brother needs time to investigate. A bigger rift needs long-term planning, but the battle for the divine capital is imminent. Unless, Si Wuyai's voice drops. We ask Master to hold down Liangzhu. With that bombshell dropped, Si Wuyai braces for Yu Zhenghai's wrath. Knowing Yu Zhenghai, he'd rather send the whole damn army than ask their master for help. Hua Zhongyang backs away slowly. This topic's too spicy for him. Just when everyone expects Yu Zhenghai to blow a fuse, he suddenly asks, would Master even agree? Si Wuyai's eyes widen. Oops, just spitballing. Besides, you just sent a letter that pissed off Master. Asking him now is just begging for a beatdown. You're lucky if he doesn't beat you senseless. Bro, why the silence? Hua Zhongyang continues to shrink into the shadows, sensing he'll catch stray bullets if the sect leader actually invites Ji Tiandao. Just then, a gentle voice echoes from outside the chamber. Leave it to me. Soft but crystal clear, vibrating with primordial energy, proving the newcomer is a freaking powerhouse. Who's there? All three heads snap toward the door. A figure descends from the sky and strolls into the chamber. Backlit and mysterious, arms crossed, robes billowing, with the hilt of a sword peeking out from his left shoulder. Even without seeing his face, Si Wuyai instantly recognizes the man. Si Wuyai smiles, cupping his fist in respect. Greetings, second senior brother. Greetings, second sir. Hua Zhongyang bows. Yu Zhenghai asks, puzzled. Second junior brother? Yu Shangrong says calmly. Yu Zhenghai, senior brother, how have you been since our last encounter? It's only been a few days. Quit acting like it's been ages. Yu Zhenghai waves it off. Second junior brother, the grand plan is at hand. I don't have time for games. I'm not here to spar. Yu Shangrong shakes his head and takes a seat. Indeed, Liangzhu's position is crucial. Such a vital spot can't be defended by Huang Shiji and a bunch of small fry sects. Even if senior brother came personally, a breezy victory is out of the question. Only I can solve this. Only I can hold Liangzhu. Only I can slay the Wolf King. Each word drips with Yu Shangrong's overflowing confidence. Seeing Yu Zhenghai's awkward expression, Yu Shangrong smiles. My apologies, I've always been blunt. If senior brother finds my words offensive, I'm willing to make amends. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wuyai, and Hua Zhongyang are speechless. Seeing their silence, Yu Shangrong asks, what's up? Just as Yu Zhenghai opens his mouth, Si Wuyai speaks first. Second senior brother, Liangzhu, is not easily defended. Are you confident? No, that's why it's interesting. The question isn't whether it's easy, but what trump cards do you have? The point is, you are only at 6th leaf. How are you going to defend Liangzhou? This is also what Yu Zhenghai is thinking. The two brothers never got along. And now, Yu Shangrong is only at 6th leaf. Yu Shangrong replies serenely. Ahem, where does your confidence come from? Si Wuyai presses on. A flash of light, the Changsheng sword leaps from its scabbard and hovers before Yu Shangrong, a faint red glow shimmering on its blade. Si Wuyai stammers. Talking is such a waste of breath. Yu Zhenghai asks, puzzled. Second junior brother, why do you want to help me? Of course not. There are two reasons. 1, I've been bored lately and need something to do. 2, the underworld sect is fighting on 2 fronts, and the battle for the divine capital will be a fight to the death. If something happens to you, I'll have no worthy opponent. Life will be so boring. Yu Zhenghai's face remains impassive. If something really happened to you, I wouldn't be at peace either. I really want to go to Liangzhou. My mind is made up. Yu Shangrong rises, turns, and coolly exits. Whoosh! The Changsheng sword returns to its sheath. Holding down Liangzhu won't be easy, especially since you're only at 6th leaf. Hua Zhongyang, go with him. Yu Zhenghai orders. Hua Zhongyang bows instantly. Your subordinate obeys. Yu Shangrong pauses, glances back at Hua Zhongyang, and offers a warm smile. If you can keep up with me, I'll show you something awesome. Hua Zhongyang's heart skips a beat. He looks up to see a whirlwind swirling around him. A great teleportation technique. All that's left is a blurry after-image. Hua Zhongyang unleashes his own great teleportation technique to chase after him, appearing in the skies above Yanzhou City in a flash. He glanced around, and finally spotted a Dharma body zooming off to the west, gone in a flash. Wait, hold up, that's seriously just Lu Ye? Hua Zhongyang stuttered. Si Wuyai just smirked, watching Yu Zhenghai step forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Yu Zhenghai stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky for a hot minute before dropping his gaze. Soon after, Hua Zhongyang returned to the courtyard, kneeling and reporting. This subordinate is useless. I lost track of second. Second senior's too damn OP. Couldn't keep up. Yu Zhenghai didn't blame Hua Zhongyang, just sighed. Even though he's gone, I hope eldest won't be pissed at second. Si Wuyai chuckled. Yu Zhenghai replied, just hoping he's confident, not cocky. I trust second senior, Si Wuyai said. 2 days later, in the council room of Yanzhou City, the eldest, Huadian Sect, Masha Sect and Wandu Sect all sent messages, saying they'd go all out to hold Liang Province. Si Wuyai asked. No reply from Penglai Sect? Yu Zhenghai was puzzled. Island Master Huang set off yesterday. Turns out, Ai Jian is Island Master Huang's top disciple. He and Li Jinyi went with Island Master Huang to Liang Province. Yu Zhenghai nodded slightly. Good. The attack on Shendu will proceed as planned. 3 days from now, we'll go all in on Shendu. In Dongge, Lu Yajiao woke up from his comprehension. His primal energies were already over half full. Thinking about the first divine ability of the Earth Scroll, Lu Zhou got curious and started chanting the incantation. Pale blue primal energies swirled around his ears, and Lu Zhou heard the sound of the waterfall behind the mountain. He cranked up the primal energies around his ears, and heard Duan Musheng practicing his spear. Lu Zhou used even more primal energies, and this time he heard all sorts of chaotic sounds, like birds chirping, wind blowing, leaves rustling. The primal energies drained like crazy. Lu Zhou immediately stopped and concluded, the range of this divine ability is directly proportional to the energy consumed. Lu Zhou shook his head. This divine ability is kinda trash. Besides eavesdropping, it's got no practical use. At that moment, Ming Xinyan's voice came from outside the courtyard. Master, 7th Senior sent a message saying eldest is prepping to attack Shendu in 3 days. Also, Penglai Sect, Wandu Sect, Huajian Sect, and Ma Sha Sect are all heading to Liang Province to help fight the aliens. Bai Yu Tingyangyan and Din Qing got wrecked and had to retreat to Yanzhou. Oh yeah, 2nd Senior's in Liang Province too. Creak. Lu Zhou pushed the door open and, with his hands clasped behind his back, said to Ming Shiyin, the aliens finally lost their patience. Lots of aliens treat wild beasts as gods, so when they chop their golden lotus, they're decisive, savage, and fearless of death. Their recovery speed after chopping the golden lotus is also faster. Eldest wants to attack Shendu, so the aliens will definitely take advantage of the unguarded home and invade, Ming Shiyin said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. I've been to the alien lands before. They really do worship fierce beasts. But I didn't expect chopping the golden lotus to benefit them. So they're total dumbasses. Since chopping the golden lotus is beneficial, why don't they cultivate like crazy so the entire alien race can surpass Great Yan? Wouldn't invading Great Yan be easy then? Ming Xinyin said dismissively. Slap! Ming Xinyin immediately raised his hand and slapped himself. They're not stupid. They know to take advantage of the unguarded home to sneak in. How annoying. Master, what now? Lu Zhou fell into thought, stroking his beard as he stepped down the stairs, then looked at Ming Xiyin. 4th, got a job for ya. Head to Liang Province. Huh? Don't wanna? Lu Zhou frowned. Ming Xiyin quickly waved his hands, explaining, it's not that I don't want to go, I'm just a little surprised. Eldest told us not to meddle in his affairs. I'm just afraid he'll be pissed. That's Liang Province, not Shendu. Lu Zhou sighed. Among you, you're the only one I trust to get things done. Your 2nd Senior is always arrogant, cocky, stubborn, and likes to act tough. I'm worried. Ming Xinyin's heart fluttered slightly. He looked up at the old man before him, the carefree smile on his face slowly disappearing. At that moment, he finally saw the serious expression on Lu Zhao's face. Every word, every action showed his sincere concern for his disciples. Ming Xinyin had initially thought it was just another one of Master's routines, but now it seemed Master had really changed. Fidelity plus 1%. Lu Zhao saw Ming Xinyin's loyalty increase and asked, you want to go or nah? Ming Xiyin knelt on one knee, clasping his hands and saying, this disciple is willing. Good. Lu Zhao raised his head and shouted softly, Gelu! On the hillside of Golden Ting Mountain, Gelu the horse raised its head and neighed, happily, then stepped through the air and flew to Dongge, slowly landing in the courtyard. Gelu is a rare good horse, let it take you. He. Gelu responded as if understanding Lu Zhu's intentions. Ming Xinyin looked excited, assessing Gelu the horse, thinking about the badass scene of riding a legendary mount in front of everyone. Ming Xinyin was instantly full of anticipation. Gelu walked in front of Ming Xiyin, lowered its head and sniffed, then neighed, and shook its head repeatedly. You're dissing me? Ming Xiyin was speechless. Lu Zhao also didn't expect this horse Gelu to be such a judgmental creature, so he called out, Biggin! Biggin came from the forest, stepping on clouds and landing in the courtyard. Compared to Gelu, although Biggin's appearance looked fierce, it was much more obedient and willing to carry others besides Lu Zhao. Ming Xiyin laughed. Biggin's not bad. Ugly is fine. Can be used to scare people. His sarcastic praise immediately displeased Biggin. It took 3 steps back and then knelt on the ground, not moving. Ming Xinyan was truly speechless, and could only look at his master with pitiful eyes. Lu Zhou shook his head. He originally intended to call Bai Zed too, but thinking about it, he was an old man, and a gentle mount with an aura of auspiciousness was more suitable for him. With that thought, Lu Zhou sternly shouted, "Gei Lu! He he he!" Gei Lu cried out aggrievedly, then reluctantly took a few steps to Ming Xinyan's side. Ming Xinyan nodded. "That's more like it." Lu Zhou waved his hand. "Go!" Ming Xinyan jumped on Gelu's back, earnestly saying to Lu Zhou, "Master, rest assured, with this disciple here, second senior will definitely be okay. I swear on your horse." He he he! Gelu raised its hooves and flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Perhaps the commotion Gelu caused was too great, so the other disciples had gathered outside Dungay long ago. Xiao Yuanair, Zhu Honggong, Yanair, Hai Luo, and Duanmu Sheng all stepped forward. "Master, we disciples are willing to go to Liang province to help." Lu Zhou glanced at the disciples and said indifferently, "If you really want to help, then cultivate diligently." The disciples were speechless. "Third, you supervise them. They all have to double their cultivation time." "Yes, your humble servant obeys." Shendu, inside the Chongqing palace. Liu Shang suddenly snapped his eyes open. "Someone!" A eunuch timidly shuffled forward, but before he could even kneel, Liu Shang barked, "Why haven't the 10 Kaye pills from the Beidou Academy been delivered this month?" Your Majesty," the eunuch stammered. "Headmaster of Beidou Academy, Zhu Yukai, says they've run out of raw materials. The academy is currently gathering resources to continue refining, so, no Kaye pills this month, it seems," the eunuch replied. "HMPH," Liu Shang frowned. "I haven't treated him badly, yet he dares to act with selfish motives. The materials have always been supplied by the royal family. Liu Shang ain't no fool. How much material does it even take to make Kaye pills? Could it be he thinks I'm stupid? Summon the elders of Beidou Academy and Tianxing Academy to the palace?" "Understood." "Also, what's the situation with the Yuming sect?" Liu Shang asked. The eunuch flinched, trembling. "Your Majesty, the 9 provinces of the world have fallen to the Yuming sect. I fear it won't be long before they launch a full-scale attack on Shendu." Hearing this, Liu Shang stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked out the window. "Looks like I underestimated you. Good, it's time to settle old scores." Currently, morale within the imperial city is extremely low. With the 9 provinces under the Yuming sect's control, many eunuchs and palace maids have secretly fled the palace. The eunuch didn't know what the emperor was so confident about, but thinking about the constant supply of Kaye pills from the 2 great academies over the past 6 months, a thought flickered in his mind. Perhaps His Majesty has a winning strategy. Not daring to linger, he respectfully departed. That afternoon, the 2 elders from Beidou Academy and Tianxing Academy were led by guards into the imperial city, arriving outside the Chongqing Palace. "You are all pillars of the academies. His Majesty has summoned you, so it must be for important matters. After entering, please do not offend His Majesty. The situation is unique, and that's all I can say." "Thank you for the reminder, Eunuch Chen." The 2 elders followed Eunuch Chen into the Chongqing Hall. 10 people from Beidou Academy entered from the left, and 10 people from Tianxing Academy entered from the right. Inside the main hall, Emperor Liu Shang was already seated, as if waiting for them. All 20 people knelt in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Perhaps because he had been in seclusion for too long, Liu Shan didn't care much for formalities. He stood up, stepped down from the dais, and said indifferently, "Rise. Thank His Majesty." The 20 people stood up. Liu Shang slowly walked through the crowd and circled back, nodding slightly after inspecting them. "Do you know why I've summoned you?" The crowd shook their heads. Liu Shang raised his voice. "Throughout this world, no cultivator doesn't fear Shendu, for Shendu is protected by the 10 Absolute Formation. Now rebel demonic forces are wreaking havoc everywhere. You are responsible for guiding the 10 Absolute Formation. Without you, the 10 Absolute Formation is useless. I must ensure your safety." Your Majesty," the leading elder on the left spoke up. "This matter should be discussed in court. Shendu has many experts, and the Imperial Guard to protect it. Under normal circumstances, we don't need to use the 10 Absolute Formation." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Shang's gaze turned towards him. "You feel it's not necessary to activate the formation?" "This humble servant only believes in the capabilities of the Imperial Guard?" Liu Shang asked. "If the Imperial Guard were useful, why are only 2 of the 8 great commanders left?" Liu Shang spread out his hands. "I didn't summon you here to teach me how to do my job." Suddenly, the judge's pen on the table floated over, flashing a crimson light, and slashed across the elder's neck. Thwack! The elder had no ability to resist, and immediately fell to the ground. The remaining elders all paled, looking at the person on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Anyone else dare to question me?" Liu Shang's gaze swept over the elders. The atmosphere in the Changqing Hall became silent and oppressively suffocating. "You are my loyal subjects, yet your hearts are with the rebel forces?" Liu Shang said nonchalantly. This accusation was too great, scaring everyone into kneeling at once. "We wouldn't dare!" Liu Shang looked at the crowd kneeling before him, took a few steps forward and said, "It's because the motion pavilion has produced a 9-leaf." The crowd trembled, not daring to say a word. Liu Shang suddenly raised his hand, and the sound of resonating energy echoed. A miniature Dharma body appeared in the palm of his hand. Beneath that Dharma body, there was no golden lotus platform, only 8 glittering golden lotus petals. Everyone's eyes widened, looking in disbelief at the Dharma body. This indicated that their emperor, the master of the imperial city, the person with the highest status in the Great Yan, had once again reached the peak of the 8-leaf stage. Is this even human? Liu Shang retracted his hand, and the Dharma body dissipated. He was very satisfied with the effect of the suppression. Looking at the trembling crowd on the ground, Liu Shang said in a deep voice, "Before long, I will be able to enter the 9-leaf stage." The elders shouted in unison, "Your Majesty is mighty, eternal reign! Your Majesty is mighty, eternal reign! Your Majesty is mighty, eternal reign!" 3 consecutive shouts rang out, and Liu Shang burst into laughter. Only, his laughter made those who heard it feel terrified. Perhaps because he had been in seclusion for too long, his personality had changed quite a bit. Someone. Outside the Changqing Hall, many imperial guards immediately appeared. Liu Shang ordered, "Take the elders to rest, ensure their safety, and do not let them out of your sight." Understood. 3 days later, mist swirled over the river, and sunlight filtered through the white mist, creating a beautiful, hazy scene. Outside Qin City, the towering trees were also shrouded in mist. In the forest, on a narrow path, a series of carriages were heading towards Shendu. In the low sky, a huge black flying ship was slowly flying. On the flying ship stood cultivators. Surrounding the flying ship, more than 1,000 cultivators were flying in formation to protect it. Yu Zhenghai sat on the flying ship, observing the land. The sun slowly rose, the mist disappeared, and the appearance of Shendu came into view. Sect leader, there are 20,000 people west of Shendu, led by the 4 branch leaders, Ning Jinshui, Qianhu, Meng Jue, and Shan Gongfeng. South of Shendu, there are 20,000 people led by the 4 branch leaders, Ran Zhet, Lu Yun, Tian Quan, and Feng Wenz. North of Shendu, there are 20,000 people led by the 4 branch leaders, Shi Haidong, Ji Juntao, Ruo Ke, and Qing Hao. Heading east toward Shendu are 15,000 peeps, led by our Lord and the 7 immortals themselves. Hua Zhongyang reports the numbers. Yu Zhenghai listens and nods. 8. Bet. Lord, the all-out attack's about to pop off. What do we do with those neutral cultivators? Hua Zhongyang asks. Shendu's crawling with high-level masters. A real hidden dragon, crouching tiger kind of place, and ain't nobody knows which way these neutral guys are gonna swing. Could shank us in the back, stay neutral, or even jump in against us. Shendu's Yu Zhenghai says, "Announce it. 1 hour. Anyone not involved better bounce out. Tita Shendu, ASAP. Anyone still here is considered an enemy. Everyone in the imperial city is the enemy." "Yes, sir." From all directions, the Yuming sect disciples are swarming towards Shendu like ants. On the city walls, the guarding soldiers finally see the Yuming sect crowd approaching like a horde, and the horns are immediately blown, alarm smoke billowing up. At the same time, in the tea houses, taverns, and brothels of Shendu, all cultivators stopped what they were doing, listening to the distant sound of the horn. The horn carries yuanqi, the sound waves crashing down, reminding everyone in Shendu of one major thing: the Yuming sect is here. In an instant, Shendu descends into total chaos. The Yuming sect's flying galleons hover 1,000 meters outside Shendu's city gates, and the entire army halts. Everything suddenly goes silent. Shendu and the surrounding area within 10 miles is shrouded in murderous intent. Yuming sect's war machines fill the sky. 1 hour later, on the Yuming sect's flying galleon at the east gate, a 7-leaf Dharma body suddenly descends from the sky. The Dharma body is 9 zang tall, a golden 7-leaf lotus spinning in the air, slamming several palm strikes towards the city walls, kicking off the battle at Shendu. At the same time, at the south, north, and west gates, the Nether Sect's army was attacking like crazy. In the sky, Hua Zhongyang hovered mid-air, glancing towards the city walls. Immediately, hundreds of arrows came flying. Hua Zhongyang activated his Dharma body, spinning around, unleashing his inner chi, blowing away the arrows, breaking them into pieces. The Nether Sect disciples in the rear also quickly rushed to attack the city. 5 cultivators immediately appeared on the city walls, holding bows and arrows, drawing back the bowstrings, shooting at the Nether Sect disciples below. Whoosh, whoosh! Each arrow took a life. The 5 archers continuously drew their bows, killing dozens of vanguard troops in an instant. Standing on the flying chariot, Yu Zhenghai frowned slightly at the scene. Sharpshooters? The effect of sharpshooters in a siege battle is much greater than usual. Si Wuyai laughed. To use sharpshooters at the start of the battle, it seems the defenses of Chengdu aren't that great. My wise brother is right. Yu Zhenghai looked down at the corpses of his fallen brothers, his eyebrows furrowing. War is like this. Casualties are inevitable. This is the price to pay. If we retreat now, it would be the greatest insult to those who have shed blood. What he needs to do now is to take Chengdu, completing the goal that everyone wants to achieve. To deal with them, Si Wuyai jumped up. The peacock plume in his hand flew out, emitting a dazzling light. Peacock unveiling. When the peacock plume landed on Si Wuyai's back, he spread out his arms, golden wings sparkling. Several zang long also spread wide. Si Wuyai dived towards the city walls. Seventh senior, be careful. Hua Zhongyang looked up and reminded. Don't worry. When the 5 sharpshooters saw the giant wings rushing towards them, their eyes shrank. They retrieved the bows and arrows in their hands, and then lowered themselves, retreating. Dozens of city-defending soldiers stood in front of the 5 sharpshooters. Si Wuyai smiled indifferently. Dharma body. The 6-petaled Dharma body quickly expanded. The peacock plume left his back, turning into inner chi needles shooting towards the 5 sharpshooters. Block them! Hurry, block them! However, each inner chi needle was extremely sharp, like the tip of an ice stalactite in winter, piercing through the chests of the soldiers. Finally, the needles pierced the sharpshooters. The sharpshooter's eyes widened, looking at the hole in his chest, his face full of disbelief. He turned his head in shock to look behind him. The inner chi needle had pierced through his chest and was pinned into the city wall, then slowly dissipated, leaving only pale holes. As he fell, he only managed to see that his 4 companions had also suffered fatal injuries like him, their chests gaping with a deep hole. Ding! Killed a target, obtained 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a target, obtained 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou opened his eyes, no longer comprehending the heavenly book. Lu Zhou stepped out of the East Pavilion. Hua Yuexing. Lu Zhou called out. Hua Yuexing, who was cultivating in the West Pavilion, immediately flew to the East Pavilion upon hearing this, bowing and saying, This subordinate greets Pavilion Master. How is your cultivation? Hua Yuexing looked ashamed and replied, This subordinate has severed the golden lotus and is rebuilding to the 2-leaves stage. Lu Zhou turned his hand, and the grand void mirror appeared in his palm. The primordial chi vibrated. The grand void mirror appeared, the light shining on Hua Yuexing. A 2-leaf phantom appeared in the mirror. Not bad. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The Pavilion Master intends for you to make a trip to Chengdu. Remember to prioritize protecting An Ning, Lu Zhou said indifferently. This subordinate obeys. As Hua Yuexing stood up, Hua Wudao suddenly stepped into the East Pavilion, bowing and saying, Pavilion Master, I am willing to go to Chengdu with Yuexing. Lu Zhou did not agree immediately, but used the Grand Void Mirror to shine on Hua Wudao. A 4-leaf Dharma body appeared in the mirror. Lu Zhou thought for a moment and said, Hua Wudao, by the Pavilion Master's orders, you are assigned the task of protecting Hua Yuexing to Chengdu. Remember to prioritize protecting your An Ning first. Understood. Hua Wudao and Hua Yuexing bowed at the same time, then turned and went down the mountain. Lu Zhou shook his head, gently cursing. You damned brats. Outside the East Pavilion, the 3 other elders appeared. Lu Zhou turned his head to look at the 3 people. Do you also want to go? Zuo Yushu bowed and replied, If Great Brother needs Old Me is willing to go to Chengdu. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, Chengdu has the 10 absolute formation. Even Old Me isn't confident of winning. You guys going would be going to your deaths. Hua Yuexing is a sharpshooter, and with the lunar tier bow to help, going there will have a great effect. Hua Wudao is good at defense and can protect Hua Yuexing safely. The 2 of them working together will be able to stop a great army. The 3 elders all nodded in agreement. They are all old geezers. If there wasn't the 10 absolute formation, they could still make some noise, but once they enter the 10 absolute formation, they might not even be able to beat a young man who is only at the body tempering realm. Going to Chengdu would be useless. In the end, whether Chengdu can be taken down still depends on the Nether Sect. At this time, He Luo and Yanhe walked forward hand in hand. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou looked at the 2 little girls, asking in confusion, What's the matter? Yan Ke said softly, Master, this disciple heard 4th senior talk about eldest senior's story. Eldest senior is so pitiful. How about letting this disciple go and help him? Don't be ridiculous. This disciple understands Master's intentions. Chengdu has the 10 absolute formation, but He Luo can. Yan'er turned to look at He Luo. Right, He Luo? Little He Luo nodded quickly. Yes, Master. This disciple can summon fierce beasts to help. The 3 elders' eyes lit up. This is truly an amazing trump card. Lu Zhou raised his hand, shining the grand void mirror on Hai Luo. A small 6-hexagram separation and reunion Dharma body appeared in the mirror. Seeing this scene, the three elders were shocked at the same time. This girl's talent is truly rare. It's actually a 6-hexagram separation and reunion. This girl's cultivation has already reached the divine court realm. 6 months of cultivation, and he's already at the divine court realm. I'm starting to doubt if you're even human. As soon as he said that, Hai Luo suddenly took 2 steps back, a look of fear in her eyes, as she looked at Zuo Yushu. Lu Zhou, remembering Hai Luo's red avatar and the secret of her background, opened his mouth and said, "All right." The crowd immediately lowered their heads. Hai Luo is my disciple. Of course I have to protect her. From now on, no one is to spread anything related to Hai Luo. This is the last time I'm reminding you. His words were soft, but had a very strong, penetrating power. The 3 elders immediately bowed. "We will obey your orders, master." Pan Lishan's heart stirred slightly. Could this girl really be the master's illegitimate daughter? Wait, hold up. Cough, 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 Elder Pan. Do you have any questions? Lu Zhou looked over. Pan Lishan was stunned and quickly replied, "This old man has no questions at all. I was just scared by this girl's talent. If Pan Zhang had this kind of talent, I could die in peace." Old Pan, you're too greedy. Pan Zhang's talent is actually not bad. His 3 yin styles and 6 yang skills are already quite proficient, and he has also opened 2 leaves in the past 6 months. I believe it won't be long before he inherits your abilities, Lang Luo said with a smile. Cough, cough. Are you jealous that I have such a good heir? Pan Lishan laughed. I don't care about you. Lang Luo turned his face away indifferently. Zuo Yushu glared at Pan Litian. Even I feel ashamed in front of this girl, and you're comparing her to Pan Zhang. Pan Lishan quickly shook his head. All right, I know I'm wrong. I apologize to everyone. He couldn't stand the teasing and ridicule of the 2 elders anymore. At this moment, a female disciple pushed a wheelchair over, and Ye Tiangxin sat in the wheelchair, arriving outside the East Pavilion. 6th Senior Sister. 6th Senior Sister. Yi Tiangxin, with snow-white hair, appeared in everyone's sight. Apart from her life force seeming weak, her condition seemed stable. When Yi Tiangxin saw Lu Zhou, she quickly stood up and saluted. Disciple greets master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, nodded, his eyes looking at Ye Tiangxin with a hint of doubt. Although her life force is weak, the aura flowing in her body is normal. This kind of situation is very rare. What's the matter? Yi Tiangxin said, Disciple wishes to go to the divine capital to support senior brother. Nonsense. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, turned around and stepped onto the steps, walking to the front of the room. Lu Zhou paused and said, Except for sending and receiving letters, no one is allowed to go out without permission. Disciple obeys. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the eastern sky above the divine capital, the Nether Sect's giant flying chariot hovered there. After 3 days of attacks, the eastern city wall was riddled with holes. The wall was filled with messy corpses, blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The Nether Sect disciples had already occupied the city wall. The flying chariot slowly flew forward, and the disciples on the ground also followed the chariot. Yu Zhenghai stood on the flying chariot, observing the divine capital, taking in the entire battle situation. My good brother, when will the 10 Absolute Formation be opened? Si Wuya used to be a grand tutor in the palace, and had studied the 10 Absolute Formation quite a bit. Don't worry, senior brother. Even if Liu Chang opens the 10 Absolute Formation, we don't need to be afraid of them. The 10 Absolute Formation will isolate all origin chi, and anyone standing in the formation will have to use their bodies and skills to fight. The 100,000 Nether Sect disciples will not lose to the divine capital. With you here, my brother, it is enough to stop an army of thousands. Yu Zhenghai laughed loudly. At this moment, Hua Zhongyang flew from afar, standing on the flying chariot and bowing to report. Sect Master, we have captured the eastern city wall. Very good. Yu Zhenghai looked around and said, Hua Zhongyang, you go to support the north city, and report any abnormalities in a timely manner. Your subordinate obeys. Wait, please instruct, Sect Master. Bring Kui Niu with you, Yu Zhenghai said. Hua Zhongyang was shocked and quickly knelt down and said, How can this subordinate do that? It's all right. Yu Zhenghai stepped forward and helped Hua Zhongyang up. You have followed me in battle for many years, and have endured hardships to achieve your current results. Now, the siege is only a little bit away from success. If something happens to you, my heart will be uneasy. Hua Zhongyang was extremely moved. Sect Master, please rest assured. Go. Yu Zhenghai patted him on the shoulder. At the same time, he released a sound skill, and from the rear of the Nether Sect, Kui Niu stepped through the air and stood in front of Hua Zhongyang. Hua Zhongyang stood on Kui Niu's back and flew around to the north city. In the divine capital at this time, apart from a few daring people, everyone else had left. Only the defending soldiers occasionally ran back and forth in the city. The Imperial Guards are deployed. It's the Imperial Guards, be careful. From within the Imperial City, a group of Imperial Guards as numerous as ants spread out in all directions, all wearing black armor. It is rumored that there are 30,000 Imperial Guards garrisoned in the Imperial City. This is the strongest force of Great Yan. Their leaders are the 8 Great Commanders, all of whom are top experts in the cultivation world of Great Yan. Even if only 2 of the 8 Great Commanders remain now, the Imperial Guards are still a force to be reckoned with. A group of Imperial Guards formed a neat phalanx, summoned the 10 Directions Qiangkun avatars, and flew towards the North City. At the North City gate, the 4 Nether Sect altar lords floated in the air. "Brothers, let's go! Push harder! The city gate's about to crumble!" Below the gate, the Netherworld Sect disciples relentlessly assault, directed by the 4 chief protectors. Just then, the Kuiox's roar echoed from afar. "Ooh!" The 4 chief protectors turned, faces lighting up with joy, bowing. "Welcome, Guardian!" Hua Zhongyang, atop the Kuiox, eyed the teetering North City wall. "Keep attacking!" "Yes!" Hua Zhongyang soared higher, surveying the Imperial City. Spotting a squad of hundreds of cultivators, wielding the 10 Directions, Qiangkun Dharma body rapidly approaching, he bellowed, "Brace for defense!" "Yes!" In a flash, the Imperial Guards arrived at the wall, diving headfirst into the Netherworld Sect disciples. Hua Zhongyang coldly spat, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The 4 chief protectors instantly summoned 400 Tribulation Cave Illumination, 2-leaf Golden Lotus Dharma bodies. The 4 Dharma bodies swept across the Imperial Guards. In a whirlwind of blood and gore, half of the hundreds of Imperial Guards instantly bit the dust. Hua Zhongyang, ignoring the Imperial Guards, kept his eyes glued on the Imperial City. Though the Netherworld Sect held the advantage, he wasn't letting his guard down for a second. The big shots of the Imperial Guards hadn't shown their faces yet. Boom! The North Gate burst open. Netherworld Sect disciples flooded into the divine capital, plunging into a frenzied battle with the defending troops. Hua Zhongyang surged forward, but as he was about to clear the wall, a gray figure materialized, his voice like ice. "I've been waiting for you." A ghostly image flickered, unleashing a palm strike, the Taoist mantra hand seal. Grand Void Protection Seal. Whoosh! The golden glowing palm imprint hurtled towards him. Hua Zhongyang's face darkened, raising both arms to parry. Bam! The Kuiox swooped in, catching Hua Zhongyang mid-air. Hua Zhongyang yelped, barely regaining his footing, eyes locked on the new arrival on the city wall. "Halt!" Hua Zhongyang's sound wave blasted out. The Netherworld Sect disciples froze, looking up. Hua Zhongyang, perched on the Kuiox, suppressing the churning blood within, sized up the guy. "One of the 8 Great Commanders? Xuan Jingyun? So it's Senior Xuan, a Taoist master. Long have I admired you. To think you only suffered minor injuries from my palm." Xuan Jingyun, hands clasped behind his back, glanced down at the Netherworld Sect disciples. "Senior Xuan, the divine capital is doomed. Why fight destiny? Our sect leader acts on behalf of the heavens, aiding the world. Pledge allegiance, and you'll drown in endless riches and glory." Hua Zhongyang pitched. "Sorry, dude. I'm already drowning in that stuff." Whoom! An 8-leaf Dharma body manifested, towering in the sky. The Netherworld Sect's advance ground to a halt. By His Majesty's decree, all Netherworld Sect members shall be killed without mercy. A blur, and Xuan Jingyun lunged at Hua Zhongyang, unleashing a palm strike from afar. Hua Zhongyang, caught off guard by the 8-leaf powerhouse's sudden attack, desperately unleashed dozens of palm strikes to intercept. But 8-leaf and 7-leaf were worlds apart. Hua Zhongyang's strikes only slowed him down. Xuan Jingyun's palm devoured them all in an instant. "Fall back! Retreat!" The Netherworld Sect scrambled away from the gate. Bam! Hua Zhongyang, overpowered by the 8-leaf, was sent flying backward. Xuan Jingyun, hands behind his back, sneered. "The Netherworld Sect's 4 great guardians are nothing special." His figure blurred, hurtling down, murder glinting in his eyes, hand twisting and turning. "This general will take your life." Whoosh! Xuan Jingyun vanished, reappearing before Hua Zhongyang a split second later, delivering a palm strike. "Great protector! Great protector! Great protector!" Seeing Hua Zhongyang in dire straits, the 4 chief protectors simultaneously spurred their Dharma bodies, shooting like arrows to surround Xuan Jingyun. Xuan Jingyun casually swatted Hua Zhongyang away with a palm, then glanced at the 4 with disdain. "Beyond your abilities." Xuan Jingyun spread his arms, instantly unleashing 4 palm imprints. The Solitary Ring Seal, Grand Void Protection Seal, Outer Circle Mysterious Seal, an inner 8-character seal, flying towards the chief protectors from all directions. Clang, clang, clang. Wham! The 4 were blasted away, coughing up blood. They were only nascent Soul Tribulation Realm 2-leaf. How could they withstand an 8-leaf? Their assault on Xuan Jingyun was just a diversion to rescue Hua Zhongyang. Seizing the chance to catch his breath, Hua Zhongyang retreated, barely stabilizing himself, his face drained of color. Ooh. The Kui Ox pawed the air, then charged at Xuan Jingyun. Kui Ox? Xuan Jingyun's eyes narrowed at the charging Kui Ox, roaring, "Beast!" courting death. He raised his palms, primordial energy surging. The Kui Ox lowered its head, horns raised. Ooh! Bam! Xuan Jingyun grabbed the Kui Ox's horns, momentum dragging him back over 100 meters. Primordial energy condensed into gauntlets, blasting the Kui Ox away. The Kui Ox spun in the air, its condition unknown. Hua Zhongyang yelled, "Kui Ox, return! Ooh!" The Kui Ox obeyed, turning and flying towards the east city gate. Xuan Jingyun ignored the beast, focusing on Hua Zhongyang. Prepare to die. Xuan Jingyun resolutely unleashed a great divine power technique. Hua Zhongyang's face fell, taking his Dharma body and fleeing into the distance. "You can't escape!" Xuan Jingyun scoffed, giving chase relentlessly. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner near the north gate, a figure gazed upwards, then slipped into a dark alley, pulling a carrier pigeon from his sleeve, tying a letter to its leg. This was none other than the imperial court expert Li Yunjiao. Li Yunjiao raised the pigeon, releasing it. The pigeon shot away like lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "I hope my hunch is right," Li Yunjiao muttered, and his figure flickered, gone without a trace. Xuan Jingyun pursued relentlessly, eyes locked on Hua Zhongyang, unleashing a palm strike. Bam! The palm strike landed on Hua Zhongyang's back. He went down, but still ain't dead. Xuan Jingyun didn't expect this dude to be so damn durable. 1,000-ton drop. Xuan Jingyun dove down like a boulder. The Nether Sect peeps kept back in. Up. Whoa! Hua Zhongyang summoned his Dharma body again, flew towards East City, and without hesitation, tapped on his Dantian Qi Si acupoints. Grand Siat Elder, no! The 4 Altar Masters didn't expect Hua Zhongyang to burn his Qi Si. Qi Si's on fire! Hua Zhongyang unleashed his primal Qi, immediately using some major divine power technique. Ha ha! Hua Zhongyang cackled. A dignified 8-leaf expert, and I'm playing you like a fiddle. Xuan Jingyun, is that all you got? Xuan Jingyun frowned, clasped his palms together, and said in a deep voice, "Where do you think you're going? Come and get me. You better chase after me, you shameless bastard. Come on." Hua Zhongyang kept taunting, continuing to fly east. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "Hope the 4th senior's trick works." Xuan Jingyun originally thought a sneak attack at the city wall would insta-kill Hua Zhongyang, but he ended up dragging this out. How could Xuan Jingyun not be pissed? Seeing Hua Zhongyang burn in his Qi Si, Xuan Jingyun slowed down, sneered, and said slowly, "You will die." His figure flashed, and his right hand unleashed a palm strike, the golden palm print flying over. Hua Zhongyang turned around to meet it. Looks like he can't dodge this one. "Sect leader, may we fight side by side in the next life?" Hua Zhongyang raised his hand, teeth clenched, his eyes full of unyielding resolve. Bam! Just as the palm print was about to hit him, a huge blade aura suddenly swirled in and sliced it apart. The blade aura spun around, looped back, and flew away. Who? Xuan Jingyun immediately turned his head to look around. Damn it, he'd gone too far from North City. He followed the direction of the blade aura and finally saw a figure suspended in the air, eyes glaring at him. The figure raised his hand and grabbed the blade aura in front of him. It dissipated, turning back into a jade-green blade gleaming with cold light. Hua Zhongyang's face lit up with joy. "Sect leader, you're here." Xuan Jingyun's heart sank, and he asked gravely, "Yu Zhenghai?" Whoosh! Yu Zhenghai's figure suddenly vanished, appearing in front of Xuan Jingyun a second later, unleashing a great Xuan heaven palm. A palm strike carrying 5 smaller palm strikes. Bam! Xuan Jingyun's chest was hit, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, plummeting to the ground. Yu Zhenghai's expression was indifferent, hands clasped behind his back, body as steady as a mountain, feet stepping on astral imprints as he descended. Xuan Jingyun lay in the deep pit below, his heart filled with despair. Great Xuan heaven astral imprint. Yu Zhenghai's legs were covered in astral imprints, and he descended straight down. No! Xuan Jingyun desperately wanted to dodge, but Yu Zhenghai's speed was at its limit. Boom! His feet slammed down on Xuan Jingyun's chest, dust flew up, and the fight was over. The surroundings went silent. After a while, when the dust settled, Hua Zhongyang saw Xuan Jingyun being stomped deep into the ground by Yu Zhenghai, his chest and abdomen sunken below the sand. Xuan Jingyun stared wide-eyed at Yu Zhenghai, blood gushing out of his orifices. Yu Zhenghai looked indifferently at Xuan Jingyun and opened his mouth to say, "Is that all?" Puh. Xuan Jingyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yu Zhenghai used his qi to prevent the blood from splattering on his clothes and coldly lifted his foot. Hua Zhongyang was shocked. Xuan Jingyun's chest and abdomen were completely crushed. Xuan Jingyun opened his mouth and struggled to say, "You! Why are you so strong?" Then his head lolled to the side, and he stopped breathing. One of the 8 great commanders, Xuan Jingyun, was stomped to death by Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai sighed and looked at Hua Zhongyang. Hua Zhongyang hurriedly knelt down. "This subordinate is incompetent. This isn't your fault. With your abilities, how could you be a match for an 8-leaf expert? Kui Niu only suffered minor injuries and will heal quickly. The problem is you. Burning your qi si. This leader is sorry," Yu Zhenghai said. "This subordinate has long disregarded life and death. What war doesn't have casualties? Please, sect leader, continue to command the operation." Hua Zhongyang's eyes drooped. Yu Zhenghai looked at Hua Zhongyang, then shook off his emotions. "Let's go." The flying Nether Ferry is slowly entering Divine Capital, and the Nether Sect disciples in East City are also attacking en masse. Yu Zhenghai took Hua Zhongyang back to the flying Nether Ferry. Si Wuya looked at Hua Zhongyang and asked softly, "Burning your qi si?" Yu Zhenghai didn't say anything, only clasped his hands and went to the area next to the helm to observe Divine Capital. Hua Zhongyang said, "It's just a small matter, but this one can no longer fight. Please leave the rest to us," Si Wuya said and walked out, standing next to Yu Zhenghai to look down at Divine Capital. At this time, the second-seat elder of the Azure Dragon Hall, Yu Hong, flew over from afar and landed on the flying Nether Ferry. Reporting to the sect leader, only the east and north city gates have been breached. There are many imperial guards participating in the south and west city gates, and they have not been breached for the time being. Yu Zhenghai smiled and said, "I want to see how long they can hold out." Yu Zhenghai looked at Si Wuya, who was deep in thought. "Wise brother, how can we break the deadlock at West and South City?" Si Wuya smiled and replied, "Leave a few thousand men to harass the enemy. When they advance, we retreat. When they retreat, we advance. The rest gather at the East City Gate." "Dope!" Yu Zhenghai waved his hand at his subordinate, signaling him to spread the order. Si Wuya observed the Divine Capital and said, "But the Divine Capital is huge. There might be some hidden experts. From the East City to the Imperial City is dozens of miles away. If a 8-leaf expert attacks, we can only rely on senior brother. Are you confident?" Si Wuya asked. Yu Zhenghai's expression looked extremely confident and indifferent. For some reason, Si Wuya always felt that his senior brother's attitude had changed slightly, but he couldn't describe it clearly. The brothers of the Underworld Sect have tried their best all the way, but in the end, the one who decides the winner with Liu Xiang will still be Yu Zhenghai. Half a day later, at the west gate of the city, the 4 Underworld Sect leaders, Ning Jinshui, Qian Hu, Gong Feng and Meng Juishan, hovered in the air looking toward the city wall. Divine Capital is indeed the Divine Capital. After fighting for so long, it still hasn't been breached. Don't worry, we will break it sooner or later, just try a little harder. More than 100 Underworld Sect disciples flew towards the city wall. A group of phantasmal ocean realm cultivators plunged into the battle with the defending soldiers. Gang Chi collided. All kinds of Dharma bodies flew back and forth. "Careful, the Imperial Guards!" Ning Jinshui pointed to the team wearing armor that was flying over. As soon as those people reached the city wall, they summoned their Dharma bodies. Dozens of cultivators all had the 10 Directions Qiankun Dharma body, while the Underworld Sect people were only in the phantasmal ocean realm. The Imperial Guard swept across, and in just a moment, dozens of Underworld Sect members fell. Ning Jinshui frowned and said, "The Imperial Guards are really not simple. Go." The 4 of them flew into the air. Among the Imperial Guards, there was one person who was not prominent at all, and was short in stature. However, this guy suddenly summoned the 100 Tribulations Cave Illumination Dharma body and rushed forward. 4-leaf Golden Lotus. One move of Dharma body outburst caused dozens of sect members on the city wall to be knocked to the ground. Intentionally hiding his cultivation, Ning Jinshui and the 3 other leaders flew towards that person, and the 4 of them simultaneously unleashed several palm prints. Boom! A golden Arhat body appeared on that person's mind enlightenment, combining the mudra seal with 2 moves to block all the palm prints that had just been struck. People from the Buddhist sect! The 4 Underworld Sect leaders looked at the expert with complex expressions. Why doesn't this bald donkey obediently chant scriptures in the temple, and instead runs to the Divine Capital to fight against the Underworld Sect? Are you tired of living? Ning Jinshui scolded. That guy raised his eyes, retracted his hand and said, "Amitabha, This humble monk's dharma name is Zhi Shui. My teacher is Abbot Da Kong of the Zikong Temple in Jiangshu Tomb. My teacher was killed by Ji Laomo. The demonic path is too rampant. How can this humble monk stand idly by? So you are Kong Yuan's disciple. Grievances have their source, debts have their debtor. Why don't you go to the Devil Heaven Pavilion to find Senior Ji to avenge your teacher? Ning Jin Shui found it very funny. Monk Zhi Shui smiled indifferently. What's wrong with this humble monk coming to support when the divine capital is in danger? Nothing's wrong, today is your death day. The demonic path is indeed the demonic path. Etiquette is too heavy, now this humble monk will teach you a lesson on behalf of my teacher. After saying that, Monk Zhi Shui stood in the middle of the golden arhat body and flew towards the four of them. The four leaders volleyed their palms. The palm prints collided with mind enlightenment. Boom! The four of them flew backwards. At this moment, from a towering tree outside the West City, a beam of arrow gang suddenly flew over. The white arrow gang was as thick as an arm, as sharp as a meteor, splitting the sky and flying towards Monk Zhi Shui's face. Zhi Shui was shocked, clasped his hands together to clamp the arrow gang, but the arrow gang continued to push forward. Boom! Monk Zhi Shui spun several times upside down. God, Archer! The underworld sect people turned their heads to look at the towering tree, where two people were standing, one old and one young, looking towards the divine capital. Hua Yuexing raised his bow again, pulling the arrow gang. Meteor chasing the moon. Whoosh! Swish! Several beams of arrow gang shot out from between Hua Yuexing's fingers, shooting towards the defending soldiers. One beam of arrow gang immediately took a person's life. Hua Yuexing ignored Zhi Shui and continued to frantically attack the soldiers on the city wall. In just a moment, the city wall was covered in blood. All the soldiers fell into pools of blood. A bloody hole appeared on their chest. The archery is really exquisite. Ning Jinshui praised. Brothers, attack the city. We have experts helping us. The underworld sect disciples were full of energy and continued to launch attacks. At the same time, Monk Zhi Shui looked at Hua Yuexing standing on the towering tree and frowned slightly. He jumped down the city wall and flew towards the outside of the West City at an extremely fast speed. Although the distance is very far, it only takes a few breaths for a nascent soul realm expert to arrive. Monk Zhi Shui said in a deep voice, lay down the butcher knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Both of Zhi Shui's palms combined. Mind enlightenment and the mudra seal were cast at the same time. The hand interweaved between the two palms and shot out the Vajra wheel hand seal. Hua Wudao glanced disdainfully. Bald donkey, how dare you show off here with just you? Hua Wudao stepped in the air. 8 trigrams appeared under his feet, and 9 large golden seal characters shining with golden light kept spinning around him. Dharma body open. 5-leaf golden lotus. Monk Zhi Shui's eyes widened, and he hurriedly retreated. The 5-leaf Dharma body suddenly reached out and grabbed the mudra seal. Retreat! Monk Zhi Shui immediately cancelled the mudra seal. Bald donkey, if you don't go to hell, who will? The 9 seal characters slammed into Zhi Shui's chest. Without the mudra seal, Monk Zhi Shui was as thin as a piece of paper, and was hit without hesitation by the 6 harmonies Dao seal. He fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Hua Wudao looked towards the West City wall. Yuexing, continue shooting. With me here, no one will get close. Yes. Hua Yuexing's spirit was greatly lifted. Under Hua Wudao's protection, she raised her bow and shot without any scruples. As long as a cultivator appeared on the city wall, they would be sent to the Western Paradise by her arrow gang. The 4 leaders launched an offensive. The defending soldiers did not have high-level cultivators, so they could only passively defend, and could not do anything to the god archer Hua Yuexing, standing thousands of meters away. The sect leader orders. Leave 3,000 men to continue attacking the city to harass, the others gather at the East City. The next day, inside the Matian Pavilion, Lu Zhou opened his eyes, feeling the extraordinary power had reached saturation. Compared to when he comprehended the human scroll, Lu Zhou could clearly sense that the extraordinary power contained within his body was much greater than his current cultivation. Even without the extraordinary power, cultivators below the 5-leaf stage were no match for him. Lu Zhou stopped cultivating and stepped out of the East Pavilion to stretch his body. At this moment, Duan Musheng hurried over and bowed, reporting, Master, Li Yunzhao sent a flying letter. Li Yunzhao invites Master. Duan Musheng presented the flying letter. Lu Zhao opened the letter, his eyebrows slightly raised. Have you read it? Duan Musheng nodded, then knelt on one knee. This disciple is willing to go to the divine capital. Lu Zhao stroked his beard thoughtfully. This, after all, is still his personal matter, but he is also your martial brother, Duan Musheng said. But, have you considered that if what Li Yunzhao said is true, and this master gets involved, your first martial brother will definitely resent master? Lu Zhao shook his head. This matter, Duan Musheng was stunned. Some people are stubborn to the bone, and cannot be changed. Just like Hua Wudao came to the Montian Pavilion that day to resolve his 20-year knot, only wanting to exchange one move with the master of Montian Pavilion, regardless of success or failure. Hua Wudao didn't need Yun Sec's support and even sent his disciple back. The path one has chosen, even if you have to crawl, you must go to the end. One day a teacher, a lifetime a father. Standing from Lu Zhou's perspective, how could he ignore his disciple seeing death and not save him? This was an extremely difficult choice. Lu Zhou remembered when Yu Zhenghai knelt before him in the back mountain, remembered the hardships he had experienced, remembered the many years of ups and downs in Yu Zhenghai's life, remembered the 2 deaths. Wait, hold up. Lu Zhou suddenly raised his hand. Master? Duan Musheng looked at his master blankly, not understanding what he was thinking. Send a flying letter to Si Wu Yai? This master wants to confirm if Yu Zhenghai has died twice already. Yes. 2 days later, when the morning mist still shrouded Jinting Mountain, Lu Zhou stood in the courtyard as usual, stretching his muscles. Master, 7th Martial Brother sent a flying letter. Duan Musheng held the flying letter and entered the East Pavilion, presenting it. Lu Zhou accepted the flying letter, opened it and read it, then said indifferently, "That unfilial disciple. Indeed, that unfilial disciple. Master, did 1st Martial Brother really die twice?" Duan Musheng asked in surprise. The characteristic of the Wukai clan is that they can only die 3 times in their lifetime, each death costing 300 years. Your 1st Martial Brother is afraid he doesn't have much time left. Lu Zhou sighed. Duan Musheng heard this. His mind went blank. Divine Capital. The Nether Sect successfully breached the East and North cities, gradually delving deeper into the Divine Capital. After 5 days, nearly 100,000 troops of the Nether Sect finally arrived at the Imperial City. Apart from the Imperial City, the surrounding Divine Capital had long turned into ruins. On the flying lane of the Nether Sect, a low voice sounded. After several days of continuous fighting, the flying lane has also become rickety, full of injuries. Yes, the flying lien slowly descended. In front of the Imperial City gate, tens of thousands of followers knelt on one knee in unison. Greetings, sect leader. Yu Zhenghai, Si Wu Yai, and Hua Zhongyang stepped out of the giant lien. Imperial City. Yu Zhenghai looked up at the towering, majestic red wall of the Imperial City. This was the place he had wanted to set foot on day and night, and he had finally achieved it. Yu Zhenghai said heroically, "Submit to me and live, defy me and die." Hundreds of thousands of Nether Sect followers shouted in unison, "Submit to me and live, defy me and die." The rushing sound waves enveloped the Imperial City. Creak! The gate, over 30 meters tall, of the Imperial City suddenly opened. The scene inside gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. First, a small gap, then gradually widened. Finally, a horde of heavenly soldiers and horses as numerous as ants appeared in sight. At the same time, on top of the Imperial City, a white-clad cultivator raised his voice. "Open the 10 absolute formation." Tens of thousands of Nether Sect followers simultaneously looked up. Buzz! 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 Above the sky of the Divine Capital, wind and clouds surged, formation eyes lit up, and the world changed color. Taking the Imperial City as the center, 10 formation eyes standing in all directions lit up simultaneously, and the sound of resonating energy rang out violently, showing the world that the 10 absolute formation had officially opened. Around the Divine Capital, other cultivators turned their heads to look. People from the major sects also rose into the air to observe. And everyone saw countless thin screens covering the entire Divine Capital. The vital energy was completely blocked, the view to the sky became hazy, the air was suffocating, and breathing was difficult. Even cultivators outside the Divine Capital couldn't help but retreat. Even without being trapped in the 10 absolute formation, they felt that the 10 absolute formation was extremely terrifying. The 10 absolute formation has finally opened. For many years, the Divine Capital had never activated the 10 absolute formation. Only other cities had used the simulated version of the 10 absolute formation. The 10 absolute formation in the Divine Capital is even more harsh than the simulated 10 absolute formations. Besides the vital energy being blocked, the air is also stagnant. The longer the time, the harder it will be to breathe, and the greater the pressure, no different from hell on earth. Yu Zhenghai felt the vital energy in his Dantian Qi Si being depleted rapidly. All cultivators with vital energy in their bodies were forcibly extracted by the 10 absolute formation. Some cultivators who intended to resist and seal their Dantian QC were sucked into the air by the 10 absolute formation, touched the layer of net, and when the vital energy dissipated, they fell from the air and turned into meat paste. Si Wuyai watched the peacock feather in his palm gradually lose its light and become extremely dim. The Nether Sect brothers seemed to have lost 30% of their morale. Don't panic! In the 10 absolute formation, all beings are equal. Hua Zhongyang said. Although the sound was not loud, it had a calming effect. The Nether Sect had practiced the attack method in the 10 absolute formation countless times. Si Wuyai looked up at the white-clad cultivator on top of the Imperial City. The 10 absolute formation has been opened. Liu Shang too is still on top of the Imperial City. The white-clad cultivator turned around and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." All the Imperial guards in the Imperial City knelt down. "Greetings, Your Majesty." A dragon carriage slowly flew out from the Imperial City, and a person wearing a dragon robe and a crown appeared in everyone's sight. They finally meet. On the dragon palanquin, Liu Shang slowly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at Yu Zhenghai, saying in a clear voice, "I once said there would be a time when I would stand before you," Yu Zhenghai said. "The two of us face to face, surrounded by soldiers like ants." Liu Shang spread out his arms, the dragon robe reflecting the sunlight to form a dazzling light. "I did underestimate you. But is what you're doing worth it?" Liu Shang asked. Yu Zhenghai retorted, "My troops have reached the Imperial City. What do you think?" Liu Shang nodded, then looked up to the sky and laughed. "You're still the same as before, stupid and shallow." Yu Zhenghai also laughed loudly, his laughter without restraint, the sound resounding. "So should I call you Ping An or Liu Shang?" Within the 10 absolute formation, the entire divine capital fell silent. The great battle lasting for days and nights. Bricks and tiles were shattered, and the alarm smoke filled the city. The divine capital completely lost its former prosperity, with nothing but desolation and silence. Yu Zhenghai didn't need to use his yuan qi, his words already echoed everywhere. Si Wuya narrowed his eyes, unable to hide the surprise in his eyes. He once asked his senior brother why he had to take down the divine capital. Yu Zhenghai didn't answer directly. Was it ambition, the desire for the country, or the desire to reach the highest peak? Now it seems that the senior brother really has other secrets. Si Wuya's intuition is right. "Ping An, who the hell is that?" Liu Shang laughed. With his hands behind his back, he looked at Yu Zhenghai. "Yu Zhenghai, it's meaningless to talk about this now. I ask you, in the 10 absolute formation, with the strongest imperial guards, how do you plan to win?" "We'll see." Yu Zhenghai waved his hand and said, "After this battle, I will write your name, Yu Zhenghai, into history, for 10,000 people to insult and spit on." After speaking, Liu Shang waved his hand, and more than 1,000 imperial guards immediately rushed forward. Yu Zhenghai also said loudly, "Unfortunately, you are not a member of the royal family at all. The blood of the Wookiee clan flows in your body. Kill!" All the Netherworld sect disciples shouted loudly, "Kill!" Under the earth-shattering shouts, people instinctively erupted the strength in every muscle, and the long knives in their hands waved and slashed at the enemy. Yuan Qi dissipated. The air was suppressed, and the rising temperature made the war primitive, becoming instinct, and becoming earth-shattering. The two sides fought fiercely. Yu Zhenghai stared at Liu Shang on the dragon palanquin, his eyes never leaving. Liu Shang also stared at Yu Zhenghai. At this time, Si Wuya suddenly understood everything. Recalling when his senior brother once told a story, his senior brother once had two brothers of the same clan, one named Ping An and one named Jiang. The three of them were the last survivors of the Wookiee clan, experiencing countless hardships together, trampled by princes and nobles, tortured by people, and living a vagrant life. Why did things turn out like this? Why did Ping An become the supreme emperor of the Great Yan? Swish! A human head flew across Si Wuya's face, and blood fell like rain. The war finally pulled Si Wuya back to reality. I don't know how long it has been. The casualties continue to increase, and the number of imperial guards is gradually decreasing. Another day passed. In the East Pavilion, Duan Musheng, holding a flying letter, quickly ran to the outside of the East Pavilion and said, bowing, "Master, Li Yunzhao sent another flying letter." Swoosh! The door was pushed open by a gust of wind. Lu Zhou appeared at the threshold and asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" "The Grand Senior Brother is probably in danger. The 10 absolute formation has been opened. The two sides are fighting with brute force, and both the Netherworld sect and the Imperial Guards have suffered a lot of losses. If what Li Yunzhao said is true, then the Grand Senior Brother will definitely suffer." The content of Li Yunzhao's flying letter is a shocking secret. Li Yunzhao is by the Empress Dowager's side all year round. Who understands her son best if not his mother? The Empress Dowager had long known that the current Liu Shang is not her son, Liu Shang. No one would believe this secret even if it was told. But instead it would cause chaos in the world. When the battle in the divine capital began, the Empress Dowager told Li Yunzhao about this. "This world is too absurd. No one in the righteous path is trustworthy, except for the Demon Heaven Pavilion." Li Yunzhao no longer knows who to turn to, and this flying letter is his last hope. As for what the outcome of the world's strife will be, it all depends on fate. Yu Zhenghai has died twice in great disasters, and his life is coming to an end. If Liu Shang is really a member of the Wuqi clan, how can Yu Zhenghai be able to fight him? Master, that dog emperor summoned 20 elders from the Skywalking Academy and the Big Dipper Academy right before the war started. Currently, one of the 8 great commanders is still alive in the divine capital. And there are many hidden experts waiting to reap the benefits. After this battle, the Grand Senior Brother will become meat for others to devour, Duan Muxing said miserably. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, looked up at the sky, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. This unfilial disciple never ceases to worry this old man. Pass down the order, everyone in the Demon Heaven Pavilion. Assemble." Receiving his master's order, Duan Muxing happily replied, "Yes. This disciple will inform everyone immediately." All 4 pavilions, and the disciples on Golden Court Mountain, received the news from Duan Muxing. In the 5 pavilions, 3 elders sighed. In this world, it's always the old protecting the young. That kid Yu Zhenghai really doesn't give people a break. After all, he's the leader of the world's #1 demon sect. If he comes back, what will the 2 of you think? The Demon Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered at the North Pavilion upon hearing the news. A moment later, the cloud-piercing flying shuttle flew into the air and disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, after a day and night of fighting, the Imperial Guards and the Netherworld Sect were exhausted. The isolated air and Yuan Shi made everyone in the 10 Absolute Formation feel suppressed, and the rising temperature made everyone feel like they were being burned in a furnace. Sweat and blood mixed together, and most people were exhausted to the point of numbness. Yu Zhenghai stared at Liu Shang, the sound of weapons colliding and the endless shouts of killing coming to his ears. Yu Zhenghai glanced around and frowned slightly. Si Wuya, who was standing next to him, noticed the change in Yu Zhenghai's expression and said in a low voice, "Grand Senior Brother, rest assured, most of the sect members participating in the war are body-tempering realm cultivators. High-level cultivators have not been dispatched. I have ordered them to hide in the rear. The Imperial Guards can only suffer losses when fighting with us. Mutual destruction is inevitable. Grand Senior Brother, you must be strong." Yu Zhenghai nodded, retracted his gaze, and looked forward. "Right now, the only thing we need to guard against are the neutral cultivators hidden in the divine capital, wanting to reap the benefits," Si Wuya said. "Just a bunch of cowards. After I kill Liu Shang, I will take them all in one fell swoop. Grand Senior Brother only needs to deal with Liu Shang and Wang Yu. I can handle the others." Of the 8 great commanders of the Imperial Guards, only Wang Yu remains, known as a treacherous and sinister guy who loves to hide in the shadows and strike. After the 10 Deadly Formation was activated, Si Wuyai tried hard to find him, but unfortunately, still no luck. The array's net shimmering above dimmed by a third. Si Wuyai looked up and said, "The most difficult period in the 10 Deadly Formation has arrived. In this half hour, we must take down the Imperial Guards." Yu Zhenghai grabbed the jade-green blade and dashed madly towards the dragon carriage. Several Imperial Guards in armor tried to stop him, but Yu Zhenghai didn't hesitate, sweeping the blade across, slicing through the armor, instantly killing 2. No cap, Yu Zhenghai prepped the most for this 10 Deadly Formation. This decisive, clean method of killing proves it. Each strike flows like water, practiced countless times. Charge! Within half an hour, seize the Imperial City. Tens of thousands of underworld followers swarmed forward. "Stop them! You are my most elite soldiers!" Liu Shang waved his hand. The Imperial Guards also charged. Boom! In an instant, the gravity increased several times. All the Imperial Guards had to dismount, their warhorses kneeling on the ground, cracking, and the ground gradually cracking apart. "Get rid of the armor! Everyone take off your armor!" Liu Shang glared at Si Wuyai. "You know about the 10 Deadly Formation. Besides isolating primal chi, the 10 Deadly Formation has many other uses, all appearing randomly. It could be ice falling from the sky, chilling to the bone, or a heat wave engulfing and incinerating everyone, or a raging storm with blades killing like mowing grass." After the gravity doubled, most people were sitting on the ground, sweating, panting. On the underworld side, several burly figures, neatly dressed, slowly walked towards the Imperial Guards with their swords. "How could this be?" Si Wuyai said with satisfaction. "This is a preparation specifically for you guys. Kill!" Swish! Swish! Their movements were slow, but enough to deal with the exhausted people sitting on the ground, each swing taking a head, instantly looking like an execution ground. Yu Zhenghai looked up and walked towards the dragon carriage, each step leaving a footprint. Arriving in front of the dragon carriage, Yu Zhenghai swung the blade down fiercely. Boom! The strike landed, shaking the dragon carriage. Yu Zhenghai held his breath and struck again. "If that's the case, then I'll fight you to the death." Liu Shang drew the sword from the guard beside him and jumped down, standing straight, feet planted on the ground. "Oh Jen!" The bricks and stones within tens of meters shattered, Liu Shang's feet creating 2 deep pits. Yu Zhanghai raised his blade and pointed it at Liu Shang. Very good. He then rushed forward. Without cultivation, without primal qi, under the effect of extreme gravity, there were no more elegant moves or majestic divine powers. They could only rely on brute force and skill. Yu Zhanghai swung his blade. Liu Shang refused to be outdone, and the two became entangled in a fight. Si Wuyai couldn't help but be surprised. The king of a country actually has such good strength. Si Wuyai looked around. Apart from a group of burly figures swinging their blades, the underworld only has a group of people sitting on the ground with no strength to move. Most of the Imperial Guards are wearing armor and can't move at all, and those who took off their armor have been killed. Unexpectedly, Liu Shang, like Yu Zhanghai, could use physical strength to fight back. Liu Shang swung his sword. Yu Zhanghai raised his blade to block, then swung his blade in retaliation. After several exchanges, the two were covered in sweat, staring at each other. The Wookiee clan are naturally brave and strong. My brother shouldn't be surprised, Yu Zhanghai said. I'll come help you. Si Wuyai was about to step forward when he felt his whole body incredibly heavy. If cultivators hadn't tempered their bodies before, the gravity in the 10 deadly formation would have been enough to kill them. No need for assistance. I want to end Liu Shang myself, Yu Zhanghai said. Liu Shang sneered. Who the deer dies to is not yet known. Whoosh! The long sword moved, its speed suddenly changing. Yu Zhanghai raised his blade to block, constantly retreating, his hand shaking from the impact. The two fought dozens more rounds. Boom! Blade and sword collided. The two retreated, staring intently at each other. Yu Zhanghai said indifferently, You've lost. Your Imperial Guards have been defeated by my army. Even if you break the formation now, you are no match for me. Ping an! I said I would personally chop off your head. Liu Shang laughed, replying in a deep voice, If I could kill you once, I can kill you a second time. At this moment, the net of the 10 deadly formation in the sky changed again. Boom! The formation changed. The increased gravity disappeared. And at the same time, the actual gravity decreased several times. Si Wuyai ordered. Gather into small groups of 3 to 5. Liu Shang nodded with satisfaction, lightly touching his toes. His whole body as light as a swallow, flying through the air. This was not due to the use of primal qi, but because the 10 deadly formation had reduced the gravity on everyone, making everyone as light as a feather. Clang! 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 In an instant, Liu Shang thrust 3 swords. Yu Zhanghai stomped his feet hard, jumping 10 meters high. Liu Shang followed closely behind. The two used the most savage methods to wrestle again. At this time, on top of the Imperial City, a cultivator in white shouted, Prepare! 1 more quarter of an hour. Si Wuyai turned his head and said, The 10 deadly formation will disappear in 1 more quarter of an hour. The cultivators above the Divine Court realm prepare to go into battle. Understood. At the same time, many archers suddenly appeared on the Imperial City. On the other side, a burly cultivator looked down at the battlefield and ordered, Prepare to shoot. Si Wuyai looked up at his senior brother and Liu Shang, reminding them, Wang Yu has appeared. Careful, senior brother. Yu Zhanghai seized the opportunity to slash 3 times in a row, knocking Liu Shang away, and at the same time, borrowing strength to retreat back to the underworld group. Master, I'm fine. Turns out, Yu Zhanghai's arm is straight up numb, can't even twitch. Liu Shang glances back at him, then barks, Fire! Pew! 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 Yu Zhanghai raises his jade blade, swinging like a madman, slicing those arrows out to the air. Just then, Si Wuya taps his toe, leaps like 5 meters high, and clicks that peacock spiritual thingy. Dozens of golden needles shoot out, each one a headshot for the archers. Wang Yu shouts, It's you, Si Wuya! Si Wuya slowly descends, looks up and smirks. General Wang, you finally showed up. Traitor! Si Wuya used to be a royal official. No surprise Wang Yu knows him. Emperor Liu Shang just rolls his eyes. Seriously? You got time for trash talk right now? Then he orders. What are you waiting for? Obey the orders. Wang Yu, standing on the city wall, eyes the underworld sect and yells, Elders of the Northern Dipper and Celestial Movement Academies, get in position. 10 major formation eyes, each one with 2 white-robed cultivators inside. Only one formation eye has just 1 dude. But it doesn't stop them from running the 10 absolute formation. 19 elders look up at the sky. After the 10 absolute formation fades, it takes half an hour to reboot. Everyone listen up! Slaughter the demonic cult, show off our imperial might. Slaughter the demonic cult, show off our imperial might. Slaughter the demonic cult, show off our imperial might. The roar is deafening. Every last Imperial Guard in the city shows up. With gravity nerfed, the armor-clad Imperial Guards are suddenly OP, light as a feather with maxed out defense stats. Underworld Sect's gonna have a bad time. Seeing this, Si Wuya commands, 3-man squads, engage. Underworld Sect is well trained, they instantly form squads, no retreat, just full-on charge. Imperial guards already took heavy losses. And Underworld Sect got numbers. Even at a disadvantage they can Zerg rush the guards. So what if you're strong? Ain't got 3 heads and 6 arms to stop us. All-out brawl. Fists and blades. Total chaos and carnage. Yu Zhanghai stomps the earth and rockets towards Liu Shang. Boom! Jade Blade crashes into Liu Shang's longsword. That sword never stood a chance against a heaven-grade weapon. Shatters instantly. Eat this! Yu Zhanghai raises the blade to slice Liu Shang's face. Liu Shang dips and slides back a few steps. Right then, the huge net covering the whole capital city bursts with a loud bang, then slowly fades away. Gale force winds. Raw energy floods everyone's body. In an instant, everyone's cultivation is back online. Liu Shang throws out 2 palm strikes. Yu Zhanghai backflips, lands steady. Liu Shang and Yu Zhanghai both got their mojo back. 10 absolute formation. Gone. Yu Zhanghai. Even the heavens ain't on your side. Time to accept your fate. Boom! Avatar time. The 8-petaled golden lotus avatar stands tall in the sky, flexing on everyone. Cultivators in the capital all look up. Yu Zhanghai is also shook. Didn't expect Liu Shang to rebuild to 8 leaves so fast. The avatar's presence alone is enough to stun the entire city. Wang Yu roars, also summons his avatar. Boom! He jumps off the city wall, eyes the Underworld Sect. No 8 leaves to deal with Wang Yu. Underworld Sect's about to get wrecked. In the sky, 19 white-robed cultivators float up, suspended in mid-air. Yu Zhanghai also hovers, eyes darting around. Northern Dipper Academy, Celestial Movement Academy. Demonic cult causing chaos, they must be purged. An elder announces. One leads the charge, others echo. Demonic cult causing chaos, they must be purged. Siwuya looks up and says, Big bro, I'm counting on you. This is why Siwuya asked Yu Zhanghai if he was confident before. Yu Zhanghai needs to be a one-man army. Otherwise breaking the 10 absolute formation was pointless. The Underworld Sect bros only got this far with Yu Zhanghai, the rest depends on his skills. Yu Zhanghai clasps his hands behind his back. Tone gets dark and cold. 8 leaves, 19 elders. Not 8 leaves. Only Liu Shang and Wang Yu in the Imperial City are 8 leaves. Yu Zhanghai disappears out of nowhere. Huh? Wang Yue didn't expect Yu Zhanghai to attack so fast. A second later, Yu Zhanghai appears over Wang Yu's head. Jade blade glowing like the sun. Great mysterious heaven palm, rule the world. With Yu Zhanghai as the center, the entire Imperial City is drowned in blade energy. Blade energy drills down like crazy, Imperial guards can't stop it, instantly annihilated. Wang Yu controls his avatar to fly up, trying to dodge, but Yu Zhanghai casts some great divine power spell. Flashy moves. Blade suppresses the land. Blade energy stabs Wang Yu's avatar. Slash! Avatar's arm gets chopped off. Wang Yu screams, scrambles to retreat. Yu Zhanghai keeps casting great divine power spells like a hawk snatching a chick, then dives down. Mysterious celestial membrane. Blade energy blocks his escape. Wang Yu turns to fight back. Jade blade twirls and slashes at Wang Yu. Boom! Wang Yu flies back, no fight left in him. Same 8 leaves, but the difference is night and day. Cultivators in the capital are stunned. Does Wang Yu look like 7 leaves? Wait, hold up. Is that a fake 8 leaf? Am I trippin'? Or is Wang Yu just playin' us? No freaking way. How could a fake 8-leaf Dharma body even exist? Low-tier Dharma bodies maybe, but high-tier? Ain't nobody faking that? I'll eat dirt if he's faking. After 3 times using his ultimate divine power, Wang Yu is out of juice. Yu Zhanghai floats on up. Liu Chang, who's been spectating the whole time, finally claps. That really broadened my horizons. Too bad. You wasted too much vital energy. Wang Yu has fulfilled his mission. Let this sect leader see what you've been up to in the palace these past few years. Whoosh! Yu Zhanghai's figure flickers, and he immediately throws out a divine power technique. A moment later, he appears in front of Liu Chang, unleashing the great dark heaven palm print. Liu Chang raises his hand to block, but the force of the palm sends him flying backward. Everyone stares wide-eyed. Only now do they realize that every move Yu Zhanghai makes is a full power attack. Si Wuyai frowns. This scene is just like when Maester dominated the world, but if he keeps going like this, eldest brother will run out of vital energy. How's he going to keep fighting? The 19 elders are suppressed by Yu Zhanghai's judo power. No one dares to attack. They can only stand there dumbfounded. Boom, bang, bang. Yu Zhanghai keeps going head-to-head with Liu Chang, flattening everything in their path. You crazy bastard! Liu Chang curses with a frown, hands constantly swinging palm prints. I said I'd take your life today. Saber Chi appears. Great Dark Heaven Gang! You're insane! Liu Chang doesn't bother talking and immediately turns to flee the divine capital. Seeing this, Si Wuyai hurriedly orders. Send a flying letter to the Demon Sky Pavilion. Hurry! To Yunnu River. Yes! Si Wuyai looks around and says, Hua Chongyang, step forward and stand beside me. Si Wuyai is overflowing with power. Hua Chongyang obeys and steps forward. Boom! A 7-leaf Dharma body appears, swells up, and disappears into the Nether Sect. Any cultivator with a Dharma body will instinctively summon it. Boom! A sound of energy resonance appears. The difference compared to individual Dharma bodies appearing alone is that this continuous resonance will buff the Dharma bodies. 12 altar masters summon 2-leaf and 3-leaf Dharma bodies, and hundreds of disciples summon Dharma bodies. The 10 directions Xiankun is filled with brilliant Dharma bodies, illuminating the entire divine capital. Hua Chongyang barely conceals his pale face and injuries, raises his head, and shouts, I want to see who dares to move. The elders are shaken by the scene before them. They all look at each other. Then at the heavily injured Wang Yu lying on the ground. They immediately exchange glances. Let's wait for His Majesty to return. After Yu Zhenghai and Liu Cheng battle their way out of the city gates, the cultivators in the divine capital finally dare to breathe a sigh of relief. No one can keep up with their speed, so they can't witness this earth-shattering battle firsthand. Everyone sighs helplessly, forced to focus their attention on Si Wuyai and the 19 elders. Yu Zhenghai and Liu Cheng, one in front of the other, the saber key sweeps through forests, rivers, and mountains. Let's see how far you can run. Saber chi blooms with radiance, striking towards Liu Cheng. White seals suddenly appear all around Liu Cheng. The seals collide with the saber qui. Clang! 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 Liu Cheng turns around to look behind him, then stops, ceasing his escape. Yunnu River is where you'll be buried, HMPH. Yu Zhenghai is raging. If it weren't for Si Wuyai, a fool like you wouldn't be a match for me. You were like this before and you're still like this now. Liu Cheng floats in the air. Words are useless. Yu Zhenghai's figure vanishes, then reappears above Liu Cheng. Reign over the world. The saber qui pours down like a river, collapsing. Liu Sheng, he roared. You really think I have no tricks up my sleeve? He waved his hand, and a red glow flashed in his sleeve. The judge's pen, a red feathered brush, floated in front of Liu Sheng. It emitted a series of fiery red seals, forming a shield that blocked all the blade energy. A fierce glint flashed in Yu Zhenghai's eyes. You and I were both sold to Didi Lulan. I treated you like a brother. We shared life and death. I even saved your life. Yet you killed our fellow clan member Jiang Lai for wealth and glory, and even ambushed me when I was injured. If you don't die, how can I face Jiang Lai? How can I face myself? Turns out I was right. The great wizard of Lulan promised to give me the face of a king. You used to say you didn't want to be bullied. You wanted to crush those who bullied you under your feet, and I've done all of that for you. Okay, shouldn't you be happy? Liu Sheng said. Happy? Go explain yourself to the Vukai clan ancestors in hell. I wiped out the tombs of your ancestors long ago. From now on, there will be no Vukai clan members left in this world. Whoosh! Great divine power technique. Every move Yu Zhenghai made was a great divine power. A Swan Tian starburst struck Liu Sheng in an instant, the blade energy like a meat grinder. Wine pen creates flowers. Liu Sheng dodged the judge's pen, which drew seals that scattered around, like red flowers flying towards the Xuantian starburst. Clang! 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 Yu Zhenghai summoned the 8-leaf avatar from the heavens. Liu Sheng snorted and also summoned his 2-palm avatar. The 8-leaf avatar rose up to block Yu Zhenghai's avatar. At the same time, 8 lotus petals swirled out like spinning blades. Yu Zhenghai had no experience fighting against a golden lotus expert, so he felt very strange. Boom! The first lotus petal rushed over. Yu Zhenghai retreated into the air, immediately sensed the danger, and dodged the lotus petal's attack completely. Liu Sheng said indifferently, the sound waves rolling. You will die on the Yunnu River and sink to the bottom of the river forever, without being reborn. I have Vu magic protecting me, and I will be reborn after death. How can you fight me? Yu Zhenghai frowned. Liu Sheng continued. Besides, you can't even beat me. Yu Zhenghai widened his eyes. Take a closer look at my avatar. Yu Zhenghai looked at the 8 lotus petals flying back and forth, one of which was in the state of splitting in half. 8.5 leaves! Yu Zhenghai was shocked. I have the research of the Beidou Library and the Tianxing Library, and I have mastered the combat methods of the Golden Lotus Avatar. The reason I've been tolerating you all this time is just to lure you here. Liu Sheng raised his hand slightly, uttering each word with emphasis. So what if it's 8 leaves? Yu Zhenghai did not hesitate, took out a pill from his waist, and put it in his mouth. Liu Sheng was startled, not knowing what he was doing. Yu Zhenghai said indifferently, 8 leaves is indeed very strong. Yu Zhenghai's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in the middle of his own avatar, merging with the avatar. At the same time, golden light rose from his body, as if burned by flames. You're still the same as before, still so crazy. I also want to see what the Ma Yuan's secret medicine can do. Boom! The two avatars collided, the sound echoing through the forest, causing flocks of beasts to fly out in a hurry. And the fish in the river also jumped out of the water, the waves rolled, and the storm raged. Yu Zhenghai chose to use the Ma Yuan's secret medicine. This is why he crazily used the great divine power today. The BYU blade stabbed towards Liu Shang's avatar at a strange angle. Liu Shang threw out the judge's pen, and the two weapons collided. Boom! Liu Shang landed, Yu Zhenghai flew high, and the two plunged into a fierce battle on the Yunnu River. From beginning to end, Yu Zhenghai had exerted all his strength. Under the crazy attack of the peak 8 leaves, even Liu Shang, who had 8.5 leaves, felt powerless. Oh yen! Another move. The ruler arrives, blade energy attacking Liu Shang's avatar. Liu Shang finally couldn't bear it anymore. Enough. He unleashed his potential and mobilized the avatar. The two hands of the avatar began to move, reaching out to grab Yu Zhenghai's avatar. The judge's pen bloomed with a dark red light. Pen sweeps the heavenly army, the ultimate holy artifact. The judge's pen quickly wrote 4 seal characters. 4 red seal characters of ultimate holy artifact appeared, surrounding the pen tip and flying into the palm of the avatar. Liu Shang's avatar grabbed the seal character of ultimate holy artifact and stabbed forward. Yu Zhenghai led the avatar to advance instead of retreat. Swish! The judge's pen stabbed into the chest of Yu Zhenghai's avatar, and the BYU blade turned into a huge blade energy and slashed down from above, cutting off Liu Shang's shoulder. Boom! The two landed at the same time, and the avatars dissipated with the wind. Yu Zhenghai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tapped the acupoints on his dantian, and he burned the dantian key C. Yu Zhenghai arrogantly stepped into the air and flew up, clenching his hand. The BYU blade swirled back and slashed again. Liu Shang didn't give him a chance to breathe. You want to die with me? In fact, Liu Shang had long felt that Yu Zhenghai's fighting style was completely desperate, killing each other to die together. But Liu Shang didn't want to lose his life. Look at me peacefully, remember my face, and now die. The blade energy slashed down. I won't die. He gritted his teeth, angrily raised his hand, and the judge's pen stabbed instinctively. Swish! The two faced each other and fell at the same time. The pen pierced Yu Zhenghai's heart, and the Biwu blade also shattered Liu Shang's internal organs. The wind gradually stopped blowing, and the gang energy dissipated. Yu Zhenghai held the BYU blade tightly in his hand, using force to pin it into Liu Shang's body, while Liu Shang also held the judge's pen tightly. Fresh blood flowed out, the blood of the Wukai tribe as red as flowers falling into the Yunnu River, dyeing the river red. Yu Zhenghai's face was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth turned up, as if very satisfied with the result. You lost. I didn't lose, you lost. Liu Shang's eyes were full of unwillingness. His life was about to be lost. Boom! The two separated. Yu Zhenghai looked at the Yunnu River in front of him. He had never felt that human blood could become so beautiful, as red as flowers swaying in the spring. The magic origin elixir's effect wore off, and the primal chi in his body vanished. Yu Zhenghai felt his life slipping away. I've died twice already, then spent 300 years learning the ropes on the mountain. My lifespan's been screwed for ages. Either way, I'm winning this. Yu Zhenghai laughed like a maniac and continued. And you? You died once in Lulan, now you're dying again. You also spent 300 years learning the ropes. What good is rebirth to you now? You! Liu Chang glared at Yu Zhenghai. You think you were the only one studying the 9-leaf tower? Think again! The golden lotus absorbs lifespan. Without the golden lotus, you can't extend your life. You're gonna die too. In the end, you'll kneel with me, begging for forgiveness before our ancestors. The one who needs to repent is you! Liu Chang surfed across the river, his body erupting with gang qi. Yu Zhenghai smiled, a look of satisfaction on his face. He looked towards the clouds on the horizon, his eyes gradually filling with figures. He remembered his master, remembered everything that happened on the Dark Sky Pavilion. All of it, compared to all the memories in his life. Maybe the time spent learning and getting his ass kicked on the Dark Sky Pavilion was the most precious moment he engraved in his heart. Yu Zhenghai saw the cloud-piercing flying chariot appear on the horizon. Master, illusion. Everyone says the illusion I see before I die is the lingering regret in my heart. I'm sorry. In the next life, your disciple will be filial. But from the flying chariot, a palm print flickering with golden light suddenly flew out and struck fast as lightning. Great unsurpassed seal! Liu Chang sensed the danger. He stopped everything he was doing and looked up. The judge's pen he lifted shone with red light, instantly transforming into a talisman. The Buddha's handprint slammed into the red talisman. Boom! The handprint pushed Liu Chang back towards the cloud-numinous river, waves flying everywhere. Liu Chang's face was aghast as he looked at the 5 fingers in front of him, his eyes wide. The power of the 9 leaves. He frantically released his primal chi in an attempt to negate the power within the Great Unsurpassed Seal. But the Great Unsurpassed Seal didn't diminish at all. Instead, it stuck to him even tighter, pushing him further and further away. Liu Chang was pushed through the cloud-numinous river, through the towering trees, and finally slammed hard into a cliff face. Ding! Eliminated a target, gaining 2,500 merit points. On the cloud-piercing flying chariot, the people of the Dark Sky Pavilion stared wide-eyed at Yu Zhenghai, lying in a pool of blood, momentarily speechless. Our invincible 8-leaf senior brother, is this heavily injured? Lu Zhou stepped through the air and descended, unleashing a heavenly riding power of healing. Zuo Yushu threw the weapon in her hand out. This old lady will give senior brother a hand. Pan Long staff. How can Leng Luo stand by and watch? Me too, this old man as well. Pan Lishan threw out the golden gourd, and 3 golden lotusless avatars appeared behind him at the same time. The 3 elders of the Dark Sky Pavilion coordinated extremely well. When they saw Yu Zhenghai was so heavily injured, all 3 knew what Pavilion Master wanted to do immediately. They didn't hesitate to unleash the most powerful healing methods they knew. The formation patterns on the Panlong staff scattered to form a spherical area. This is a formation that has the effect of buffing from the Confucian school. The 3 avatars rapidly expanded, and Lu Zhao's 5 fingers descended. A blue lotus bloomed in his palm. Under the support of the 3 avatars, the healing power was even stronger than the healing of the sea conch at the Dark Sky Pavilion. The blue lotus descended from the sky onto Yu Zhenghai in the blink of an eye. In his dying moments, a drop of water on the cloud-numinous river fell onto his forehead. The drop of water sparkled like crystal, blocking Yu Zhenghai's vision. The blue lotus bloomed with extraordinary brilliance. Just as the blue lotus landed, Yu Zhenghai lost consciousness. Lu Zhao's gaze was focused, his 5 fingers still raised to maintain the blue lotus. The blue lotus bloomed, emitting a faint blue light that enveloped Yu Zhenghai's entire body. Lu Zhao could feel Yu Zhenghai's life force rapidly fading. Lu Zhao recalled the scene of Yu Zhenghai kneeling at the foot of the mountain asking to become a disciple, recalled when Yu Zhenghai wanted to master the Great Xuan Heaven Palm and buried himself under the waterfall day and night, recalled when Yu Zhenghai made a mistake and was beaten half to death by Ji Tiandao. Scene after scene flashed before his eyes. If you have to pay with your life, just to climb to the highest position, or to kill that scumbag Ping An who betrayed his origins, is it worth it? Yu Zhenghai has died twice, and now he is facing the threshold of his lifespan, and yet, he used all his strength to exchange for 1 life of Liu Chang. Is it worth it? If you feel it's worth it, then it's worth it. The avatars of the 3 elders released powerful force, under the buffing formation of Zuo Yushu. The special effect of the Panlong staff was also released. The blue lotus became even stronger, taking Yu Zhenghai as the center. The energy of life spread in all directions. Fish in the water leaped up, algae under the water grew frantically, wildflowers on the shore bloomed quickly, and broken trees sprouted new buds. Lu Zhao clenched his hand, and the blue lotus dissipated. His left hand rose, and a demonic Buddha handprint descended, grabbing Yu Zhenghai. Lu Zhao stepped through the air and returned to the flying chariot. The 3 elders also withdrew their avatars. Senior brother, Duan Musheng, Zhu Yueye, Tianxin, Zhu Honggong, Yan Shi, and Hailuo all called out worriedly. The others were even more uneasy. Yu Zhenghai's eyes were tightly closed, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. His whole body only had a faint life force running back and forth in his chest. The wound on his chest had been completely healed by the blue lotus, no longer bleeding. His skin was also healed, but Yu Zhenghai was still unconscious. Master, how is senior brother? Yan Shi raised her head and asked. Everyone's eyes also turned to Lu Zhichu, waiting for an answer. He has more ill than good, Lu Zhao replied softly. Zuo Yushu said in surprise. Even Big Bro can't save him? This is really hard to accept. Everyone here had witnessed Lu Zhu's healing methods, as well as the huge life force of the blue lotus. If this kind of method can't guarantee Yu Zhenghai's life, then other healing methods of the Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism sects are meaningless. Pan Liqian sighed and said, at least his last wish was fulfilled. Truly a stubborn guy. Ordinary healing methods are probably useless. Only unusual methods can guarantee his life. Leng Luo said, unusual methods. I heard that 7th Senior Si Wu Yai has used all the power of the Darknet to investigate the entire world, including the alien races, territories, and found a kind of talisman that can absorb lifespan. Maybe we should ask Si Wu Yai about this. Everyone immediately nodded. Each time the Wookiee race dies, it consumes 300 years of life. He has died 3 times, Even if he absorbs the talisman, I'm afraid he will still encounter the great tribulation of his lifespan, so this old body feels that we should find another method." Just then, Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop them. "Enough." He indifferently turned around and looked at the cliff next to the cloud-numinous river. "Third child, have a disciple bring him back here." "Master, he must have turned to ashes long ago. Does everyone still want to desecrate his corpse?" Zhu Honggong asked doubtfully, then nodded. "Makes sense. Anyone who dares to kill our senior brother deserves 100 lashes. No need for you to do it, master. This disciple is best at this kind of thing." The atmosphere, which was originally serious, anxious, and even a little sad, was ruined by this idiot, Zhu Honggong. Everyone was speechless. Duan Musheng regretted that he couldn't make steel from iron. "You blockhead. That Liu Chang isn't the real Liu Chang. He's a Wookiee clansman. Wookiee clansmen can die 3 times. Lu Zhou wasn't sure if Liu Chang had died before, so to be safe, it's best to send someone to check it out. Upon hearing this, Pan Lishan nodded and said, "Let this old man go with Duan Musheng." Duan Musheng leaped down, flying towards the cliff. Pan Lishan followed closely behind. The two arrived at the cliff and were secretly tongue-tied when they saw the deep pit. The chief's palm power is something else. Pan Lishan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. An 8-leaf expert on par with Yu Zhenghai couldn't withstand a single move from the chief. "Is 9 leaves that strong? I'll go take a look." Duan Musheng stepped into the hand-shaped cave, Overlord spear pointing forward, no movement. Duan Musheng mobilized his primal chi to break a stone wall, and Liu Chang's body rolled out. Pan Lishan said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Let this old man handle this." With that, he unleashed a palm of Gang Chi, swirling around Liu Chang, slowly lifting him up. "There's something else." Duan Musheng saw a red pen, raised his hand, and the pen flew into his hand. The two immediately returned to the flying chariot. Seeing Pan Lishan bring back the body, Zhu Honggong was furious, and shouted, "Master, leave the corpse desecration to me!" Whack! 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 Zhu Honggong's fists flew out incessantly. "Old 8, stop fooling around, be serious!" Duan Musheng scolded. Lu Zhou glanced at Liu Chang's body. Before, every time he used a deadly strike card, a palm print would turn the opponent into ashes. But this time, Liu Chang was still intact. The system couldn't possibly report an error. Liu Chang was clearly dead, and the effect of the deadly strike card had been triggered. The only thing to guard against is his possible resurrection. "Master, this is what I found on him." Duan Musheng presented the judge's pen. Lu Zhou looked at the judge's pen, slightly surprised. "Obtained a super-grade heaven weapon, judge's pen. Needs to be refined again before use." Another super-grade heaven weapon. This red pen reminded Lu Zhou of the coffin and armor with red runes. In addition, the super-grade heaven weapon Ling Shu also had red lines on the sword. This was also left by that mysterious 9-leaf expert. "Master, the battle situation in Chengdu is urgent. We've been here for too long," Duan Musheng said. He was careful. Lu Zhou turned and headed towards Chengdu. "To Chengdu, yes!" The flying chariot flew rapidly towards Chengdu. Zhang Honggong went to Liu Chang's corpse and said fiercely, "I'll keep an eye on him." At the same time, on top of the imperial city, 10 elders observed tens of thousands of Yuming cult disciples in the air. Only 1/3 of the imperial guards remained. Hua Zhongyang and Si Wuyai looked up at the sky. Time passed minute by minute. Sunlight shone on everyone's faces. The air gradually heated up. The blood under the ground gradually solidified and turned black. And flies smelled the blood and immediately buzzed over. Hua Zhongyang suddenly cried out in pain, staggering back. "Grand Guardian! Grand Guardian!" 2 Yuming cult disciples hurried forward to support Hua Zhongyang. Crap! Si Wuyai put his hand behind Hua Zhongyang's back, channeling his primal chi to heal him. The 19 elders finally understood and winked at each other. An hour has passed. The 10 Absolute Formation can be activated again. The Beidou Academy and the Tianxing Academy have always been effective for the court. Now that Chengdu is in trouble, how can we stand by and let the demonic path wreak havoc? They should be executed. 10 people returned to the Formation Eye to activate the formation. The remaining 9 cleared the area. All 10 elders agreed. 10 people went back to activate the 10 Absolute Formation, and the rest continued to observe in the air. At this time, many cultivators in Chengdu slowly flew up, each summoning a 3-leaf, 4-leaf, or 5-leaf avatar, all flying towards the imperial city. In addition, many divine court realm cultivators summoned the 10 directions Qian-kun avatars, flying through the air, like snipes and clams fighting, benefiting the fishermen. The 9 elders nodded in satisfaction. If the world is in trouble, when will you act, if not now? This is an opportunity to eliminate the Yuming cult. Among them, an elder saw that the cultivators were still hesitating, and added, His Majesty is about to advance to 9 leaves. Anyone who follows the mandate of heaven will enjoy glory and wealth for the rest of their lives. 9 leaves! Kill the Yuming cult! Kill the Yuming cult! One person shouted, and the crowd followed, the sound shaking the sky. The Yuming cult leader's face was pale, and Si Wuyai frowned. He was secretly confused, not understanding why senior brother had not returned yet. At this time, outside the west gate, 2 figures suddenly flew over. Whoosh! 2 arrows of Gang Qi broke through the air and shot straight into the chests of 2 low-level cultivators. It's a divine archer. I want to see who dares to move. The crowd turned to look at the divine archers who had just arrived. Hua Yuexing and Hua Wudao hovered in the air, pulling their bows taut, threatening the crowd. The situation is getting more and more tense. No one dares to act rashly. They're just 2-leaf divine archers. Send 3 elders to capture them, and the rest of you follow me to capture Si Wuyai. Hua Zhongyang has been seriously injured. We are sure to win this battle. The elders and neutral cultivators nodded slightly. Hua Zhongyang was extremely uncomfortable, trying to suppress the blood surging in his chest, and said, "This subordinate is incompetent. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Hua Zhongyang, do you dare or don't you dare to do something?" Hua Zhongyang was puzzled. Si Wuyai took out 2 pills from his waist and placed them in his palm. Demonic essence, secret medicine. Hua Zhongyang's eyes widened, and then he firmly replied, "What's there not to dare?" He snags a demonic essence pill, waiting for the right moment to pop it. Si Wuyai nods. Good. Wang Yu then levitates, using acupressure to stop the bleeding, and says in a low voice, "Just struggling before death. Yu Zhenghai is going to regret not finishing me off later. I'm going first." Boom! He stomps hard, his whole body shooting towards Si Wuyai like an arrow. Even though Wang Yu is heavily injured, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. This 6-leaf cultivator ain't got a chance. Si Wuyai throws out a palm seal. Wang Yue throws a punch, sending Si Wuyai flying. 7-star sir! 7-star sir! Hua Chongyang rushes to catch Si Wuyai. Si Wuyai lands, staggering a few steps to steady himself, his arms shaking. Wang Yue's sneak attack boosts the confidence of the 5 elders. Hua Yuexing, watching from afar, is getting antsy. Wang Yu wipes blood from the corner of his mouth and smirks. "However Yu Zhenghai hurt me, I'll repay you 100-fold. He didn't kill me, but I can kill you. Who can stop me in this imperial city?" Wang Yu roars at the sky, then leaps. "Wang Yu, you sly dog!" Someone realizes that Wang Yu was deliberately hiding his strength, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. 7-star sir, get out of the way! Hua Chongyang shoves Si Wuyai aside and is about to swallow the demonic essence pill when a figure flies over from afar. Everyone looks up. What's that? From Hua Chongyang's perspective, the figure has no vital energy fluctuations and no aura whatsoever. Wang Yu, sensing this, immediately yells, "You cowardly rats, daring to ambush this general? Go die!" He turns and throws a palm strike. Boom! The figure takes the hit and crashes to the ground. The crowd gasps. Wang Yue, confused, turns to take a closer look. The one who flew over wasn't trying to ambush, nor was it another sect cultivator, but the current emperor, Liu Shang, the king of Great Yan. Wang Yu's scalp tingles, his eyes wide. "Your Majesty?" The faces of the 5 elders and the godly capital cultivators are filled with horror. That's the emperor's corpse. Yu Zhenghai won. But where is Yu Zhenghai? The crowd looks up again. This time, there's no sign of Yu Zhenghai, but a flying chariot is approaching. The sky shuttle of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Immediately, a deep voice booms from the flying chariot. "Capture them all!" 4 short but powerful words echo through the godly capital. As soon as he finishes speaking, a figure leaps from the flying chariot. Duan Musheng, with thousands of spear shadows, rushes towards the imperial guards, sweeping his spear and felling over 100. Zhang Yueyan, Zhu Honggong, and the 3 elders also appear, rushing in all directions, each summoning their 100 tribulations insight dharmic body. Zhong Zhao and Qi Feng also summon their dharmic bodies and join the fray. The Evil Sky Pavilion is crawling with nascent divinity realm experts. The cultivators, hoping to profit from the chaos, are shocked, their eyes wide, as they look at the sky shuttle in the sky. The 5 elders are even more horrified. "Ji Laomo! It's Ji Laomo!" The hearts of those trying to score a quick buck in the godly capital pound in their chests, as they look from the sky shuttle to Liu Shang's corpse, stunned. The 5 elders lied to them. Weren't they saying Liu Shang was about to advance to 9 leaves? Weren't they saying the imperial family had an invincible 10 absolute formation? Weren't they saying the imperial guards could sweep the world? It was all a lie. Run! The cultivators scatter in all directions. Hua Wudao, seeing the Evil Sky Pavilion shuttle, gets hyped and says, "Yuexing, this situation is perfect for you to shine." Yes. Hua Yuexing taps her toes lightly, leaps, and spins 360 degrees in place, sending arrows flying, rushing towards the scattering cultivators. Swoosh, swoosh. The arrows pierce through their dharmic bodies, and the low-level cultivators fall. At the same time, Fan Tianzong blooms like a swimming dragon, going wherever cultivators are trapped. Even though the 4 elders have severed their golden lotus and rebuilt, those of the same stage are no match for them. Whoever the golden gourd sucks in, dies. Lang Luo's figure flickers like a ghost, and his dragon-binding staff releases talismans like falling leaves, blanketing the godly capital. Si Wu Yai looks up at the sky, excited. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion has come to help. The tide of the battle immediately turns. The Evil Sky Pavilion crushes all the cultivators present. After a while, no one dares to move. No one dares to fight anymore. Whoever dares to move will be killed. Hearing the voice, the crowd looks towards Hua Yuexing. Just as Hua Yuexing is opening her dharmic body, with a swoosh, her 2-leaf dharmic body suddenly blooms a leaf. Hua Yuexing breaks through in battle, the bow and arrow in her hand still enveloped in vital energy, her right hand condensing 4 arrows, ready to pierce the sky at any moment. With the situation stabilized, tens of thousands of Nether Sect disciples cheer in unison. We respectfully invite Ancestral Grandmaster. The one sitting on the sky shuttle is the biggest backer of the Nether Sect, and everyone is ecstatic. Si Wu Yai and Hua Chongyang both breathe a sigh of relief. We didn't have to use the demonic essence pill after all. On the shuttle, Lu Zhou, with his hands clasped behind his back, steps out. Ye Qiangxin and Hai Luo stand on either side. Lu Zhou observes the Imperial Guards, his gaze stopping on the 8-leaf Wang Yu. Wang Yu takes a step back. Lu Zhou descends, the crowd gasping and staring as Lu Zhou hurtles down like lightning. Blue vital energy seals appear under his feet. Boom! 2 vital energy seals shoot out from under Lu Zhao's feet, rushing towards Wang Yu. Wang Yue was scared less, trying to dodge. But those 2 gang seals had eyes, accurately slamming into his chest. Wang Yu plummeted, feeling like trash. I'm an 8-leaf, damn it! Why can everyone step all over me? He couldn't control his surging blood, letting out a painful cry and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wang Yu lay still on the ground, his face red with humiliation. The 5 elders, the neutral cultivators, and tens of thousands of Nether Sect disciples held their breaths, looking at the Demon Heaven Pavilion's ancestor descending, a seemingly harmless old man. Yet he suppressed the entire godly capital with his aura alone. He's no ordinary geezer. He's the top 9-leaf cultivator, the master of Demon Heaven Pavilion, and the Shifu of the 9 disciples. The godly capital instantly went silent. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Wang Yu. Wang Yu shrank back, silent for a long time. Wang Yu finally crumbled. His psychological defenses were obliterated by Lu Zhao's aura. Without a word, Wang Yu frantically kicked off the ground, wanting to flee. Lu Zhou reached out, and a long spear lying on the ground flew into his palm, emitting a resonant hum. Blue light emanated from Lu Zhao's fingers, and the spear shot out. Whoosh! The speed was like a bullet, exceeding everyone's expectations. The spear pierced Wang Yu from behind, and the immense force continued forward. Bang! Sniped a target. Gained 1,500 merit points. Looking at Wang Yu's corpse pinned to the city wall, the 9 elders. Mouths were dry, their bodies trembled, and fresh blood flowed, the spear slowly drawing red lines, dripping like a waterfall. Lu Zhou didn't continue looking at Wang Yu but turned to look at the top of the imperial city, nonchalantly saying, Beidou Library, end it yourselves. The 9 elders' hearts sank. Lu Zhou spoke, and the Demon Heaven Pavilion disciples looked toward the 9 cultivators. Mo Baiyi was floating in the sky. These people led the 10 Absolute Formation, and could be considered the murderers of Senior Yu Zhanghai. Could it be that you're going to kill everyone? An elder tried to suppress his fear and said, Casualties in war are understandable, but massacring an entire city is an extremely cruel act. Lu Zhou raised his head to look at that elder, not recognizing him, and simply said, Start with you. Start with you. Pay back my disciple's life to this old man. A deep voice, full of power. Lu Zhou stood firmly on the ground, hands behind his back, waiting for the elder in the sky to end his own life. But how many people in this world are willing to commit suicide? In front of everyone, how many have the courage to stab a knife straight into their heart? The elder gradually widened his eyes, then turned around, unleashed his Dharma body, and flew away at lightning speed. Second disciple Yuan Er, standing closest to him, immediately snorted. Trying to escape? Seriously? Watch me beat you to death. 7 stars cloud treading steps, the scarlet Brahma wolf soared like a dragon, flashing. Oh? You're running too slow, bro? In an instant, Yuan Er stood in front of him, kicking. Bang! The elder was kicked in the chest, falling to the ground and creating a human-shaped crater. Yuan Er charged down again. Bang! 7 stars cloud treading steps helped her appear on top of him in a flash. Stomping hard with both feet, the elder was buried deep in the ground, without any breath. Sniped a target, gained 1,000 merit points. The imperial city was dead silent. Even a little Matian Pavilion minion was this badass and audacious? These guys were straight up losing hope. Lu Zhou kept his eyes locked on another elder from the North Star Academy. Next! The elders in the sky were looking like they'd seen a ghost. They were staring down the barrel of a gun. What could be more despair-inducing than death itself? Hua Yuexing's bow was humming like crazy. She kept switching directions, ready to snipe anyone who twitched. All right. One of the younger-looking elders couldn't take the heat and slowly descended. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs turned to jelly, and he face-planted. Fear was eating him alive, palms sweaty, heart pounding. He glanced at Wang Yu, pinned to the city wall, and Liu Cheng's dragon-robed corpse, utterly wrecked. He chucked his dignity out the window and begged for mercy. "Senior, have mercy! Senior, have mercy!" Thud, thud, thud. Every plea was punctuated by his head hitting the ground. In the sky, a senior elder from the Tianxing Academy raged, "You're embarrassing the whole damn academy!" A dignified elder? Groveling before a demon just to survive? Talk about a major L. Major L. Lu Zhou looked up at the senior elder. "Ji Laomo. Others might fear you, but I don't give a damn. What's so scary about dying? The capital of Great Yan shrouded in darkness? What a joke. Where's the justice? Where's the heavenly Dapio?" He kept yelling, like he was about to pop. "The 10 formation is back online. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." Lu Zhou casually said, "Very well." With a flick of his right hand, a palm strike glowing with blue light blasted toward the elder. This was the Daquan seal from the Taoist 9-syllable true words. The senior elder hastily summoned his pathetic 4-leaf avatar. Boom! The palm strike crushed the avatar like it was nothing, then slammed into the 9-leaf elder. Crushing a 4-leaf was like swatting a fly. The elder went down, instantly crippled and out of the fight. Lu Zhou intentionally spared him. He'd already blown half of his extraordinary power, saving Yu Zhenghai on the Yunnuo River. Gotta save up that extraordinary power. Of course, some targets weren't worth saving it on, like Wang Yu and Liu Ch. To off Liu Cheng, Lu Zhou had used his last one-hit kill card. He didn't give a damn about the cost-effectiveness ratio for that guy. It was all about whether he deserved it. This palm strike didn't use much extraordinary power. Just enough to take him out of the game. He'd kick the bucket sooner or later anyway. This casual move silenced the elders from both academies. No one else was willing to die on that hill. Lu Zhou looked at the red-faced elder on the ground and casually asked, "Tianxing Academy?" Si Wuya immediately bowed and said, "Master, this is one of the 10 elders of the Tianxing Academy. He led the 10 formation. His name is Chen Ranzi." Lu Zhou nodded and glanced at Chen Ranzi. "You like talking about justice, huh? Well, let me tell you about justice." Lu Zhou turned to the hovering elders. "I'm giving you guys a chance. Whoever can tell Chen Ranzi what justice is, I'll spare their life. Limited spots available. Only one winner." As soon as he finished, the Tianxing Academy elders were practically tripping over themselves, raising their hands. Me! I'll tell him what justice is." "Shut up. What do you know about justice?" "Me!" The Tianxing Academy elders were bickering like crazy, faces redder than a baboon's butt. Chen Ranzi stubbornly glared at the crowd in the sky. The insults were already flying. "Chen Ranzi, you're just a poser. You dare talk about justice? You only got where you are today by bribing the dean. I spit on you. Chen Ranzi, you dumped your poor wife, resorting to any means necessary to get rid of her, even killing the woman who stood by you through thick and thin, just to marry someone richer. A piece of trash like you dares to talk about justice?" Chen Ranzi was stunned. No one on this earth can hurt me more than those who call themselves family. The ear-splitting insults kept coming. Chen Ranzi pointed at the elders in the sky, stammering, You! Just then, Lu Zhou pointed at someone. "You!" The elder was ecstatic, and hurriedly bowed, descending. Once he landed, he didn't waste a second kowtowing to Lu Zhou. "Thank you, Senior Ji." Si Wuxia shook his head. Even if someone can see through the ways of the world, they can never predict the human heart. Where there's a will to die, there's a will to live. "Master, this is also one of the 10 elders of the Tianxing Academy, named Xiao Jianghe." Xiao Jianghe flashed a flattering smile, then stood up, turned to Chen Ranzi, and said with an ice-cold face, "Uneducated, unjust, forgets favors for profit. You are a disgrace." "Chen Ranzi, you son of a bitch. Why are you still pretending to be a virtuous man? Your crimes could fill a whole book. And you still have the audacity to lecture others about justice and morality? You!" Chen Ranzi was so angry he couldn't speak. "You what?" "Justice is for the people." During the Battle of Yanzhou City, the Yuming Sect sacrificed countless members to protect the citizens, while the city lord, Ma Loping, used the people as hostages. Is that justice? The Yuming Sect controls the 9 provinces. Why aren't the people rebelling but instead supporting them? Hating evil like the plague and doing good deeds is justice. But you blindly turn a deaf ear and a blind eye. You know jack shit about justice. I spit on you. With a final shout, Zhao Jianghe hocked a loogie right in Chen Ranji's face. Okay. And you, what about you? I admit I'm afraid of death. I have an old mother and young children. I'm not worthy of the emperor, not worthy of the people, but at least I'm not as shameless as you, twisting the truth and calling black white. You've utterly disgraced Tianxing Academy. If I were you, I'd have offed myself already. Chen Ranzi's eyes widened. He finally couldn't suppress the ki and blood churning in his chest. Tui! The old geezer coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Ding! Killed a target, obtained 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou was indifferent. Who amongst this crowd hasn't spilled blood? Nobody's truly a saint. But, gotta admit, roasting someone takes real class. It's not scary when a thug knows how to fight. It's scary when a thug has culture. Lu Zhou actually found Zhao Jianghe's words pretty reasonable. With Chen Ranzi gone, the elders in the air fell into despair. They were screwed. Just then, Liu Chang's corpse suddenly emitted a cloud of purple smoke. Master! The crowd looked towards a library elder, and a thought flashed through their minds. They immediately shouted, "Activate the formation!" A red net appeared in the sky, covering the entire god's capital. Master! Yanher cried out. The flying chariot ascended. Lu Zhou ordered, Xuan Yun flying chariot, immediately leave the area covered by the 10-terminal formation. Everyone's primal Q was being rapidly drained. While they still had some, they quickly descended to the ground. No one wanted to fall to their death. The Nether Sect disciples looked up, lamenting. The 10-terminal formation is activated again. Protect Master! Duan Musheng's overlord spear immediately swept across, sending dozens of Imperial guards flying, then stood guard in front of Lu Zhou. The net in the sky continued to change, and the purple smoke emanating from Liu Cheng's corpse grew thicker. The corpse, which had no life force, began to move with the help of the purple smoke. The Wu Kai clan, passed down through generations, buried in the earth, bodies dead but hearts immortal, reborn as humans. It's really the Wu Kai clan. The three elders of the Dark Heaven Pavilion stared intently at Liu Cheng, and the other disciples also crowded around to observe. Si Wuya anxiously looked around and asked, "Where's eldest brother?" On the flying chariot, Si Wuya's heart was heavy. He suddenly remembered his master's words. I want these people to pay for taking my disciple's life. Hua Chongyang, the 7 unborn, endured the pain and stepped forward to support Si Wuya. I'm fine. Si Wuya tried to remain calm, but in an instant, his eyes were bloodshot. Si Wuya looked at Liu Cheng's corpse, his eyes filled with cold, sinister ruthlessness. As Liu Cheng stood up, the net covering the sky constantly changed colors, and the primal chi was being drained. The atmosphere became stifling, and the sky gradually blurred. The 10-terminal formation had been successfully activated. The library elders who had just landed stared intently at Liu Cheng's corpse. At this moment, Liu Cheng twisted his body for a moment, then stood up straight, his arms outstretched as if tied to a wooden frame, his head lowered, and his eyes closed. Si Wuya was puzzled. Seeing this scene, Si Wuya was the one who understood the Wu Kai clan the most. He knew that a lot of harsh conditions were needed to revive. If everyone was like Liu Cheng and could be revived as easily as flipping their hand, then the Wu Kai clan wouldn't have been wiped out so easily. 8 out of 10 races in history, with all sorts of mysterious and unique traits, have disappeared in the long river of history. Many powerful races bloomed early and withered quickly like ephemeral flowers, disappearing without a trace. The Wu Kai people need to be buried in the mud, watered, absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and use the characteristics of the race to slowly repair the body in order to be reborn. Those who are unlucky will turn back into a child, and those who are lucky will remain the same and continue their lives. His Majesty isn't dead. His Majesty isn't dead after all. Ha ha! His Majesty isn't dead. An Imperial guard suddenly knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" The remaining Imperial guards also knelt down immediately and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Greetings, Your Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" Several shouts echoed throughout the Imperial city outside God's capital. The cultivators who wanted to watch the drama could only helplessly look at the 10-terminal formation lighting up in the sky, unable to observe the specific situation in the city. Some cultivators with keen hearing heard the shouts of the Imperial guards, and everyone sighed. The Dark Heaven Pavilion has finally met its match. Was God's capital so easy to provoke? Over the years, so many strong people had come to God's capital to establish their own forces, but these forces all died at the hands of the Imperial guards. What a pity for the Dark Heaven Pavilion. What a pity for the #1 demonic sect in the world. In the Imperial city, Liu Cheng suddenly raised his head, opened his eyes. His eyes were empty and godless, the joints in his neck cracked, his eyes gradually regained focus, His consciousness returned to his mind, and memories gradually appeared in his mind. Liu Chang looked around. God's capital, the imperial city, the 10 terminal formation, the imperial guards, the elders of the 2 major academies, and the dragon robe he was wearing. Everything had returned. Liu Chang took a deep breath and looked at the Nether Sect disciples, Si Wuya and Hua Chongyang in front of him. I have returned. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty. How could Liu Chang not be excited and full of lofty sentiments in this situation? Master has really come back to life, Duan Musheng said in surprise. Although he knew the characteristics of the Wu Kai clan, seeing Liu Chang resurrected with his own eyes was still an extremely shocking feeling. I didn't expect there to be a race with such miraculous talent in the world. The Imperial Guards didn't know these things. They just thought that the Emperor had never died and was standing up to fight again. The 8 library elders immediately knelt down. Please, Your Majesty, uphold justice for us. It's all over. Lu Zhou had been observing the whole time. Lu Zhou chose not to act because he wanted to see how the Wu Kai clan was resurrected, what was so special about it, and maybe it would be helpful in treating Yu Zhenghai. This is the Wu Kai clan. Lu Zhou finally opened his mouth. Liu Chang turned to look at the old man standing in front of the Imperial Guards, and Duan Musheng who was blocking in front of him. He was not afraid at all, but laughed and said, Ji Tiandao. Liu Chang was not careless at all, and took a few steps back, raised his hand, mobilized his primal chi instinctively, and found that his body was empty. I almost forgot that the 10 terminal formation is activated. Who in this world wouldn't panic when facing old Devil Ji of the Dark Heaven Pavilion? Even Liu Sheng, the king of the whole damn country, was shook. Hiding behind his royal guards, Liu Sheng took a deep breath to calm his nerves. You had a one-way ticket to paradise, but you chose hell, Ji Laomo. I'll take your lives, Liu Sheng declared, spreading his arms wide. Within the 10 absolutes formation, all lives are equal. Royal guards, on my command, capture Ji Laomo. Xing! The royal guards rose as one, raising their spears. Tens of thousands of underworld sect disciples also stood up at the same time. Protect our founder. Protect our founder! They ain't dumb. If the founder goes down, they all go down. The simplest way to protect him? Everyone just dogpiles, stalling for time until the 10 absolutes formation fades, then the founder's back to being OP. Si Wuyai shook his head, sighing. Too bad. Missed the prime opportunity to off Liu Shang. The 8 elders of the academy scooted to the side. Every royal guard in the city was mobilized. Duan Musheng, sweating bullets, anxiously said, Master, please step back. We've got tens of thousands of senior brothers homies. We're guaranteed to win. But then, Lu Zhou coolly said, Step back. Seeing Lu Zhou's silence, Duan Musheng was confused AF, but didn't dare argue, obediently stepping aside. Lu Zhou stood facing a whole damn army. At this point, everyone's relying on pure physical strength. What kind of honor would it be to slay Ji Laomo? You want to kill this old man? Lu Zhou glanced at the royal guards, his crystal-clear eyes gleaming with contempt. Kill you? Who else? If we don't do it now, when the hell will we? Liu Shang waved his hand, and hundreds of royal guards swarmed forward, spears aimed straight at Lu Zhao's face. Tens of thousands of underworld sect disciples charged too. Duan Musheng's face changed. He raised his overlord spear, ready to move, but Lu Zhou held him back. A strange light flickered in the eyes of the 17 elders. Even if they can't wipe out the underworld sect, just killing the top demon in the world would be a huge win for the royal family. Everyone held their breath, tense. The royal guards drew closer and closer as they reached Lu Zhou. Even if you have 1,000 lives, you'll pay for what you did to my disciple. If I can kill you once, I can kill you twice. Lu Zhou raised his hand and threw out a palm strike. He didn't bother spreading out his extraordinary power, but instead threw a casual palm, decisive and clean. No hesitation. A blue palm print, as tall as a person, swept out. Oomph! The great void heaven palm slammed into the royal guards, sending hundreds flying. The palm print continued forward, knocking aside anyone it touched. And in a blink, it was in front of Liu Shang. Within the 10 absolutes formation, how can he use a palm technique? How is this even possible? Liu Shang panicked and raised his hands. Bam! His hands, as weak as a child's, were broken by the palm print. The palm continued, slamming into his chest, dragging him backwards, smashing him into the city wall. Then, the palm print slowly dissipated. Liu Shang was embedded deep in the wall, his eyes filled with shock and terror. In the royal city, the underworld sect members, the 17 elders, and those neutral cultivators were all dumbfounded. They thought they were hallucinating, rubbing their eyes hard before staring again. Emperor Liu Shang was sprawled in the wall, a human-shaped X, his face full of despair. The royal city instantly fell silent. The atmosphere in the 10 absolutes formation was so heavy, It was suffocating. Everyone's ears started ringing. After a brief moment of silence, the same question popped into everyone's head. Why can Ji Tiandao use palm techniques? What about all lives are equal in the 10 absolutes formation? What about the suppression of Yuan Qi, turning everyone into mortals? What about fighting purely with your body and raw strength? Total cap. Some people suspected the 10 absolutes formation was broken, so they tentatively tried to mobilize their Yuan Qi. Sadly, their dantian was empty AF. No matter what they did, they couldn't summon even a trace of Yuan Qi. So what's it like when a cultivator enters a crowd of mortals? In the 10 absolutes formation, he's basically a god. Cough cough. Liu Sheng coughed a few times, stuck in the wall, pulling everyone back from their thoughts. The royal guards gradually regained their senses, reorganized their ranks, and prepared to attack again. But when they looked up, another blue palm print was flying towards them. Another great void heaven palm. Liu Sheng's eyes widened as he watched the palm print rushing towards him, only managing to scream, "I want to live!" The palm print, just like before, slammed into Liu Sheng. Boom! A loud noise echoed. Then complete silence. That palm reduced Liu Sheng to ashes. So much for wanting to live. No problem that can't be solved with one palm, and if it can, then just add another. Ding! Killed a target. Gained 2,500 merit points. Hearing the system notification, Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Seems like it wasn't too bad of a deal. The Fatal Strike card has increased in price to 10,000 merit points per card. Lu Zhou killed Liu Sheng twice. Spending 5,000 points to buy the card wasn't too much of a loss. Killing him again would be even better. Lu Zhou murmured softly. Duan Wusheng looked at his master, puzzled. It seems like Liu Sheng is really dead this time, completely reduced to ashes, no body left. What this master means is, he still has the potential to revive. You must be vigilant. Yes. Hearing this, Duan Wusheng immediately raised his overlord spear, pointing it at the hole in the wall. Lu Zhou was just saying that, as a precaution, there's no way Liu Sheng could still be alive. Lu Zhou started walking towards the royal guards, scaring them so much that they dropped all their weapons, not daring to look up. Lu Zhou then looked at the elders of the Heavenly Path Academy, and continued walking. One elder mentally collapsed on the spot, rushing towards Lu Zhou while screaming, "I don't believe it! I don't believe it! This is just a nightmare. It must be a nightmare." Lu Zhou raised his hand, and the elder went flying. Lu Zhou didn't even bother looking at him. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Anyone else not convinced? If anyone charged forward now, they'd either be dropped on their head as a baby or have water for brains. What makes regular people think they can oppose a cultivator? The elders retreated slowly, and those neutral cultivators who wanted to be the fisherman who profits, groveled on the ground, begging for mercy. Lu Zhou ain't showing no mercy. When Yu Zhengkai attacked the divine capital, he gave them a choice back then. If you got the guts to chase glory and riches, you gotta have the guts to face the consequences, bruh. Ain't no such thing as a free lunch, yo. Lu Zhou waves his hand, snags a Nether Sect branchmaster named Keqing Hao. Keqing Hao enthusiastically yells, "Yes, sir!" Under Lu Zhao's watchful gaze, the neutral cultivators get tied up without a peep. The remaining elders of the Heavenly Writing Academy are totally powerless, collapsing onto the ground like a bunch of chumps. "If you ain't gonna off yourselves, then it's head choppin' time!" Keqing Hao shouts again. Chop chop. Dozens of Nether Sect disciples swarm the Heavenly Writing Academy elders. On the peak of the royal city, 10 North Star Academy elders stand in the formation's eye, regretting big time for not listening to Dean Zhu Yunkai. Now they're in too deep. These dudes look at each other, wink wink, then bail out of the formation. Si Wuya, ever the watchful one, shouts, "Master!" Lu Zhou looks up at the royal city's peak. The white-robed cultivators are gone. Lu Zhou takes a casual step forward, and the Imperial Guards scramble backward. Inside the 10 Absolutes formation, there's no primal chi. They can't run far, and they can't escape this net. Duan Wusheng lifts the Overlord Spear and slams it down. Boom! Dude's brute strength alone is enough to intimidate these fools. Duan Wusheng trained under waterfalls for ages. His savagery is on another level. Duan Wusheng roars, "Dog Emperor Liu Zhang is dead! You still gonna resist?" Si Wuya cuts through the crowd, walks to Lu Zhao's side, and says in a serious voice, "He was never your emperor. Liu Zhang died a long time ago. This guy's a fraud. That's royalty for ya. They always go on about bloodlines." Si Wuya's words hit like a bolt from the blue. Someone cries out, "No way! No freaking way! Stop them!" Lu Zhou keeps moving towards the royal city's great gate. The Imperial Guards at the gate retreat, huddling together. Lu Zhou raises his hand and throws a palm strike. A blue palm print flies straight into their faces. Boom! In the corridor, over 100 Imperial Guards get blasted away by one palm strike. Lu Zhou stomps on the ground, sending a shockwave outwards from him. The floor crumbles, and over 1,000 Imperial Guards get blasted into the air. Lu Zhou stands calmly with his hands behind his back, standing in the middle of the Imperial Guard encirclement. Then, the Imperial Guards rained down from the sky, slamming into the floor. Boom! 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 Can't take a single hit. The Nether Sect disciples watched this scene, hyped AF. That's hype. So satisfying. Inside the 10 Absolutes formation, the Ancestral Master is a god. To the Nether Sect disciples, Lu Zhou in this moment is the invincible god in their hearts. The well-trained Nether Sect disciples enter the royal city in perfect formation, and the palaces and pavilions gradually come into view. The Nether Sect has successfully taken the divine capital. Just then, a golden octagonal formation suddenly lights up from the Chongqing Palace, the 8 Gates formation. Siwuya explains. Lu Zhou taps his toes lightly, flying up with a nonchalant expression. In the sky, the 8 Gates formation emits an extremely dazzling golden light, making everyone look up. Lu Zhou flies to the middle of the 8 Gates formation, raises his hands slightly, recites the heavenly book incantation in his head, and the blue lotus blooms. The royal city's sky is covered by a huge blue lotus. The cultivators outside the divine capital look at the 10 Absolutes formation in the royal city with puzzled faces, like WTF is going on? What's happening? A blue lotus? Is there someone out there cultivating blue lotuses? The cultivators look up in astonishment. This world is full of weird stuff. After the initial surprise, they quickly accept it. The master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the #1 9-leaf dude of this era. If a guy like that can still advance past 9 leaves, then it's no surprise he researches a new cultivation theory. They're used to accepting and respecting. When the blue lotus blooms across the sky, the 8 Gates formation shatters into small pieces, with golden points gradually dissipating in the air. The 8 Gates formation is broken by Lu Zhou in one move. Lu Zhou slowly descends, looking calm and composed. Chad move. The Nether Sect disciples, Hua Zhongyang, and the branch masters finally understand why their sect master always ran away in fear whenever he saw Senior Ji. Such powerful divine abilities. Who wouldn't run? Sect Master Yu is so wise. Lu Zhou feels that the extraordinary power in his body is running low. In the sky, the sunlight gradually becomes brighter. The net covering the divine capital suddenly changes color. A fierce wind blows, and clouds gather and scatter. The 10 Absolutes formation is about to disappear. Everyone, get ready! Evil Sky Pavilion disciples follow Lu Zhou immediately. Just then, primal chi pours in from the outside, and the suppressed air is released. Everyone's cultivation recovers at an extremely fast rate, and everyone pants heavily, while mobilizing the primal chi in their bodies. Lu Zhou also feels his cultivation gradually recovering. Although the extraordinary power is gone, he is now also a peak, nascent divinity 5-leaf cultivator. In terms of combat experience, skills, and experience, Lu Zhou far surpasses everyone here. This old man is still invincible. Clang, clang, clang! From inside the Grand Hall, several white-robed figures are suddenly thrown out. In mid-air above the Yongshu Hall, some black-clad cultivators yeeted 2 white-clad cultivators onto the ground. Soon after, the 10 elders of the Beidou Academy, looking ashen-faced, were captured and tossed before Lu Zhou. The black-clad cultivators descended one after another, numbering over 1,000. Li Yunzhao stepped out of the Great Zheng Palace, respectfully bowing. Greetings, Senior Ji. Lu Zhou pointed at the group of black-clad people and asked, "These are all your people?" Li Yunzhao replied, "Please forgive my means, Senior Ji. Living in the Deep Palace, one must have some way to protect oneself. This is the Empress Dowager's decree." She realized long ago that this one is not the real emperor, but alas, this fake emperor controls the entire divine capital. The Empress Dowager prioritized the big picture, so she didn't dare expose him. The crowd nodded in agreement. No wonder the Empress Dowager dared to visit the Evil Sky Pavilion, even offering the longevity pill she cherished to Lu Zhou. Knowing Lu Zhou didn't need it, she still wanted to give it to curry favor with the Evil Sky Pavilion. The crowd also understood why the Empress Dowager had protected Zhao Yu so much at the Shentian Garden, and vehemently opposed the second prince Liu Huang and fourth prince Liu Ping. So, Liu Chang's coldness towards the deaths of the princes, his lack of concern for his beloved consort's illness, all had a reason. Moreover, he was always against the Devil Sky Pavilion. Ishin So, Yon Hat Thong Van Tok. Li Yunzhao announced loudly. The Empress Dowager has decreed, all Imperial Guards retreat. Do not obstruct the Devil Sky Pavilion. After his cultivation recovered, Li Yunzhao's voice echoed throughout the entire Imperial city. The defeated remnants of the army all knelt on the ground. At this moment, the cloud-piercing flying chariot slowly lowered its altitude above the Imperial city sky. A female disciple at the helm hurriedly reported, Grand Teacher." Siwuya frowned. "Let me go up and see." With a light tap of his toes, Siwuya leaped onto the flying chariot. As soon as he entered, he saw Yu Zhenghai lying down, the collar of his clothes soaked with freshly vomited blood. Even though Siwuya was mentally prepared, His body still trembled uncontrollably when he saw this scene. Eldest brother. Si Wuya wanted to wake Yu Zhenghai, but Yu Zhenghai's eyes remained closed, not responding at all, his life force extremely weak. Si Wuya picked up Yu Zhenghai and jumped out of the flying chariot. Eldest brother! The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples all looked towards him. Tens of thousands of Nether Sect followers immediately knelt down. Sect leader! Their invincible sect leader was so severely injured, how could they not worry and fear? Hua Zhongyang and the 12 altar masters all came to greet him. Si Wuya walked up to Lu Zhou with a gloomy face. Master, eldest brother. Lu Zhou raised his hand to stop him. Life and death are unpredictable. There is no absolute certainty in this world. Lu Zhou looked at the unconscious Yu Zhenghai and struck out with a palm, pouring all the remaining extraordinary power in his body into this palm. The rest depends on fate. Master! Seeing the expression on his master's face, Si Wuya became even more tense. You once saved him once. You should know the characteristics of the unfettered, Lu Zhou said. Yes, every time Yu Zhenghai dies, he loses 300 years of lifespan. Now even if he is saved, he cannot escape the calamity of lifespan depletion. Hai Luo looked at Yu Zhenghai thoughtfully. But recalling what Yu Zhenghai had said when they first met, she went to his side and whispered, Hang in there. Everyone lowered their heads and sighed. Lu Zhou looked at Hai Luo, remembering the 9-leaf and the red fuan, and opened his mouth. Si Wuya, where did you find the fuan of your second brothers? Si Wuya was instantly ecstatic, and in a moment, he understood his master's meaning, and hurriedly replied. Disciple found that fuan in an ancient tomb. Fuan can absorb life force, master. Disciple will immediately take eldest brother there. Lu Zhou glanced at Yu Zhenghai and sighed. The talisman can only prolong life. It must be shared between two people, and you can't just go around killing people to steal their lifespans. Si Wuya replied. As long as we can keep eldest brother alive for 49 days, there's still hope. Turns out, the ancient texts don't actually say a person can only be revived 3 times. Wait, hold up. That conclusion was just based on the assumption that humans only live for 1,000 years. Lu Zhu's heart stirred. Are you sure about this, disciple? Disciple wants to take eldest brother to Lulan. Eldest brother once said that his first death was thanks to that natural area being super suitable for revival. Even if I'm not 100% sure, I still want to try. Hua Zhongyang bowed and said, Junior is willing to go along. The 12 hall masters also spoke up. Your subordinates swear to follow the sect leader to the death. Master, let your disciple escort eldest brother. Disciple wants to go too. The disciples all raised their hands, volunteering. Lu Zhao's eyes swept across the crowd. Although the Nether Sect had taken down the divine capital, the Forbidden Palace was still full of dangers, and the trip to Lulan wouldn't be easy either. After a moment of thought, Lu Zhou said, 7th, use the flying chariot to go to Liang province. Find your second brother. With Yu Shangrong's help, this trip will be much safer. Ye Tiangxin said, Master, how about I go with 7th junior brother to Liang province? Disciple has traveled all over Great Yan, been to the western regions, and crossed the Lulan road. Using the flying chariot would be too flashy, a big target, and easily attract the attention of the foreign races, which is extremely dangerous. What Ye Tiangxin said made sense. Having her along would make the trip much smoother. However, Si Wuya said, 6th senior sister, even though you're an 8-leaf, your injuries haven't fully healed. You should stay behind. The divine capital needs master to be here. Besides, I have many eyes and ears in Lulan. Si Wuya glanced at Yu Zhenghai and said, Master, time waits for no one. Your disciple will take his leave first. Go. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Si Wuya lightly tapped his toes and soared onto the flying chariot. The flying chariot left a long trail, streaking across the sky and disappearing into the clouds in an instant. The cultivators outside the divine capital were shocked and suspicious at this sight. Seeing the 10 absolute formation disappear, their courage grew, and they approached the divine capital to investigate the truth. No defending soldiers, no sky-covering net, no crossbows. The divine capital was a complete ruin. Houses collapsed, corpses strewn everywhere, blood all over the ground, and flies buzzing. For some reason, the cultivators hovering in the air all sighed softly. The war is over. Will the divine capital be reborn? Who will ultimately be the victor? The cultivators looked up at the imperial city. No one knew the answer, and no one dared to approach the imperial city rashly, only circling around in the divine capital. In the imperial city, in the great Zheng palace, Li Yunzhao helped the Empress Dowager sit down. Sitting opposite her was the master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the number 1 9-leaf of the time. In the great hall, many civil and military officials were kneeling, and more than a dozen elders from the 2 great academies were also tied up and kneeling on the ground. Zhaoyu, come here. The Empress Dowager looked at Zhaoyu standing behind Lu Zhou. Zhaoyu lowered her head. I don't blame you. She naturally couldn't blame Zhao Yu. Since she was young, Zhao Yu had not been in the palace. But when the Empress Dowager was seriously ill, she took care of her wholeheartedly, fulfilling her responsibilities. On the contrary, it was rare that Zhao Yu didn't hate the royal family. The Empress Dowager was only afraid that she had been wronged, so how could she be in the mood to blame her? The Empress Dowager's gaze shifted to Lu Zhou, and after observing him for a while, she said with emotion, "It's been a long time." Lu Zhou didn't answer her but said directly, "Outside the great Zhang Palace, there are tens of thousands of Nether Sect disciples, all subordinates of my disciple. I know, I don't judge Liu Qua, but Liu Shang has neglected state affairs since he ascended the throne, slaughtered the people, threw their bodies into the river, and then fished out their bones. WTF. For 10 years the princes made trouble, colluded with foreign races, and the Great Witch plagued the 9 provinces. The royal family's fate today is all reaping what they sowed." The Empress Dowager took the initiative to add a few words, and then sighed softly. She turned her head to look at the civil and military officials and said, "It is meaningless to talk about this now. The change of dynasty is the law of heaven. As long as the world and the 9 provinces are all able to live and work in peace, then even if the world changes to the Jian family, I will not complain." The civil and military officials kneeling on the ground shouted, "Empress Dowager!" The Empress Dowager was sad and touching. If this world really changed hands, then they would all become slaves of a fallen country. Lu Zhou shook his head. Unlike Yu Zhenghai, Lu Zhou had absolutely no interest in this world. If his eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, wanted to sit on the throne, he would probably have to put in a lot of effort. After all, he was not a Liu. Of the 5 princes, only the 3rd prince, Jiang Aijian, and the 5th prince remained. Which one the civil and military officials wanted to support to ascend the throne had nothing to do with Lu Zhou. It was just that Yu Zhenghai had worked so hard to win the world. If Lu Zhou took over this matter for his disciple, wouldn't he be disappointing Yu Zhenghai? Therefore, Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to make a decision, but looked at the elders of the 2 great academies and the civil and military officials. How should these people be dealt with? Lu Zhou asked. "Deal with them as the Evil Sky Pavilion wants." The Empress Dowager replied, not caring much. "I'm asking you, which means I respect your decision." These words made the elders of the 2 great academies overjoyed, desperately kowtowing. The Empress Dowager was slightly stunned. The divine capital had fallen, so what else could she do? She turned her head to look at the elders kowtowing, feeling annoyed and upset. "Drag them out and execute them. The most ruthless are the emperors and the royal family. It has always been so." One word of command turned the elders' faces ashen. "Empress Dowager, spare us!" "Empress Dowager, spare us!" The imperial guards rushed in. The elders had their cultivations sealed when they were captured, so they could do nothing, and they were all dragged out. Lu Zhou glanced, slightly regretful. Should this old man have been more ruthless and killed them himself? These elders may be weak, but even small mosquitoes are meat. Damn it, what a pity. "When did you know he wasn't Liu Zhang?" Lu Zhou asked. The Empress Dowager looked up and said, "How could Ai Jia not recognize her own son?" Ai Jia knew it the day Liu Zhang ascended the throne. Liu Guo is still alive. With his abilities, catching this guy wouldn't be a big deal. Lu Zhou said. Liu Guo did intend to do that, but Liu Zhang was already an 8-leaf cultivator and had the super heaven-grade weapon, the judge's pen, the Empress Dowager said. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a writing brush appeared in his palm. "This thing is also super heaven grade?" The Empress Dowager wasn't surprised to see it in Lu Zhao's hand, and nodded slightly. "That's right. This is why the royal family has stood tall for so many years. Liu Guo has the Lingshu sword, Liu Zhang has the judge's pen, and experts from all over the world gather in the divine capital." "Armor patterns? Pen nibs?" Lu Zhou asked. "Where did the royal family get these things?" The Empress Dowager turned her head and signaled to Li Yunzhao. "Tell them to withdraw." Li Yunzhao understood and turned to the civil and military officials. "The Empress Dowager is tired. Withdraw." "We obey." The civil and military officials were dumbfounded. The divine capital has fallen. What should they do now? Should they pack up and leave? Or stay? But the Empress Dowager had spoken, so they didn't dare say anything, and respectfully left the great Zhang Palace. The Empress Dowager stood up and said, "Please follow Ai Jia." "Where to?" Li Yunzhao whispered. "The inner treasury." Yan Friar was surprised to hear that. "Is that the inner treasury that shameless guy mentioned?" Zhu Honggong also spoke up. "Are there good things? In theory, could I rush in and rob the place?" The others turned to look at Zhu Honggong. Back to his old bandit habits, huh? What a psycho. Zhu Honggong scratched his head, looking at everyone. "Did I say something wrong? Why is no one answering him?" He obediently followed behind Lu Zhou. Zhu Honggong couldn't understand. 10th junior sister, am I wrong? Hai Luo nodded. "You're right. Then why are you all looking at me like that? Are you jealous of my intelligence?" Zhu Honggong was about to raise his hand to scratch his head, but he realized he was wearing power gauntlets, so he lowered his hand. I have gotten a lot smarter. Huh? Where is everyone? Third senior brother? Fifth senior sister? Sixth senior sister? The great Zheng Palace is so big, but there's no one here. During the Divine Capital War, many palace maids and eunuchs fled the palace. The road to the inner treasury seemed very desolate and cold. Later, everyone came to a rather remote place. It was a 3-zang-high attic with an ancient brown door. The Empress Dowager stopped, looked up, and said, "This is the royal family's treasury." Because it was deep within the palace, it was called the inner treasury. Looking at the ancient brown door, Lu Zhou felt a little familiar. Has this old man been here before? Li Yunzhao smiled and said, Senior Ji and the late emperor were close, so it's not strange that you've been here. It's just that this inner treasury isn't very safe. More than half a year ago, a long yin sword was lost, and it hasn't been found yet. Lu Zhou pretended not to hear. Anyway, it's none of this old man's business. The Empress Dowager took out a key and opened the ancient brown door. Lu Zhou didn't ask about the key and followed behind, as if nothing had happened. In the past, everything that the Yongshu Emperor obtained was placed here. The room was filled with all kinds of materials, weapons, and secret manuals, radiating colorful brilliance. Little Hai Luo jumped around, curiously looking at everything. Faced with so many treasures, no one wasn't curious. Even someone as serious and restrained as Duan Musheng couldn't help but look around, occasionally using the Overlord spear to poke at the swords hanging on the weapon racks. The four elders were much quieter, just looking around casually, as if they were inspecting the place. This saber isn't bad. Pan Zhong's eyes lit up, staring at the saber. Until now, he still didn't have a weapon that suited him. Could this sword be the Qianfeng sword, the treasure of the Qianfeng sect that was destroyed long ago? Zhu Jifeng picked up the sword, liking it so much that he didn't want to let go, even drooling with desire. Pan Zhong looked over and nodded. Little bro has good eyes. Bam! The Overlord spear suddenly stabbed out, accurately hitting the Qianfeng sword. After stabbing, Duan Musheng didn't look at the sword and said, An Earth-grade weapon dares to enter the Evil Sky Pavilion? These words left Zhao Jifeng and Pan Zhong speechless with anger, but they didn't dare to argue, only secretly cursing in their hearts. You have a heaven-grade Overlord spear, of course you don't care. Damn it, we fight empty-handed every day. Who can we reason with? So what if I like Earth-grade weapons? Third senior, don't be so unreasonable. Swish, swish. The Qianfeng sword broke in half. Zhao Jifeng was stunned, then secretly said, Third senior is right. How could this trash enter the Evil Sky Pavilion? The group continued to go deeper. Lu Zhou didn't expect the inner treasury to be so big. The group walked for a long time and still didn't see the end. The Empress Dowager seemed indifferent to the surrounding treasures, as if she often came to this place. Li Yunzhao said, The late emperor entrusted the inner treasury to the Empress Dowager's care. Over the years, the Empress Dowager has carefully guarded this place, without any slackness. After the late emperor passed away, the Empress Dowager still persisted. At this time, the Empress Dowager suddenly stopped, turned around to face the Evil Sky Pavilion group, and slowly said, You may take anything you wish from the inner treasury. The disciples were secretly delighted, and in an instant they jumped around like monkeys who had never seen the world, grabbing this and snatching that. Li Yunzhao was stunned, thinking, Every disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion has a heaven-grade weapon in hand, yet they still value the things in the inner treasury? Lu Zhou scolded softly. What kind of behavior is that? The disciples were startled and didn't dare to act rashly anymore. The Empress Dowager said, I almost forgot. With your status, you truly wouldn't care for the things in the inner treasury. Chu Qifeng was about to cry. No way, I value this stuff. I just wish I could take it all home. The Empress Dowager pointed to a chest in the corner. When Liu Qua was still around, he repeatedly told me to protect this chest well. Yes. Li Yunzhao waved his hand, and the chest immediately flew over, placed in front of everyone. The chest was black, the lid dusty. Lu Zhao examined it closely. Huh? These patterns look familiar, kinda like the patterns on Lin Xin's armor. But why are they black? The Empress Dowager said, To avoid attracting attention, I painted the chest black with ink. Old ginger is spicier, its original color is red. Figures. Lu Zhao remained calm on the surface. Where did this chest come from? The emperor once said this item belonged to the imperial teacher. Before parting, the imperial teacher left behind several items, including a sword, a brush, and a chest. The sword's whereabouts are currently unknown. From the Empress Dowager's words, it seems she doesn't know Liu Qua is still alive and has the Qingling Void Sword. Perhaps Liu Qua didn't want the Empress Dowager to know, so he kept it a secret, using the absorption of life force on the runes to survive, just like some zombies. How tragic. No one in this world can be immortal, even with all sorts of methods. You're just prolonging death. It's better not to say if you don't know. The Empress Dowager continued. To open the chest, you must have the power of a 9-leaf. Other forces can't open it. She thought someone from the royal family would advance to 9-leaf. Even Liu Cheng believed that if he reached 9-leaf and got what was in the chest, he could unify all races and establish an eternal empire. Unfortunately, Liu Cheng fell short. Lu Zhou's expression was calm, but inside he was pissed. What the hell? I'm only a 5-leaf. Now the extraordinary power in my body is drained. How am I supposed to open it? Sect Master, this chest is truly meant for you, Pan Zhang said. Pan Lishan chimed in. It seems this chest is no ordinary object. Please open it, Sect Master, so I can broaden my horizons. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Empress Dowager also said, I've kept it for hundreds of years without knowing what's inside. If the Nether Sect can open it, I can die in peace. Lu Zhou saved her life. Even if Lu Zhou took the chest, she would have no reason to refuse. Lu Zhou felt the extraordinary power in his body was completely empty. How embarrassing. He recalled the heavenly book incantation and recited it in his mind. Let's give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, they can't force me to open it, right? Lu Zhou reached out, and no blue energy appeared between his fingers. He simply placed his hand on the lid of the chest. Boom! In his heart, Lu Zhou secretly prayed for his hand to emit a blue glow, but nothing happened. Damn it, where's my face? Just as he was feeling embarrassed, a faint blue light flashed from his 5 fingers, then disappeared instantly. It was only for a second, but it was enough for the chest to make a crisp sound. Crack! The Empress Dowager's eyes widened, and she said excitedly, I've had countless people try all sorts of methods without success. I didn't expect. Others weren't particularly excited. But the Empress Dowager had tried so many methods without success, only she understood how difficult it was to open this chest. Li Yunqiao said, I can testify. Even His Majesty couldn't open the chest. He used his 8-leaf great divine power to hack at it all night without any movement. Sect Master is mighty. The 4 elders were quick to seize the opportunity and brown nose. Lu Zhou didn't like flattery. He pressed down gently, and the chest shattered into small pieces, falling to the ground, turning into trash in an instant. But the object inside the chest attracted his attention. It was a letter, made of special materials, and placed in an exquisite rectangular brocade box. Lu Zhou picked up the letter, and a cool sensation radiated from it when his hand touched it. No one else dared to touch the brocade box. Lu Zhou opened the letter, and inside, there was indeed a letter. Back off! Duan Musheng raised the Overlord's spear, and the group immediately retreated, making it clear that no one except their master was allowed to peek at what was written in the letter. If someone can open this chest, it means a 9-leaf has appeared here, and that person is reading the letter. Nice to meet you, the number 1 9-leaf of the time, or maybe the second, the third, whatever, it doesn't matter. I have to tell you something, you're leading to a disaster for this world. If you're the only 9-leaf, I suggest you lower your cultivation to 8.5 leaves. If you're the second 9-leaf, then please kill the first one. In Dayan, I left behind a brush, a sword, and a set of armor. Use these to kill 9-leafs. If you can't do it, then too bad, you will bring disaster to this world. Reading this, Lu Zhou noticed a short note beside it. In the forest, there is a great tree. The treetop soars, basking in sunlight and rain. The thick trunk dominates the space, and its extremely lush roots absorb the essence of the earth. But next to the great tree, there are several weak saplings struggling to survive, their branches and leaves about to wither. The sapling angrily said to the great tree, You are already so powerful, why must you restrict my growth? The great tree glanced at it indifferently, coldly saying, To me, your growth will always be a threat. Lu Zhou was slightly puzzled. Law of the jungle? He remembered the super celestial Lingshu sword, the judge's pen in Liu Chang's hand, and the records in the book the Ruli people brought. Afterward, Lu Zhou continued reading. There are many madmen seeking the truth about the cage of heaven and earth, and the forbidden zone of lifespan, and many madmen have become food for fierce beasts. I hope you are not a madman. I like Dayan, peaceful, gentle, not many people like to kill, and not those crazy people. Life is inherently against the heavens. 8 leaves, living for 1,000 years is enough. So you must tell the world that there is no 9-leaf. That people can only live to 1,000 years old, so that their curiosity will be nipped in the bud, and the danger will be eliminated. Don't try to explore, and don't step into the forbidden zone. The things I left behind are enough to prove everything. You must be very curious, very suspicious about what that danger actually is. Where did I come from? Sorry, can't tell ya. Homie, if you could, please help me find a person named Luo. She visited this place 300 years ago. If you find her, give her this brocade box. If not, then it's yours, my treat. Lu Zhou was shook. This mysterious expert is also looking for a chick named Luo. May all be safe. These are the last 5 words of the letter, like, no origin story, no explanation of the danger, just a cryptic message and BAM! Done! Lu Zhou flipped the letter over. Nothing on the back. Can only judge by the handwriting. The bit about the law of the jungle was added later, the ink's thicker. Even though he didn't spell it out, Lu Zhou can tell from this letter that there's some seriously dangerous stuff going down. The stuff in Ruli's ancient book has the exact same handwriting and tone. This letter's definitely from the same dude. If you think Lu Zhou isn't curious, you're dead wrong. Judging from the letter's contents, the disaster this guy's talking about is the law of the jungle, like how humans don't give a damn about ants, but if those ants were the size of fists, that's a whole different story. Lu Zhou shook his head. Am I even a 9-leaf? The 4 elders of the Dark Heaven Pavilion were curious AF about what the letter said, but tough luck for them. Lu Zhou pocketed the letter, then remembered Si Wuyai. He loves pondering this kind of stuff. He'd def have some good insights. Lu Zhou asked the Empress Dowager, "What's this imperial tutor's name?" The Empress Dowager shook her head. Never revealed his name. Did he leave anything else behind in the Great Yan Imperial City? Just these things. If there's more, it's probably somewhere else. At this moment, Li Yunzhao chimed in. The 10 Absolutes formation was also crafted by this imperial tutor. Everyone was secretly stunned. Lu Zhou understood what the guy in the letter meant. The things he left behind are enough to prove everything. To be able to craft the mystical 10 Absolutes formation like that, this guy's not just powerful, but also cunning AF, not revealing a single piece of info about himself. Where the hell did he go? Lu Zhou asked again. The Empress Dowager sighed. When he left, the imperial tutor didn't give any signs, didn't even say bye to the emperor, just suddenly vanished. The emperor sent people to search everywhere, even to the Blackwood Forest in the far west, wanting to get through the forest, but ultimately failed. Pan Lishan frowned. This old man has been to the Blackwood Forest. My gourd was found there. There are tons of treasures in the Blackwood Forest, which once caused cultivators to flock there like a tide to search for treasures, resulting in countless casualties. Many foreign cultivators also participated. Turns out, all of this was manipulated by the royal family behind the scenes. The Empress Dowager looked embarrassed. Li Yunzhao added, 7th Senior Si Wuyai once created a huge fire, burning 10,000 miles east of the Blackwood Forest, to stop the treasure hunters. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at Lu Zhou, his poker face still as calm as ever, acting like he didn't hear anything. What's it got to do with me? Lu Zhou looked down at the brocade box on the ground, gently lifted his hand, astral energy vibrated, and the brocade box flew up, landing in his hand. This action attracted everyone's attention. No one cared about the previous topic anymore, nor bothered to wonder what was written in the letter. Master, what's inside? The brocade box is exquisite, long and rectangular, with red lines carved on it. A red lotus flower is carved on the front of the box. The lid is just closed. No keyhole or sealing array. Lu Zhou opened the box. BAM! Inside the brocade box is a zither, looking elegant and ancient. The strings are a striking bright red. Acquired. Weapon. 9-string zither. Status. Merit uninitialized. Rank. Unactivated. Hearing the system notification, Lu Zhou counted the strings again. Sure enough, there are 9 strings. He took the 9-string zither out of the box, holding it in his palm. The 9-string zither is about the same length as the jade flute, and as wide as a hand. A zither! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Unexpectedly, it's a zither. You can tell at a glance that it's not an ordinary object. Zhao Qifeng's eyes widened. I feel like you're stating the obvious. The 9-string zither gave off a cool sensation, a powerful aura, and a stunning appearance. The disciples looked at it blankly. How can you play such a small zither? The 9 strings are only half a hand wide. Are we supposed to use toothpicks to pluck the strings? The main point isn't that. But why did the Great Yan's imperial tutor leave behind a zither? What's the intention? Lu Zhou turned to look at the Empress Dowager. Was the Great Yan's imperial tutor refined and elegant? The Empress Dowager sighed. The imperial tutor was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and occasionally played the zither, but I've never seen him use this zither. Such an exquisite zither. It must be for decoration. Lu Zhou shook his head. Not necessarily. Others might think it's just a decorative zither, but someone as experienced and knowledgeable as Lu Zhou can be sure that this is a zither controlled by primal energy. Plus, the system notification makes Lu Zhou even more certain of this. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou released his hand, and the 9-string zither floated in front of everyone. He raised his hand and smacked it with a palm. Boom! The entire 9-string zither emitted a golden light, and then swelled up, with astral seals enveloping the zither. Everyone opened their eyes wide, Pan Lishan said. Some people say that sound arts are a very profound field of study, but most cultivators only stop at the beginner level, especially when using brute force, such as yelling or insulting others. True sound art masters can use sound charms to bewitch the mind, disturb the will, sometimes as hard and powerful as thunder, and sometimes as soft and muddy as flowing water. It's a pity that most people prefer to take the orthodox path of cultivating the 18 martial arts. After all, instead of taking the time to listen to music, it's better to stab someone with a knife. Haha. Old Lang, you'll choke to death if you don't argue with this old man for a day, won't you? I'm just discussing the facts. Generally speaking, most cultivators' aptitudes aren't capable of learning such elegant things. If you put a knife and a zither in front of a kid with normal aptitude, he'd choose the knife without hesitation. But there are always exceptions. Pan Lishan said. Then how do you explain Hai Luo? Lang Luo glanced at Hai Luo standing next to him, shook his head and said, even if the little girl is special, it doesn't change Lang's opinion. Old fox. Lu Zhou didn't bother with the two elders' argument, and flicked his fingers slightly. Random noises appeared. Lu Zhou doesn't know how to play the zither. Before transmigrating, he was a modern youth who had time to study this stuff. Calling it random noises isn't an exaggeration. Good. Pavilion Master is playing great. Pan Zhang clapped enthusiastically. Everyone rolled their eyes. Pan Zhang immediately stopped clapping and muttered, playing, not bad. Zhao Qifeng glared at him, his eyes full of contempt. You're an unbearable bootlicker, you're not even close to 7th senior. Where's that show-off, Li Fan? This is his kind of scene. Even if it's all noise, everyone can only suck it up and listen. After letting everyone suffer for a bit, Lu Zhou shook his head and stopped. This old man knows how to use sound to control qi, but I've never played an instrument before. The 9-stringed zither would be hella powerful in the right hands. Just then, Yancher suddenly said, Master, why don't you let junior sister Hai Luo give it a try? Hai Luo also looked expectant. Ever since the 9-stringed zither appeared, she hadn't taken her eyes off it. It was obvious she really wanted that zither. Almost forgot. Among the 10 disciples, Hai Luo understands sound and controls qi the best. Lu Zhou retracted his primal qi, and the 9-stringed zither immediately returned to its original appearance. With a wave of his sleeve, the 9-stringed zither flew towards Hai Luo. Hai Luo excitedly caught the zither, caressing it lovingly, not wanting to let it go. Looks like she's already forgotten she has a musical instrument called a flute. Lan Tianyu Taihao and Li Yunzhao both looked at Hai Luo. This is a new disciple I recently took in, named Hai Luo, Lu Zhou replied. Li Yunzhao praised. To be accepted as a disciple by Senior Ji, she must be extraordinary. Li Yunzhao could sense the aura on Hai Luo's body and easily recognize her cultivation level. But he didn't dare to underestimate her at all, holding his breath and focusing. Lu Zhou said calmly, Yeah. Hai Luo loosened her hand, and the 9-string zither floated in front of her. Lu Zhou didn't need to teach her the rest. She already knew what to do. Qi condensed into gang, enveloping the 9-stringed zither, instantly transforming it into a gang seal flickering with red light. Red gang! Li Yunzhao exclaimed in shock. Lu Zhou knew this action would attract their attention, but he didn't bother hiding it anymore. The exclamation alerted the crowd. The 4 elders of the Monation Pavilion and the other disciples all looked at Hai Luo in confusion. Red gang energy? Why is it like that? Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. No need to be surprised. The 4 elders understood his meaning in an instant. The pavilion master can display golden and blue gang seals, so what's so surprising about his illegitimate daughter displaying red gang energy? The crowd observed Hai Luo again. Hai Luo's 10 fingers danced, and the zither sounded, creating melodious and pleasant sound symbols. Even though Lu Zhou didn't understand anything about zithers, he knew that most zithers only had 7 strings, and the 9-string zither had 9 strings, and it still produced such pleasant music. It was truly rare. Lu Zhou looked at Hai Luo in surprise, the clues in his head gradually piecing together. Hai Luo. Perhaps she's also from that place. The gang energy formed sound symbols that slowly flew out like blades, then sprayed out from the front. Vroom, 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 oh crap! Li Yunzhao immediately stood in front of the Taihao to shield her. The disciples also summoned their gang energy to protect themselves, blocking the sound blades. Just one zither sound turned the inner court into a goddamn mess. Hai Luo quickly let go, clenching her 10 fingers tightly, and Hongjiang immediately dissipated. The Zhuxuan Qin gently fell into her hands, and the music disappeared. Hai Luo said apologetically, Master, I didn't mean to. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, You've only just entered the divine court realm. Even if you're proficient in music, your control over the sound of qi is still low. Yes, disciple will continue to work hard. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and his astral energy wrapped around the Zhuxuan Qin, bringing it back into his hand. Hai Luo felt extremely lost. Lu Zhou said, The Zhuxuan Qin is a relic left behind by someone else, so I, as your master, must keep it safe. Hai Luo nodded slightly. Seeing her sadness, Yan Orier whispered in her ear, Don't rush. After all, no one in the Evil Sky Pavilion understands music like you. Sooner or later, this Zhu Xuanxin will be yours. Thinking about it, it made a lot of sense. And Hailuo's mood improved a lot. Thank you, ninth senior sister. Everyone was speechless. What the hell is going on in this little girl's head? The Empress Dowager looked at the broken Yangqin on the ground and sighed. Aijia's mission has been completed. From now on, I invite the Evil Sky Pavilion to continue to bear this mission. The mission of maintaining world peace. Lu Zhou wanted to laugh, but his old face remained calm. Aijia is just making a suggestion. Everything is up to the Evil Sky Pavilion. 9 leaves will lead to a cataclysmic disaster. According to her suggestion, should he just slice himself to reduce his cultivation? What's more, Lu Zhao's true cultivation is only 5 leaves. Lu Zhou said, if that is the trend of the times, and it cannot be stopped, then what? After reading the letter, Lu Zhou thought that this imperial preceptor was too cautious. Looking back at the history of the world, how many dynasties have passed? But has anyone ever been able to blind themselves and block themselves off from progress? Exploring and moving forward step by step is the unique characteristic of mankind since ancient times. Even if Lu Zhou hadn't transmigrated here, would Ji Tiandao, Yun Tianluo, Liu Cheng, or Gong Yuantuna not want to kick down the door to the 9-leaf stage? Even a son of destiny like Yu Xiangrong had once had such thoughts. With the era of severing the Golden Lotus opened, many cultivators have entered the stage of rebuilding the severed Golden Lotus. After half a year, Liu Cheng has rebuilt to the 8.5 leaves realm. Others will surpass him sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. When that time comes, impacting the 9-leaf stage will become the general trend. Who can stop it? Even if Lu Zhou hadn't spread the theory of severing the Golden Lotus, Yun Tianluo's schemes, Liu Cheng's research, and Yu Xiangrong's successful severing of the Golden Lotus would completely change this world. The Empress Dowager sighed and whispered, then I'll leave it to fate. This old man thinks that humans can conquer nature. The Empress Dowager nodded, not continuing to talk about this topic. Lu Zhou remembered that the letter mentioned a woman surnamed Lu Zhou, so he asked, has the Empress Dowager ever heard the imperial preceptor mention a woman surnamed Lu Zhou? The Empress Dowager fell into contemplation. Perhaps due to her old age, many memories had long been forgotten. After a moment, the Empress Dowager shook her head and said, the imperial preceptor never mentioned it to Aijia, but he may have told others. The emperor said, the imperial preceptor often misses home and said he wanted to find someone. Perhaps the person he wanted to find was that woman surnamed Lu Ko. Aijia knows nothing about this person. That person has never appeared in the divine capital. Lu Zhou asked suspiciously. Li Yunzhao, answer. I have always served the Empress Dowager and have been in the palace every day. I can testify that there has never been a woman surnamed Lu Zhou who has been friendly with the imperial preceptor. It's just that the divine capital is too large, and it's not strange to have people with the surname Lu Ko. It cannot be ruled out that there may be someone the imperial preceptor was looking for. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Never mind. At this moment, a guard appeared outside the inner treasury, bowed and said, Empress Dowager, Zhao Yongkai of the Northern Dipper Academy and Meng Nanfei of the Celestial Journey Academy request an audience. The Empress Dowager said, tell them to wait for orders at the Great Zheng Palace. Great Zheng Palace. Zhao Yongkai and Meng Nanfei knelt on the ground, trembling all over. The Empress Dowager sat on the right, and Lu Zhou sat on the left. Zhao Yongkai pleaded, Senior Ji, please believe me. I definitely did not plot for the elders. I once advised them not to participate in the conflict between the divine capital and the Evil Sky Pavilion. But they refused to listen. Meng Nanfei also echoed. After returning from Yuanzhou, I repeatedly told all the Academy's disciples not to go out. I really didn't expect. Sigh. On Twin Rock Peak, Lu Zhou and Zhao Yongkai had met and exchanged words. As for Meng Nanfei, it really made people think. Give this old man a reason to believe you, Lu Zhou said. Zhao Yongkai took out a pile of talismans from his chest and raised them in front of Lu Zhou. These are the talismans I gave to the core disciples of the Academy. If anyone leaves the Academy too far, the chi seal on the talismans will dissipate. Senior Ji's cultivation is profound and can check the time on the talismans. Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, and the talismans flew into his hand. There was indeed a faint energy on the heavenly talismans. This is a relatively simple type of tracking mark used on paper. And you? Lu Zhou looked at Meng Nanfei. Meng Nanfei's whole body trembled. Widening his eyes, Meng Nanfei said, Senior Ji, everything I say is true. They originally wanted to use this method too. These words are not convincing. On Twin Rock Peak, Meng Nanfei didn't give him any face and only sent a disciple to meet him. It wasn't until Lu Zhou used a disguise card that he was able to intimidate him. At this moment, Hua Zhongyang suddenly bowed and said, Senior Ji, this junior has something to say. Speak. When the Nether Sect attacked the city, this junior saw many disciples from the Celestial Journey Academy, As soon as Hua Zhongyang said this, Meng Nanfei took several steps back. You must have seen wrong, right? Hua Zhongyang snorted coldly. Could it be that I can't distinguish between the Forbidden Guards and the Academy's disciples? One side wears armor, and the other side wears white robes. Hua Zhongyang isn't blind either. Lu Zhou understood the situation and turned to ask Hua Zhongyang, were there many casualties among the Nether Sect's disciples? Reporting to Senior Ji, we haven't had time to count yet, but before the Great Battle, the Nether Sect had nearly 70,000 brothers. Now, there are less than 40,000, Hua Zhongyang said, choking. Swish! Many Nether Sect disciples rushed in outside the door of the Great Zheng Palace, all staring at Meng Nanfei with red eyes. The 12 commanders knelt down at the same time. Now that the sect leader is not here, we beg Ancestor Master to make the decision for us. We beg Ancestor Master to make the decision for us. We beg Ancestor Master to make the decision for us. The shouts echoed throughout the hall. Liu Chang is dead, and no one mentions him anymore. Lu Zhou looked at Meng Nanfei. Even if this old man forgives you, the blood and tears of tens of thousands of Nether Sect disciples will not forgive you. Meng Nanfei's heart skipped a beat. Senior Ji, I had no choice. It's all for my master. Lu Zhou straight up ignored him. Hua Zhongyang, since Yu Zhenghai isn't here, you're temporarily in charge of the Nether Sect. Decide Meng Nanfei's fate. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Hua Zhongyang knelt on one knee. Many thanks, Senior Ji. The branch leaders were hyped, glaring at Meng Nanfei with hatred. Hua Zhongyang looked at Meng Nanfei and yelled, "Get out here!" Seeing Meng Nanfei didn't move, Hua Zhongyang went to drag him, but Hua Zhongyang was injured, and Meng Nanfei instinctively dodged back. Just then, Lu Zhou unleashed a palm strike. He's a 5-pedaled dude now. A local big shot. Bam! Meng Nanfei didn't dare to dodge, cried out in pain, staggered back, blood trickling from his mouth. Lu Zhou ignored him and said, Hua Zhongyang, I'll stay in Huangcheng for a few days. Clean up the mess in Chengdu. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. Hua Zhongyang was worried that after Lu Zhou left, the Nether Sect would have trouble cleaning up the aftermath of the war. They'd suffered heavy losses. With the Evil Sky Pavilion here, it's all good. Hua Zhongyang and the branch leaders knelt down, respectfully saying, Thank you, Ancestor. Meanwhile, in Liangzhou City, on the city wall, Huang Shiji looked up at the cyan-robed swordsman standing on the tower, cupping his hands. Second Master is thinking of a way to kill General Jia Laier. Yu Shangrong crossed his arms, looking west, not turning his head, simply replying, No. Then what is Second Master thinking about so intently? I'm wondering why Ziha Lakir is so slow to attack, Yu Shangrong said. Of course, it's because he's scared. Instead of passively defending, why not actively attack? Second Master means, Huang Shiji asked, shocked. Just then, a figure flew up from below the city wall, bowing. Island Master, Seventh Master sent a flying letter with a death diagram. Something happened to the sect leader. Huang Shiji widened his eyes and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. This is indeed Seventh Master's handwriting. This disciple wouldn't dare to lie. Seventh Master said to wait for him to arrive, the disciple said, offering the flying letter. Seventh Master is heading to Liangzhou City, arriving early tomorrow morning. Yu Shangrong gently raised his head, still looking towards the foreign race, not turning back, continuing to be silent. But the smile on his face was gone. Huang Shiji sensed the atmosphere was off, bowed to Yu Shangrong, and turned to leave. Early the next morning, Huang Shiji, Jiang Aijian, Li Jinyi, and the 3 sect leaders of the Myriad Venom Sect, Flower Interred Sect, and Devil Slaughter Sect, gathered at the general's mansion. Where's Second Master? A disciple bowed and said, Second Master is still standing on the tower. He's been standing there so early? Jiang Aijian asked, surprised. Second Master has been standing there all night. Standing all night? Huang Shiji frowned slightly. Let's go take a look, Jiang Aijian said. Master, don't be a dumbass. Going there now, you'll get your skin peeled off. Something happened to Senior Bro. How can Second Master be happy? Huang Shiji paused for a moment, then replied. Aren't they always at odds? They are, but they're still fellow disciples. Jiang Aijian glared. That's true. Huang Shiji nodded. Little Jiana. Jiang Aijian immediately looked annoyed. Master, please call me Jiang Aijian. I as in benevolence, Jian as in sword obsessed. If you can't do that, call me good disciple. If you still call me little Jian, I'm leaving. Get lost. Huang Shiji scolded. If you were 1/10,000th as good as Yu Shangrong, I wouldn't be so miserable today. Look at him. Loyal and righteous, high cultivation, famous throughout the land. And look at you. Master, I don't like hearing these words. I'm famous too. One of the 3 great sword maniacs famous in the cultivation world, that's me. I'm not tarnishing your reputation. It's not fair to compare me to him. Jiang Aijian huffed, unconvinced. Just then, from the east of Liangzhou City, a flying chariot suddenly appeared, dragging a long tail as it rushed over. Perhaps because it was flying at full speed, the cloud-piercing flying chariot made a resounding boom. Everyone immediately stood up. "He's here! Seventh Master is here!" The group leaped into the sky. Just as they leaped up, a figure flashed in front of them. The cyan-robed swordsman crossed his arms, indifferently looking at the cloud-piercing flying chariot. "Greetings, Second Master." The people from the Myriad Venom Sect, Flower Interred Sect, and Devil Slaughter Sect all bowed. But Yu Shangrong ignored them, still staring intently at the cloud-piercing flying chariot. Before long, the cloud-piercing flying chariot arrived at Liangzhou City. Yu Shangrong stepped into the air and flew higher. Si Wuya, who was driving, saw Yu Shangrong and immediately bowed. "Greetings, second senior brother." Yu Shangrong immediately saw Yu Zhanghai lying in the flying chariot. Sensing that Yu Zhanghai no longer had any breath, his whole body gloomy with death aura, he frowned. "Does Master know?" Yu Shangrong asked. Yes, it was too late when Master arrived. Eldest senior brother and Liu Shang fought a great battle by the Cloud Rage River. Both sides were evenly matched, ultimately resulting in a mutual loss. Si Wuya briefly explained the situation. Yu Shangrong landed on the flying chariot, his expression indifferent, saying, "I said long ago that Liu Shang wasn't so easy to deal with. If he had listened to my advice, he wouldn't have ended up like this." "Second Master, it's the Evil Sky Pavilion speaking. Who else dares to interrupt?" Si Wuya sighed. Saying these words now is useless. Master's full power to heal can only maintain a sliver of life. Yu Shangrong walked to Yu Zhanghai's side, looking down. The cloud-piercing flying chariot was unusually quiet. The longevity sword suddenly hummed, leaving its scabbard. A red light flew out of the sword and into Yu Zhanghai's body. "Did Master say anything else?" Yu Shangrong asked. So, Si Wuya recounted everything. After finishing, Si Wuya said, "I'll take eldest brother to Lulan and find the area where he was once buried." Everyone was shocked. Jiang Aijian shook his head, stepping forward in the air to Xin Wuya. "I know you have tricks up your sleeve, but the Lulan foreigners rule with voodoo. Since Mo Li and Ba Ma died in Dayan, and the divine capital is in chaos, they're itching to get involved. Going to Lulan is basically suicide." Si Wuya replied, "It's the only way to save eldest brother. If it can save him, I must risk it." The others nodded in agreement. Just then, Yu Shangrong suddenly said, "Leave it to me. Second brother will go to Lulan." Yu Shangrong unleashed a palm, the five-finger gang imprint grabbing Yu Zhanghai. "But I have the evergreen sword. I can prolong his life." "Do you?" Yu Shangrong looked at Si Wuya. "Besides, your cultivation is too weak." "No more talk. I can only promise the sword lives. He lives." Yu Shangrong flew out of the flying chariot with Yu Zhanghai, the others watching the sword devil, Yu Shangrong in confusion. "Such a rash decision? Shouldn't we plan this out? Or think of more ways to deal with the foreigners? Is the sword devil crazy?" "Seventh brother, what's the situation in the divine capital?" "Liu Zhang is dead. The Nether Sect has won a great victory. Master is personally in charge of the divine capital. Nothing unexpected will happen." Si Wuya replied. "Good." Yu Shangrong looked at the foreigners. "Protect Liang Province City well for me." Si Wuya was conflicted. "Isn't this a bit too hasty? You tell him to go, and he just goes?" He, a long whinny suddenly came from afar, shocking everyone, thinking the Ruo Li people had invaded. Unexpectedly, the one riding the flying horse was Ming Shiyin. The horse beneath him had golden eyes and looked extraordinary. "Trisk, seriously, did I only tease you a little? You tortured me the whole way." Everyone gaped in astonishment. "It's the fourth Mister of the Evil Sky Pavilion! The fourth Mister has such a powerful mount!" Si Wuya looked at Ming Shiyin flying over on his horse with a complex expression. "What's Ming Shiyin doing here?" Ming Shiyin stopped, jumped off his horse, and bowed. "Second brother." Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said, "What have you been wandering around here for the past few days?" "Second brother must have mistaken me for someone else." Ming Shiyin scratched his head, pretending not to know anything. "Seventh brother and I have never gotten along, but now that the foreigners are invading, the two of you must put aside your grudges and help each other," Yu Shangrong instructed. "I know. Why do I feel like you're talking about yourself? If you encounter any difficulties, ask Master to take action. Don't be arrogant and underestimate the enemy," Yu Shangrong said. "I know." Ming Shiyin thought one thing and said another, still thinking in his heart, "Don't you and eldest brother not get along either? Without me in Liang Province, the defense won't be easy." Yu Shangrong smiled indifferently. "Please excuse me." Just as he was about to fly away, the horse, Ji Liang, suddenly stepped forward in the air, blocking Yu Shangrong's path. "Huh?" Yu Shangrong looked at it in surprise. Ji Liang snorted, its head constantly rising and falling as if nodding to him. "Nay, nay, nay! Ji Liang, what are you doing? Don't block second brother's way." Ming Xinyin scolded it with wide eyes. Ji Liang snorted again and then spun around in place. Yu Shangshong guessed. You want to take me to Lulan? Ji Liang nodded. Everyone looked at Ji Liang in amazement. This horse is truly magical. A horse with spirituality? It must be a legendary mount. Second Mister is indeed destined to have this horse. If it takes Second Mister to Lulan, success is guaranteed. Ming Xinyin was dumbfounded. Saving people requires seizing the moment. Yu Shangrong thought it made sense, so he nodded. All right, he jumped onto the horse's back, carrying Yu Zhanghai and placing him on Ji Liang's back. Ji Liang was extremely gentle, obedient, and docile. Ming Xinyin stared blankly with wide eyes. Yu Shangrong said, Fourth brother, I've inconvenienced you. No inconvenience at all. This horse originally belonged to Master. Just take it and use it. In his heart, Ming Xinyin cursed Ji Liang 1,000 times. Yu Shangrong nodded without saying anything more, quickly riding the horse towards the woods to the west, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, behind a large rock deep in the forest, a Ruoli cultivator saw Ji Liang speeding away and immediately returned to the camp. In the camp, General Zala Er learned of this news and smiled. Do you know who just left Liang Province City? Reporting, my lord. Although it was quite far away, I can confirm that the person on the horse was Yu Shangrong, the second disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It seems he was also carrying a sick person. Very good. Zala Er said, inform Lu Lan to pay close attention to this person, and kill him if you have the chance. Yes. In the Ruo Li camp, the cultivators sat around the campfire drinking and eating meat, showing no signs of wanting to attack Liang Province. Zala Er stepped outside, raised his head, and looked up at the sky. Zalan, I will avenge you soon. A cold light flashed in Zala Er's eyes. The forest was very quiet at night. After flying continuously all day, Yu Shangrong planned to stop and rest for a while. Ji Liang performed too well, far exceeding Yu Shangrong's expectations. If nothing unexpected happened, Ji Liang should be able to fly across the Sky Rift. The Sky Rift is a canyon located between Daiyan and the western regions, towering high into the clouds. To cross the Sky Rift, one must have extremely high cultivation, or be escorted by a flying chariot. Many soldiers patrol around the Sky Rift year-round, preventing foreign invasions, making it difficult for ordinary people to cross. After the divine capital's great chaos, Wei Zhuoyan's army withdrew, making this place seem much more desolate. Yu Shangrong gazed towards the sky ditch, seeing nothing but the night stars. He looked at Yu Zhanghai, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, and softly asked, You hate Lu Lan so much. Why didn't you attack them when the Yuming sect was at its strongest? You even managed to hit the divine capital, didn't you? Yu Zhanghai didn't answer, nor could he. Back when you, and our master fought, we were ultimately defeated. After master left, if I hadn't landed that final palm strike on you, would you have avoided Liu Shang's sneak attack? So your life should rightfully be on my head. But I don't regret that palm strike one bit. The grudges between the Junzi nation and the Wookiee tribe shouldn't be carried by our generation, don't you think? In the silent forest, only Yu Shangrong was muttering, talking to an unconscious man. The Lu Lan took your life, so I'll make them pay it back. Then we'll be even. What do you say? You're not answering, so I'll take that as a yes. Yu Shangrong stopped talking. The horse, Ji Liang, neighed, as if responding. Yu Shangrong noticed Yu Zhanghai's life force fading, and took out the longevity sword. Several beams of red light shot from the sword, merging into Yu Zhanghai. This method of prolonging life might kill us both, he said. Yu Shangrong then smiled warmly. But it seems heaven doesn't want us to die so easily. Suddenly, Yu Shangrong's fingers pushed the longevity sword out of its sheath. Whoosh! The longevity sword shot off in another direction, stabbing straight into the forest. Poofed! The sword pierced a cultivator hiding behind a tree. A strand of red energy flew out of the corpse, was absorbed by the longevity sword, and then flew back into the scabbard. Yu Shangrong smiled as if nothing had happened. The first one. He stood up, helped Yu Zhanghai onto Ji Liang's back, and flew out of the forest. As Yu Shangrong left, a man collapsed behind another tree, sweating profusely, swallowing hard. This is the sword devil of Great Yan. General Zala Er wants us to stop this guy? Gotta send a message ASAP. As he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from above. Sorry, buddy, you won't be sending any messages. When he looked up, he didn't even have time to see clearly, before he was riddled with holes by the longevity sword's sword energy. Swish! The second one. Yu Shangrong sheathed his sword, flew back onto Ji Liang's back, and the two of them, one horse, flew towards the sky ditch. The sky ditch separates Great Yan and the western regions, a mountain range stretching for tens of thousands of miles, towering into the clouds. Because of its extreme height, many cultivators hesitate. Most cultivators who want to go to the western regions have to take a detour. However, The long journey takes a lot of time. Even when Yu Shangrong returned to Little Cold Mountain with his 8 leaves cultivation, it took him nearly 5 days to reach the Zunhua burial grounds. Taking a detour is out of the question. Yu Zhenghai's life is hanging by a thread. Luckily, Yu Shangrong has the horse, Jiliang. Jiliang is naturally in sync with Yu Shangrong. No matter what he wants to do, Jiliang can immediately understand his intentions. Yu Shangrong flew up very high, higher than ordinary cultivators could fly. When reaching a certain altitude, the ambient qi can no longer sustain a cultivator's breathing. Unless they descend, they'll suffocate. That's why cultivators later stopped flying high willy-nilly. The sky ditch is not infinitely high. When Jiliang flew halfway, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped sharply. The air became bitterly cold, and wind and snow lashed at their faces. Yu Shangrong summoned his protective gang qi, enveloping Jiliang and Yu Zhenghai. I heard Lao Si call you Jiliang. I like you a lot. If possible, follow me from now on, what do you say? While flying high, Yu Shangrong spoke. Nay! Jiliang stepped on the clouds, responding with a neigh. Very good. No need to worry about my master, he has many mounts. He won't miss you, Yu Shangrong said. At this moment, the wind and snow blew even more violently. Yu Shangrong smiled and said, Follow me! Lightly tapping his toes on Jiliang's back, Yu Shangrong flew horizontally. The Dharma body opened. Boom! A void golden lotus Dharma body appeared, blocking all the wind and snow. The Dharma body was 9 zang tall. Yu Shangrong shook his head and sighed. In this case, having the golden lotus is still better. However, his expression remained calm. Slipping inside the Dharma body emitted a dazzling golden light, flying towards the highest point on the sky ditch. The Western Region garrison and the common people gathering food on the mountain all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. The sky ditch, which was originally dark, suddenly had a beam of light, like a Kongming lantern. The border defense soldiers on the Western Region side immediately mobilized, summoning troops and rushing towards the sky ditch. Yu Shangrong stared intently ahead, the wind and snow blurring his vision. Countless snowflakes fell on the Dharma body, obscuring its light. But he continued steadfastly, without retreating. 7 lotus leaves appeared, radiating dazzling light, spinning around the Dharma body. The accumulated snow was swept away by the lotus leaves. In an instant, the light intensified. Boom! The Dharma body pushed back the wind and snow, turning into a brilliant glow in the sky. Jiliang cooperated perfectly, carrying Yu Zhenghai closely behind, finally crossing the highest point on the sky ditch. The wind and snow ravaged everywhere. Yu Shangrong retracted the Dharma body, and snow immediately covered him. From his hair to his eyebrows and even his robe were covered in white. Gang Qi opened, forming a barrier, blocking the wind and snow. Nay! Jiliang neighed and ran to stand beside him. 1 man and 1 horse stood on the summit of the sky ditch, observing the vast landscape. The whistling wind echoed in their ears, the misty and beautiful scenery obscured by the wind and snow. The boundless Western Region was shrouded in endless darkness. I once came here alone when I first reached the 8-leaf peak, but standing here now isn't as interesting as it used to be. He. Yu Shangrong turned his head to look at Yu Zhenghai. Senior brother, you've never been here. You can't appreciate the beautiful scenery of this place. Yu Shangrong jumped on Jiliang's back and flew towards Lulan. He knew now wasn't the time to enjoy the scenery, especially since constantly consuming vital essences in the snowy wind was very dangerous. Jiliang ignored the cultivators guarding the border. He! Jiliang stomped down through the air. When it reached a suitable height, it immediately adjusted its direction, and its whole body shot into the clouds like lightning. Divine Capital, Great Yan. Inside the Great Zheng Palace, in the middle of the night, the palace was extremely silent. After 2 days of comprehending the extraordinary power in his body, Lu Zhou had recovered a bit. Just as Lu Zhou was about to stop comprehending, he suddenly heard very faint footsteps. Shit, this is the Imperial City. The mission this time is investigation, not assassination. Changqing Palace, Great Zhang Palace, the inner treasury. Not an inch of land can be missed. We must find that Yang item. The divine capital is in chaos. If we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid there won't be another time. Your subordinate obeys. Assemble here in an hour and move out. Lu Zhao's ears twitched. The quiet palace allowed his supernatural hearing to reach its peak. Lu Zhao opened his eyes and glanced at the darkness outside the main hall. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, quick and agile. The black shadow sneaked into the palace, going through the corridor. His nose twitched like a dog's, as if he had a special talent for capturing auras. Every time he stopped to hide, his nose emitted a faint aura, flashing and disappearing. Before long, a patrol of Imperial guards immediately appeared and passed by. A moment later, the black shadow slipped into an empty room, hiding behind a screen. His nose glowed faintly again, twitching repeatedly. "Someone's here!" He suddenly turned around, staring wide-eyed at the back. In the room, an elderly man was sitting cross-legged on a prayer mat. The old man looked up at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Young man, what are you looking for?" His heart pounded in his chest, staring at the old man without blinking. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his nose twitched a few times, and he said in surprise, Five leaves?" The old man asked suspiciously. "You can tell that I'm a five-leaf?" The black shadow didn't answer his question, but only said, "None of your business. From now on, you are not allowed to make a sound. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately." Lu Zhou nodded gently, stroked his beard, and said, "You're a Shenmu?" The black shadow was startled. "Huh? How do you know?" "When I was young, I went to Rongbei. Shenmu are one of the alien races living in Rongbei." "Why are you so bold now, daring to invade Great Yan?" Lu Zhou muttered as if he were talking at home. "Of course, Great Yan's 9 provinces are in chaos. Luo Divine Capital is a pile of trash. The Imperial Guards have suffered heavy casualties, and the 2 major academies attacked by the Nether Sect have also collapsed a lot. This is the best time to invade Great Yan. I thought they would form an alliance to invade. I didn't expect them to use this method to infiltrate Great Yan. No wonder Liang Province is still calm. There hasn't been a war," Lu Zhou said slowly. "What are you looking for? Don't ask what you shouldn't." The black shadow stood not far from Lu Zhou, pretending to be ready to attack at any moment. "Looking for the Yang?" Lu Zhou continued to probe. "How do you know?" The black shadow was shocked. "Is it the Yang left by a 9-leaf expert, isn't it?" The black shadow widened his eyes and looked at the old man sitting cross-legged. "If you tell me where that Yang is, I will spare your life." He had no idea that the person sitting in front of him was even more terrifying than a tiger. With Lu Zhao's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to capture this group of alien races. But these people have infiltrated the palace. Of course they have a spirit of not fearing death. "If you tell me your purpose, then I will tell you." Lu Zhao's attitude was indifferent but very firm. The black shadow turned his head to look out the window. Darkness covered the space. The imperial city was too big. Finding the Yang was extremely difficult. He thought for a moment and replied in a low voice. "There is something we need in the Yang. As for what it is, we don't know. We are just acting under orders." "Under whose orders?" This question made the black shadow feel alert. He said to Lu Zhou, "You're trapping me. If you want to get the Yang, answer me." The black shadow hesitated and then replied, "Of course, it's General Zha Lu Bo." The shadow hesitated and then replied, "Of course, it's General Zalakair. Zalakair is the chief general of the alliance between Lulan and Ruli Kingdom." "You're from Shenmu. Why are you following his orders?" The shadow suddenly felt that this old man was extremely difficult to deal with. What's so strange about Rongxi and Rongbei allying with each other? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, saying, "The Imperial Palace has long been occupied by the Evil Sky Pavilion. You've got some nerve. Except for Ji Laomo, the rest are all old, weak, and disabled. Nothing to be afraid of." The shadow chuckled and replied, "You've investigated the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Zhou was a little curious. How does this guy know that the Evil Sky Pavilion is just a bunch of old and sick people? These words may be harsh, but in fact they're not far off. How difficult is this? To tell you the truth, there are our people everywhere in the divine capital. Lu Zhou was speechless. Although planting spies in enemy countries is a common tactic, this kind of spies everywhere situation is rare. "Very good." Lu Zhou slowly stood up. This movement startled the shadow. He said in a deep voice, "Don't move. HMPH, old man, where's the jade disc?" The shadow's voice was low and restrained. "In this old man's hands." Hearing this, the shadow showed joy and hurriedly said, "Good, hand over the jade disc, and I'll spare you." "Based on you? You want to play hardball, huh?" The shadow had actually decided to kill when answering those questions. He knew he had to get rid of this old man. His legs stomped hard, and with lightning speed he pulled out a dagger. He wanted to eliminate the opponent as quickly as possible, without causing any noise. Lu Zhou gently lifted his hand and pushed out a palm. The great fearless seal appeared. Golden light shot out in all directions, with only a tiny bit of blue mixed in. The shadow was horrified, and couldn't react in time. Boom! The great fearless seal hit him in the face, and his whole body flew backward. The hand seal shattered the door, and sent him flying out of the steps outside the hall, then rolling down the yard. The shadow cried out in pain. His internal organs were severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered his chest, and got up, intending to run away. "This old man wants to see where you're running." Lu Zhou leaped out. The 5-leaf golden lotus appeared. Boom! The golden light of the avatar immediately illuminated the Decheng Palace and the square outside the palace. The imperial guards and nearby cultivators all rushed over. Lu Zhou flew out with lightning speed, spotted the Shenmu person hastily flying away, and immediately struck out a palm. The Shenmue spy frantically summoned the six-leaf Panther King avatar. So that's how it is. Boom! The palm strike hit the six-leaf Panther King avatar. At this moment, many figures had appeared in the sky, and the disciples were also attracted by the huge commotion. The Shenmue person continued to fly away at extremely high speed. He turned his head and said, "Too bad. You're not Jilaomo. You're far from catching me." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou raised his hand and threw out a binding shackles card. This is a leftover card, with only a 30% chance of hitting the target. As soon as the first binding shackles card was thrown, Lu Zhou threw out a second one. Two square binding shackles were chasing after the Shenmue person. He turned his head and looked, exclaiming in surprise, "What the hell is that?" The shackles flew over, descending from the sky, covering the Shenmue person's entire body. The golden light shone brightly, turning into a net that wrapped him. Boom! The card shattered. The second card quickly struck. But just like before, it also shattered. The Shenmue person was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly, showing off. "Turns out it's just for show, old man. I'll come and say goodbye next time." Lu Zhou looked at this scene, a little speechless, not knowing what to say. This guy is really lucky. Lu Zhou lifted his hand. The unnamed appeared in the palm of his hand, and then he stepped into the air, flew to the top of the Dachang Palace, and looked towards the Panther King avatar that had fled far away. At this time, the disciples had arrived, and the imperial guards and inner court experts also appeared in the air, just in time to see this scene. Lu Zhou calmly drew the bowstring, and a chi arrow appeared between his index and middle fingers. Boom! The chi arrow left the bowstring, unstoppable, and shot towards the back of the Shenmue person. Poof! Unsurprisingly, the Shenmue person was immediately hit by the chi arrow and fell straight to the ground. The inner court experts looked at Lu Zhou with awe, not daring to say a word, and at the same time looked towards the person who had fallen, secretly thinking, "What a blind idiot who walks straight into the line of fire, clueless." Duan Musheng saw this and said, "Let this disciple go and capture him." After speaking, he flew towards that direction. Lu Zhou put away the unnamed, and then indifferently looked at the surrounding inner court experts who were still distracted. "What? Do I have to capture the thief for you guys?" Yes, this subordinate will go immediately. Immediately! The inner court experts scattered around to hunt for the thief. Some people ordered the imperial city to be sealed off, not allowing anyone to escape. Catch the assassin! Based on the sounds Lu Zhou heard earlier, there were about 5 aliens who sneaked into the imperial palace this time. If the imperial city is completely sealed off and strictly searched, it shouldn't be difficult to catch them. Before long, Duan Musheng brought the Shenmue spy back, throwing him down in front of the Dachang Palace. The Shenmue person fell to the ground, screaming miserably, his eyes filled with fear. The crowd felt very strange. He survived a strike from a 9-leaf cultivator, so they lowered their heads to observe carefully, and then realized that the arrow pierced his abdomen. His Dantian Chi Si was destroyed. The thief no longer had any cultivation, but it was not enough to kill him. Lu Zhou slowly descended, looking towards the Shenmue people. Name: Lu Li. Identity: Shenmue. Realm: Yuanshen Realm. What's your name? Lu Li shrank back, not answering Lu Zhou's question but stammering, You're not a 5-leaf. Duan Musheng raised an eyebrow and kicked him. Ouch! After kicking, Duan Musheng seriously said, "My master has been a 9-leaf for a long time. How dare you insult him?" 9-leaf? Lu Li's whole body trembled. Lu Zhou didn't bother with this, and continued, "Answer my question. You're Jilaoma?" As soon as he blurted this out, Zhu Honggong immediately stepped out of the crowd and punched him. Boom! The fist hit his chest, causing Lu Li to scream miserably. Zhu Honggong raised his fist and scolded, "I'm giving you one more chance to rearrange your words." Lu Li endured the pain and hurriedly replied, "My name is Lu Li, from Shenmue in Rongbei. My purpose here is to find a jade coffin. I heard there's a 9-leaf secret inside. I brought 4 brothers with me. One is good at breaking formations, one is good at escaping, one is good at climbing, one is good at seeing in the dark. I'm the leader, and I have a very sensitive sense of smell. Please don't kill me, I confess." Zhu Honggong nodded. "Master, he has confessed. There's no point in me blowing him up." "Step back," Lu Zhou said. "Disciple obeys." Zhu Honggong obediently stepped aside. Lu Zhou said to Lu Li, "The Shenmue people also know about the 9-leaf?" Lu Li said, "About 50 years ago, a strong expert came to Shenmue. He said he used to live in the Dayan Imperial Palace for a while." Lu Zhou asked, "The Dayan Imperial Preceptor?" Yes, it was the Dayan Imperial Preceptor. "He said he traveled all over the myriad races to find someone, so he stayed in Shenmue for 5 years. Lu Li said, "This 9-leaf expert is still alive indeed." Lu Zhou continued to ask, "Do you know where he is now?" Lu Li shook his head. "This person had a very good relationship with the great king, but his cultivation was extremely high. No one could stop him from leaving if he wanted to. As for telling you to find the jade coffin, boom! Zhu Honggong's left and right fists collided with each other. Lu Lai flinched and hurriedly said, Don't! The great king told me to come. The nine-leaf thing is causing a stir. The 12 countries of Rongxi and Rongbei are all trying every means to challenge the nine-leaf. Whoever advances first will naturally be one step ahead. This reminded Lu Zhou of modern times, where companies race to install spies to steal technology from each other, using any means to gain an advantage. It was not surprising that the Rongbei barbarians would do such a thing. Just the 5 of you? Lu Zhou asked. Really, just the 5 of us, Lu Lai replied. At this time, the remaining 4 Shenmu people were also escorted by the imperial guards, kneeling down. Lu Li stared blankly at his teammates being pushed forward, captured so easily. The 4 people knelt on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. At this moment, Zhao Yue stepped forward and said, Master, the imperial city has been uneasy recently. It is said that many alien spies are causing trouble everywhere. Lu Li waved his hand. Not the Shenmu people, it must be the Lulan and Ruli people. Lu Zhao turned to ask Zhao Yu. Is it serious? Not only the imperial city, but all of the 9 provinces have alien races deliberately causing trouble. But it's most serious in the imperial city. Lu Zhao said to Duan Musheng, Tomorrow morning, I want to meet Hua Chongyang. Yes. The next day, in the great Zheng Palace. After a night of comprehending the heavenly book, the extraordinary power in Lu Zhu's body increased a little more. Hua Chongyang received Duan Musheng's message, and immediately entered the palace to meet Senior Ji. Lu Zhao raised his head and looked at Hua Chongyang. Do you know why I called you here? Hua Chongyang bowed and replied. Senior Ji must have heard about the alien races sneaking into the imperial city, causing trouble and robbing everywhere. You can't even manage the imperial city after suppressing tens of thousands of Nether Sect disciples? Lu Zhao asked suspiciously. After they commit crimes, they hide very well, choosing their next targets very cunningly. In the past 2 days, this junior has only captured 3 people. Hua Chongyang looked embarrassed. Just then, Duan Musheng stepped in from outside and bowed. Master, the imperial city received a flying letter, please take a look. Lu Zhao opened the flying letter. Ji Laoma, quickly release the 5 Luli people, otherwise we will take the lives of the imperial city's citizens. For every day you don't release them, we will kill 5 civilians, until you release them. Lu Zhao clenched his hand, turning the flying letter into fine powder, dissipating in the wind. Dare to threaten me, Duan Musheng said in a low voice. Master, beside this flying letter are 5 corpses of civilians. Hearing this, Hua Chongyang immediately knelt down. This junior is incompetent. The Nether Sect has just taken over the imperial city, and its foundation is unstable. Now these alien races are taking the opportunity to cause chaos. It's extremely hateful. Please give this junior some time, and this junior will definitely catch them and subject them to 1,000 cuts. Hua Chongyang knew very well that if the sect leader wanted to gain the world, he must maintain long-term peace and stability. The common people are the foundation of the great cause. If the foundation is in chaos, how can people live and work in peace, and the country be prosperous, and the people at peace? Isn't anyone in charge from the civil and military officials? Lu Zhao asked suspiciously. They don't care at all, ignoring the imperial city completely. Only the Nether Sect is trying to maintain order. However, the 9 provinces are in chaos. This junior has sent 12 branch leaders back to their respective branches to suppress other cities. The remaining forces in the imperial city can hardly suppress these alien spies. Hua Chongyang replied. Duan Musheng bowed and said, Master, this matter is not Hua Chongyang's fault. This morning this disciple went out for a walk, and found that the imperial city is in a stage of rest and recuperation, rebuilding its structures. And the civil and military officials ultimately don't want to associate with the demonic path. Those alien spies are all disguised as Dayan citizens, making it very difficult to distinguish them. After hearing the 2 of them, Lu Zhu understood. This is indeed a headache. Just then, Zhu Zhao appeared in front of the great Zheng Palace again. As soon as she entered the hall, she quickly said, Master, there are many common people kneeling in front of the imperial city. Hearing this, Lu Zhao opened his mouth and said, Let me go and see. A moment later, Lu Zhao appeared above the imperial city, looking down at the crowd kneeling before the gate. There were hundreds of people there, with many scattered pages of paper around them. The people kowtowed incessantly, shouting, Beg Ma Tiange to stand up for the common folk. Beg Ma Tiange to stand up for the common folk. Lu Zhu pointed to the scattered pages on the ground. What's written on them? Reporting, Senior Ji. They are all writings of foreign races, with content similar to the flying letter you received. That's why the people in the city are so frightened. Hua Zhongyang frowned. The people outside continued to kowtow. Lu Zhao glanced at the crowd, each of them revealing their identity as the great Yan human race. Those spies are really cunning bastards. Even if we catch them, they won't admit it, even if they die, so there's nothing we can do. Randomly killing people will only make the god capital more chaotic. Just like that saying, conquering the world is easy, but maintaining it is hard. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, pondering a solution. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou said, "I'll handle this." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou heard a system notification. Lu Zhou opened the system's task panel and saw a new task appear. Resolve the hidden dangers in the god capital. With Senior Jean taking action, this matter will definitely go smoothly. Hua Zhongyang bowed in response. But in his heart, Hua Zhongyang was still thinking, this matter is extremely difficult to solve, it can't be resolved with force alone. How will Senior Ji handle it? Inform Zhu Yongkai of the Beidou Academy, I want to see him. Near noon, in the Great Zheng Palace, Hua Zhongyang recounted the events of the god capital to Zhu Yongkai. Lu Zhou asked Zhu Yongkai, "Do you have any plans?" Zhu Yongkai bowed and said, "Reporting, Senior Ji, foreign spies harming the god capital is indeed a difficult problem. Before, anyone entering the god capital would be inspected by soldiers. The chaos in the god capital gave them a great opportunity to blend in. If we want to solve it, we can only search house by house, using the entire force of the god capital to catch them." Hua Zhongyang then said, "Although this method is thorough, it is too slow. The foreign spies declared that they would kill 5 people every day, and the god capital is too large. Using this method, it would take at least 3 to 5 days, and it might be too late." Zhu Yukai nodded. "How about expelling everyone from the city, guarding the 4 gates, and then letting people enter one by one for the soldiers to check and inquire about their identities clearly?" "That won't work. Verifying identities is extremely cumbersome and requires the cooperation of civil and military officials. Now that the Nether Sect has taken over the god capital, they only wish to avoid us from a mile away," Hua Zhongyang said. Hearing this, Duan Musheng was enraged, slammed the overlord's spear into the ground, and cursed. "What's the point of the imperial court raising these trash? If they can't help, this disciple might as well stab them once and take their lives. Killing people is easy, but making them submit is hard." Hua Zhongyang shook his head and sighed. "Let's talk about submission later." Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Yongkai. Zhu Yukai. "Senior Ji, please give instructions. Does your Beidou Academy still have people who can activate the 10 Absolute Formation?" Hearing this, Zhu Yukai confidently replied, "To lead the 10 Absolute Formation, only the Divine Court Realm is needed. The Beidou Academy can definitely do it. I only need to open 9 Absolutes, leaving 1 Absolute. Can you trap everyone in the city?" Lu Zhou asked. "Of course I can," Zhu Yukai replied. "Good." Lu Zhou stood up. "Hua Zhongyang, how many Nether Sect disciples are left in the god capital?" Reporting, Senior Ji, there are 8,000 people left. There are 2,000 people guarding each of the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, Hua Zhongyang replied. "And the Imperial Guards, can they be mobilized?" 6,000 Imperial Guards. Compared to the previous defense force of the god capital, it is indeed much weaker. No wonder those foreign races are so arrogant. Lu Zhou fell into thought. Although the overall force is too weak, the 10 Absolute Formation can last for an hour, and with the help of his disciples, cleaning up these cowards shouldn't be a big deal. Lu Zhou nonchalantly said, "The spies will be cleaned up in the afternoon. Go and prepare." "Yes." The group bowed and retreated. Lu Zhou called out again, "Hua Zhongyang, please give instructions, Senior Ji." Lu Zhou suddenly raised his hand, and a desperate land healing card appeared. His palm clenched, and the item card generated a strange force, flying towards Hua Zhongyang, from the Buddhist's Purdue, falling upon Hua Zhongyang. Hua Zhongyang felt warmth throughout his body, and the injuries in his body recovered at a rapid pace. Hua Zhongyang was extremely delighted, and quickly knelt on one knee and said, "Thank you, Senior Ji." Retreat. That afternoon, in God Capital City, people were extremely uneasy. "I feel we should leave early. After all, the Nether Sect is a demonic sect. They don't care about the life and death of the common folk. What do you think?" "Hey, when the Nether Sect attacked Yuzhu, they risked their lives to protect the common folk. Now that they have gained the world, how can they not care? This is called easy to change the country, hard to change the nature. Do you believe that in just a few days there will be nothing left in the city? The common folk won't leave. Are they going to stay here to be slaughtered by the foreign races?" The rumors spread throughout every corner of the god capital. Everyone was discussing whether Ma Tiange would care about this matter or not, and whether they would release the Shenmue group or not. The cultivators helplessly shook their heads. Although the Nether Sect is strong, the foreign races are arrogant and tyrannical. If they can't be wiped out, I'm afraid it will create a great chaos, and then we will all be slaves of a lost country. This was exactly what the alien races were aiming for. While everyone was busy gossiping, someone suddenly pointed towards the imperial city. They're coming out! The Grand Ancestor of the Evil Sky Pavilion is making an appearance. He's finally out? Let's bounce and check it out. Outside the Imperial City Gate, countless cultivators and commoners gathered. More and more cultivators flew in from afar. The Imperial Guards were nowhere to be seen, and the no-fly zone within the divine capital was officially yeeted out the window. Li Yongxiao stood on the city wall, hands clasped behind his back, observing the crowd. Duanmu Sheng, Zhao Yue, Ye Tiangxin, Yan He, Hai Luo, and Zhu Hong stood behind him. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Li Yongxiao casually waved his hand. Hua Zhongyang stepped forward, unleashing a booming sound wave. Spies causing chaos in the divine capital, destroying order, and taking innocent lives. Senior Ji is merciful, giving you all a chance. Voluntarily confess your crimes. Anyone who confesses will get a full corpse. No cap. Some citizens knelt down and kowtowed, crying, "Please, Ancestor, deliver us justice. Please, Ancestor, give us justice." Hua Zhongyang's gaze swept over the cultivators hovering in the air. "I hope you can put aside your prejudices and unite to eliminate the spies." A cultivator in the distance suddenly spoke up. "Easy for you to say. The spies are mixed in with us. How do you plan on telling them apart? I want to kill them even more than you do." The Great Yan Empire cannot tolerate spies, especially those who treat human life like dirt. Someone chimed in. "Senior Jing, we've always respected the Evil Sky Pavilion, and we're big fans. We're all for you taking over our divine capital. And we're even more for you eliminating the spies." Someone in the back piped up. "Senior Ji, please think of the bigger picture. Release the 5 Shenmue spies to protect the common people. You can catch the spies later." Li Yongxiao observed the speaker. He was clearly from Shenmue. Li Yongxiao wasn't in a rush to make a move. Others didn't know he was from Shenmue, so acting now would be sus. Just then, a disciple from the academy flew over and bowed. "Senior Ji, preparations are complete." Li Yongxiao glanced at the vast crowd of cultivators before him and said indifferently, "This old man has given you your chance." The academy disciple shouted loudly, "Activate the formation!" The prolonged shout echoed throughout the imperial city. Those identified as being from Ruli, Shenmue, and Lulan clearly had their faces dropped. Whoom! Whoom! Resonating sounds rang out, and a net appeared in the sky. In an instant, all 4 city gates and the city walls of the divine capital were covered by a barrier net. In every corner of the divine capital, the bewildered commoners and cultivators emerged one after another, tilting their heads to look at the sky in confusion. On top of the imperial city, Zhu Yongkai led 10 disciples of the Northern Dipper Academy in guiding the 10 Absolutes formation, and the invisible net gradually took shape. Li Yongxiao spoke. "Bring out those slaves." "Yes, sir." Before long, the slaves and their 4 accomplices were brought before the imperial city gate, facing the common people. Not far away, Li Yongxiao said coldly, "This old man hates being threatened the most. Execute them." The executioner stepped forward without hesitation, drew his blade, and swung down, sending heads flying and rolling on the ground. The commoners and cultivators stared wide-eyed. "Senior Ji, this action will offend those spies. What about the common people? Was this too impulsive?" Someone muttered. But Li Yongxiao said loudly and clearly, "The alien spies are causing chaos and treating human life like dirt. How can this old man let others diminish my prestige?" Seeing that everyone was silent, Li Yongxiao added, "If this old man doesn't behead these people, how can I be worthy of the common people who have been killed? That's right, they're already stepping all over us." Li Yongxiao would rather bear the reputation of cruelty than execute these alien races in front of everyone. Otherwise, what would he use to threaten the alien races? No one believed that the Grand Ancestor of the Evil Sky Pavilion would go back on his word. The alien race spies mixed in with the common people, from the spies to the ordinary people, including the cultivators hovering in the sky. All looked up at Li Yongxiao standing on the city wall. The number 1 demon in the world, with a single order, could turn the great 1,000 worlds upside down. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that this was a frickin' demon. Those naive spies actually dared to use the lives of the common people to threaten a demon? Was this the most hilarious joke in the world? A reddish hue appeared in the eyes of the crowd. Some were frightened, some were worried. Watching the streams of crimson blood snaking like small streams across the ground, the spies were all thinking about how to retaliate tonight. The game of killing 5 people a day was over. The number of people killed was no longer limited. The divine capital would once again become a living hell, and the ones buried would be the common people in the city. The Evil Sky Pavilion was indeed strong, so strong that no one dared to provoke them. But surely they could still run, right? I dare the Evil Sky Pavilion to kill everyone in the divine capital. Better to kill the innocent than let a single spy escape. Would they dare? Isn't the underworld church supposed to be for the people of the world? Since when do demonic sects have morals? Their revenge will surely become a nightmare for the people. The common people fearfully took a few steps back, and some couldn't bear the gruesome scene. and vomited on the spot. On top of the imperial city, Zhu Yukai raised his voice to attract everyone's attention. I am the Dean of the Northern Dipper Academy, and also the one leading the 10 Absolutes formation in the Divine Capital. I know you're wary of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and also curious why I'm standing on their side. Since his ascension, the Emperor has never attended court to handle political affairs. Now, the Northern Dipper Academy lists his 10 major crimes. Outside the city gate, many disciples of the Northern Dipper Academy appeared, each holding a stack of papers listing Liu Shang's 10 crimes. Some distributed them to the people, while others posted them on the notice boards. Crime number 1, acting recklessly. Crime number 2, slaughtering the innocent. Crime number 3, disloyal and unfilial. Crime number 4, heinous and rebellious. Crime number 5, inhuman and unjust. Crime number 6, lacking humanity. Crime number 7, massacring loyal subjects. Crime number 8, pretending to be ignorant and framing cultivators to study the opening of the lotus leaf. Crime number 9, deceiving the emperor and committing treason. Crime number 10, regicide. After the 10 major crimes were spread, those who could read couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "The emperor is fake? How could this be?" The paper listing the crimes exaggeratedly explained Liu Shang's regicide. The news was like a bomb exploding, and the crowd was in a frenzy of discussion. Previously, many rumors about Liu Fan had spread in Chengdu, but now that the imperial city has announced it to the world, the credibility of these rumors has instantly increased. This is the Dean of the Beidou Academy, not some shrimp. Even if someone has doubts at this time, it doesn't matter anymore. How can one mouth win against 1,000? A moment later, someone said loudly, "Senior Ji, it's satisfying that you killed these 5 people, but how can you guarantee that the common people of Chengdu won't be retaliated against by the spies? Are you really going to stand by and watch, ignoring everything? How are you going to find the spies?" One person said, "I am now sure of one thing. The spies will frantically retaliate against everyone. I beg you to close the 10 Absolute formation and let us go. Chengdu is no longer habitable. We must leave Chengdu quickly." Originally, some people were counting on the Manhwa Pavilion to take charge, but now they are clearly wavering. If you leave Chengdu, will the alien races let you go? Outside, they can kill you even more easily. Where are you planning to run? Relying on those cultivators to follow and protect you every day? Hearing this, the common people of Chengdu were even more frightened. Before today, the city was just a place for the people to live and work in peace. But now it seems that they have nowhere to set foot to live in peace. Wait. Hold up. Duan Musheng descended from the sky, and the overlord's spear in his hand was thrust into the ground, creating a loud sound. His posture was majestic, and his eyes were fiery. The crowd immediately retreated a few steps. The 10 Absolute formation only opens 9 Absolutes. The last Absolute is not activated in order to leave a part of the original Qi in the formation for the Chengdu cultivators to use. A little bit of original Qi. My Shifu said he would catch all these cowards. May I ask you a question? How will you catch them? Will he randomly ask, and they'll admit that they are spies? The crowd was in a frenzy of discussion, fearing that the Manhwa Pavilion would indiscriminately kill innocent people. Lu Zhou calmly raised his hand, and an object appeared in his palm. The Taishu mirror. The Taishu mirror emitted a buzzing sound of resonance, shining forward, emitting light like a flashlight. The light in the Taishu mirror shone on the cultivator who had just spoken to Duan Musheng, and a Langwang Dharma body appeared in front of everyone. Langwang Dharma body. Roulier person. What the hell? What am I seeing? He is the Roulier spy. The crowd panicked and retreated, looking at the Langwang Dharma body in unison. Chu Yukai, the dean of the Beidou Academy, looked at the Taishu mirror in surprise. The Taishu mirror is a treasure specially used to distinguish between truth and falsehood. It can clearly distinguish the cultivation of each person by examining the altitude and depth. This is a treasure of the Taishu Academy. While everyone was still in shock, Duan Musheng swung the Overlord spear and roared, "Quickly pay with your life!" The Overlord spear swung violently, and thousands of overlapping images converged into one place, directly approaching the Roulier spy at lightning speed. The Roulier spy's expression was horrified. He was already stunned when he was discovered, and before he could do anything, the spear was already in front of him. He wanted to summon body-protecting astral Qi to stop it, but found that the original Qi in the 9 Absolute formation was pitifully little. Duan Musheng's attack was extremely fierce and domineering, not giving his opponent a chance to breathe. Tian Quan Yu Kui! Duan Musheng's figure flew into the air and the Overlord spear stabbed down. Seeing this scene, the 4 elders of the Motion Pavilion suddenly recalled the scene of martial arts training on Golden Court Mountain back then. Duan Musheng's skills were not yet proficient when using it, only the form was beautiful. Now this move has been simplified by him to be extremely concise. The spear shadow stabs down from the sky, and the tip of the spear glitters with golden light. The Roulier spy was hit, and his feet sank into the ground. The overlord's spear did not stop but continued to press down. Boom! His legs knelt completely on the ground cracked, and the battle ended. Duan Musheng retrieved the overlord's spear. Third senior brother is so powerful. Third senior brother's spear technique is becoming more and more badass. Hearing the flattery of the junior brothers and sisters, Duan Musheng walked over arrogantly, ignoring the spy. The Roulier spy knelt on the ground, his eyes full of fear, his face facing the top of the imperial city. My Shifu said he would catch all these cowards. Seeing the Taishu mirror in Lu Zhou's hand, even if they didn't know what this thing was, everyone understood its use through the scene just now. The common people in the city were shocked and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Please let the motion pavilion take charge of us. Please let the motion pavilion take charge of us. In the resounding shouts, there was a mixture of the trembling voices of the alien race spies. They looked up at the net above their heads. 1 hour! Just avoid it for 1 hour! Shendu is so big, there is no shortage of places for them to hide. At this time, Lu Zhou suddenly said loudly, any cultivator who stands in front of the Taishu mirror will have to reveal their true form. This old man is stationed in Shendu, and will never tolerate spies plotting against the common people. Lu Zhou, with his 5 leaves cultivation, dropped this truth bomb, Yuan Qi surging, broadcasting his voice like a boss. Hundreds of commoners outside the imperial city kowtowed, chanting, thank you, ancestor of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Thank you, ancestor of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ding! Received devout worship from 350 people, gaining 3,500 merit points. Zhu Yukai bowed so low he almost touched the ground. Senior Ji, so you have the Taishu mirror. Then let's not waste any time, let's find all the spies and catch them all at once, Pan Lishan said. Catching all the spies in 1 hour? That's gonna be tough. Things have come to this, we must catch them all. Otherwise they'll seek revenge like crazy. Lu Zhou nodded, stroked his beard, and gazed at the sky. Zhu Yukai looked at the crowd below and shouted, foreign races are causing chaos. All cultivators of Great Yan should join hands to eliminate the invaders. Zhu Yunkai knew, no matter how many good deeds the Evil Sky Pavilion did, there would still be prejudiced folks unwilling to cooperate. Duan Musheng gripped his overlord's spear tightly, stepping forward. Master, let's begin. The 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion jumped down in unison. Lu Zhou nonchalantly replied, all right. Before everyone's eyes, Lu Zhou suddenly retracted the Taishu mirror, lightly tapped his toes, and soared into the sky. Pavilion Master, what is this? The 4 elders were puzzled, not understanding. Master. The disciples were also dumbfounded. Shouldn't Master be using the Taishu mirror to check everyone's dharma bodies one by one? Why retract the Taishu mirror? The cultivators followed, flying after him, the 4 elders joining in. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhou flew to the center of the divine capital, stopped, and looked up at the net in the sky. What is the Pavilion Master planning? I have no idea. We can't delay any longer, we're running out of time. The problem is Lu Zhou isn't using the Taishu mirror, and neither are the others, so there's no way to identify the foreign races to attack. The crowd could only look at each other anxiously. While everyone was still confused, Lu Zhou continued to fly upwards, straight towards the net. Reaching mid-air, Lu Zhou raised his hand, the Taishu mirror appearing in his palm. The light from the Taishu mirror shone down blindingly. On the ground, commoners and cultivators alike retreated, but the higher the Taishu mirror was raised, the wider the halo shone, spreading in all directions. Another Ling Wang Dharma body appeared, followed by a Bao Wang Dharma body, a Jin Shi Dharma body. All sorts of Dharma bodies, with different shapes, revealed their true forms under the light of the Taishu mirror. Zhu Yukai had a eureka moment, and immediately ordered, scholars of the Academy, listen up, move out immediately. All the disciples of the North Dipper Academy standing on the imperial city flew down. The Great Yan cultivators glanced around, suddenly realizing that the friend they were just chatting with was actually a member of a foreign race, and immediately panicked, drew their bows and unsheathed their swords, slashing. The 4 elders and the disciples finally understood, and everyone started to move. At the same time, Lu Zhou continued to fly higher, until his figure was only the size of a palm. From the barrier net, a crack suddenly echoed, and a massive cage of light spread out. Lu Zhou unleashed a palm strike, slamming the Taishu mirror straight into the net. The energy in the net gradually converged. The Taishu mirror suddenly turned blue, instantly illuminating the entire divine capital. How is this possible? Oh my god, so many spies! Kill those motherfuckers! How dare they invade our Great Yan? Kill! Kill! The Great Yan cultivators were shaken by the scene before them, and simultaneously drew their swords and blades to chop down the foreign race spies. In an instant, blood rained. This battle was even more chaotic than when the Nether Sect attacked the divine capital. So disorganized, undisciplined, unplanned, simply relying on instinct to kill. All the foreign race spies turned ashen-faced. I A unique energy resonance reverberated throughout the divine capital. Lu Zhou loosened his grip, standing still and observing. The Taishu mirror looked like a sun, absorbing the power of the barrier net, and then shining its light. The people in the city knelt on the ground, worshipping devoutly. Ding! Received devout worship from 105 people, gaining 1050 merit points. Ding! Received devout worship from 203 people, gaining 2030 merit points. Ding! Received devout worship from 390 people, gaining 3,900 merit points. The sound of merit point notifications rang out continuously, surprising Lu Zhou. In fact, he hadn't expected to gain merit points from this action. If he really wanted merit points, Lu Zhou wouldn't have killed the 5 deep cover spies in front of everyone earlier. The light of the Taishu mirror only revealed everyone's small dharma bodies, while the dharma bodies summoned by cultivators carried more energy, so the sizes were uneven. The divine capital was in chaos. The foreign race spies bared their fangs and claws, crazily charging towards the people nearby. Seeing this, Zuo Yushu summoned her Panlong staff dharma body, slamming it hard into the ground. From within the Panlong staff, talisman scripts and seals immediately flew out, spreading from the golden gourd, flying in all directions. They attacked and killed any foreign races they found. Lang Luo was calmer, not using many moves, but gently walking through the crowd, her figure constantly flickering, each flash taking the life of a foreign race member. Lu Zhou helplessly shook his head. The disciples are still too young, lacking the experience and decisiveness of the 4 elders. Duan Musheng and Yanyer were faster than the others, occasionally flying up high, then down, taking the lives of many foreign races. Hai Luo didn't know how to kill, so she just stood still on top of the imperial city, not moving at all, prioritizing protecting the commoners. An hour should be enough, Chu Yongkai said. Lu Zhou looked down at the scene below. The alien races with Lang King and Bao King dharma bodies were forming groups, attacking the great Yan cultivators. Among them there were no great cultivators, mostly divine court or Kankan Siu realm, not worth Lu Zhao's attention. The blue light still shone through the buildings. The alien races wanted to hide behind the pavilions to avoid it, but they were still exposed with miniature dharma bodies by the Taishu mirror. Lu Zhou looked up at the Taishu mirror, muttering, "As expected." Lu Zhou then observed the disciples. Battles. Zhu Honggong may be a bit slow and silly, but his cultivation is almost at 3 leaves, and he's playing hide-and-seek, ambushing alien spies in the divine court realm. Lu Zhou was helpless. Boom! Zhu Honggong knocked someone down with a punch, laughing and saying, "Kid, you dare to play hide-and-seek with your grandpa. You're too young and green. Your dharma body has too heavy an aura." After killing one person, he looked around for the next target, saw a female Lang King dharma body hiding. Zhu Honggong grinned and ran over. At this moment, an 8-leaf dharma body suddenly flashed across the sky, its aura majestic. In an instant, the dharma body dissipated. Ye Tiangxin appeared, and with a palm strike, the female Lang King dharma body bit the dust. Zhu Honggong looked up again, but Ye Tiangxin was nowhere to be seen. "6th senior sister, don't steal my kills," Zhu Honggong complained. Ye Tiangxin replied, "8th junior brother, you're too slow, and you dare to blame me? I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Zhu Honggong turned around and continued to look for new targets. He smirked and cracked his knuckles. At this moment, a cultivator ran up from behind and shouted, Eighth, mister, you called me. I. Alien race. Save me. Don't worry, I'm here, I'll protect you." Zhu Honggong warmed up his fists. "Over there, 1 leaf, it's an alien Lang King, 1 leaf. Hurry. The cultivator pointed in one direction, then turned around, his face full of daze. "8th, where's 8th mister? Where did he disappear to?" Lu Zhou retracted his gaze and looked towards Hai Luo, who was standing on the top of the imperial city. Under the blue light of the Taishu mirror, Hai Luo's red lotus dharma body glowed brilliantly, and that dharma body was already at its most complete. Lu Zhou lowered his altitude, flew towards the top of the imperial city, and came to Hai Luo's side. With the fastest speed, he reached out his hand. "Give it to your teacher." "Yes." Hai Luo looked up at her master, timidly said, "Master, why are everyone's dharma bodies golden, but mine is red?" Lu Zhou looked at her with a complicated expression, not knowing how to answer. According to previous speculation, Hai Lu Zhou might be awakening, so don't ask too much for now. Before you have enough strength to protect yourself, you must not summon your dharma body at will, Lu Zhou instructed. "Yes, your teacher will help you hide it." Lu Zhou put his hand on Hai Luo's hand, gently clenched it, and blue light appeared. Under the extraordinary power of the Book of Heaven, the red lotus was slowly concealed. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, a doubt arose in his heart. Cultivators all over the world mobilize their vital energy through cultivation to form a special power. but Lu Zhao's extraordinary power is clearly stronger than the power of vital energy. After Lu Zhao concealed Hai Luo's red lotus dharma body, a deep voice came from the steps leading to the top of the imperial city, filled with shock and doubt. So you are only 5 leaves? Lu Zhao and Hai Luo both turned to look. A cultivator in black clothes, with his face covered, was slowly walking over, his eyes filled with surprise and incomprehension. Hai Luo turned her head to look at the miniature dharma body behind her. Master, is Master really 5 leaves? Lu Zhao then remembered, and sighed helplessly. It was still because he was careless, exposing himself under the Taishu mirror. Behind the man in black opposite was a 6-leaf golden lotus dharma body. Great Yan Cultivator. A great Yan Cultivator appeared on the top of the imperial city, which surprised Lu Zhao a little. Although he was wearing black clothes and carefully concealed his identity, nothing could be hidden under Lu Zhu's eye of truth. Name: Wei Zhuoran. Identity: Great Yan human race, nascent soul realm. Under the light of the Taishu mirror, Wei Zhuoran's 6-leaf dharma body seemed very dazzling. It seems that he has worked hard to raise his cultivation to the 6-leaf realm in the past period of time. The once rigid Wei Zhuoran, after a long period of cultivation, now has the aura of someone in a high position. Hai Luo retreated behind him. Lu Zhao stood in front of her. Don't be afraid. Wei Zhuoran's eyes looked at Lu Zhao with a complex expression, while carefully probing. Although I don't know what method you used to deceive everyone, under the Taishu mirror, you finally revealed your true colors. True colors? Lu Zhao said indifferently. What do you think the truth is? Wei Zhuoran glanced at the chaotic scene below, where alien spies were being executed on the spot. But these spies had nothing to do with him. He smiled and said, "The clear are clear. The dove cannot pretend to be a sparrow." Bodhidharma once said that no matter what, there is only one truth. Not wrong. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "Then how do you determine that what you see is the truth?" Wei Zhuoran pointed to his head, his eyes, and the sky and said, "Some people are smart. Some people are stupid. Some people are born to be slaves, like them." He pointed to the people in the city and the cultivators who were working hard to kill the alien races. There are also people who are born to deceive them, pretending that everything is in their hands, and that the world is surrendered to them, talking nonsense to deceive those who do not know the truth. Wei Zhuoran stepped forward. In his eyes, the old and the young in front of him were just prey waiting to be slaughtered. Lu Zhao stroked his beard and said, "Wei Zhuoran, huh?" Wei Zhuoran's eyes widened, looking at Lu Zhao in surprise, and instinctively took a step back. "You even recognized me? You think your wings are strong, huh? I helped you get to this position to replace Wei Zhuoran. You should be grateful." Wei Zhuoran stabilized his mind and said, "Things are different now. Senior, if you have recognized me, then don't blame me for being impolite." Wei Zhuoran glanced at the battle situation outside. He knew that he could not continue to delay. His figure flashed, and Wei Zhuoran rushed in front of Lu Zhao, striking out with both palms. He thought his palm strike would at least injure Lu Zhao, but the old geezer just casually raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike of his own, like a Buddha's hand. A golden palm seal, infused with a hint of azure extraordinary power, met the attack head-on. Boom! Too close for comfort. The human-sized palm seal instantly sent Wei Zhuoran flying, his face mask shattered, nose flattened into his forehead. "Dude got pancaked!" Wham! Wei Zhuoran's body slammed into the tower on top of the imperial city. The tower groaned, cracked, and then kablooey. "This old master can spare your life? Or take it." Lu Zhao clasped his hands behind his back, advancing step by step. Wei Zhuoran's eyes widened, fear gripping him as he watched Lu Zhao approach. "No, no, no," he stammered, clutching his wound, trying to summon his dharma body to escape, but a powerful suction from behind yanked him back. Devil's hand seal. Wei Zhuoran was seized, his heart sinking. "No way. No way," he repeated in his head. Before this old master, anyone below the 8 leaves is basically the same. If you're so tough, then this old master will use both hands. Lu Zhao stared at Wei Zhuoran. "Who are you working for?" Wei Zhuoran's eyes bulged, refusing to answer. Lu Zhu dragged him forward and tossed him onto the ground like trash. Wei Zhuoran breathed his last, rasping, "The 5 leaves were fake?" With that, his head lulled, and he was gone. Ding! Killed target, gained 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhao noticed Wei Zhuoran's pupils dilating, his face frozen in terror. The devil's hand seal hadn't even tightened, and the earlier palm strike didn't kill him. What the hell just happened? Scared to death? At that moment, in the midst of battle, Ye Tiangxin, clad in white, fluttered gracefully, her small 8-leaf dharma body radiating behind her, dominating the entire scene. 8 leaves! Master Lu, Evil Sky Pavilion. With the spies largely eliminated, the Dayan cultivators finally noticed the white-robed woman with silver hair like an immortal. Turns out she's an 8 leaves. How many 8 leaves powerhouses does the Devil Sky Pavilion even have? Adding her makes 3. For most sects, having even 1 8 leaves is a blessing, usually the candidate for sect leader. Some sects don't even have 7 leaves. Yet the Devil Sky Pavilion boasts 3 8 leaves. What kind of insane power is that? Ye Tianxin ignored the gawking crowd, swiftly gliding to the top of the imperial city. Lu Zhou saw sweat beading on Ye Tianxin's forehead. Clearly, her condition wasn't up for such strenuous combat. Ye Tianxin landed on the imperial city's peak, bowing, "Master, 6th senior sister." Hai Lu spotted her and rushed to protect her. "Hai Lu Su, take care of her," Lu Zhou instructed. Disciple obeys. Ye Tianxin stepped to Hai Lu Go's side. Lu Zhou looked up at the mirror of emptiness. Without a strong enemy, the whole process went smoothly, unlike the last time when the Nether Sect attacked, resulting in a bloodbath. The Nether Sect guys were getting snatched up left and right. Shendu was vast. But against numerous nascent Soul Realm experts capable of using divine sense for searching, the alien races couldn't hide for long. In the sky, the mirror of emptiness continuously absorbed the power of the barrier. Just then, Lu Zhou suddenly saw a giant hawk circling in the distance. Huh? Usually, fierce beasts don't enter the city limits of humans. Some cultivators have studied this. Even mutated fierce beasts that don't absorb origin quis don't like to approach human cities, as if they're inherently incompatible with places saturated with human presence. Of course, that doesn't mean fierce beasts won't attack humans. On the contrary, some villages and small cities have been attacked by wild beasts quite a few times. It's just that as humans advance on the path of cultivation and become more powerful, plus the protection of barriers, the fierce beasts are even less inclined to approach. How dare this hawk be so bold? Normally, it would have been shot down by the city's crossbows. Lu Zhou assessed the hawk, watching it suddenly descend, approaching the mirror of emptiness. Audacious beast! Lu Zhou turned his head and said, "Hai Luo." "Yes, master. Drive that hawk away," Lu Zhou said. A small, fierce beast wasn't worth Lu Zhou using his extraordinary power. Yes. Hai Luo took out the azure jade flute from her waist and placed it to her lips. Tweet! An extremely piercing flute sound rang out, like a tornado, leaving the imperial city's peak and flying toward the hawk. Many cultivators in the city heard this piercing sound and simultaneously looked up. The sonic energy materialized into a humanoid figure, flying towards the barrier in the sky. Whoosh! The hawk suddenly dodged the sonic wave. "Master, this hawk is unusual." Ye Tianxin noticed something odd. Should disciple take action and eliminate it? Lu Zhou shook his head. "Hai Luo, this master isn't telling you to attack it. Try talking to it." Yes. Hai Luo understood. A melodious and beautiful flute sound emerged, spreading in all directions, 100 times better than the sonic attack earlier. Many common folk looked up at the imperial city's peak after being cleared by the disciples of the North Star Academy and the people of the Devil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, only the people of Great Yan dared to appear at the foot of the imperial city. Half the area in Shandun had been cleared of spies. Common folk poured into the streets, seeing the cultivators nearby with golden glowing, humanoid dharma bodies, gradually losing their fear. People from all directions flocked towards the imperial city, then simultaneously knelt down. "Thank you, Grandmaster Ji of the Devil Sky Pavilion. Thank you, Grandmaster Ji of the Devil Sky Pavilion, for standing up for us." Ding! Received 502 people's sincere worship, gained 520 merit points. Ding! Received 1,300 people's sincere worship, gained 13,000 merit points. Ding! Received 20-30 people's sincere worship, gained 20,300 merit points. Hearing the continuous system notifications, Lu Zhou was secretly pleased. Too bad, after the battle of the Nether Sect and the royal family, many common folk had left the city, not returning yet, so the numbers had decreased quite a bit. Plus, with the spies wreaking havoc, many people had fled, afraid to show their faces. At present, seeing this many people outside the imperial city gates is already pretty decent. Don't get too greedy, folks. A melodious flute sound drifted over. That barrier net, that hawk didn't retreat but became even more savage, diving straight for the Taishu mirror. Bam! The barrier net rippled. Hai Luorong, who was playing the flute, said to Lu Zhou, "Master, your disciple told it to scram, but it just ain't listening." Cultivators in the city were also drawn by the collision sound. Seeing a hawk clashing with the barrier net in the sky, everyone was absolutely gobsmacked. The Taishu mirror's mission isn't done yet. If it gets interrupted now, the remaining spies will escape, and that would be the worst epic nightmare for the common folk. It's still trying to pull some stuff. Hai Luorong said, "Powerless." Lu Zhou raised his hand. "Got some guts, huh? You damn beast. Won't drink the invited wine? Only likes the penalty wine, huh?" The unnamed bow appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. Ye Tianxin had just returned not long ago, so she didn't really know how OP her master was. nor did she know what weapon her master held. Seeing the unnamed bow, she was a bit shook. Lu Zhou drew the bow with his fingers, radiating blue light. Whoosh! The unnamed bow was enshrouded in an energy seal. A human-sized energy bow appeared. Lu Zhou pulled back the bowstring with his right hand, and an energy arrow materialized between his fingers. Crack! The energy arrow ripped through the air. Its whooshing sound made everyone look up. The blue energy arrow, with lightning speed, pierced through the barrier and shot straight for the hawk. The hawk frantically flapped its wings and tried to loop away, but the energy arrow, like it had eyes, followed suit and then skewered it. The hawk tumbled onto the barrier net, then slid off and was flung away. Did Master just use a beef slaughtering knife to slice a chicken with that one arrow? Talk about overkill. Zhu Honggong gaped at the sky. Senior 8-8. Grandmaster is truly majestic. Next to Zhu Honggong was a Motian Pavilion fanboy cultivator, who kept gushing in admiration. Obviously, Senior 8, your gauntlets look even more imposing. Zhu Honggong almost cried tears of joy upon hearing that. Finally, someone is praising my gauntlets. It proves there are still some people with good taste in this world. You talk so nicely. Spill more tea. Zhu Honggong said gleefully. He said, Senior 8, your gauntlets are the most stylish, most domineering, most divine, most dazzling weapon I've ever seen. Bro, you have good taste. Zhu Honggong praised, genuinely moved. Just then, a loud clang suddenly came from nearby. The Overlord's spear slammed into the ground, making it crack open. Both of them jumped a mile. Turning around, they saw Duan Musheng descending from the sky, landing right in front of them. Clearly, the eradication of the foreign spies was thoroughly complete. The fanboy's eyes widened, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, Sir, so it was you! Your Overlord's spear is so dazzling, it blinded my dog eyes. Zhu Honggong was dumbfounded. Duan Musheng glanced at the guy, then pulled up his Overlord spear, stroked it a few times, and proudly said, Obviously, I wipe this spear 3 times a day. Not a single speck of dust dares to touch. In my eyes, millions of weapons in this world can't compare to my Overlord's spear. Thud. By this time, the hawk's corpse had also slipped down the other side of the city wall. Simultaneously, in the Ruli people's territory, Kai Laier's eyes suddenly snapped open. Such advanced archery. A shaman wearing a long robe, his face covered in patterns, stood opposite Kan Labir. Kai Lankir suddenly let out a cry of pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Basir, are you alright? Basir waved his hand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, then said, Luckily, this spell only took the hawk's eyesight. If it was fate-linked, I'd be dead for sure. Ka Lakir's face darkened. Who knew this old geezer had so many treasures? Our spies sent to the divine capital are probably more bad than good, Basir replied. Using the barrier as a mirror to reflect across the divine capital, the 9 Leaves is truly terrifyingly powerful. General Ka Lakir, why don't we just make peace with Great Yan and live in harmony? Bam! Kaladir slammed the table and roared. Basir, I respect your status as a great shaman, but I beg you, don't spout nonsense. Don't you know how much Great Yan bullies Lu Lan every year? How many women does your Lu Lan send for political marriages annually? Are you so thick-skinned you feel no shame? Basikir was speechless. Currently, the Golden Lotus severance is beneficial to the Ruli people and Lu Lan. Even though this operation failed, it still bought us some time. Up till now, Great Yan still hasn't produced a second 9 Leaves. Soon enough, we can definitely pacify Great Yan, Kai Laber said confidently. Basikirjur nodded slightly, stabilizing his injuries and slowly regaining his composure. Just then, outside the camp, a Ru Li subordinate rushed over to report. General, the Lu Lan Western soldiers reported that they've lost track of the sword demon Yu Shangrong in the Heaven's Chasm area. Ka Lakir stood up. Before he could even cuss him out, the subordinate went down on one knee and said, General, please forgive this subordinate. Yu Shangrong's cultivation is unfathomable, and he even has a mount, as fast as lightning. Kai Lafor, already pissed off by Basijir's earlier words, now received this news and mocked him without mercy. Mr. Basiji, no wonder your Lu Lan always has to send women for political marriages. So weak, what else can you do? You! Please calm down, esteemed sirs, please calm down, Basir said. And what about your Ru Li people? If I'm not mistaken, your brother Kai Lan and his mount also died in Great Yan, didn't they? Kalaher swung his arm and threw a palm strike. Bam! The table shattered. Basir took a step back and angrily said, What do you want to do? Kalasir tried to suppress the anger in his heart, pointed outside. Get out! Basir reluctantly cupped his hands, but snorted coldly and turned to leave. The subordinate who had just delivered the news hurriedly followed after him. Mr. Basir, please calm down. The general is just straightforward and speaks his mind. HMPH. Basir coldly waved his sleeve and left the camp. The subordinate stopped, glanced left and right, then smirked and muttered, Seventh Master's plan is truly brilliant. In the Maigu land of Lulan, Liang flew low, darting through the gloomy forest. After several days of continuous flight, even Yu Shangrong felt his mouth was dry and bitter. He gently patted the horse's back, signaling Liang to stop. After landing, Yu Shangrong looked around. The forest ahead was deep and endless, shrouded in a gloomy and humid atmosphere, with only occasional glimpses of faint light. We'll be there after we leave Maigu land. Yu Shangrong looked at Yu Zhenghai lying on the horse's back and smiled softly. I just hope this trip will be smooth. If you die, I'll make a death list and write down the names of all the Lulan clans. Phew. Ji Liang turned his head and took a breath, as if trying to wake Yu Zhenghai. But unfortunately, Yu Zhenghai still had his eyes closed and didn't wake up. You also feel that I'm right? Yu Shangrong smiled and looked at it. Phew. That's for sure. I will do my best. Yu Shangrong turned his head to look at the dim forest. Saving someone is much harder than killing someone. After resting, Yu Shangrong stood up and jumped on Liang's back, continuing to fly westward, leaving the dark and humid forest, flying through a canyon, and gliding over a vast and boundless plain. Yu Shangrong flew while observing the surroundings. Flat terrain meant good visibility, but his actions were also easily seen by the enemy. If it were before, Yu Shangrong wouldn't have cared, but now he had to prioritize saving people, and any trouble that could be reduced should be reduced. Under the moonlight, Liang flew low. Yu Shangrong saw a gloomy swamp ahead and said, We've reached the swamp area. Liang, fly higher. Hehe. Many years ago, Yu Shangrong came to this place, but at that time he came to challenge the Lulan experts. Now returning here, he felt a little emotional. Liang flew over the swamp area. Following Yu Shangrong's guidance, he could see the Lulan royal city under the moonlight in the distance. The city looked mysterious and eerie. Mei Si Land. Yu Shangrong looked down at the bones under the ground and said softly, Liang's speed is amazing. In just a quarter of an hour, he had carried the two of them out of Maigu land. The muddy area is ahead. Stop. Yu Shangrong didn't continue forward. That is the city of Lulan. Looking at the muddy area in front of him, Yu Shangrong sighed softly. We're here. This is where you were reborn after your first death. Behind them was the land where countless bones were buried, known as Maigu land, filled with a gloomy and oppressive aura of death. With the speed of the legendary Mount Liang, it would still take a quarter of an hour to fly, but at that time Yu Zhenghai had never cultivated. How long did it take him to escape from Maigu land? The suffering that Yu Zhenghai had endured, all the disciples of the Demon Sky Pavilion combined could not compare. Yu Shangrong was not in a hurry. He flew around the muddy area for a while to observe the surroundings. After confirming that there would be no interference, he felt relieved to take Yu Zhenghai off the horse's back. The moonlight shone on the mud puddle. If it weren't for Maigu land behind it, this muddy area would have a different flavor. Yu Shangrong felt that the vitality and life force in this area were indeed more concentrated than in other places. On the right is the forest, behind is Maigu land, and in front is a river. On the other side of the river is the Lulan royal city. This seems to be a natural formation that has the effect of absorbing primordial qi. Yu Shangrong's eyes looked at the mud puddle. The hesitation only flashed for a moment. Then he made a decision. This is your life and death tribulation. In the end, you still have to face it. Yu Shangrong's palm opened. The primordial qi vibrated, and the Vajra seal carried Yu Zhenghai's body flying. Yu Shangrong waves his hand, and Yu Zhenghai faceplants straight into the mud. Boom! The elder seal strikes, scooping up mud and burying Yu Zhenghai under a thick layer of sludge. Yu Shangrong doesn't bother looking at Yu Zhenghai anymore, retracts his gaze, and looks at Liang. Liang, I'll be staying here for 49 days. Nay. Liang walks to his side, seemingly unwilling to leave. Yu Shangrong laughs. You willing to stay? Hi, nay. Liang circles around in place. All right. Yu Shangrong steps forward and pats its back. You're quite likable. I'll ask Master when I get back to the Magic Sky Pavilion. If he agrees, you'll be mine. At the same time, in the divine capital, after the mirror of emptiness shone across the entire city, everything returns to silence. Hua Zhongyang dispatches the Nether Sect disciples to guard the 4 gates, meticulously investigating everyone entering the city. After this, the common people of the divine capital are extremely devoted to the Magic Sky Pavilion. The purge of spies spreads like wildfire, and the Magic Sky Pavilion's reputation spreads, even transforming into the Holy Sky Pavilion. Inside the Grand Righteous Palace, Hua Zhongyang reports the situation. Lu Zhou strokes his beard and nods. You can decide on matters in the divine capital yourself. Lu Zhou isn't skilled in managing state affairs. It's better to leave this kind of thing to the Nether Sect. Hua Zhongyang scratches his head. Senior Ji, This junior doesn't know how to do it either. At this moment, the head of the Big Dipper Academy, Zhou Yukai, suddenly speaks. Senior Ji, I have a few words. I don't know if I should say them or not. Speak. Those who know the times are heroes, and those who are useful to me must be treated well, Zhou Yukai says. Managing state affairs requires civil and military officials. Right now, they're just lacking an opportunity and a reason to join your band. As far as I know, Magic Sky Pavilion's 5th senior disciple, Zhao Yu, is the daughter of Princess Yunzhao. Using her name, the Nether Sect can shock the world, letting civil and military officials govern. When the 9 provinces are stable, we can choose an emperor. It won't be too late. As soon as these words are spoken, everyone's eyes light up. Are the civil and military officials willing? Lu Zhou asks. Please rest assured, Senior Ji. Just leave this matter to me. I will definitely handle it properly, Hua Zhongyang says happily. With the help of civil and military officials, this matter will be extremely smooth, and the 9 provinces will quickly stabilize. Lu Zhou strokes his beard and nods. I'll leave the matters of the divine capital to you. If it's not important, I won't ask about it. Everyone here understands. The old man only wants to cultivate. A figure like him disdains doing these things. Having said that, Lu Zhou gets up to leave. Just then, a voice suddenly comes from outside the Grand Righteous Palace. Disciple greets master. Zhu Honggong intentionally slams his 2 fists together to attract everyone's attention. Then he starts to kneel. 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations into the main hall. The crowd stares blankly. Thump. Duan Musheng's overlord spear slams hard onto the floor, scaring Zhu Honggong into immediately standing up, interrupting his extremely devout kneeling. 8th bro, what kind of stunt are you pulling? Duan Musheng asks. It's nothing. I just think the floors in the palace are really shiny. It would be a waste not to use the great ceremony to greet master. The crowd stares blankly, dumbfounded. Lu Zhou looks at Zhu Honggong, feeling mentally exhausted. What is it? Master, 4th senior brother sent a flying letter, inviting you to take a look. Zhu Honggong respectfully presents the flying letter. Lu Zhou opens the letter and reads it, then says suspiciously, Ngu Shangrong went to Lulan? Ye Tiangxin, upon hearing this, says in surprise, Master, 2nd senior brother has already chopped the Golden Lotus, rebuilding his cultivation. He's far from his peak. If he invades Lulan now, I fear he'll encounter many dangers. How about I make a trip to Lulan? Zhu Honggong clicks his tongue in criticism. 2nd senior brother is too rash. His temper is extremely stubborn. Always like that. Disciple feels something's bound to happen. Master, disciple thinks senior sister Tiangxin is right. At least senior sister is an 8-leaf. Duan Musheng says. 6th junior sister's health isn't optimistic. Zhu Honggong scratches his head. How about master goes yourself? Anyway, things in the divine capital are already stable. The crowd looks at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou thinks for a moment and then replies, he's already set off, and he has Ge Liang to assist him, so just let him be. Master believes in him. The disciples bow, no longer discussing it. That afternoon, inside the Grand Righteous Palace, Lu Zhou opens the system interface and spends merit points. 6,205,321, let's go. Immediately following are M consecutive draws that all fail. Lu Zhou grumbles in frustration. Are you trying to screw me over again, system? Drawing the star costs 50 merit points, consuming 11 points of luck, obtaining a power-up reverse card, and a shimmering stone. Power-up reverse card. Each use reverses 1,000 days of lifespan. Shimmering stone. A material used to refine weapons, with a chance to increase the quality of the weapon. Lu Zhu's eyes light up. Looks like my luck isn't bad. The power-up reverse card is easy to understand. Each one is worth 1,000 days of lifespan. But what's the shimmering stone for? Based on the information Lu Zhou has gathered so far, above heavenly grade is super heavenly grade, so what's above super heavenly grade? Lu Zhou still remembers when he and Liu Ge fought. The renowned sword cleaved Liu Ge's soaring void sword in 2. So what grade of weapon is the renowned sword exactly? Lu Zhou slightly flips his hand, and the renowned sword appears in his palm. Use the shimmering stone? The star level of the renowned sword depends on the host's cultivation. It cannot be refined. It's impossible to use the shimmering stone. Screw you, system. So what the hell did you give me the shimmering stone for? Oh well, better than nothing. Lu Zhou has no choice but to carefully store the stone, and then looks at the prop card interface again. Since upgrading the system, Lu Zhou hasn't seriously examined the new prop cards to see what's different or what advantages the expanded usage rights have. Lu Zhou opens it up, and other than the disguise card and the face-changing card being put into the store to buy more, no new cards have appeared. What a ripoff. So, increased authority only applies to the Celestial Book? Lu Zhou closed the system interface, not in a rush to buy. Golden Lotus blooming a leaf. And this place is the Great Zheng Palace. Blooming a leaf here is just asking for trouble. Lu Zhou closed his eyes, ready to comprehend the Celestial Book when, suddenly he heard, Faint footsteps. Someone's approaching. Lu Zhou continued to unleash the extraordinary power of the celestial book. The footsteps seemed to be pacing back and forth on the steps outside the main hall. Not like spies or foreign tribes. Lu Zhou expanded the range of his hearing ability. The faint blue, extraordinary power lingered around his ears. The range expanded from the Great Zheng Palace to the nearby Chengqing Palace, and then kept going. Just as Lu Zhou was about to test the limit of his hearing, womp womp, Lu Zhou heard the whistling of wind in his ears, and then all sound went silent. Lu Zhou widened his eyes and muttered, "The hearing ability is still limited. The range isn't that great. Only the size of the Imperial Palace. Of course, ordinary cultivators can't do this, but this is the Celestial Book's ability. Do I have to keep upgrading my authority to use it fully?" Moreover, Lu Zhou discovered that this ability consumes an insane amount of extraordinary power. Whatever, I'll just keep comprehending the Celestial Book. Lu Zhou wasn't planning on using this chicken rib ability again. Just then, a voice came from outside the main hall. "Disciple greets master?" Lu Zhou recognized the familiar voice and knew who it was. "Enter." Yi Tiangxin, dressed in white, slowly walked into the main hall. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at her. "What's the matter?" Yi Tiangxin bowed and said, "This disciple has a question and wishes to ask master for guidance." "Speak." "Recently, even though my injuries have recovered, I still feel overwhelmed when I do things," Yi Tiangxin said. "The vitality in your body is being sucked away by the Golden Lotus Talisman. Of course you'll feel powerless." Lu Zhou chose his words carefully. If he told the truth, it would be, "You're getting old," but he didn't say that. Yi Tiangxin said, "According to current cultivation theories, after breaking through, shouldn't we gain lifespan?" "That's right." Lu Zhou nodded. "If this disciple blooms the 9th leaf, will I also gain lifespan?" Yi Tiangxin looked up at her master. She knew her question was audacious. Not everyone is willing to share the secrets of the 9 leaves. Lu Zhou looked at her for a few moments, paused, and then said, "You can gain lifespan. Are you looking for a method to advance to the 9 leaves?" Yi Tiangxin knelt down and anxiously replied, "This disciple wouldn't dare to ask for too much. You've returned to the sect, so of course I must teach you well. It's your duty to ask, and it's my duty to answer. No need to be so formal. Stand up," Lu Zhou said calmly. Fidelity +1. Instructed and taught Yi Tiangxin, gaining 500 merit points. Yi Tiangxin raised her head, a trace of emotion evident in her eyes. "Recently, this disciple has been hesitating," Yi Tiangxin confided. "I'm listening." "This disciple intends to sever the Golden Lotus," Yi Tiangxin honestly said. Lu Zhou wasn't surprised by this question. How many 8-leaf cultivators don't want to enter the 9 leaves? Or recultivate from the 1st leaf? "Are you willing to do it?" Lu Zhou asked. With second senior brother as an example, and master guiding the way, how could this disciple be afraid? Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "But I don't think it's necessary." Yi Tiangxin asked doubtfully, "What does master mean?" "The why. Di Cheng Huang, recorded in ancient books, can help cultivators live to 20,000 years old. Perhaps this is your own method of advancing to the 9 leaves." Yi Tiangxin recalled everything that happened at the bottom of the abyss. It was truly full of legendary colors, beyond description. There are many things that cannot be explained by common sense. Before meeting Cheng Huang, she even thought it didn't exist. Lu Zhou continued, "The Golden Lotus absorbs lifespan. This is something recognized by the entire cultivation world. If you can satisfy the Golden Lotus, you could overcome the 8-leaf tribulation. It's just that human lifespan is only 1,000 years at most, so no one has broken through the tribulation so far." This disciple understands. "So master is the number 1 9-leaf cultivator of this era?" Yi Tiangxin replied. Ahem ahem. Lu Zhou outwardly acted like he understood everything, but inwardly, he was helpless. How many years of lifespan does the Golden Lotus need to absorb to advance to the 9 leaves? Your daddy doesn't really know. Fortunately, the cultivation world doesn't think too much about Lu Zhou being a 9-leaf. The vast majority of people follow the path of severing the Golden Lotus. But Cheng Huang is hidden deep within the Moonlight Forest, and there are many beasts below that even 8-leaf cultivators would have a hard time surviving. Yi Tiangxin sighed. Cheng Huang originally belonged to the Bai people. Only you can find its secrets. This disciple understands, instructed Yi Tiangxin, gaining 500 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded. "How far have you learned the Azure Sea title song?" Yi Tiangxin hurriedly said. This disciple presumptuously asks master for guidance. This old man's mouth really wants a beating. Not much extraordinary power left and you want to show off. Just then, Zhu Honggong ran in from outside and said breathlessly, "Master, 7th senior brother sent a flying letter." Zhu Honggong opened the flying letter and read softly, "Master, Things in the divine capital must be going smoothly. This disciple believes that Master can handle everything. This disciple is currently sowing discord among the people of Ruli. With this disciple guarding Liang province, Master can rest assured. In addition, this disciple has received an important piece of news. Great Flame's imperial preceptor is very likely still alive, and is currently in the foreign tribes. Hearing this news, Lu Zhou wasn't surprised. He had previously assumed that Great Flame's imperial preceptor was still alive. The matter of the Luo woman and the Red Lotus will eventually have clues. Tell him to continue investigating. This disciple obeys. Zhu Honggong bowed, glanced at Ye Tiangxin, and then laughed. Master, this disciple also has a question that I would like to ask Master to answer. It's good to be eager to learn. Lu Zhou was also very happy. If he teaches his disciples well, the merit points he earns will be much faster than cultivating himself. Recently, for some reason, this disciple always feels like someone is watching me. Chengdu is stable. The imperial city is at peace. Who dares to keep tabs on Zhu Honggong? Lu Zhou said. You sure someone's tailing you? Thump! Zhu Honggong immediately kneeled and scooted forward, then cocked his head to look at Ye Tiangxin. Sis, scoot over a bit. You're blocking my way to kowtow to Master. Ye Tiangxin's eyes widened in a daze. Zhu Honggong said heroically. Master, you don't know. Your disciple spent several years in the fierce Tiger Mountain stronghold, and the thing I'm best at is vigilance. Ye Tiangxin was astonished. Vigilance can also be called intuition? These days, your disciple has always felt that someone is following me, but they only observe from a distance. Your disciple heard people say that crazy fans can do a lot of crazy things. What should your disciple do about this? Lu Zhou. Ye Tiangxin's eyes widened. Ye Tiangxin felt the atmosphere was a little awkward, so she bowed and took her leave. Master, your disciple will step back first. Go. After Ye Tiangxin left, Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong kneeling on the ground and asked softly, Is it in the imperial city? Or Chengdu? Sometimes in Shendun, sometimes in the imperial palace. Zhu Honggong said, Tonight you stay here, by Master's side, huh? Zhu Honggong was stunned. Shouldn't he be praising Mi Air for his strong personal charm, and at the same time advising himself not to be arrogant and to continue working hard? Do you have any objections? Lu Zhou's eyes became profound. No objections. Thank you, Master. Zhu Honggong was in tears. Lu Zhou pointed to the futon next to him. Then cultivate with Master. Zhu Honggong was on the verge of tears, and had no choice but to reluctantly sit cross-legged on the futon. Lu Zhou glanced at him and reprimanded. Sit up straight. Calm your mind. Concentrate. Yes. Zhu Honggong sat up straight, his back ramrod straight. Master, your disciple suddenly feels that the stalker can't do anything to your disciple. Or should your disciple handle him myself? Lu Zhou didn't open his eyes but said majestically. Nonsense. Zhu Honggong trembled and dared not move again. Ding! Teasing Zhu Honggong, harvested 200 merit points. As night fell, Lu Zhou sat still without moving. His whole body had entered the state of comprehending the heavenly book. Zhu Honggong was not comfortable sitting cross-legged, and occasionally twisted and turned, his back sore. Late at night, this guy simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lu Zhou slightly opened his eyes, glanced at him, and continued to comprehend, not bothering to care. One night passed, and no one dared to approach or follow Zhu Honggong. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. His extraordinary power had increased a lot. He looked to the side, and found Zhu Honggong sleeping like a log, snoring loudly, and even drooling, wetting the futon. Lu Zhou was furious. Is this how a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion should be? You good-for-nothing. Ah. Zhu Honggong woke up with a start, hurriedly wiped away the drool, knelt on the ground and said, Master, good morning. If you have no intention of cultivating, then go out and play. If you encounter spies from other races, just execute them first and report later. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Master is wise. Your disciple guarantees to complete the mission. When Zhu Honggong stood up, Lu Zhou glanced at the back of Zhu Honggong's collar, where a Dao seal was shining, but it quickly dimmed and disappeared. Ordinary seals are usually applied to the opponent's body, which is easy to be discovered and easily erased. Advanced seals like the Heavenly Master Dao usually use talismans hidden somewhere on the opponent's body. Of course, the possibility of exposure is also not small. But the method of engraving seals on the opponent's clothes requires the caster to have very high skills, at least to get close to the target to engrave, and the cultivation base cannot be underestimated. This method is not like that of Great Yan cultivators. Master, your disciple takes his leave. Zhu Honggong bowed and said. Wait a moment. Lu Zhou walked to Zhu Honggong's side and patted him on the shoulder. A faint seal appeared. Go, Lu Zhou said. Zhu Honggong's loyalty plus 2%. So touched, Master. You really care more about your disciples than before? Your disciple takes his leave. After Zhu Honggong left the imperial city, Lu Zhou leisurely followed. Along the way, no imperial guards or imperial city experts stopped him. Leaving the imperial city, Lu Zhou found a deserted place and took out a disguise card, crushing it on the spot. Lu Zhou felt the skin on his old face begin to move, and only stopped after a while. Lu Zhou raised his hand and touched his face, feeling that his skin became more elastic and full of vitality. Lu Zhou looked a little younger at this time, and his hair was also darker. But in the end, he was still an old man. It should be that this disguise card is based on the lifespan after reversal to perform the disguise. As a transmigrator, Lu Zhou was also a strapping young man before. If he said he didn't want to be young again, he would definitely be lying. It doesn't matter if there are not enough reversal cards, just collect them slowly, and sooner or later, he will be young again. But this disguise card didn't give him a chance to be young even once. It's really unbearable. But now is not the time to argue about these things. Lu Zhou walked on the streets of Chengdu, sensing the seal on Zhu Honggong's body, so he was not in a hurry, just walked calmly. The speed of reconstruction of Chengdu Mei must be said to be extremely fast. Only a few days from a ruin, it has become brilliant. And there are also many cultivators flying around. Perhaps because it is in the process of reconstruction, Hua Zhongyang allows cultivators to fly in the city, making Chengdu very vibrant. Before long, Lu Zhou felt the seal clearly, so he walked faster. Finally, he saw Zhu Honggong strolling on the street with a bored and lazy look. Lu Zhou knew the old eight's temperament, so he was not surprised, just turned his head to look around, and thought to himself, where is that stalker hiding? Lu Zhou continued to follow behind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he finally arrived at a deserted area in Chengdu, but the stalker still had not appeared. Could it be that I am too sensitive? But that seal, just as Lu Zhou was wondering, a middle-aged man with a slightly hunched back suddenly stepped out to block Zhu Honggong's path. Zhu Honggong frowned. Get out of my way. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke. I want to invite you on a trip with me. Zhu Honggong immediately took a step back. Oh, I get it. You're the stalker who's been following me, aren't you? I really had no other choice. The godly capital is chaotic, so I had to resort to this low tactic. You've been following me for so many days. You should know who I am, right? Zhu Honggong puffed out his chest. Say it, and you'll be scared to death. I am the 8th Lord, Zhu Honggong, of the Dark Sky Pavilion. Scared yet? Hurry up and kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistake, but I, being merciful, will forgive you. After all, I understand the feelings of you crazy fans. Zhu Honggong snorted. The middle-aged man looked at Zhu Honggong with a complicated expression, shaking his head slightly. Why do I feel like he's a bit of an idiot? I'm sorry. Please come with me on a trip. Everything will be clear when you meet my master. HMPH. You're not afraid? The middle-aged man suddenly attacked, his 2 fingers carrying tough energy, striking out with extreme speed. This guy's a pro. Old 8's gonna get wrecked this time. Lu Zhou held his breath, concealing his aura completely. Just when the middle-aged man thought he could touch Zhu Honggong suddenly unleashed the 9 Tribulation Thunderblast. The middle-aged man was forced back 3 steps, frowning slightly. Huh? The 9 Tribulation Thunderblast burst forth with considerable power. Even Lu Zhou didn't expect this lazy bum to be hiding his skills. Zhu Honggong glared and said, Dare to sneak attack me? The middle-aged man didn't continue to attack, as a fight would create a big commotion. He lowered his hand, saying, I really have no malicious intent. I just want to invite you to meet my master. Don't wanna. I'm busy. 8th Lord, are you really not going? If you don't scram, I'll scream for help. Whoosh. Just then, Lu Zhou's figure flashed with lightning speed, and in a breath he rushed between the two, unleashing a palm strike, his hand enveloped in blue light. This palm strike wasn't aimed at the middle-aged man, but at Zhu Honggong. Bam! Zhu Honggong suddenly felt the world spinning. Pointing forward, he said, Sneak attacking me, huh? You're dead meat. My master ain't no pushover. After the palm strike, Lu Zhou wondered if it was a bit too light. Zhu Honggong barely finished speaking before his eyes closed. His head lolled, and he fell to the ground. Lu Zhou stood beside Zhu Honggong, glanced at both sides of the street, and said, While no one's around, take this old man to meet your master. This was the reason Zhu Honggong. With Zhu Honggong's skills, if he was really hiding something, this middle-aged man probably wouldn't be able to catch him. But from the other party's words, it was clear that there was a mastermind behind this guy. If they really fought, the middle-aged man might be afraid and would rather die than reveal the identity of the person behind him. Moreover, Lu Zhou felt that the middle-aged man had no killing intent toward Zhu Honggong. As expected, the middle-aged man took a step back. Who are you? This old man's surname is Lu. Lu Zhou answered honestly. Is there anyone more honest than this old man in the world? Thank you, Senior Lu Zhou, for your help. I hope Senior Lu will hand him over to me, the middle-aged man said. Giving him to you is fine, but you have to answer a few questions for this old man. Lu Zhou asked. Please speak, Senior Lu. What's your name? Jiang Fu. What are you taking him for? Lu Zhou asked. Senior Lu must have misunderstood. We're just old acquaintances who haven't seen each other in a long time. There's no other intention, Jiang Fu said. If that's all, I'm afraid this old man can't hand him over to you. I might as well kill him to make a name for myself in the cultivation world. At this moment, Zhu Honggong suddenly turned over, pointing his finger at the sky, vaguely saying, Ah, who dares touch me? My master is definitely not a spent light bulb. Bam! Lu Zhou kicked him in the butt. Robbing bastard, you dare to slander this old man behind my back? Don't. Jiang Fu thought the other party wanted to finish him off, and immediately waved his hand. Please, by all means, don't kill him. Let's talk things over slowly. Why does Senior Luca have to make things difficult for him? Aren't you afraid that the Dark Sky Pavilion will come looking for trouble? Moreover, this is the godly capital. Causing a commotion will definitely attract the attention of the Nether Sect, Jiang Fu said. You're afraid of the Dark Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou asked back. Not exactly afraid, I just respect them, Jiang Fu said. How about this, you come with me to meet my master, and you'll understand. This old man couldn't ask for more. Lu Zhou said indifferently. All right, lead the way then. A moment later, in a secret courtyard in the godly capital, Jiang Fu led Lu Zhou and the unconscious Zhu Honggong into the courtyard. Immediately, 5 young cultivators came out and looked at them. Lu Zhou glanced at the group, then placed Zhu Honggong on the ground. Jiang Fu bowed and said to the person in the room, Holy Lord, the person has arrived. Very good. An old, low, and tired voice came from the room. Creak. Lu Zhou stood with his hands behind his back, looking towards the door, secretly guessing who the mastermind behind the stalking of Zhu Honggong was. Is it the great Yan Imperial Preceptor? Is it someone from the 10 great sects eyeing the Dark Sky Pavilion? Or is it a crazy fan, as Zhu Honggong said? The door opened, and a white-haired old man with a hunched back appeared at the threshold. The moment the person appeared, Lu Zhu's eyes lit up. So it's you, old geezer. Turns out the relationship between Ji Tiandao and this old fart isn't shallow at all. It's none other than the Holy Lord of the ancient Saint cult, Zhu Tianyuan, who has been in seclusion for a long time. But now wasn't the time to reminisce. Moreover, Lu Zhou still had to pretend not to know who he was, to see what this old geezer wanted to do. Greetings, Holy Lord. The group bowed. Jiang Fu introduced. Holy Lord, this is Senior Lu. Thanks to his help in knocking out the young master, I was able to bring him back. Not bad address. Lu Zhou nodded secretly. The old man, called the Holy Lord, looked at Zhu Honggong, who was lying motionless like a dead pig on the ground, raised his eyebrows and said, I knew there would be no good outcome from worshipping that guy as a teacher. Look at him. He doesn't look like the Holy Lord of the ancient Saint sect, me, at all. After a moment of contempt, Holy Lord Zhu Tianyuan looked at Lu Zhou and asked suspiciously, You don't seem to be afraid? Why should I be afraid? Lu Zhou asked. Zhu Tianyuan looked at Lu Zhou probingly, then nodded and said, Interesting. At this time, Assistant Jiang also spoke. Elder Lu, I dare not hide it. This 8th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion is actually our Holy Lord's biological son. Bullshit! I knew it the moment I saw him. But Lu Zhou still had to nod, so that's how it is. So you can't kill the young master. Assistant Jiang added. No wonder you stopped me from acting. Holy Lord Zhu Tianyuan said. You originally intended to help with this matter. No hard feelings. Assistant Jiang saw the old immortal off. Wait a moment, Lu Zhou suddenly said. Is there anything else? The old man was a little curious. If Zhu Honggong is a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, why didn't you come to pay a visit, but instead sent people to secretly monitor him? Lu Zhou asked. How could I leave without clarifying everything? Moreover, this old geezer clearly doesn't want to meet Ji Tiandao, Zhu Tian answered. Elder Luca, you're meddling a bit too much. Anyway, I brought this person here, so I naturally have to ask clearly, Lu Zhou said. Zhu Tianyuan frowned. You want to interfere in the affairs of the ancient Saint sect? This is not the answer I want to hear. This answer made Zhu Tianyuan even more suspicious, and he examined Lu Zhou again. Not bad cultivation, no wonder you're talking so big. I heard from Assistant Jiang that you even wanted to kill the mad devil? Could it be? Shouldn't I kill him? Lu Zhou deliberately said. The past is different from the present. Although I don't like Old Devil G much, he is still the #1 nine-leaf of this era. This world is originally a world where the strong are respected. He used his strength to support the Great Void, illuminate all living beings, kill alien races, and eliminate demons. In this respect, I admire him very much. His eldest disciple, Yu Zhenghai, is still wholeheartedly for the world, and Liao Ming protects the common people. Aren't these things worth your respect? As soon as Zhu Tianyuan finished speaking, Zhu Honggong on the ground woke up. He jumped up in fright and looked around. Assistant Jiang bowed respectfully. Young master. Zhu Honggong looked left and right. What young master? Where is this? Who knocked me out just now? You're shameless. If you have the guts, don't attack sneakily. Come out here and fight me one-on-one. Lu Zhao's face sank. This unfilial disciple, I really acted too lightly. Young master, calm down. The Holy Lord has been waiting for you for a long time, Assistant Jiang reminded. Zhu Honggong raised his head and glanced at Lu Zhou, then looked at Zhu Tianyuan standing in front of the room. The young cultivators around all knelt down in unison. Greetings, young master. Zhu Honggong's face went blank. Zhu Tianyuan excitedly stepped forward and said, My son, you must have suffered a lot with old Devil Ji. Look how thin you've become. Lu Zhu's eyes widened. Among the 10 disciples, Zhu Honggong is the fattest, eating well and sleeping well. How can Zhu Tianyuan be so shameless as to say these words? These words startled Zhu Honggong, and he took 2 steps back, disgusted. Don't touch me. Who are you? I am your father, Zhu Tianyuan said loudly, with a majestic expression. Zhu Honggong retreated again, glanced at the crowd and said, Want to take advantage of me? Look at your body. Is there anything worth me taking advantage of? Zhu Tianyuan glared at him. Zhu Honggong observed the situation in front of him. It seemed unfavorable. Then he looked at the old man who had knocked him out, wondering what kind of fierce character this was. The other trash in front of him didn't seem too strong. Only the old fart who wanted to take advantage of him was quite difficult to deal with. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Why bother going head-to-head with them? You've recognized the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, fart! Zhu Honggong let out a thunderous fart. Who could stand this? Assistant Jiang and Zhu Tianyuan retreated at the same time. The opportunity has come. Zhu Honggong stomped his feet and shouted, Scram! Boom! Ouch! As soon as he turned around, Zhu Honggong slammed into the courtyard wall, hitting it so hard that his face was swollen. He couldn't fly up, nor could he summon his Dharma body. Assistant Jiang panicked and knelt down on one knee. I'm sorry, young master. Before coming here, I sealed your 8 extraordinary meridians. Zhu Tianyuan rushed forward to help Zhu Honggong up, babbling, My son, are you all right? Assistant Jiang's move was 2-finger sealing aperture, one of the ancient saint sect's ultimate skills. It's normal you didn't notice it. Zhu Honggong. Dude turns around, face full of WTF, man. Soft tactics ain't working. Gotta go hard in the paint. I'm gonna remember this. Word on the street. My Shifu is the grand ancestor of the Evil Sky Pavilion, known for being petty AF and holding grudges. If my Shifu finds out, you guys are so screwed. No chance you're getting away with murder. My Shifu put a mark on me. If anything happens to me, you're all going down with me. Damn. Old Eighth knows he's marked. Lu Zhou really underestimated this disciple. Zhu Tianyuan sighs. I know all that, son. I know his personality inside and out. My son, you've suffered. He probably beat you up pretty bad, huh? Zhu Tianyuan's bummed out. Father and son are totally on different wavelengths. Zhu Honggong waves it off. Zhu Tianyuan clan, Chitsk, addicted to taking advantage of me. Huh? Zhu Tianyuan raises an eyebrow, says loud and clear, I'm really your dad. Young master. The young cultivators behind him, including Vice Jiang, shout in unison. Zhu Tianyuan says, Son, I know it's normal for you to be sus about this. You got a butterfly-shaped birthmark on your butt, branded by your mom when you were a baby. If you don't believe me, drop your pants and see for yourself. Plus, you look exactly like me when I was young, super handsome and suave. No way I'd mistake it. Drop my pants? WTF? Even if I did, how am I gonna see it? Twist my head around backwards or something? Zhu Honggong doesn't believe him, even looks down on him. Zhu Tianyuan waves a hand, Vice Jiang nods, goes into the room, and brings out a bronze mirror. Young master, my bad. He waves his hand, and 2 disciples step forward and clamp down on Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong struggles. I knew you guys were perverts. Trying to assault me. Let me go. After struggling a bit, Zhu Honggong feels a cool breeze, glances at the bronze mirror. In the mirror, there really is a butterfly-shaped mark. Zhu Honggong is stunned. Is it for real? Lu Zhou cooperates and looks away, ignoring them. As Zhu Honggong's Shifu, he obviously knows all this, just didn't think it was worth telling him. Zhu Tianyuan says, Ji Laomo took you away when you were 4 years old. That shameless, despicable Ji Laomo dared to trick me. Zhu Honggong's face freezes, can't believe the person in front of him. Vice Jiang immediately waves his hand. The 2 disciples help pull up his pants and respectfully step back. Zhu Honggong asks, Why did it turn out this way? Alright, Let's not talk about this for now. Son, was living with Ji Laomo good? Zhu Tianyuan asks. Zhu Honggong is still in a daze. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly turns to face Zhu Tianyuan. So, the purpose of this trip is to find family? Zhu Tianyuan composes himself, looks at Lu Zhou. Seeing his son made him emotional, almost lost his cool. There are outsiders here. Zhu Tianyuan says, Lu Laoxian Sheng, you're nosy AF. Vice Jiang, show the guest out. Vice Jiang steps forward and makes a gesture. Lu Laoxian Sheng, please leave. Lu Zhao's expression remains calm, his hand slightly raises. Faint blue light appears between his fingers that is hard to see with the naked eye. Vice Jiang frowns, senses danger, immediately raises his hands in front of him. Lu Zhou keeps staring at Zhu Tianyuan, but the palm strike hits the middle of Vice Jiang's hands. Boom! Vice Jiang is hit hard. The protective ki on his arms is shattered. The powerful palm force pushes him back, breaks a pillar, shatters the wooden door, and lands in a pile of stuff inside the room. Everyone is shocked. Vice Jiang is a capable general by the Holy Lord's side, a great cultivator, yet he was sent flying by a casual palm. The courtyard becomes extremely quiet. The cool breeze carries the bright sunlight into the faces of the crowd, reminding them not to mess with the old man in front of them. This seemingly weak old man can unleash such amazing power with just a wave of his hand. Zhu Tianyuan looks at Lu Zhou. Zhu Honggong looks surprised. Zhu Tianyuan forces a smile. Lu Laoxian Sheng's methods are amazing. Impressive. Impressive. Let's talk about things slowly. In his heart, he's secretly scheming. Didn't expect the divine capital to have such a master. Not afraid of Ji Laomo? Not afraid of the Nether Sect? What's this guy's purpose in coming here? Lu Zhou asks. You came to the divine capital to take Zhu Honggong away? That's right. Zhu Tianyuan clasps his hands. He is my son. Of course I have to take him away. Zhu Tianyuan sighs and looks at Zhu Honggong. Lu Laoxian Sheng doesn't know. This son of mine had extremely poor talent when he was young, unable to enter cultivation. But Ji Laomo took a fancy to him, so I made a bet with him. If one day Zhu Honggong enters the Yuanshen realm, I will never see him again. You're afraid Ji Laomo won't let you see your son again? So you're trying to take Zhu Honggong away? Lu Zhou asks. That's right. Zhu Tianyuan says, I lost the bet, but how can blood ties be so easily severed? Of course, given the relationship between me and Ji Laomo, we still see each other as friends, not to mention he's also Kuyenzi's Shifu, the #1 9-leaf cultivator of the time, grand ancestor of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Laoxian Sheng, are you satisfied with this answer? The implied meaning is, even if your cultivation isn't bad, do you dare to be an enemy of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou strokes his beard, looks at Zhu Tianyuan, and softly calls out, Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong flinches. These 3 words hit him with a wave of familiarity. Wait, hold up. His eyes widen. The aura, the mannerisms, the voice, the intonation, even the clothes were the same. But the face was younger, totally unfamiliar. What the hell? Phew. Good thing it ain't me. Zhu Honggong said. Senior Lu, please don't interfere. I'll handle my master. My son speaks the truth. Zhu Tianyuan nodded. This is the divine capital, now Wu Ming cult's turf. If we really fight, we both lose. At most, I just won't see my son. But you'll lose your life, Zhu Tianyuan said seriously. Knowing Ji Laomo, if he attacks, you won't stand a chance. Lu Zhou was silent. Just as he was about to end the disguise card, Deputy Jiang suddenly flew out of the mess, like a cannonball, charging towards Lu Zhou. Deputy Jiang, no! Zhu Tianyuan panicked hard. It all happened in a flash. In an instant, Deputy Jiang was in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and blue light glowed between his fingers. Lu Zhou met Deputy Jiang head-on with his bare hands. Deputy Jiang was stopped in mid-air by this strange energy, unable to move forward. So strong! Deputy Jiang was horrified, looking at the old man before him. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked that he was controlled so easily. This showed the huge gap between him and the old man. Lu Zhou didn't even bother looking at him. Deputy Jiang felt like using such extraordinary power on these guys was a waste. Lu Zhou then clenched his fist, retracting his primal chi. Deputy Jiang fell straight to the ground, face-planting. Zhu Tianyuan exclaimed, Such control! To do this, your cultivation must far exceed your opponent's, using extremely powerful control to absorb all the primal chi in a 1-foot radius, to control the opponent. Really? Lu Zhou felt the palm strike was simple, effortless. That palm of yours is just like Ji Laomo's. He loved using that move to bully people, Zhu Tianyuan said. Zhu Honggong gulped. This old man seems like trouble, gotta find a way to escape. Zhu Honggong instinctively shrank back. Just then, Lu Zhou cast the great divine power, his figure flashed and disappeared. Zhu Tianyuan frowned, thinking Lu Zhou was going after his son. He immediately moved to block, quickly throwing out a palm strike. Lu Zhou also threw a palm strike. The palms collided. Boom! Lu Zhou didn't budge, still blocking in front of Zhu Honggong. Zhu Tianyuan retracted his hand and retreated 4 or 5 steps to barely stabilize himself. His hand and shoulder were numb. He was secretly shocked. This guy really came to cause trouble. "Kneel!" Lu Zhou said indifferently. Zhu Honggong looked up at the old man before him. He felt like his eyes were playing tricks. The old man's features were slowly changing, distorting. Zhu Tianyuan quickly said, "Son, a man's knees are gold, only for heaven, earth, and parents. How can you just tell him to kneel? At worst, I'll let Ji Laomo deal with this guy, chalk it up to bad luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Honggong knelt down with a thud. He knelt decisively, hands flat on the ground, forehead touching the back of his hands. His whole body stiffened, not daring to move. This, Zhu Tianyuan, was stunned, then immediately flew into a rage, unable to control himself. "I knew Ji Laomo wouldn't teach you right. I'm so pissed. How can you be so spineless? No matter what, this is your turf. I must question Ji about this." "Huh? You? Why are you transforming into Ji Laomo?" While Zhu Tianyuan was ranting, Lu Zhou turned to look at him. Zhu Tianyuan didn't say a word. He took off like lightning and yeeted himself out of the courtyard, gone without a trace. Deputy Jiang and the ancient saint cult disciples were all dumbfounded. Lu Zhuxiao shook his head, looking at Zhu Honggong. "That's your good-for-nothing old man for you." Master, your disciple is suffering," Zhu Honggong cried, tears streaming down his face. "Zhu Tianyuan, if you really leave, you'll never see Zhu Honggong again," Lu Zhou threatened. A heartbroken sigh came from outside the courtyard. Then, Zhu Tianyuan nonchalantly pushed the courtyard door open and walked in. The ancient saint cult disciples were even more dumbfounded. Is the Holy Lord acting? Zhu Tianyuan looked seriously at Lu Zhou. "Ji Laomo, you're as shameless as ever." The ancient saint cult disciples immediately staggered back. He's Ji Laomo." Deputy Jiang was shocked and looked up. Only now did he realize that Lu Zhao's features had completely changed, a world of difference from before. Cough, cough, cough. Deputy Jiang coughed. Greetings, Senior Ji. Greetings, Senior Ji." Deputy Jiang endured the pain and knelt on one knee to salute. The other disciples also hurriedly saluted, their hearts filled with apprehension. "Interesting? Having fun?" Zhu Tianyuan asked, arms crossed. "Tell me, if I didn't do that, would you show up? Besides, if the one watching from behind wasn't you, but someone who wanted to harm my disciple, did you want me to sit idly by?" Zhu Tianyuan thought for a moment, then nodded. "That's very reasonable." Zhu Honggong begged miserably. Master Lu Zhou said sternly, "Shut up. Daring to badmouth your master behind his back, disrespectful and rebellious. You have some nerve." Zhu Tianyuan immediately smoothed things over. "Don't be so petty. He's just a little cocky because of his master. If you don't teach him properly, isn't it your fault? And you dare to complain about me?" Lu Zhou glared at Zhu Tianyuan. "Don't you dare. If it weren't for this brat's sake, based on your reckless words just now, I definitely wouldn't let you off." Zhu Tianyuan's old face stiffened. Then he awkwardly laughed and said, "It's not that serious. I did compliment you, though." Liu Zhu was speechless. These father-son duos are truly cut from the same cloth. Like father, like son, zero moral standards, and faces thicker than a brick wall. Zhu Tianyuan, you're still the same as ever. Your face is thicker than the city walls. Whatever, I originally planned to take Zhu Honggong back to the ancient saint sect before asking for your forgiveness. Execute first, report later. But man proposes, God disposes. Zhu Tianyuan sighed. Your ancient saint sect has always been hidden from the world. Why are you suddenly showing up now? Liu Zhou asked. With the family head speaking, Zhu Honggong only dared to kneel on the ground, not moving an inch. Zhu Tianyuan didn't answer Liu Zhao's question immediately, but waved his hand to signal to his disciples. Bring that thing out here. Yes. A disciple went into the room and came out with a package, offering it to the two of them. Zhu Tianyuan opened the package. Inside was a brown book. What's this? Liu Zhou asked. Open it and you'll find out. Liu Zhou took the book and flipped through the pages. The first few dozen pages were torn out. Only the later part had complete pages. It read, "The people here are very weak. They don't seem to know how to break through 9 leaves. I feel a very familiar constraint of heaven and earth here, but I don't know how to break it. I want to help the people here become stronger, so they can resist 9 leaves, or even 10 leaves. I've met many cultivators, but their thinking is too conservative." Reading these lines, Liu Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. Curiosity surged in his heart. Liu Zhou continued to the next page. "Many people don't believe me. Without passion and perseverance, they will never improve. I want to tell the cultivators here the truth. Liu Zhou touched the page. It felt old and musty. Clearly this book wasn't using any protective measures. Even the cover was extremely simple. The four corners were corroded and peeling, and many of the words had become blurred. A lot of pages were torn out from the middle of the book. The reason was unknown. Just as Liu Zhou was about to continue reading, he suddenly heard Zhu Tianyuan say, "This is one of the reasons I appeared in Chengdu, because so far only you have reached 9 leaves. I originally planned to have someone offer this book to you, but I didn't expect us to meet here. If you think this thing is worth it, then I'll use it to exchange for my son. Is that okay?" Liu Zhou didn't answer the question about Zhu Honggong, but asked, "Why didn't you bring it out earlier?" Zhu Tianyuan shook his head and sighed. "I didn't know about this book before. It was during a disciple of the ancient saint Sect cleaning the scripture pavilion. They curiously flipped it open and discovered the contents inside. This book is very incomplete. It must have been torn by someone. If it weren't for your 9 leaves appearing out of nowhere, I'm afraid this book would have been regarded as trash and thrown away." Liu Zhou flipped through a few pages at the back. "In the perception of many people, 8 leaves is the limit of human cultivation. But only I know that's not the case. I discovered that the constraints of heaven and earth are different. What binds people's cultivation is the golden lotus dharma body, so how to solve it?" More pages were torn out. "Finally, someone is willing to believe me. It's an old man surnamed Yun. Seeing how miserable the old man was, I repaired the loopholes in his cultivation technique. I still can't prove that there's a problem with the golden lotus here, but who is willing to listen to me and experiment?" Reading this, Liu Zhou thought doubtfully. "The old man surnamed Yun. Is that Yun Tianluo?" Liu Zhou turned to Zhu Tianyuan and asked, "Do you know the owner of this book?" Liu Zhou had been searching for the whereabouts of the woman surnamed Luo for a long time. Unexpectedly, there was a clue at this time. It was unexpected. Zhu Tianyuan shook his head and replied, "She signed her name on the last page of the book, so I guess the owner of this book is a legendary woman." Legendary? Based on Liu Zhao's understanding of the woman surnamed Luko and his own 1,000 years of experience, this woman can only be called mysterious at most. Why is she called legendary? Brother Ji doesn't dare to admit it? Liu Zhao replied. "Hey, why hold a grudge for so long? I've already taken out the treasure at the bottom of my box and given it to you, great sir. Please don't bother with a small man like me." "Don't bother with me anymore," Zhu Tianyuan said. Liu Zhu glanced at Zhu Honggong lying on the ground. Could this be genetics? When the two first became friends, Zhu Tianyuan's temper was already like this. Now meeting again, he hasn't changed at all. "Have you read this book?" As soon as Liu Zhao asked, he felt like he was talking nonsense. "I read it when I found it." Liu Zhao flipped to the last page, where there was a signature. Luo. The middle character's sound was too blurry to be recognized. Luo. What sound is this? It was indeed the woman surnamed Luo, who appeared 300 years ago, that he was looking for. Combined with the letter left by the Great Flame Imperial Preceptor, it seems that this Imperial Preceptor is also looking for her, but clearly the two people's views on the cultivation world are very different. The Great Flame Imperial Preceptor's view is, don't try to break through 9 leaves, don't enter the forbidden zone, otherwise it will lead to great disaster. Luo Yin's view is to encourage everyone to quickly become stronger, so that they can soon have the power to resist 9 leaves and 10 leaves. They came from the same place, but why do they have such different views? Do you know where this woman surnamed Luo went? Zhu Tianyuan shook his head. The previous Saint Master met this person, but I didn't know her at the time. Now no one knows her whereabouts. Maybe she's dead. Dead? The content in the book made it clear that she was extremely knowledgeable about cultivation, but it was very difficult to control it. Zhu Tianyuan said, if she couldn't use her abilities in a dangerous situation, then she could very well die. Liu Zhao frowned. This is kinda sus, NGL. He hasn't finished reading the book, but ain't checking if it's cap or not. Zhu Tianyuan ain't got no reason to lie. If this chick from the Luo fam can't control her cultivation, how's she gonna guide Yun Tian Luo? It's all kinda sus and confusing, just like the great Yan Emperor Master. But one thing's for sure. The Emperor Master's cultivation has surpassed 8 leaves. Seeing Lu Zhuao deep in thought, Zhu Tianyuan nodded and chuckled. Looks like this book is important to Brother Ji. Can I take my son with me now? Before Liu Zhao could answer, Zhu Honggong hurriedly kowtowed. Master! My loyalty is witnessed by the sun and the moon. I ain't going nowhere. Please, Master, have mercy. Zhu Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhu waved his hand and stood up. All right, fine. Zhu Honggong struggled to his feet. You really are Zhu Tianyuan's son. Back when I took you as a disciple, you were too young to understand anything, so you didn't know about this. Your body, your skin, and your hair were given by your parents. How can you not acknowledge them? Lu Zhao lectured. Hearing this, Zhu Tianyuan turned to look at Lu Zhao with a complex expression. Is this really Ji Laomo? Jiang Fu approached, clutching his chest, and bowed. Young master. After you left the Jiu Saint sect, the sect master couldn't eat or sleep and looked towards the south every day. The sect master's wife missed you so much that she passed away early.
Shut your mouth! Zhu Tianyuan suddenly shouted. Jiang Fu immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. Zhu Tianyuan laughed. That's all in the past, don't listen to his nonsense.
I'm happier than anyone that you entered the Yuanshen realm, Lu Zhou said. You lost the bet, I'm convinced, Zhu Tianyuan replied. Lu Zhou searched his memory. Zhu Honggong's talent was originally trash. Why did it improve so much after joining the sect? If the OG Ji Tiandao could change his disciples' physique and talent, then their talent can all be explained. Kneel, Lu Zhou said. Zhu Honggong was slightly stunned, but seeing his master's serious expression, he immediately knelt down.
Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and said, Since ancient times, the kindness of birth is as great as the earth, and the kindness of nurturing is as great as the heavens.
This is your decision, you decide yourself. Zhu Tianyuan stared at Lu Zhou in disbelief. Is this really something Ji Laomo would say?
According to Zhu Tianyuan's understanding of Ji Tiandao, there was no way Ji Laomo would let his son go back to him. He wouldn't even allow them to meet.
The Evil Sky Pavilion had a rule that Zhu Tianyuan knew well. Once you joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, you had to cut ties with the past.
That's why Zhu Tianyuan had to resort to this plan. He never expected Lu Zhou to let Zhu Honggong decide for himself.
Lu Zhou clasped his hands and looked into the distance, where the setting sun cast half the sky in a red glow.
Divine Capital was bathed in a red halo, extraordinarily beautiful. Teaching disciples is a journey, a burden on the road, and Lun Zhu's teaching method was completely different from Ji Tiandao's.
Zhu Honggong thought for a moment, then turned to Zhu Tianyuan and kowtowed hard. Boom! This kowtow shook even someone with a face as thick as a city wall like Zhu Tianyuan. Zhu Honggong kowtowed 3 times and said, Please forgive me for not being able to return with you. Master raised me, taught me cultivation. How can I leave the old man? Hearing this, Zhu Tianyuan sighed softly. Jiang Fu and the others shook their heads in regret. Young master, if you don't return, the Jiu Saint sect will fall into the hands of others,
Jiang Fu said sadly. Zhu Tianyuan raised his hand to stop him, interrupting Jiang Fu. I respect my son's choice.
The kindness of nurturing is as great as the heavens. Zhu Honggong's choice is reasonable. I'm not interested in the Jiu Saint sect, and I don't want to be any holy son. Zhu Tianyuan sighed again. Oh well, I'm happy and satisfied to have met you now.
Instructing Zhu Honggong earned 500 merit points. Lu Zhou didn't expect to be rewarded for this kind of thing.
He was just doing what he felt was right, but it seemed to have a good effect. This unfilial disciple may be cheeky on the surface, but he's very sincere at heart. It's not in vain that this old man put his heart and soul into teaching you.
Lu Zhou looked up at the sky and softly called out, Old 8.
Zhu Honggong understood and quickly stood up to follow him. In an instant, the sadness on Zhu Tianyuan's face disappeared, replaced by a face even thicker than a city wall.
Son, can you call me Dad before you leave? No, Dad? To be honest, when he kowtowed just now, Zhu Honggong had the urge to call him Dad. But now, looking at Zhu Tianyuan's shameless appearance, he suddenly lost the urge. He even felt goosebumps all over his body. Zhu Honggong shrank back and quickly followed Lu Zhou out of the courtyard. Farewell, Senior Ji. Farewell, young master. After the two left, Zhu Tianyuan said with a look of loss, Sigh, I'm such a failure as a person. Jiang Fu knelt down and said, It's because your subordinate is incompetent. Forget it, that's Ji Laomo. Did you really think you could win against him? Zhu Tianyuan glared at Jiang Fu. This. Jiang Fu's face turned red. That's the #1 9-leaf expert of the era. If he wanted to be ruthless, you would have been dead long ago. How could you still be standing here? It's just that I didn't expect Ji Laomo's temperament to change so much. But if the young master doesn't inherit it, are we just going to watch the Jiu Saint sect fall into the hands of others? Jiang Fu said. The Jiu Saint sect has retreated into seclusion long ago. Even if it's gone, it doesn't matter. Seeing my son living so well, I'm already very happy. Sect master, what should we do next? Of course, stay here. If I don't hear him call me Dad, how can I leave in peace? That little brat, you ingrate? Zhu Tianyuan grumbled. Back at the Great Zheng Palace, Zhu Honggong obediently followed behind Lu Zhou, not saying a word. Lu Zhou didn't even bat an eye at him. His mind was fully occupied with the book in his hands, and he calmly sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. Seeing his master deep in thought, Zhu Honggong didn't dare to disturb him. He turned his head and looked outside the main hall, just in time to see Duan Musheng passing by the Da Zheng Gong. So he quickly bowed and said, Disciple will go find third senior brother to receive punishment. Liu Zhao took out the book and began reading, seemingly not hearing a thing. Seeing Zhu Honggong consciously leaving the Dazheng Gong, Duan Musheng asked, What's up, 8th junior brother? Beg third senior brother to beat me.
Zhu Honggong bowed and stated his request. Duan Musheng raised an eyebrow and replied, I don't have that kind of perverted hobby. That's not what I meant. I made a mistake and should be beaten, but master is busy with affairs.
Third senior brother is also the eldest here, so it's most appropriate for third senior brother to punish me. Please hit me hard here, don't hold back. Zhu Honggong pointed to his butt.
Duan Musheng's gaze towards Zhu Honggong was complex. You're crazy. After saying that, Duan Musheng immediately turned around and walked towards the plaza.
Before he could go far, Zhu Honggong sighed and said, Third senior brother may be a bit slow, but he really treats me well.
HMPH. Duan Musheng immediately turned around. Eighth! Get over here, what the hell? Zhu Honggong was confused and didn't understand. Seeing Zhu Honggong not moving, Duan Musheng walked over, grabbed him, lifted him high, and kicked Zhu Honggong's ass hard.
Even though Zhu Honggong weighed nearly 100 kilos, he couldn't withstand a kick from third senior brother, and his whole body immediately flew in an arc, his miserable scream echoing before the main hall.
Da Zheng Gong, senior brother satisfied your request, and it just so happens that I've also just mastered a new technique. Inside the Da Zheng Gong, Lu Zhou opened the book and continued reading. Although the writing was blurry, most of it could still be deciphered. I still can't prove that this golden lotus has a problem, but who would be willing to listen to me and experiment? Human hearts are unpredictable. I must learn to grasp my own strength. I must have enough ability to protect myself. I can feel that some cultivators have become greedy and want to snatch those cultivation methods. Some of the cultivation methods are too profound, but I still try to study them. Who the hell created these cultivation methods?
Reading this, Liu Zhou felt very strange. Weren't the cultivation methods of the woman surnamed Luo brought by her from her hometown?
Then where did those cultivation methods come from? There is no record of the origin of the cultivation methods in the book.
Lu Zhou could only guess.
The next few dozen pages were all diaries recording the woman's mood, with no great reference value. After reading more than half, Liu Zhou discovered new information. After a long period of research, I have confirmed that the golden lotus will absorb lifespan, but the red lotus does not. Feng Ke, 8 leaves, 600 years old, failed to break through to 9 leaves in Mo Bei, death. 400 years not enough. Ji Han, 8 leaves, 400 years old, failed to break through to 9 leaves in Yangzhou, death. 600 years not enough. Han Song, 8 leaves, 300 years old, failed to break through to 9 leaves in Liangzhou, death. 700 years? Not enough.
Reading this, Liu Zhou finally understood why Zhu Tianyuan called her a legend. These 8 leaves powerhouses were all famous figures, who shook the world in history. Unexpectedly, they were just a part of her experimental research. For 3 whole pages, it recorded the failures of breaking through to 9 leaves, and the age of these powerhouses was getting younger and younger. The last one was the youngest genius, Mo Jiangnan, a 100-year-old 8 leaves genius in Qingzhou, failed to break through to 9 leaves, but did not die, losing nearly 900 years of lifespan. Could it be that people in this world really have no way to advance to 9 leaves? Perhaps I should go west and see what the foreign races are like. Below was recorded her unhappy mood. One day, I will find the answer. Research will never stop. Don't give up. Reading this, Liu Zhou suddenly felt that this woman surnamed Luo had very fluctuating emotions, just like a young girl. But she also knew how to motivate herself frequently, writing words of self-encouragement in the book. It seems that she is very obsessed with researching this. In other words, she is the crazy person in the words of Grand Tutor Diane. Why are the ideas of these two people so contradictory? Liu Zhou continued to read. I bought a map in a stall. The strange thing is, apart from some different details, it looks exactly like my hometown as a whole. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm dreaming. But I also have many ways to distinguish between true and false. The next few pages are all kinds of incomprehensible symbols. Presumably, the symbols she often used. The number of young cultivators reaching 8 leaves is too small to verify how much lifespan the golden lotus absorbs. This is indeed a dilemma. 8 leaves cultivators here only have 1,000 years of lifespan, but the golden lotus absorbs more than 900 years of lifespan. Now I have come up with a new method, which is to use red runes to prolong life. But the runes are easy to reveal my identity, so I hide them in ancient tombs. The latter part is all daily records, with no special content, interspersed with some torn pages. On the penultimate page, it was written, the method of replenishing lifespan can be used during breakthroughs, but the requirements are extremely harsh. After verification, the red runes cannot be applied in this way. The Shangwu method will be more suitable. The golden lotus will absorb from 1100 to 1200 years of lifespan. Although the problem of the golden lotus has been solved, this method is very harsh. Is there any other method suitable for most people to use? Li Yunzhao kept reading the book from the Luo girl. If only everyone had the same perseverance and determination as me to study.
But most people here aren't interested in the 9 leaves. Sadly, I still haven't found the answer to the heavenly cage problem. But luckily, the people here don't seem worried about it. On the last page, she wrote, "I'm not the only one who came here." She seemed to write the last sentence in a hurry. The handwriting was rushed.
From this book, we can confirm one thing. The Luo girl has a lot of knowledge, but her own power is very unstable.
Her cultivation is very high. As Yun Tian Luo said, she might be a 9-leaf or even a 10-leaf powerhouse.
Except for the missing pages, everything written in this book is very detailed and realistic.
It doesn't seem like something a mentally ill person would write. Especially the part about the golden lotus absorbing lifespan. She gave an answer of 1100 to 1200 years. How could a crazy person come up with such an answer? If this person were still alive, she'd be shocked to see the cultivation world using the method of cutting the golden lotus to solve this problem.
So where is she now?
Li Yunzhao closed the old book. Some of the paper had already come off the spine.
It's been so long, is she still alive? The book doesn't mention her hometown at all.
Li Yunzhao felt a bit regretful, and even more curious. Do all the cultivators in her hometown cultivate the red lotus?
Red lotus. Li Yunzhao thought of Hai Luo. Maybe he can find some information about red lotus cultivators from Hai Luo.
With that thought, Li Yunzhao began to close his eyes and comprehend the heavenly book. The next morning, Li Yunzhao summoned Hai Luo to the Grand Righteous Hall.
Hai Luo didn't know what her master wanted, so she curiously bowed.
"Master?"
Li Yunzhao sized up Hai Luo, then said, "Summon your Dharma body."
"Yes."
Hai Luo stretched out her small, white hand, and with a thought, a small, red Dharma body appeared in her palm.
It's really a red Dharma body, but the red lotus hasn't been born yet. Is the Taishu mirror wrong, or am I hallucinating?
Li Yunzhao flipped his hand, and the Taishu mirror appeared. Primordial chi vibrated, emitting light that shone on Hai Lutao's body, and a red lotus Dharma body appeared behind Hai Lutao. Red lotus. Li Yunzhao put away the Taishu mirror and asked, "Are you about to break through?"
Hai Luo excitedly said, "Master, am I breaking through again?"
Again? If others heard her words, they'd be heartbroken. Li Yunzhao sensed Hai Luo's cultivation, confirming that she had entered the late stage of the divine court realm, only a step away from the 100 Tribulation Cave illumination. The Taishu mirror is a special treasure used to identify truth and falsehood. It won't make mistakes, which means Hai Luo's actual potential might have reached the 100 Tribulation Cave illumination. This isn't cultivation, but a kind of awakening ability. Hai Luo, have you ever seen a red lotus before? Li Yunzhao asked. Hai Luo nodded. Yes. Where? I don't remember. Then how did you get here? Do you remember? I don't remember. Li Yunzhao felt suspicious. Could it be that Hai Luo is like him and has lost her memory? All right, go back and cultivate. Disciple obeys. Hai Luo skipped away from the Grand Righteous Hall. Watching her leave, Li Yunzhao thought to himself, is a golden lotus cultivator like an ant compared to a red lotus cultivator? Red lotus cultivators don't absorb lifespan, which means they don't have limitations when advancing to the 8th leaf. A new era has begun. No one knows what the future will be like. A few days later, in the swampy area, on a towering tree, under the moonlight, Yu Shangrong lay on a branch, holding the everlasting sword, his eyes closed. Nay. Cat Liang flew around the swampy area, then neighed and flew away, probably to find food or a beautiful mare. Yu Shangrong suddenly opened his eyes, his ears twitched, and his whole body tilted to the side, sliding to the ground. Yu Shangrong looked down. Bubbling, bubbling. In the swamp there was a clear pool of water, gentle like a spring, and under the moonlight, the water's surface reflected a faint light, and bubbles rose and burst. Yu Shangrong smiled. Your life is truly great. This means that Yu Zhanghai can breathe. The Wukai tribe lives off the land. Their bodies die, but their hearts are immortal. Buried in the earth, they will transform into people. Yu Shangrong could feel the primordial chi from all directions constantly gathering into the mud puddle, and also noticed that the essence of the sun, moon, and stars in the water was extremely concentrated. Over the past few days, Yu Shangrong has been observing every small change in the mud puddle. In the beginning, when the deathly aura settled, there was no movement, which made Yu Shangrong worried and disappointed. But he refused to give up, guarding the place day and night. This is Yu Zhanghai's last hope, and his only chance to survive. Yu Shangrong has done everything he can to protect his life, and all that's left is to patiently wait. Heaven allows humans to cultivate, extracting primordial chi from the natural environment, turning it into something that protects themselves, and even creating world-destroying power. But sometimes, even an 8th leaf powerhouse, when standing before the vast and mysterious natural world, still feels as small as a speck of dust. Good. I've never lacked patience.
I hope you don't disappoint me. Yu Shangrong stepped into the air and flew up. The night grew darker, and the moon and stars in the sky were indescribably beautiful.
Yu Shangrong flew up high to see where Cat Liang was. He looked around for Cat Liang but didn't see him, but Yu Shangrong saw a crowd of cultivators snaking towards this place. Yu Shangrong frowned, flew into the forest, and landed on a branch, concealing his aura, holding the everlasting sword, and closing his eyes.
As long as they're not here to cause trouble, he won't pay attention to them. The purpose of this trip is to protect Yu Zhanghai so he can safely survive 49 days. Not long after, the large crowd of cultivators flew to the area near the mud puddle and stopped.
Yu Shangrong felt strange, so he opened his eyes slightly, looking through the dense leaves at the cultivators under the moonlight.
These cultivators looked very strange. They were all wearing purple cloaks, even their heads were covered, and their faces couldn't be seen. The aura they emitted was very gloomy and terrifying, especially the leader who was floating in the air. He looked extremely scary. Ahead is the burial ground. According to the plan, we need to manipulate all the remains of the dead in here. Over the past few hundred years, the demonic land has seen countless deaths. People who die in the nearby cities are thrown here, or given the highest level of ceremonial burial. One of the cultivators flew forward, passed over the mud puddle, and looked towards the burial ground in the air, raising his voice. Great ancestors, they will receive our respect, and their souls and wills will be inherited after death. The cultivators behind also flew over, their eyes all looking at the corpses covering the ground inside the burial ground. Yu Shangrong felt a slight relief. Seeing this scene, it was clear these guys were here to manipulate corpses. These remains were all trump cards left behind by the Lulan people. The Lulan upper echelons, under the guise of respecting the dead, gathered all the deceased in this place. In reality, they wanted these people to continue guarding Lulan even after death, and witchcraft was the key to manipulating the remains. Yu Shangrong withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to them, and closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. At this moment, the cultivators wearing purple robes had all flown into the sky above the swamp. Let's do this, praised the cultivators. Standing in front in a square formation, they crossed their arms over their chests, then joined their hands and pointed them to the sky, a faint, purple light appearing in their palms. A purple ray of light flew towards the burial ground. The light descended and fell on a skeleton, and that skeleton suddenly twitched as if it had life.
The remaining 7 formations of cultivators stood in the correct positions, raising their hands, looking up at the sky. All the hoods fell on their foreheads. They all had purple lotus patterns engraved on them.
As the witchcraft was cast, each purple lotus lit up. Buzzing, the energy of the Yuan-Ki vibrated. Khan technique. White hair fluttering wood, dim frequency. The group mumbled the incantation in their mouths.
Purple air rose, mobilizing the Yuan-Ki between heaven and earth, and a purple witchcraft circle appeared under their feet.
Blop blop. In the water pool area, in the middle of the swamp, bubbles suddenly appeared. The purple-robed cultivators looked down in confusion. Careful! Someone's still alive. As witchcraft cultivators, their ability to determine whether a person is dead or alive is extremely high, far beyond ordinary people. The group immediately stopped and looked towards the water pool, then looked at each other, halting all movements in their hands. My bad. A gentle voice suddenly came from the nearby forest. The witchcraft cultivators were stunned and quickly looked up. Under the moonlight, the cultivator who had just spoken slowly flew out of the forest, hovering in the air. The moonlight shone on his blue robe, making him look very lonely. But his whole body exuded a very unpredictable aura, the confident aura of a master who walked on the edge of a sword all year round. Yu Shangrong spoke. If possible, please move to another place to cast your witchcraft. Why? The leading witchcraft cultivator asked strangely. Yu Shangrong raised his head to look at the moonlight above him, and said calmly, Don't you guys think this place is quiet and harmonious, perfect for resting? This friend. Sorry, we are acting under orders, and must cast witchcraft here, another cultivator said. The land of demonic beings is huge. Changing to another place won't affect anything. Yu Shangrong smiled gently. I sincerely hope you will accept my suggestion, a witchcraft cultivator standing behind said disdainfully. Why should we change places when you don't? If you want to rest, there are many better places. Casting witchcraft in this place is the best. We've already calculated it. Same here. Yu Shangrong only replied with 3 words. Friends, please leave this place. Yu Shangrong shook his head slightly and sighed indifferently. If that's the case, then all of you can stay. As soon as he finished speaking, the Chengsheng sword shot out of its sheath, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, from 4 to 8. In an instant, a dense web of sword energy appeared, condensing into a formation in the sky. Sword Demon's Fate, defend!
The witchcraft cultivators quickly raised their hands, and the witchcraft circle flew up to form a purple barrier. The sword demon's fate stabbed down like a storm. A part of the sword energy shattered the witchcraft barrier, and the rest immediately pierced through the chests of the cultivators. In just one move, the team of more than 50 witchcraft cultivators lost more than a dozen people. The remaining people's faces were horrified, and they kept casting witchcraft. Ngu Shangrong's right hand lifted slightly, and the Changsheng sword flew back into his hand. Ngu Shangrong held the sword tightly, stepped into the air, and flew to stop them. "Kill him!" Several purple energy circles condensed and flew towards Ngu Shangrong. Ngu Shangrong's figure shot forward like lightning, slashing down with his sword, and a sky full of sword energy appeared, blowing away each energy circle. Several witchcraft cultivators flew backwards. At the same time, sword energy appeared above their heads from nowhere, and stabbed down, piercing through their chests. Thump, 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 bodies fell. In the blink of an eye, only a dozen of the 50-odd witchcraft cultivators remained. The leading cultivator frowned and shouted, "Retreat!" Their robes fluttered, and more than a dozen people immediately turned and ran. Ngu Shangrong said indifferently, "Sorry, not a single one of you can leave." If they were allowed to return and report, what would be the point? Ngu Shangrong unleashed his speed, and the red light on the sword shone even brighter. Great divine power technique. His figure flashed, and a sword pierced through one person. Ngu Shangrong continued to step into the air and rush forward. The 5 well-trained witchcraft cultivators simultaneously turned around and launched purple witchcraft circles. Having experience dealing with the Great Witch, Ngu Shangrong did not allow those purple energies to touch him in the slightest. Immediately wielding the Changsheng sword, and the boundless sword intent swept across the witchcraft circles. By the time they looked up, Ngu Shangrong had already appeared above their heads, spreading his arms wide, and sword energy poured down. "Sword Master of Great Yan!" In just an instant, only one person was left in the entire team. That person ran for a while, saw that all his companions were dead, and stopped, turning to face Ngu Shangrong. He knew he couldn't escape. Ngu Shangrong raised his sword and shook his head, saying, "This was not my intention, but I have no other choice." The leading cultivator said, "Are all cultivators of Great Yan as shameless and despicable as you? If you say so, then so be it." Ngu Shangrong was too lazy to argue with others. "Haha, I admit that the combat power of each person in Great Yan is very strong, but this time you only killed a group of low-level witchmasters. If you kill me, Wang Cheng will definitely investigate, and by then, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted down by Lulan. Is that a threat?" Ngu Shangrong asked with interest. The witchcraft cultivator calmed down. He felt that this sword cultivator from Great Yan was a reasonable person, so he tried to reason with him. As long as the other party understood the advantages and disadvantages of this matter, he would have a chance to survive. There was no need to be obsequious. "You can take it as a threat." He looked at Ngu Shangrong and raised his palm, on which was engraved a special pattern. "My name is Ji En, from the Bana family in Wangcheng, Lulan. If you really make a move against me, my family will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Why do you need to make trouble for yourself?" Yu Shangrong nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, I really don't like running into trouble, especially since Lulan and Da Yan have always had a good relationship. After the truncated golden lotus became popular, our two countries had some unpleasant conflicts, but this did not affect the relationship between the two sides. I heard that Da Yan is in internal strife, and the Yuming sect is rampant. The divine capital is in trouble, and I feel very sorry for you." Witchmaster Ji En said, "But these people are all dead." Yu Shangrong looked down at the pile of fragmented corpses on the ground. Xian shook his head and said, "I will explain to the higher-ups, of course. This still depends on your attitude." Yu Shangrong nodded again, took a step back, and the moonlight shone on his face, adding a touch of coldness. "My attitude has never changed from the beginning," Yu Shangrong said as he walked. "Very good. I appreciate people who know what's good for them like you. See you again." Xilan turned around, and as soon as he turned away, a gloomy look appeared on his face. At the same time, the sound of converging sword energy came to his ears. Whoosh, whoosh. "Huh?" Jian turned around and glared, yelling, "You sneak attack!" The sword energy filled the sky and merged into one, blasting toward Jian. Xian shouted loudly, his palm struck out, and a purple shield rose all over his body, with circles of energy enveloping his body. Yu Shangrong didn't even bother to look, just indifferently turned around and walked away. The sword energy pierced through Xian's chest as fast as lightning. The evergreen sword circled around and flew back into the scabbard on Yu Shangrong's back. A man and his sword retreated into the forest, their movements as smooth as flowing water. Without dragging things out,
not rushing or getting impatient.
Xian's eyes widened as he looked towards the forest, quietly looking up at the starry sky and then down at the muddy puddle. Looking back at the corpses of his companions on the ground, his life force was drifting away, and he even felt like it was being sucked out. Before he could feel the pain coming from his whole body, he fell to the ground. Yu Shangrong lay on a tree branch, thinking about how to deal with these witchcraft cultivators.
Appearing in the land of demonic, obviously they have a mission. Now that all the witchmasters have become vengeful spirits under his sword, and no one has returned to report, Lulin will definitely notice this, and send someone to look for them, and they will soon find this place. So how should he respond then? Yu Shangrong hates trouble the most.
He opened his eyes and looked at the water pool, sighing. If it were before, how could there be such troubles?
After speaking, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sound of the system notification of merit points frantically rang in Lu Zhao's ears, making him think that Liang Zhao had encountered a battle. But on second thought, if the Rulan people really made a move, how could there be only dozens of notifications? Although the merit points received were not high, the quantity must be quite a lot.
Lu Zhao ordered someone to send a flying letter to Liang Zhao. Soon, Si Wuya sent a flying letter in response, saying that Liang Zhao was very quiet, and with him, Si Wuya, sitting there, nothing would happen.
It seems that these people were killed by Yu Shangrong. After thinking about it, Lu Zhao decided to have Old Eighth send a flying letter to Si Wuya, telling him to send his spies in Lulan to assist Yu Shangrong.
Sooner or later, Lu Zhao would have to take a trip to Lulan. According to Liu Guo, Ji Tiandao's memory crystal ball must be related to the Lulan royal family.
That afternoon, Duan Musheng quickly stepped into the Great Righteousness Hall. Master, please give your orders.
Lu Xiao looked at Duan Musheng suspiciously and asked, Where's Old Eighth? Duan Musheng replied, These past few days, Old Eighth has been extremely diligent, hiding in his room all day, cultivating and breathing.
If you have anything to do, Master, just entrust it to your disciple, and your disciple will do it for him.
Lu Zhao nodded and said, Okay, send a flying letter to Si Wuya, telling him to find a way to help Yu Shangrong.
Your disciple obeys. After speaking, Duan Musheng turned and left. At the same time, in a room in the Jinghe Palace. Ouch. Be gentle.
Zhu Honggong lay on the bed groaning repeatedly.
Son, did that old demon Ji beat you? See? You should have come back with me. Why stay here and suffer?
Zhu Tianyuan, since sneaking into the palace, has been following Zhu Honggong every day.
Don't insult my master. This was done by third senior brother. Then go find him and reason with him. I wouldn't dare to criticize your master. But why is your senior brother so domineering, daring to beat people at random? At this moment the door suddenly creaked open. Duan Musheng pushed the door open and walked in, holding the overlord's spear in his left hand and a bowl of medicine in his right, saying,
Old Eighth, here's your medicine. Zhu Tianyuan turned his head and saw a tall and burly young man with strong muscles, every move full of strength, making people afraid.
Are you Zhu Tianyuan? Duan Musheng asked suspiciously. Zhu Honggong's third senior brother, Duan Musheng replied. Zhu Tianyuan was stunned for a second, then quickly said, So it's third senior brother. The Evil Sky Pavilion's dogs are unruly. You must be tired of him causing trouble. If he does something wrong again in the future, just hit him hard. Don't be polite with me.
Zhu Honggong's eyes widened. Duan Musheng had heard about Zhu Honggong's affairs, so he cupped his hands and said, Uncle, this is just a small matter. I won't bother arguing with my junior brother.
Zhu Honggong is fortunate to have a senior brother who can distinguish right from wrong and has a broad mind like you. Not at all, not at all. Take this medicine 3 times a day, and you'll be completely healed in just 3 days. I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first. Take care, third senior brother. Zhu Honggong looked aggrieved.
7 days later, early in the morning, Yu Shangrong flew out of the forest as usual, observing the changes in the muddy puddle from the air. Compared to 7 days ago, he could already feel the life force of Yu Zhanghai, which also meant that Yu Zhanghai had taken another step on the road to resurrection.
After observing, Yu Shangrong took out the evergreen sword to practice swordsmanship. Seeing Ge Liang foraging nearby, he smiled softly. At this moment 3 cultivators in purple robes flew towards Ge Liang from afar.
Li Yongxiao was on high alert. Spotting someone approaching, he immediately bounced back and hid in the woods behind Yu Shangrong.
The 3 cultivators followed, and seeing Yu Shangrong floating in the air, they greeted him. Well, looky here, someone's actually here. Yo, have you seen a group of people dressed like us? The lead cultivator asked. Yu Shangrong pointed without hesitation towards the corpses in the thick grass near the muddy puddle. Those guys right there. The 3 cultivators glanced down. And holy SHT, the ground was littered with bodies. They were shocked and rushed down. Using their witchcraft, they gathered all the corpses, exactly 50 of them. All 3 were sporting WTF faces. The lead cultivator said, Friend, did you see who did this? Yu Shangrong smirked. Turns out they were your buddies. My condolences for their demise. As for the culprit, he's already in Wangcheng. Thanks for the chat, bros. The cultivator in the purple robe raised his hand. A purple net appeared, engulfing all the corpses. He floated up. Let's get back and report! ASAP! The three cultivators took the corpses and noped out of Ji land. Yu Shangrong looked at the muddy puddle, shaking his head. If it weren't for you, bro, I wouldn't have had to use such a clumsy, dumbass lie. But then he grinned. But hey, life's too short to not do some stupid SHT. Chuckling, Yu Shangrong flew into the forest. Night fell. In the muddy puddle, many bubbles rose from the water pool. The sound of popping bubbles grew louder and louder, shattering the quiet night. Yu Shangrong flew out of the forest, checked out the muddy puddle, and mumbled, "Even when you're dead, you're still a pain in the ass, huh?" The next 5 days were blessedly uneventful. Thankfully, nobody came near the muddy puddle, and everything went smoothly. 22 days left. Each day, Yu Shangrong marked the time by carving a line on an ancient tree with his everlasting sword. Glug, glug. The sound of bubbles rising and popping grew louder and more intense, totally different from before. Peeking through the leaves, Yu Shangrong looked at the water pool, which was now bubbling like a damn jacuzzi. Too much noise. If someone comes, it'll be a problem. Luckily, Yu Shangrong made it through another 10 days of peace. The bubbling suddenly stopped. Yu Shangrong's figure flashed, appearing above the water pool in a split second. He leaned down, listening intently. Everything was eerily silent. Usually, the quieter it is, the easier it is to get tinnitus. Yu Shangrong definitely felt it, but mixed in with the ringing was a faint breeze. Something's not right. Yu Shangrong immediately flew up, just in time to see a large number of cultivators flying from Lulan City, clad in purple robes and armor. Still 12 days left, Yu Shangrong groaned. With Yu Shangrong's power, taking care of these cultivators wouldn't be too difficult, but he's still human after all. If the Lulan people just kept throwing bodies at him in shifts, not giving him a moment to rest, he would eventually get tired and fall. After a moment's thought, Yu Shangrong suddenly called out, "Geiliang, he!" Geiliang happily flew over. Yu Shangrong patted its back and said gently, "Lure them away. Fly towards the sky rift. When you reach the highest point, they won't be able to pass. You can ditch them there. He, you're too fast, don't fly at full speed, or they won't be able to keep up." Yu Shangrong broke off some branches, took off his cloak, and put it on Geiliang. Geiliang circled around him. "Go, he!" Geiliang's neigh was as loud as it could be. Geiliang stepped into the air and flew out of the forest, galloping towards Dayan. The cultivators from Lulan saw Geiliang and immediately changed direction, rushing to chase him. From where Yu Shangrong stood, Geiliang looked like a mischievous kid who poked a hornet's nest and was being chased by 1,000 hornets. Yu Shangrong watched him and whispered as he leaned on a branch, "Don't fly too fast." Geiliang understood. Yu Shangrong didn't use his full speed, but slowed down after flying for a while, like a normal mount that gets tired after a while. The Lulan cultivators chased after him like crazy, until their figures disappeared into the sea of clouds. Yu Shangrong was relieved, and closed his eyes to recuperate. He knew a tough battle was coming. It would take at least 10 days for Geiliang to fly to the sky rift, and more than 20 days for him to return, but his big brother would revive in just 12 days. This meant that Yu Shangrong had to bring Yu Zhenghai back to Dayan himself, flying on his own. Thinking of this, Yu Shangrong glanced at the water pool and shook his head helplessly. Even the sword demon has to resort to such tactics. Using Geiliang to divert attention was a success. But on the third day, cultivators came to the muddy area again. Yu Shangrong didn't show up, but hid in the forest to observe. The cultivators flew back and forth, examining the area, then flew back towards Menshi-Yu land, and left later. It seemed that these people came to investigate the deaths of the cultivators in purple robes. The next 3 days were uneventful. At the same time, in the famous land of the Ru Li people, Zaluo was also paying close attention to the situation. "General, we have a reply from Lu Lan. Although they didn't find the sword demon, they have set up a lot of traps on the road from Lu Lan back to Dayan. The sword demon will definitely not be able to return." A subordinate bowed. Zaluo's eyes widened, and he nodded, saying, "Very good. How is Basi doing recently?" "Lord Basi is not in a good mood. He has not yet accepted your opinion." "Idiot. How can someone like him become a great shaman?" "Dayan has a Juye. The 12-nation alliance is inevitable. Does he still think he is the great king of Lulan?" Zaluo smiled faintly. "This subordinate does not know. Step down. If he comes, tell him that I am busy with military affairs and cannot see him." 8. The subordinate dipped and flew off. Before long he arrived at another camp area. After greeting the guards outside, he smoothly entered the main tent. "My lord, I have conveyed your message to the general." A voice came from inside the tent. Knowing the general's temperament, he shouldn't hold a grudge against me. Is he pleased with my proposal? The subordinate replied. The general said he finds your idiotic suggestion hard to swallow. Lulan should rethink why their country is so weak. TBH. Easy there, my lord. The general told me to relay his words verbatim to you. The general also said that he's too busy to meet you. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent fell silent for a long while. A moment later, High Priest Bezier sighed and said, Get lost. The subordinate didn't dare to hesitate and immediately ran out of the Lulan camp. He went to a deserted forest, sent a message via carrier pigeon, and then returned to the Rokaran camp. Inside the Lulan camp, Bezier angrily cursed. Zarhar! You roaring bastards are a bunch of uncivilized devils. Who do you think you are to badmouth our Lulan? The shaman standing beside him respectfully said, My lord, should we still block Yu Shangrong's path? What do you think? I suggest we don't block Yu Shangrong and use this to curry favor with Great Yan. Currently, the Great Yan's underworld school is like the sun at high noon. The M Alliance is afraid they can't do anything about it. Bezier glanced at him and said, No, my lord's intention is that I not only want to block Yu Shangrong's path, but also drive him to the territory of the Rokaran people, and then kill him at all costs. The Demon Heaven Pavilion will definitely vent their anger on the Rurin. I want to see what Zarhar can do to resist the wise Master Nine Fingers. Go do it. Remember to disguise yourself as a Rodrian person. Subordinate understands. 12 days have finally passed. Adding the previous 27 days, the 49-day resurrection period of the Wookiee clan is finally over. 49 days is neither long nor short, enough for the cultivation world to undergo tremendous changes. No one knows what the cultivation world has become now. Early that morning, a glittering dewdrop slid down from a treetop. Sunlight danced in the forest, reflecting off the dewdrop to form a dazzling ray of light. Just as the drop was about to fall on Yu Shangrong's hair, it was suddenly blocked by an invisible force. At this moment, Yu Shangrong opened his eyes. His energy erupted, and the water droplet above his head was dried in an instant. Glug! Bubbles rose again in the pool. Yu Shangrong flew out of the woods, hovering nearby to observe the pool. The bubbles became more and more numerous, then turned into boiling hot water, with steam constantly rising. What was originally a small pool had evaporated in a short period of time, turning into mud. Finally, there was no more bubbling, and the mud there became dry and square. Yu Shangrong crossed his arms and stared at the area. Without blinking, the time has come. Yu Shangrong murmured. He raised his head to look at the eastern sky. The sunlight shone through the forest, through the rivers and mountains, and landed on the ancient city of Lulan in the distance. Everything was extremely quiet. A flock of sparrows fluttered over, chirping incessantly. Among the flock was a mutated sparrow with a very sensitive sense of smell. It landed on the mud, constantly pecking at the soil. Peck, 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 peck. The sparrow seemed to have smelled something, and it pecked very quickly and with great force. Fuck! It finally pecked out a hole. Swish! A hand suddenly broke through the ground and snatched the sparrow in one fell swoop. The 5 fingers contracted, tightly gripping the sparrow's wing. Then the hand slightly opened, and the sparrow immediately flew away in panic, while the arm stretched straight into the air. This scene could be frightening. If Yu Shangrong hadn't prepared himself, he would have been terrified. Yu Shangrong stared at the rising arm. The 5 fingers stretched straight out. The hand was straight, and looked young, unlike the hand of someone who had practiced the blade for countless years. Yu Shangrong shook his head. Bro got unlucky, father. After the Wushaki clansmen are reborn, the lucky ones can maintain the appearance of an adult, while the unlucky ones can even turn into infants. If their lifespan isn't long, they might die before they even get a few sips of milk. But looking at this arm, it seems they can still be accepted. Fuck! Swish! Mud splashed everywhere. A dirty figure appeared, standing in the mud. Even though Yu Shangrong's expression seemed calm, the scene of the Wookiee clansmen breaking out of the ground was truly shocking. The mud, after being dried, had become brittle, making it easy for the person to break out of the ground. After looking at it, Yu Shangrong discovered that the body standing on the mud looked slimmer and smaller than before, very much like a teenager. The face and body were covered in mud, making it impossible to see what they looked like. But those eyes were shining brightly, filled with curiosity and confusion. The teenager stood there for a long time without moving, looking at the rivers, mountains, forests, and the plum blossom land. Finally, he looked at the figure of Yu Shangrong hovering in the air not far away. Yu Shangrong smiles calmly. So you ain't dead after all. Not dead? Who? The young man asks, puzzled. Senior brother, handle the rest. Yu Shangrong says flatly, I've helped you a lot on this trip. Now it's your turn to pull your weight as the senior brother. The kid's like, who the hell are you? Who's the senior brother? And why can you fly? Yu Shangrong is dumbfounded. He glances at Yu Zhenghai, raises his hand, and gathers the water nearby with his chi, sending it towards Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai sees this and freaks out, hauling ass. But the water is like heat-seeking missile, chasing him down at Mach speed, and hits him. In an instant, the water washes Yu Zhenghai clean. A young boy stands there, eyes wide, staring at Ngu Shangrong. WTF just happened? Ngu Shangrong, equally stunned, stares back. You don't remember anything? Remember what? Your name? The boy shakes his head. Ngu Shangrong sighs softly. This isn't how Lao Qi described it after rebirth. Why is he acting like a completely different person? Ngu Shangrong waves his hand, and clothes prepared in the forest fly out and land on Yu Zhenghai. Put these on, Ngu Shangrong said. Yu Zhenghai puts on the clothes, which are obviously too big for him, making him look ridiculous, but Ngu Shangrong doesn't mock him, just says, "Follow me." Why? No reason. Where we going? Ngu Shangrong zooms down, standing face to face with Yu Zhenghai. He sees wariness, caution, stubbornness in Yu Zhenghai's eyes. Familiar? Who are you? Yu Zhenghai asks. Ngu Shangrong quietly examines him, maybe, because he's been bored for 49 days. Ngu Shangrong suddenly gets a wild hair and says, "I'm your senior brother." Easy peasy tone, calm, indifferent. Senior brother? The kid scratches his head. Don't remember, Jack. Ngu Shangrong turns away, saying casually, "If you don't remember, don't sweat it. Time's tight, I'm taking you back." Back where? Dayan. From Muddy Swamp to Sky Ditch, even Zhuge Liang would need 5 days to fly. Without Zhuge Liang, Ngu Shangrong would need at least a month, not counting rest stops along the way. Ngu Shangrong doesn't even know if the kid, Yu Zhenghai, can handle flying for that long. Ngu Shangrong doesn't know jack about this new Yu Zhenghai. Reborn as a kid, does Yu Zhenghai still have his cultivation? If not, Ngu Shangrong will have to use his chi to block the wind the whole way, draining his energy. Talk about a simp move. Seeing no response, Ngu Shangrong turns back and sees Yu Zhenghai fiddling with the robe. Yeah, it's way too big for him. Ngu Shangrong gently strokes his sword. Whoosh! The sword chi precisely cuts off the bottom of the robe. The kid, Yu Zhenghai, is super surprised by Ngu Shangrong's swordsmanship. Your sword skills are awesome. Yeah. Ngu Shangrong smiles, pleased. You never admitted that before. Can I be your disciple then? Yu Zhenghai asks as they walk. Taking advantage of your senior brother is fine, but being my disciple is out of the question. Messing with the hierarchy like that is bad for your lifespan. Ngu Shangrong shakes his head. You already have a great master. Where? Ngu Shangrong sees the thirst for cultivation in the kid, Yu Zhenghai's eyes. That look is the same as when Ngu Shangrong walked from Little Cold Mountain to Evil Sky Pavilion to seek a master. It hits him. This rebirth is like bringing Yu Zhenghai back to his first death. The great Yan world is full of weird shit. Some things just can't be explained. Ngu Shangrong suppresses his shock and points towards Dayan. Let's go! A gust of chi lifts them both up, flying towards the depths of the Devil Remains land. The kid, Yu Zhenghai's eyes are full of passion and excitement for flying, for cultivation, for the future. Senior brother, how high is your cultivation? In the sky, the kid, Yu Zhenghai, asks curiously. What do you think? Ocean-crossing realm. The kid, Yu Zhenghai, says worshipfully. I heard you can fly when you reach the ocean-crossing realm. Ngu Shangrong gives a faint smile. Higher than that. Divine Court realm. The kid, Yu Zhenghai's eyes widen as if he's looking at some big-shot cultivator. Divine Court realm people are usually from sects with big backers. Higher than that? Ngu Shangrong shakes his head again. Senior brother is primordial spirit realm. The kid, Yu Zhenghai, is so excited he's tripping over his words. He's forgotten how he ended up in the muddy swamp, forgotten that he was once the top disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion, once the leader of the underworld sect, whose name struck fear into hearts, a peak 8 lotus cultivator. He was reincarnated because of his obsession. Reincarnated back to the origin of all his obsessions, back to his first death in Lulan. Ngu Shangrong was originally going to brag, but thinking about it makes the whole thing boring. After a moment of silence, Ngu Shangrong says, You'll be as strong as me one day. While the kid is getting hyped up about this, a wave of purple mist suddenly rises from the forest ahead, blocking their path. Ngu Shangrong shakes his head. Of course, it couldn't be a smooth return. Ngu Shangrong takes Yu Zhenghai and flies in another direction, heading north. This is the fatal flaw of Vululan. No matter how strong their witchcraft is, it takes time to set up formations.
Enemies can break them just by dodging.
Ngu Shengrong is good at this, so they head north. The kid, Yu Zhanghai, doesn't mind flying at all. In fact, he's enjoying it. After all, he's a guy who likes being high up. Some things are just in his blood.
The two fly for a full day, and the purple mist barrier is gone.
Ngu Shengrong changes direction again, flying east, into the territory of the Ruoli people. Ngu Shengrong lands for a rest. Let's go. The kid, Yu Zhanghai, nods and looks around curiously. But they haven't rested long when countless Ruoli cultivators suddenly appear from the surrounding forest, wielding spears, bows and arrows, swords and sabers.
Ngu Shengrong calmly places his hand on the hilt of his sword, eyes half closed, standing straight, the wind rustling the leaves. The kid, Yu Zhanghai, doesn't show any fear of the foreign tribesmen, but looks at them with hatred, and takes a few steps back to Ngu Shengrong's side, picking up a branch from the ground in a defensive posture.
Ngu Shengrong says coldly, "Don't get too far from me." Okay. At this moment, a person holding a scepter suddenly comes out from the middle of the forest and says loudly, "Second Master of Evil Sky Pavilion, you ain't going nowhere." Yu Shengrong opened his eyes. The everlasting sword zoomed out of its sheath, radiating a brilliant red glow. Sword energy materialized everywhere, precisely avoiding Yu Zhanghai and slashing towards the newly cultivators, instantly felling over a dozen of them. Yu Zhanghai was stunned. Yu Shengrong calmly stated, "If you guys want to die, I'll grant your wish. Attack. Don't give him a chance."
The surrounding crowd swarmed forward. Yu Shengrong raised his sword, his arm parallel to the ground, his figure vanished, and his avatar manifested. The leader holding the staff looked up and screamed, trembling, "We're screwed!"
The avatar was 30 feet tall. Wasn't the intel saying he was only a 6th tier? Fall back. The intel's wrong. Retreat now. How is this even possible?
Many 7th tier experts know the logic that an 8th tier is as steady as a mountain. Whether it was the Lulan people or the Nu Li, seeing this 30-foot avatar, they completely gave up the idea of killing Yu Shengrong. It was impossible. Even an 8th tier expert would tuck their tail and run when seeing Yu Shengrong, let alone these guys who didn't even have one.
The ending was predictable. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. The sword energy reaped lives wherever it went, treating human lives like grass.
The young Yu Zhanghai was mesmerized. No one knew how deep the desire in his heart ran, how much he yearned to become a powerhouse. Remembering Yu Shengrong's instructions, he didn't dare move, just obediently stood there, watching the newly people fall one after another and the sword energy dancing in the air.
After a moment, Yu Shengrong's figure reappeared beside him. He glanced at Yu Zhanghai, then raised his hand. The everlasting sword returned to its sheath. The battle was over.
Trees and flowers within 100 meters were all cut down, and the air was thick with the stimulating smell of blood.
Scared? Yu Shengrong asked. Yu Shengrong was too used to these things so didn't react at all. But the fact that young Yu Zhanghai shook his head showing no fear was beyond his expectations. Maybe Yu Zhanghai has met with too many setbacks, so he knew when to be afraid and when not to be.
"Senior brother swordsmanship is so awesome," young Yu Zhanghai said. "I think so too. You're my senior brother. Can you teach me swordsmanship?"
Yu Shengrong shook his head slightly. "You're not suited for swordsmanship." "Then what am I suited for?"
"Saber techniques,"
Yu Shengrong replied. Hearing this, young Yu Zhanghai's eyes lit up. "How did you know I like using sabers?" "Sabers are super badass. Using a saber shows a man's strength." Yu Shengrong tried his best to suppress the instinctive argument, just indifferently closed his eyes and entered a state of rest.
Young Yu Zhanghai stood aside, occasionally waving his arms and legs, swinging a wooden stick back and forth, practicing like crazy.
Each stick hit the wooden stake. The strength was definitely not that of a frail teenager. "I will definitely become as strong as you," young Yu Zhanghai said, hopefully.
After resting for a while, Yu Shengrong continued to fly east with young Yu Zhanghai.
5 days later, in a bamboo forest of the Nuli people, the journey was too long, and young Yu Zhanghai was exhausted and couldn't walk anymore.
Enduring until now was his limit. The two had crossed a long, barren desert, jagged hills, a vast sea of clouds, and arrived at a bamboo forest.
Yu Zhanghai completely collapsed. "I can't go on anymore. You have no choice, you can only keep trying." Before the two could rest for long, the sound of flying came from the sky above the bamboo forest.
Yu Shengrong calmly stood up, raised his hand, and a vine wrapped around Yu Zhanghai, flying him in front of Yu Shengrong. Yu Shengrong put Yu Zhanghai on his back and tied him tightly around his waist with vines, his back still straight and his expression calm as he walked out of the bamboo forest.
The everlasting sword flew up, sword energy shot out in all directions. each strand of sword energy taking a cultivator's life. He didn't bother looking around, just stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure swooped down from the sky like lightning. The 6th-tier Wolf King avatar merged with the figure, breaking countless trees and bamboo in the forest. The Wolf King avatar pounced, baring its fangs. Quick! The figure wielding a weapon charged straight at Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong focused his gaze. The everlasting sword in his hand suddenly grew larger. Sword energy wrapped around the everlasting sword, and he slashed forward with force. Swoosh! The Wolf King avatar was cut in half, and so was the cultivator inside. He's not a 6th tier. Retreat! Change the strategy. Run! Whoosh whoosh! The remaining figures hurriedly flew west for their lives. The battle was over. Yu Shangrong carried Yu Zhanghai on his back, his expression indifferent, and soared into the sky. He tilted his head to look at young Yu Zhanghai, who had fallen into a deep sleep. On the Liang Prefecture city wall, Si Wuyai looked towards the Nuli, not knowing what he was thinking. Are your guys actually gonna pull it off? Jiang Aijian jumped up and sat on the city wall, saying, they've crossed the Sky Gulch and formed a line of defense in the northern part of Great Yan. If Lulon sets up a grand formation, it'll be hard to take down. When using people, don't doubt them. Trust them. Si Wuyai replied. Take down? Jiang Aijian shook his head. If you want to take it down, go do it yourself. You said I was only responsible for defense. The best defense is offense. Jiang Aijian raised his hands to the sky helplessly. Can I object to this plan? You can, but it's useless. Sigh. You guys are unbearable. Jiang Aijian was speechless. Whatever, I'm the 3rd prince of Great Yan anyway. How can I just stand by and watch while foreign races invade and do nothing? Tell me, when are we attacking? I'll do everything I can to help. Tonight. Jiang Aijian's eyes widened. Can I take back what I just said? No, divine capital. In the great Zheng Palace, many days had passed, and the extraordinary power of the heavenly book in Lu Zhou's body had saturated several times. During this time, he constantly experimented with expanding the auditory supernatural power to its limit, and also mastered how to use the auditory supernatural power. Lu Zhou opened the system interface. Merit points, 66, 230 points. Recently, the only one helping to increase merit points was Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou looked at the merit points and shook his head. I wonder what's going on with Yu Zhanghai. That unfilial disciple. Is sending a flying letter gonna kill him? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou opened the item interface and muttered, buy Golden Lotus Unfolding Star, consume 50,000 merit points. He got a piece of the Golden Lotus opening. Just as Lu Zhou was about to use it, he remembered that raising his cultivation would increase the price of the props, so he spent another 10,000 points to buy a one-hit kill card, considering it his last resort. After buying it, Lu Zhou muttered, use Golden Lotus Opening. The Golden Lotus Opening immediately turned into starlight, enveloping Lu Zhou's entire body, and finally converging into his dantian. A vast, sea-like force spread in all directions. The intense primordial energy surged like a tide in his dantian and grew rapidly. At the same time, Lu Zhao's mind was clear, his senses sharp. Even the slightest movement in the Grand Righteous Palace reached his ears. In the sky above the Grand Righteous Palace, clouds gathered and scattered, and primordial energy rampaged. At this moment, Zhu Tianyuan was helping Zhu Honggong take a walk nearby when he suddenly looked up. The intense primordial energy shocked them both. Son, something's happening at the Grand Righteous Palace, Zhu Tianyuan said in a panic. Don't panic. Zhu Honggong pulled Zhu Tianyuan back, enduring the pain in his body, and solemnly instructed. Father, you're new here and don't understand the situation. When you encounter this kind of thing, you must be humble and calm. Son, you're too naive. This is clearly someone opening their lotus. Maybe it's one of your senior sisters or brothers. Go and learn some experience, Zhu Tianyuan said didactically. You're the naive one. Trust me, don't go courting death. How dare you talk to this old man like that? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Zhu Tianyuan put on the airs of an elder. Seriously, he said, it's just lotus opening. What's the big deal? Your father has a good relationship with Jilaoma. Don't even mention his disciple. Even if he himself is opening his lotus, I can still go watch. Boom. A sonic boom like thunder suddenly came from the Grand Righteous Palace. Oof! A burst of divine power, the voice of all beings, struck like a thunderbolt. The extraordinary blue force hit the two of them, sending them flying in an arc before they crashed to the ground. Ouch! Zhu Honggong, whose old wounds hadn't healed, now had new ones. He cried out in pain, his face covered in sweat. Zhu Tianyuan was uninjured, and quickly got up to help Zhu Honggong limp towards the Jinghe Palace. As soon as they slipped into the room, they both breathed a sigh of relief and patted their chests. I beg you, father, don't harm me anymore. Without you here, I'm like a fish in water, living very peacefully. As soon as you arrived, I felt like I was cursed by a jinx star, constantly being beaten and scolded.
Zhu Honggong cried without tears. Zhu Tianyuan wiped the sweat from his face, and after calming down he spoke. Just an accident. I didn't expect that the relationship in my eyes was not worth a fart to him. People's hearts are so cruel, son. Why don't you reconsider and come back to the ancient saint sect with me to inherit the position of Saint Lord, clothes served by hand and food delivered to your mouth, and then ask for a fat grandson for me? Isn't that much better than suffering indignities every day?
Keep making things up, father. Don't even think about tricking me. Would such a good thing ever come my way?
Zhu Honggong basically didn't believe it. Last time, he heard Jiang Fu say that someone was eyeing the ancient saint sect.
Trying to trick me? No way! Do you really think I'm just a fool?
Don't!
My son, I'm your real father. What kind of real father would trick his son? As they were talking, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Tianyuan immediately flipped his face, his demeanor becoming upright and dignified, and he stepped forward to open the door. Outside were two little girls curiously looking into the room. You are? Zhu Tianyuan asked doubtfully. 8th senior brother. Yanxer and Hai Luo greeted.
Zhu Honggong also poked his head out and said, Greetings, two senior sisters. We've come to visit you, brother. If you need any help, just let us know.
Yanxer said. If that's the case, then you can help Zhu Honggong get a basin of water to wash his feet.
Zhu Tianyuan said, thinking to himself. Senior brothers and sisters can't be relied on. There must be order of seniority. But it should be no problem for junior sister to get water to wash feet for senior brother, right?
In the ancient saint sect, everyone is like this. The young show respect to the old, and the old care for the young. Yes, very harmonious.
Zhu Honggong widened his eyes in shock. Yanker frowned and pointed at herself.
Ah, that's right, go, go. Zhu Tianyuan waved his sleeve. Don't forget to bring some sweets too. I've never eaten pastries in the palace in my life. I have to try them once. Don't listen to my father's nonsense, little senior sister.
Thump. Zhu Honggong crawled off the bed and dragged himself to the door.
Little senior sister, I don't need water to wash my feet. Zhu Tianyuan was stunned. Son, what are you doing? You're a senior brother. Quickly go back to bed and rest. Zhu Honggong cried without tears. I beg you, father, please go back. Don't play me to death.
Yanfer said.
8th senior brother, do you really not need it anymore? No, absolutely not.
Zhu Honggong immediately replied seriously. Okay, then you rest well. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll ask 3rd senior brother to help you get water. With that, Yanshi dragged Hai Luo away from Jinghe Palace, skipping and jumping. Zhu Tianyuan was dumbfounded. Why is the order of seniority here so messed up?
He turned to look at his son, Zhu Honggong, and found Zhu Honggong staring at him like he was his enemy. Are you going or not? In the Grand Righteous Palace, Lu Zhou felt the primordial energy in his body changing.
Since transmigrating, his cultivation had been lost, and because his remaining lifespan was too short, Lu Zhao's progress in raising his cultivation was extremely limited. Before, Lu Zhou wanted to cultivate on his own,
but the speed was so slow that it was tragic. He had no choice but to buy the system's avatars.
After reversing his lifespan by more than 100 years, most of Lu Zhao's bodily functions were restored, and his cultivation also advanced very quickly.
Lu Zhou had a premonition that the era of all mankind chopping golden lotuses was very near. He needed to become a true nine-leaf in the fastest time possible. Lu Zhou raised his hand and summoned his avatar. 5 lotus petals rotated around the golden lotus. Immediately afterward, circles of light appeared, falling down, and the energy became stronger and stronger.
Poof!
A lotus petal suddenly bloomed from the side of the golden lotus. The 6th lotus petal finally grew, meaning that Lu Zhou had successfully advanced to the 6-leaf nascent soul realm. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction, clenched his fist, the avatar dissipated, and the golden light disappeared. He got up, did some stretches, feeling the changes in his body's functions. Lu Zhao's gut told him, now's the time to roll the gacha for some good luck. Spin the wheel, consuming 50 merit points. Thanks for playing. Luck +1. Ain't even mad, let's do it again. Spin the wheel, consume 50 merit points. Thanks for playing. Luck +2. Lu Zhou paused for a sec. Psychology? What a load of bullcrap. As the great philosopher said, don't rush things, don't rage. Smile into the abyss, and the abyss smiles back. Nah, forget it. Gonna take a walk and try again later. Meanwhile, in a canyon 10,000 miles north of the heavenly moat, Yu Shangrong set the young Yu Zhenghai down.
No matter how deep Yu Shangrong's cultivation was, flying that far still tired him out.
He had to fly at top speed while maintaining a protective energy shield around both of them.
After landing, Yu Shangrong immediately sat down cross-legged to meditate and recover.
At that moment, the young Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes. Where is this? A canyon east of Ruli. Yu Shangrong replied with his eyes still closed. How long until we get back to Dayan?
Half a month.
That long? Yu Shangrong opened his eyes and smiled faintly. If you still had your cultivation, we could save half the time. Too bad. The young Yu Zhenghai looked down at his hands and whispered, cultivation. Yu Shangrong chuckled again, closed his eyes, and rapidly recovered his energy and strength.
Sifu, the young Yu Zhenghai suddenly called out softly. Speak. Yu Shangrong enjoyed being addressed this way.
Why don't you go back alone? Even though he had returned to his youth, even though he had lost all his cultivation, Yu Zhenghai was still more wary of strangers than anyone else. If I leave, you'll surely die. I won't die. Don't be cocky. This isn't a human city. This isn't a place you can show off. Look! A flying beast suddenly flew out of the nearby forest, with a slender tail, sharp beak, and eyes as sharp as daggers, looking like a mutated owl.
Seeing this monster, the young Yu Zhenghai raised his eyebrows, his palms already wet with sweat, but his demeanor was still much calmer than his peers. This alone was commendable.
The flying beast only skimmed past without stopping, and disappeared into the forest moments later.
Yu Shangrong stood up. Continue. The young Yu Zhenghai also stood up.
With Yu Shangrong's help, the two took to the skies and flew along the canyon.
3 days passed in a flash, and the end of the canyon was right in front of them.
The young Yu Zhenghai looked at the forest behind him and asked softly, how long will it take for me to have cultivation like yours? A long time, Yu Shangrong replied. No duh. But the young Yu Zhenghai didn't dare say it, and continued to ask, can I reach that level? Maybe. Maybe not. Yu Shangrong's answer was too mechanical, because the young Yu Zhenghai had asked too many times throughout the journey.
I think so too, the young Yu Zhenghai said confidently.
Yu Shangrong pointed to the exit in front of them. 5 more miles ahead is the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Hold on tight to me later, yes. Yu Zhenghai also became tense.
5 miles wasn't far for cultivators.
But just as they were about to fly out of the canyon, purple energy circles suddenly appeared on the ground, and the sky dimmed.
Yu Shangrong had experienced countless storms, and only glanced at it, completely unaffected, and continued to fly forward.
Only Yu Zhenghai was surprised and said, Lu Lan people, the obsession with reincarnation. He really only remembers Lu Lan and being stabbed in the heart by the Lu Lan nobles, and recognizes this as witchcraft.
Hold on tight,
Yu Shangrong instructed. Yes. The flying speed became faster and faster, and the two flew through the air like shooting stars. The purple mist surged wildly like poisonous gas, like the tentacles of a giant octopus in all directions.
Yu Shangrong's expression remained focused on the front, and the bodies of the two turned horizontally, directly rushing forward, the protective energy acting like a drill bit.
Careful ahead. The young Yu Zhenghai pointed to the purple barrier in front of him, but Yu Shangrong didn't slow down at all, and instead accelerated forward.
The young Yu Zhenghai turned his head, not daring to look at this scene. Yu Shangrong suddenly drew the Chengsheng sword and stabbed straight at it. Boom! The Chengsheng sword pierced through the purple barrier. The red runes on the sword cut off all the purple energy, and the barrier looked like glass shattering into small pieces. The two flew through the barrier, flew another 100 meters, and Yu Shangrong chose to stop. The Great Witchcraft Formation is just an appetizer to warm up. Hundreds of meters away in the air, there was a group of cultivators wearing purple robes, and a group of cultivators holding spears blocking the way. The leader of the group was an old man with white hair and beard. Holding a scepter, he stroked his beard while watching Yu Shangrong break out of the Great Witchcraft Formation. Behind the group of cultivators was the abyss of 10,000 fathoms. Facing the abyss, a few more miles would reach the heavenly moat, and crossing the heavenly moat would step into the territory of Dayan. The geographical distance was not far. Although it was close at hand, it was as far as the horizon. The young Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. There are also Ru Li people. Yu Shangrong said nothing, and only waved his hand, forming 2 energy seals, one holding his body, and one holding the young Yu Zhenghai. The old man holding the scepter in his hand said coldly, We finally meet. Not bad luck. Yu Shangrong said, Perhaps you don't know me? I am Ba Siyi from Lu Lan. There are only 3 suitable roads to go from Lu Lan to Dayan. Perhaps you have forgotten. Divination is a part of witchcraft, Ba Siyi replied slowly. The young Yu Zhenghai shook his head and said, The success rate of Lu Lan's divination is 1 in 5, while there are only 3 roads. It fluctuates. Even if it's just guessing, the probability of hitting is already 1 in 3. Ba Siyi's eyelids twitched a few times, and he glanced at the young man suspended in the air. Mortal? Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and replied, Indeed, he is a mortal. Young people are indeed brave. But unfortunately, you are just standing outside the cultivation world, and you have no way to understand the mysteries within it, Ba Siyi said. Yu Shangrong glanced at his first senior brother and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ba Siyi stroked his beard and said, I don't know why you are laughing.
I'm sorry, I have no malice. I just think what you just said was quite interesting. If it were before, even I wouldn't dare say those words,
Yu Shangrong replied. Ba Yi couldn't understand what Yu Shangrong was saying.
He's just some random nobody, why waste time on him? Ba Xier straight up ignores Yu Zhenghai, eyes landing on Yu Shangrong. TBH. If we're talking personal cultivation, I respect you as a hero, but with national survival on the line, I doubt you can cross this heavenly chasm.
I dig the confidence, just hope you can satisfy my sword.
Yu Shangrong raises his right hand, Changsheng's sword dips out of its sheath, which flies into Yu Zhenghai's arms. Yu Shangrong glances back at him. Mind holding this for me? The young Yu Zhenghai catches the sheath, yeah, whatever.
Yu Shangrong nods with a smile, hand still raised, red runes blazing on the sword's edge.
Let the games begin. Ba Singer waves his staff, and over 100 shamans in the back yeet purple orbs. The orbs land, making a huge-ass purple ring. Changsheng's sword goes from 1 to 5, then 5 to 10. Sword beams filling the sky come in hot. Not bad for the sword demon of Dayan. Ba Sier's already got a plan, it seems. Staff slams down, trapping the whole purple ring, merging it into one mega shield, blocking all the sword beams. At the same time, the sword beams are munching on the light ring. Yu Shangrong leaps, palms together. Changsheng's sword floats in front of him, then dives straight down. Aura embodiment. A golden lotus aura pops up behind Yu Shangrong. Ba Xing's even more shocked when he sees Yu Shangrong's aura mimic the palms together pose, using the aura to control the sword beams. Dayan has weird sword control like this? Ba Xing's eyes bug out, totally losing it. Yu Shangrong smiles coldly. Changsheng's sword still diving like a boss. This is basically a supersized sword demon's fate. With the aura's control, the power of 100 Tribulation Cave Illumination is cranked up to 11. Sword beams rain down on the purple shield. Clang! 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 Every beam that hits makes the purple shield fade a little more. Yu Shangrong glares at Bao Senior's shield, feeling this shaman's even stronger than Zhang Yuanshan was back in the day, but he's still chill AF. The last 8 sword beams of Sword Demon's fate glow brighter than ever, slamming into the shield, then piercing through the chests of several shamans. Basir raises an eyebrow. Broke through the defense in one move. He squints at the 8 returning sword beams, and when his vision clears, he realizes they aren't sword beams, but 8 golden lotus petals. Lotus petals killing without a trace? Sharpness beyond even heavenly-grade weapons?
This is one of the first skills Yu Shangrong figured out after chopping up the golden lotus and rebuilding.
8 shamans drop from the sky, dead. Round 1. Yu Shangrong wins. Changsheng's sword flies back to Yu Shangrong's hand. The young Yu Zhenghai says in awe, "Out of everyone I know who uses a sword, your swordsmanship is the strongest." Really? Yu Shangrong's stoked to get praised by his senior bro. I just thought people used swords to chop wood.
Ba Sire couldn't believe it, blurting out, "You actually recultivated to 8 leaves?"
Yu Shangrong said with doubt. Why so surprised? What's more normal than me returning to 8 leaves?
8 people died in the first exchange. Basir really couldn't accept it. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have high cultivation?
Basim here waved his hand again, and the newly people threw their spears. Each spear emitted a purple light, and the remaining shamans simultaneously released even stronger purple light spheres. Yu Shangrong curled his 5 fingers, tightly gripping the longevity sword, and said indifferently, "Sorry, but yeah, high cultivation does mean I can do whatever I want." Yu Shangrong stomped his feet and rushed forward, his entire body forming a 45-degree angle with the ground. In fact, Yu Shangrong had always been hiding his strength when fighting in Yanjiao. If he was truly only a nascent divinity realm 6 leaves, how could Yu Shangrong have tangled endlessly with Mo Luping, one of the 8 great commanders with 8 leaves cultivation, and a battle-hardened veteran?
Yu Shangrong was confident, but not arrogant. During the 49 days of guarding Yu Zhenghai, he diligently cultivated every moment.
The mud pit was an excellent place, not only beneficial to Yu Zhenghai's resurrection, but also giving Yu Shangrong an opportunity to break through, returning to 8 leaves cultivation.
Yu Shangrong once again found his old feelings. His speed was very fast, almost reaching its peak.
At the same time, countless spears carrying purple light also broke through the air, and Yu Shangrong's figure suddenly disappeared. Ba Xingzhe immediately felt heavy in his heart. Although he had killed countless people and faced all kinds of enemies, he did not dare to have any contempt for Yu Shangrong. A second later, Yu Shangrong's figure appeared all over the sky. Each figure wielded the longevity sword in their hands. Snow-covered mountains. Spears rained down like snow. Cutting snow was just one of Yu Shangrong's childhood sword practice methods. The entire energy sphere was sliced in half by the longevity sword like a watermelon, then dissipated in midair. The spears also snapped in half, falling into the abyss. Ba Xingzhe's eyes burned like fire.
staring fixedly at Yu Shengshang's figure, his scepter raised high. A huge purple barrier appeared, taking Ba Xingye as the center, and then spreading out in all directions, enveloping the remaining shamans. The young Yu Zhenghai held Yu Shangrong's sword sheath in his hand, his eyes extremely hot. This was the power and cultivation he yearned for, although he had imagined countless images when his power reached its limit. Seeing Yu Shangshrong dealing with all his strength had shattered his cognition. His spirit was in a daze. The young Yu Zhenghai suddenly remembered his childhood fights with people in the streets, remembered his safe brothers, remembered the hardship of being sold to Lulan, and having to fight with others for steamed buns because he was too hungry. He yearned for the day when he would become a powerful cultivator. Only in this way would he not be trampled underfoot and bullied. He yearned to be stronger than anyone. The young Yu Zhenghai opened his eyes wide and looked at the sword energy blooming all over the sky, so strong. Unfortunately, at this moment Yu Shangrong was focused on dealing with the witchcraft, and could not hear the praise coming from the young Yu Zhenghai's lungs. As soon as snow-covered mountains ended, the spears and purple energy were all wiped out. Yu Shangrong landed, his Dharma body opened, and that 10 zang tall Dharma body suddenly wielded its dual palms. The shamans looked up and screamed in dismay. How is this possible? Boom! The huge golden palm fell, and the purple barrier continued to spread. Yu Shangrong held the longevity sword in his hand, his 2 fingers placed on the blade. His face relaxed as he manipulated the Dharma body. Yu Shangrong was like a tiger stalking its prey. As soon as the barrier broke, he would immediately pounce. Basir was frightened and hurriedly ordered, "Sacrifice!" 2 shamans decisively jumped into the center of the barrier. Their entire bodies began to burn fiercely. The purple barrier became denser, and when the purple became extremely full, it turned black. Boom! The huge Dharma body struck down again, and the barrier formed circles of ripples. Seeing that the barrier had become stronger, Yu Shangrong smiled and said, "Interesting." He released the longevity sword in his hand into the air. The longevity sword floated in the air, pointing its sharp point downwards, and at the same time flew between the 2 hands of the Dharma body. The Dharma body suddenly gripped the longevity sword tightly. The longevity sword shone with brilliance, wrapped in gang energy, and turned into a huge golden sword gang. Basir's face was pale, his eyes filled with shock. "The Dharma body can be used like this? I really underestimated you." Boom! The Dharma body held the huge sword gang and stabbed down, piercing through the purple barrier. The barrier shattered into pieces. "Retreat!" someone shouted loudly. Bag Singir gripped his scepter. His figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared 1,000 meters away. The remaining shamans were not so lucky. In the instant that Yu Shangrong's Dharma body dissipated, the longevity sword flew back into his palm. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly, stomped his feet, and rushed forward. Sword gangs appeared everywhere. Immediately more than a dozen shamans had their hands and feet chopped off by the longevity sword. Fractures flew all over the sky, and blood poured like rain. The witchcraft cultivators hurriedly retreated and fled. Tan Jing, kill 1 target, gain 10 points of merit. Tan Xing, kill 1 target, gain 10 points of merit. The system's notification sounded in his ears like a tide, making Lu Zhou suspicious. He looked up into the distance. After being hit by bad luck 10 times in a row, Lu Zhou was very sad, so he put his hands behind his back and walked out of the Great Zheng Palace. Standing and watching the sun set in the west, half of the sky was dyed red by the sunset. Over the past 2 months, Lu Zhou had not received any news about Yu Zhenghai, nor did he know what was happening with Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and thought, maybe he was too worried, so he should have more faith in his disciples. After all, they were all peak 8 leaves. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou said to himself, I just hope you don't disappoint this old man. On the abyss, the 2 sides retreated and stood opposite each other after the battle, and the surroundings became quiet again. This battle killed more than 100 witchcraft cultivators, which can be said to be a heavy loss. Yu Shangrong's strength far exceeded Ba Xingye's imagination. Blood appeared in Ba Xingye's eyes. Staring fixedly at Yu Shangrong, the air seemed to be compressed, filled with the smell of blood. After a long silence, Ba Xingye opened his mouth and said, You are very strong. So what? If you hadn't gone for the kill just now, maybe I would have retreated and pretended nothing happened. But too many people already died. I can't face the Dao Wang, can't face the families of the deceased, Baxir said. Before Yu Shangrong could even open his mouth, the young Wu Zhenghai behind him, fearless as hell, laughed and said, Why is your life worth so much, but mine ain't worth a damn? Why is it okay for others to die, but not you guys? Why do you demand justice, but others can't? Baxir looked at the young Wu Zhenghai. What a sharp-tongued brat. In this world, what Wu Zhenghai hated the most were the Lulan Shixiang. The young Wu Zhenghai's tone became serious and sincere. Yeah, kill them all for me. Wu Zhenghai was radiating murderous intent. He didn't know if Yu Shangrong would agree to his request, but he was out of options.
After a moment of silence, Yu Shangrong narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face, and replied, "As you wish." With that, Yu Shangrong stepped forward, attacking with a burst of fierce wind.
Basir, eyes bloodshot, shouted,
"See Ju! Invoke the gods!" The remaining Wu shamans immediately threw out 4 halos. "Great Wu god, please hear my plea.
Please lend me the power of the Wu god. Souls, return. From all directions descend your 1,000-foot-tall soul." Purple light flickered and appeared, obscuring the sky, then slowly converged towards Baosier. Seeing this, Yu Shangshangtrong understood that Baosier was much stronger than he had imagined.
In the world of cultivation, elementary Wu shamans can only cast some basic witchcraft, such as healing or exorcism, equivalent to a Fan High realm cultivator. Intermediate Wu shamans can master formation-level witchcraft, mid-level trap witchcraft, ancient techniques, and witchcraft to control people's minds. Some advanced Wu shamans can deploy large formations to block armies.
Great Wu shamans, in addition to understanding all powers, also have the ability to control the dead, and even invoke the gods. Baosier was clearly a great Wu shaman. Yu Shangrong turned into 3 afterimages, and space became hazy and blurred.
In an instant, the remaining Wu shamans were slashed by Yu Shangrong's sword shadows. A cold glint flashed by their necks, and each figure fell into the abyss. They were dying, intending to use their lives to buy time for Baosier, stopping Yu Shangrong.
The entire Wu shaman swarmed towards him. Yu Shangrong swung his sword with all his might. "Return, oh return, enter the 3 souls."
More than 100 Wu shaman cultivators had fallen. Just then, a purple cloud formed in the sky, engulfing the space. The purple rain fell. This was no ordinary rain. Each purple raindrop could pierce the body, corrode the soul, and destroy the will. Yu Shangrong indifferently spun 360 degrees. Facing the young Wu Zhanghai, he cast a Taoist palm seal, the palm seal like a dragon's claw, grabbed the young Wu Zhanghai and pushed him away.
Boom! The young Wu Zhanghai left the attack range of the purple rain. His whole body pushed towards the rift in the sky. "Shiksheng!" Wu Zhanghai cried out. But a second later, Yu Shangrong was covered by the purple rain like a waterfall, his figure no longer visible. The young Wu Zhanghai felt the qi under his feet weakening, which also meant that the power of the person casting the primordial qi was weakening.
He was extremely worried. Baosier and the remaining Wu shaman cultivators all believed that under the power of the immortal sage, even Yu Shangrong of the 8 leaves would be seriously injured.
Sacrificing so many people, paying such a price, it's worth it.
The suffocating air accumulated in Baosier's chest was finally released. As long as Yu Shangrong was killed, it was all worth it. The purple rain lasted for a full quarter of an hour.
The young Wu Zhanghai felt that the qi under his feet was out of control, and finally dissipated.
He fell. Almost at the same time, a sky full of sword kai erupted in the purple rain, the sword kai in the shape of an umbrella, blocking all the rain. Yu Shangrong stepped into the air and flew up, his eyes firm. 3 figures rushed towards Baosier from afar. Seeing this scene, even Baosier's hair stood on end. "You're not dead?" As the rain poured down, Yu Shangrong leisurely walked in the rain, swinging countless sword shadows as he walked.
This was the basic sword training technique of Modician Pavilion. Even standing in a waterfall, Yu Shangrong could prevent a single drop of water from splashing on his body.
This was his sword Dao. "Impossible," Baosier said, trembling, his pupils contracted. In an instant, Yu Shangrong's 3 figures were in front of him. The remaining 5 Wu shamans stood in front of Baosier. Baosier waved his scepter. "You don't have a sword. How can you kill me?" Yu Shangrong's face was cold. He pinched his index and middle fingers together, shooting out a ray of sword qi, using fingers instead of a sword.
"Who said you can't kill without a sword?" Yu Shangrong stood upright. 2 fingers shot out. Swish!
The sword Q split into 5, slashing towards the 5 Wu shamans. The 5 fell. Yu Shangrong continued to rush forward, his figure as fast as lightning. The sword Kie bypassed the scepter, piercing Baosier's heart, leaving a bloody hole in his chest.
Yu Shangrong didn't look at Baosier, and immediately turned around and flew towards Wu Zhanghai. Baosier looked down at his chest in disbelief, watching the blood gush out like a stream. The purple rain in the sky disappeared. The sky above the abyss gradually became quiet again.
In just a moment, only Baosier remained here. He staggered, unable to float. Baosier's plan was perfect, from the trap in Lulan to the trap in Ruoli, all leading to the ambush in the abyss.
He only miscalculated one thing, that Yu Shangrong was too strong.
Baosier looked down and saw Yu Shangrong rushing down into the abyss to save the young man, and a thought flashed in his mind.
Baosier cancelled all his strength, causing himself to fall into the abyss as well.
The fierce wind whistled past his ears. Even if I have to die, I will make you buried in the abyss. Ba Xing'er dove down, his eyes locked onto Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong threw a palm upward for a faster descent, but this abyss seemed bottomless. AF. Countless cultivators had tried exploring this abyss, sacrificing themselves to conclude. Falling into the abyss is a 1 in 10 survival kinda deal. The only hope is to bail halfway, and GTFO lost track of how long he'd been falling. The light above dimmed, like twilight was descending.
Yu Shangrong neared Yu Zhanghai, immediately striking with a palm, like a dragon's claw snatching him.
Seeing this, Ba Xing'er yelled, "Give up already!" But Yu Shangrong stayed chill, unfazed, barely flicking his wrist. Whoosh! The palm sent Yu Zhanghai flying back up. Ba Xing'er. Too late, bro. Yu Shangrong felt a crazy suction force coming from the depths below. He wanted to fly up, but his chi was already drained. Yu Shangrong could only keep himself afloat. If he dies, the entire Lulan goes down with him.
Yu Shangrong said calmly, but his words were straight up badass. Ba Xing'er dropped from above, barely stopping mid-air. Cough cough, why though?
Ba Xing'er was shook. Shouldn't the beef be with the Ruo Li? If he dies on their turf, shouldn't the Mao Tian Pavilion come after them? Live well. Yu Shangrong barely raised his hand. Seeing the unconscious Yu Zhanghai, he pushed him away with a palm. Yu Zhanghai escaped the abyss's pull, flying upwards. Ba Xing'er couldn't comprehend. A mortal? You'd do all this for a mortal? Bury an 8-leaf in the abyss to save a nobody?
Ba Xing'er couldn't see the logic. After saving Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shangrong was too spent to stay afloat.
Yu Shangrong sank. Looking up at Yu Zhanghai, he said coolly, "Some things are worth it if you think they are." It clicked for Ba Xing'er. He remembered everything. Lulan versus Dayan. 70,000 bodies in the desert. The Jiu Luo River, stained red with blood. The greats always said humans love infighting. What do they even gain in the end? Maybe that's why Dayan is stronger than the other races. Ba Xing'er suddenly unleashed his last bit of strength, firing a purple blast to push Yu Zhanghai towards the rift. Too bad, I'm too weak to save you. Just promise me you'll spare the Lulan people. Ba Xing'er closed his eyes, his body engulfed in a strange purple flame, the last bit of dignity for a great shaman, burning himself to stop others from controlling his corpse. The flames consumed him, until Ba Xing'er vanished into the abyss. At the same time, the purple rain around the longevity sword disappeared. The longevity sword fell. "Sword's here, he's here!" Yu Shangrong sensed the sword and summoned it, making him fall faster. Yu Shangrong was surrounded by darkness, like falling into a bottomless pit, looking up to see only gray. Twilight stole the light, plunging the rift into endless night. God dipped. In the dark, on a small patch between the rift and abyss, Yu Zhanghai lay on the cold ground, clutching a sword sheath. Cold dew fell, night winds blew, and the boy suddenly trembled, opening his eyes and sitting up. He looked around, dazed. The cold didn't freeze him, but he was drenched in sweat. It was so dark he couldn't see his fingers. Yu Zhanghai remembered falling when the seal under his feet vanished. He didn't even know when he passed out. Hell. No one knows what hell looks like, but darkness must be its main feature. Yu Zhanghai felt like he was in hell. Was he dead? It was so quiet, it was unnerving. Yu Zhanghai could hear his heart racing. Clutching the sword sheath, Yu Zhanghai whispered, "Shixiang." His lonely voice echoed, unanswered. Yu Zhanghai's will was stronger than most. He had too much experience facing the dark.
Yu Zhanghai reached out, touching the cold ground, and slowly moved forward.
A few meters later, crash! A cliff! Yu Zhanghai flinched back, sending debris falling into the abyss, silent as a ninja. His heart pounded. Afraid to move, he looked up. The sky was pitch black, with only cold wind and eerie silence.
Yu Zhanghai stayed put. After a sleepless night, dawn finally broke, and Yu Zhanghai could see his surroundings.
A foot away was the abyss. Yu Zhanghai inhaled deeply, struggling to his feet. The abyss was just black. Is anyone there? No answer, only his echoing words, lost in the air.
Yu Zhanghai walked around, realizing he was alone.
The sun rose. Yu Zhanghai remembered Yu Shangrong saying, "Beyond the rift is Dayan." He looked down into the abyss, then turned and left, clutching the sword sheath.
He walked and walked, resting when he was tired, finding puddles to drink from when he was thirsty.
They hadn't even reached the sky rift by the time the sun was high. Looks close, but it's actually a freaking marathon. Just when young Yu Zhanghai was about to lose it, he spotted a village in the distance. Smoke swirling, and the aroma of freshly cooked rice wafting. He was hyped AF, and bolted towards it. Reaching the village entrance, Yu Zhanghai saw some villagers and stumbled back.
"Envli people, Lulan people, WTF?"
Two buff young villagers saw the kid at the entrance. Even though his robes were hacked short, they could still tell where he was from by his vibe and clothes.
A dying dude.
Yu Zhenghai, who's been through the ringer, immediately sensed danger, and GTFO'd.
Catch him! Whoosh!
Two hounds bigger than a dude came out of nowhere, sprinting like crazy. No way a mortal like Yu Zhenghai could outrun those beasts, no matter how hard he tried. The hounds quickly cut off Yu Zhenghai, another slave for Gluo village. 2 days later, in the Great Zheng Hall, people were chatting business.
Lu Zhou strolled around, hands behind his back. Hua Zhongyang said, "After 2 months of grind, the 9 provinces are basically stable.
The Wenwu officials are cooperating. Traders in Chengdu have been wiped out. Only one was found this past month. The 4 city gates are guarded by the Nether Sect. I just don't know how to handle politics, though. Most of it's thanks to 5th senior brother Zhao Yu. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. Zhang Yu obviously has no experience with politics either. Someone's pulling the strings behind her. In all of Chengdu, only the Empress Dowager has the skills for that. Zhang Yu's the Empress Dowager's granddaughter. It makes sense she'd coach her, but everyone else thinks Lu Zhou's the mastermind." Pan Lishan gushed. "Who knew Sect Master was a goddamn renaissance man? He can hold down Chengdu, keep the 9 provinces peaceful, and write banger decrees. A 1 in a million kinda guy."
Zuo Yushu rolled her eyes at him. "Everyone knows Big Bro's got both brains and brawn, duh."
Lu Zhao raised his hand, cutting them off. He wasn't in the mood for flattery. Lu Zhao asked Duanmu Sheng, "Any word from Liang province?" Duanmu Sheng replied, "7th junior brother sent a letter saying Liang province is chill. No conflicts expected anytime soon." Also, Duanmu Sheng hesitated. Eldest senior brother was successfully resurrected, but he was ambushed by the Lulan on the way back. Slim chance of survival. Hearing that, Lu Zhao frowned and turned around. Did they cross the sky rift yet? Not yet, I think. That question was kinda redundant. If they'd crossed the sky rift, they'd be safe. With Si Wuyai's skills, he could definitely bring them back. But those words, slim chance of survival, packed a punch. They usually mean pessimism, wishful thinking, or even death.
Lu Zhao hadn't gotten a system notification about a disciple dying, and he wasn't about to let any of his disciples die.
"I don't get it." Hua Zhongyang asked the ancestor for instructions. "I'm leaving you in charge of Chengdu. Any objections?" Hua Zhongyang was stunned. What the hell? He's only a 7th leaf nascent divinity realm. How could he hold down Chengdu? Chengdu used to have 8 great commanders, all 8 leafs. Now it's just Hua Zhongyang, a 7th leaf. Talk about pressure.
The sect leader's not here, the 3 great protectors are still recovering, and his own cultivation's still slowly coming back.
1 9th leaf is worth 10 8 leafs. If the ancestor leaves Chengdu without a 9th leaf guarding it, things could get ugly again. Zhao Yue bowed and said, "Master, then I'll stay in Chengdu." Lu Zhao nodded. Zhao Yu has royal blood anyway, so it's better for her to stay.
Ye Tiangxin also bowed and said,
"Master, I'll stay and guard Chengdu." Lu Zhao looked at the group and started assigning roles. "Zuo Yusi, you're a Confucian expert and good with formations. You stay. Everything's up to eldest brother. Hua Wudao, you're good at defense. You stay. Hua Yuexing, you're a crackshot archer. Perfect for defending the city. You stay too. We'll follow the sect master's orders." Lu Zhao looked at Leng Luo and Pan Lishan, then at his disciples.
As soon as Lu Zhao's gaze landed on him, Zhu Honggong bowed and said, "Master, let me follow you as an attendant."
Simp. Zhu Tianyuan, standing beside him, glared at his son and said, "Then I'll come too."
Zhu Tianyuan's old face had lost all its dignity these past few days. He didn't care what others thought. He just wanted to stick with his son.
Lu Zhao said, "Zhu Honggong, you stay and guard Chengdu." "Huh? No, I don't wanna." No, of course I want to." Zhu Honggong immediately kowtowed like crazy. The 4 elders of the Demon Heaven Pavilion secretly gave him a thumbs up. Sect Master's move is genius. Keeping Zhu Honggong in Chengdu is the same as keeping Zhu Tianyuan there. Zhu Tianyuan and the ancient Saint Sect are basically an 8-leaf powerhouse, enough to hold down a region. After giving the orders, Lu Zhao said, "Send a letter to Si Wuyai. Have him send the cloud-piercing flying chariot here." "Yes. The rest will go with Lu Zhou. The 9 provinces are stable. It's time to go find those memory crystals." Pan Lishan and Leng Luo both have experience traveling with different races. Taking them will be useful. The other disciples are also way stronger now. Enough to handle small fries. Lu Zhou has a hunch there's another secret hidden in the memory crystal ball. Wait, hold up. The next afternoon, the cloud-piercing flying chariot flew to the divine capital to pick up people. The Nether Sect rested for a night and set off for Liang Province City at dawn. On the city wall of Liang Province City, Si Wuyai and Jiang Aijian stood shoulder to shoulder looking at the horizon, except that Jiang Aijian was standing all slouchy, radiating laziness. Your sowing discord scheme worked pretty well. It's just a pity that great wizard Baskire kicked the bucket out of nowhere.
Could it be that your people gave us fake news? After speaking, Jiang Aijian jumped up and sat on the city wall. Anyway, people's hearts are weak, easily swayed, no way it's fake.
I didn't say that my people only have one, Si Wuyai replied. Jiang Aijian gave a thumbs up. Si Wuyai founded the dark web, of course he has his own way of gathering info.
7 or 8 out of 10, it's just that Bei Sire suddenly died, leaving no trace at the scene. And my people aren't witch doctors, no way to find the cause. Si Wuyai said. What are you worried about? First, I'm worried that second brother is in danger. But with second brother's skills, not many people can threaten him. Second, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for us. The Rulan people worship King Ling, and beheading Jinlian is very beneficial to them.
Si Wuyai said. Meet soldiers with arms, and water with an earth weir. What's there to be afraid of? As soon as Jiang Aijian finished speaking, a soldier on the city wall suddenly shouted, There's a flying chariot coming!
Si Wuyai turned his head to look at the flying chariot, but when he turned back to talk to Jiang Aijian, he was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Aijian slipped down into the inner city, his figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the crowd. Si Wuyai shook his head helplessly. During this time, he has learned Jiang Aijian's ability to avoid the tough and seek the easy.
At a glance, Si Wuyai recognized the cloud-piercing flying chariot with its long, meteor-like tail, and ordered to welcome it.
When the cloud-piercing flying chariot arrived in Liang Province City, the cultivators and commoners in the city all looked up.
From the general's mansion, many cultivators lined up in a square formation in the sky, bowing and waiting, and cultivators with sharp eyes immediately recognized it.
Cloud-piercing flying chariot,
hurriedly exclaimed. That's great! It's the cloud-piercing flying chariot of the Nether Sect. With the Nether Sect in charge, Liang Province is safe.
The people jumped up and cheered.
If it were before, I'm afraid no one would have expected that there would be a day when the common people would cheer and welcome the demonic path. Even demons have their own Tao. Hua Chongyang is Yu Zhenghai's right-hand man, and he already knows the path Yu Zhenghai wants to take.
That's why he has always instructed the Yuming cult to take the common people as the foundation.
It's easy to win the world, but it's difficult to defend it. Once you step into the divine capital, the Yuming cult will definitely not be the Yuming cult of the past. In the general's mansion, Lu Zhou entered the main hall, sat in the main seat, and seeing that everyone wanted to salute, he waved his sleeve.
Spared?
Si Wuyai asked doubtfully. Master was originally in charge of the divine capital. Why did you suddenly come to Liang Province?
In Si Wuyai's eyes, Liang Province is very stable with him in charge, and no unexpected situations can happen, not to mention that there are also Penglai Sect, Huajian Sect, Wandu Sect, and Ma Sha Sect stationed to help.
Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuyai. I have read your flying letter. How is the situation in Liang Province?
Si Wuyai then recounted the details of the situation in Liang Province. Under his arrangement, Liang Province is now very stable, well defended, and no spies can slip through. Based on his research talent, Si Wuyai also gave each commoner in Liang Province a coded number for easy management.
Lu Zhou was shocked when he heard this. Isn't this the same as the ID card in modern times?
This disciple's ability to research and infer new things is not inferior to that woman from the Lu Kou family at all.
After listening, Lu Zhou nodded. Everything is very stable and well-rounded. No wonder Zhao Lagor can't do anything.
Lu Zhou continued to ask.
Do your informants in Lulan know where Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai are?
Si Wuyai shook his head. In the past 2 days, this disciple has dispatched people to search continuously, costing quite a few, but still no real clues.
Pan Lishan said. This old man once crossed the Rift Valley to the west. 5 miles from the Rift Valley, there's a bottomless abyss. Have you sent people to investigate there?
Si Wuyai nodded. That abyss is the territory of the Rulan people. My eyes and ears haven't investigated there, but I've sent people to hide, going around from the north to search.
Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou immediately ordered, Go all out. Search for Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai.
This disciple obeys. With that, the Nether Sect mobilized all its forces, searching for Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai, starting from the east of the Rift Valley, the territory of Great Yan, dispatching cultivators to hide in the rear of Rulan, while also sending cultivators to fly around the north of the Rift Valley for a stealthy investigation. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the past month, the Nether Sect used all kinds of means, even employing all its eyes and ears, sneaking into the enemy's camp, and also sending many cultivators to infiltrate the ancient city of Lulan and the Rulan capital. Sadly, they still had no news. In the general's mansion in Liangzhou City, Si Wuyai and the other disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to say a word.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard, looking at them. A whole month. Pan Lishan, Leng Luo, Duan Musheng, Ming Shiyin, Yaner, Hai Luo, plus many cultivators from Penglai Sect, Thousand Venom Sect, Flower Shadow Sect, and Demon Slayer Sect have all worked hard to search, but still no results. No one has even seen Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai. The investigation has reached a dead end. After a long silence, Si Wuyai spoke, breaking the silence. Master, please hear this disciple's words. Speak. The east and west of the Rift Valley have both been investigated, with no discoveries. The east has a joint army of Rulan and Lulan stationed, but the spies also reported no trace of eldest brother and second brother. The ancient city of Lulan and the Rulan capital are too far away. Even if we send people, the efficiency will be low. If eldest brother and second brother really had an accident and were hidden away, it would be very difficult for us to find them. Si Wuyai said. This isn't your style, Lu Zhou said. This disciple is usually very confident. Si Wuyai knelt down, bowing his head. This disciple knows his mistake. If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have personally gone to support second brother. This disciple is willing to accept any punishment from master. Jiang Aijian then spoke. This matter can't be blamed on Si Wuyai. Senior Jew, the Lulan people are skilled in witchcraft, and our spies are all low-level cultivators with limited ability to gather information. That bastard Zariah is even more cunning. The people I sent were seen through in less than 3 days and had to flee for their lives. The Dharma body is the most serious problem. Great Yan cultivators hiding among the foreign races can't go their whole lives without summoning their Dharma bodies. And mortals who infiltrate have no cultivation, making it impossible to accomplish anything big. Pan Lishan muttered. Could they have fallen into the bottomless abyss? The crowd looked at Pan Lishan, their eyes filled with worry. Si Wuyai said dejectedly. That's possible. But that abyss is a place of almost certain death. Even an 8-leaf wouldn't dare enter casually. Let alone the fact that it's the territory of the Rulan people, making it difficult for our spies to infiltrate. At this moment, Ming Xinyin suddenly spoke. Master, this disciple feels that they can't do anything to eldest brother and second brother. Continue. Lu Zhou looked at Old Fourth. Has everyone forgotten about the horse, Ji Liang? Ming Xinyin reminded them. The crowd's eyes lit up. Logically speaking, with Ji Liang around, others shouldn't be able to catch up to them. They should have returned by now. Jiliang is very human. As long as it returns, we can definitely ask for the reason, Ming Xinyin said. Lu Zhou nodded. Indeed, only Old Fourth never disappoints this old man. Afterward, Lu Zhou tried to call Jiliang. He called several times, but there was no movement around. Usually, a mount recognizing its master is like a weapon recognizing its master. There's a special connection between the mount and its owner. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and closed his eyes, his ears twitching slightly. The hearing supernatural power spread out over Liangzhou city. Lu Zhou used the all-hearing supernatural power, saying, Ji Liang. At the same time, Ji Liang, flying on the road between the swamp and the Rift Valley, suddenly stopped. It was running back and forth between the Rift Valley and the swamp when it suddenly heard its master's call. He. Ji Liang raised its head and neighed, no longer running towards the swamp, but turning its head to fly towards Great Yan in the west of the Rift Valley. Outside the forest, in the camp of the Lulan army guarding the border, the soldiers were deeply saddened by the death of General Bassier when they were suddenly attracted by Ji Liang's loud, clear neigh, and everyone looked up at the sky. Ji Liang's hooves shone with light, stepping on the clouds at an extremely fast speed. It's the Sword Devil's horse! Stop it! The witchcraft cultivators immediately recognized the horse that had played tricks on them before. The death of the heroic border garrison General Bassier is related to the owner of this horse. In an instant, many witchmasters gathered. Hundreds of witchmasters flying straight from the camp towards the Rift Valley. At the same time, a large number of Lulan and Rulan were stationed on the east side of the Rift Valley, and Lulan cultivators also flew up to surround and intercept Ji Liang. Therefore, no matter how fast Ji Liang flew, it would be blocked and attacked by both sides. Ji Liang sensed the abnormality. Lifting its front hooves, its whole body stopped in mid-air. Seeing the witchmasters in front of it constantly creating purple balls, Ji Liang was very intelligent, judging the situation before it, and it stepped into the air and flew higher. The Lulan witchmasters looked up, revealing surprised expressions. No wonder the Sword Devil could run from Lulan to Rulan. Such an intelligent steed is truly rare. Capture it by any means. It would be good if we could tame it for our Lulan people to use. If we can't tame it, we must kill it. Understood. The witchmasters flew up to chase Ji Liang, purple energy radiating from their bodies, flickering across the sky. Ji Liang continued to fly upward, neither hurrying nor slowing, until the surrounding air thinned and the yuan qi became diluted, making breathing difficult, and then it began to fly horizontally. We can't go any higher. The yuan qi is receding. Cultivators who lose yuan qi are no different from mortals, just with a sturdier body. Ji Liang seemed unaffected, stepping forward in the air. It flew around the witchcraft cultivators, blocking its attacks, and the witchmasters immediately threw purple energy balls into the air. Ji Liang groaned softly, but its eyes were still shining with golden light, as if there was a fire burning inside. Its target was Great Yan, and it would never back down. Screw the chasing crowd. Geli Zhang blasts through the sky gully, wind and snow going wild, messing with everyone's vision. Don't let it get away. Avenge Lord Bazier. The shaman's hate boners just got a whole lot bigger. General Bassier was like a total hero to the people of Lulan, and these hundreds of shamans are forming up in a tight-ass formation, working together like a well-oiled machine. Knowing Gi Liang's got the zoomies, they're tag-teaming this collective shamanism thing. Shamanism overload. In a flash, they're gaining on Ge Liang. Even the newly soldiers on their turf are looking up like, what the hell is going on? General Calaire got curious, floats up to check it out, then sighs. Me and Bassier didn't vibe, but gotta respect his hustle. So many peeps out for revenge. I just can't compete. Calaire barely finishes talking when a subordinate bows and says, General, before Bassier died, he led troops to Newly lands to stir up trouble with Yu Shangrong, trying to screw you over and drive a wedge between us and the great mysterious Sky chapter. No way? Calaire frowns. You sure about this, soldier? He also said, Lulan doesn't need... The subordinate hesitates. Those kinds of people. Spit it out, I'll let you off the hook. He said he doesn't need trash like you, that he can solo Yu Shangrong. Kalashir's eye twitches like crazy, and his eyes are on fire. Good riddance. Kalakir rage quits and heads back to his tent, the subordinate thinking, even if it's not true, there's no way to prove it now anyway. Meanwhile, the shaman squad is still hot on Ge Liang's tail. Ge Liang's been zigzagging between the sky gully and the mud pit, and it's starting to feel the burn. Flying so high ain't helping either. Speed's dropped by like a third. Kill it! It's almost done for! The shamans crank up the shamanism, speed boosting to catch up, and team up to make a massive purple shaman arrow. You little beast! Where do you think you're going? The arrow fires, straight for Ge Liang. Ge Liang kicks it into high gear, but that arrow's right up its ass. Everyone thinks it's game over for Ge Liang, then suddenly, boom! An energy echo rings out. Who the hell dares to mess with my old man's horse? A figure flashes and lands on Ge Liang's back, hand up. 5 fingers glowing blue. It's an old dude with eyes that could cut steel, just straight up snatches the shaman arrow out of the air with his bare hand. These Lulan shamans ain't never seen anything this ballsy in their entire lives. They're bug-eyed, thinking they're hallucinating. But nope, the old dude's holding the purple arrow, staring them down. The shamans finally realize, in their chase, they've crossed over into Great Yan territory. Crap! Retreat! Don't panic! Great Yan cultivators are our enemies. Hold the line! Fall back to the base! At the same time, the old dude crushes the arrow in his hand. Boom! The combined power of hundreds of shamans gets turned to dust by a blue palm strike. The blue palm dissolves the shamanism in the arrow and keeps on trucking. The lead shaman's hair stands on end, yelling, block it! The shaman arrow, once all-powerful, is now a total joke in front of this old guy. The blue palm is way beyond their expectations. The shamans unleash a volley of purple energy balls, but the palm keeps on coming, crushing everything, not slowing down one bit. The shamans freak out as the palm heads their way. They want to bail, want to scatter, but it's too late. Boom! The blue palm hits. And these shamans are like squashed bugs. Some get splattered, some lose their brains. Anyone hit is either dead or critically wounded, dropping like flies. One palm took out nearly 100. Chasing Ge Liang just got real expensive. The old dude chills, stroking his beard, checking out the crowd while they're still wondering who the hell this guy is. A bunch of cultivators suddenly float up behind him, lined up like it's picture day. Lu Zhou commands, capture them! Yes, master! Let this disciple lead the charge. Meng Shiyin's the first to move. He's in the crowd faster than lightning. Pan Lichen, Leng Luo, Yan Ni, and Duan Musheng pile in too. Hai Luo stands beside Lu Aizhou, too scared to throw hands because she doesn't know how. The shamans don't stand a chance against the great mysterious Sky chapter. Screams fill the air, and people are dropping left and right. In less than 15 minutes, it's all over. Less than 100 prisoners. Everyone else is dead. Lock Im up in Liangzhu city dungeon. Seal their cultivation, Lu Zhou says. Yes. Then Lu Zhou waves at Ge Liang. Fly! Nay! Nay! Ge Liang zooms over to Lu Zhou. Happy but looking tired and weathered. It's clear its mental state ain't what it used to be. Lu Zhou turns to Hai Luo. I need to ask it a few questions. Translate for me. Yes! Little Hai Luo goes to Ge Liang and starts relaying Lu Zhao's questions. Ge Liang neighs, sometimes long, sometimes short. No one understands a word, but you can tell they're having a convo. Hai Lu Xiao even giggles. What's it saying? Lu Zhao asks. My horse needs a translator? So embarrassing. Hai Luo replies. Master, it says it took second senior brother to a faraway place. Lots of people wanted to catch him, so Ge Liang had to lure the enemies away, and then it didn't see second senior brother again. Lu Zhao says. Does it know where Yu Shangrong is? It says when it lured the enemies away, second senior brother was still guarding the muddy area, but when it went back to find him, he was gone, and now it doesn't know where he is. Does it know? Lu Zhou frowns. Hai Luo says, "It says it has a way to find him, but it doesn't want to say."
No wonder, Hai Luo giggled. This horse is playing hard to get.
Lu Zhou stares at Guiliang. "If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to save that unfilial disciple? That disciple of yours died once. Don't you feel any remorse?" He said he has no remorse. Liu Zhu frowned and said sternly, "Absurd."
The sound waves hit, scaring Hai Luo and Guiliang.
Jie Liang huffed and puffed a few times, unintelligible. Then Hai Luo relayed. "It said that Bayan can find second senior brother. Bayan has a great sense of smell." Bayan? Guiliang didn't like that beefy Bayan. A mountain cannot contain two tigers, unless it's a male and a female, especially since they're different species.
Liu Zhou nodded, waving his sleeve slightly. Only then did Guiliang dare to fly away, burrowing into a forest outside Liangzhou city to rest.
As soon as Guiliang left, Bayan appeared. Si Wuyai said that Guiliang suggested using the sniffing method for tracking. It's a great idea. But the Ruoli and Lulan people stationed in the eastern sky ditch are numerous. They will be our biggest obstacle.
Then clear the obstacles.
In the Lulan camp, hundreds of witchmasters had not returned, terrifying the rest. The Lulan general paced back and forth outside the tent.
"General, it's over! All 300 witchmasters have been annihilated. The entire army wiped out?"
The Lulan general, temporarily appointed after Basiersi's death, turned ashen upon hearing this news and immediately ordered, "Withdraw! Withdraw now!"
In less than an hour, the Lulan army stationed in the eastern sky ditch retreated, circling north, crossing Ruoli territory to return to the western sky ditch.
In the Ziha Luhauer camp, the general just received news that the 300 Lulan witchmasters were wiped out after venturing too deep into Dayan territory. Za Luoer not only wasn't shocked, but laughed heartily.
Serves them right.
They deserved such an ending. Even Basiersi didn't dare to intrude recklessly, let alone them. "General, but the Lulan army has withdrawn from the sky ditch." "Withdrawn?" Zhe Luer was taken aback. Just then, a subordinate ran in from outside to report, "General, it's over. The garrison of Liangzhou city is challenging us outside our camp." Za Luer frowned. "How audacious. I wasn't planning to start a war, yet they dare to disturb us. Follow me to confront them."
As soon as Ziha Luoer stepped out of the tent, he heard war drums from afar, signaling that the Ruoli camp was boosting morale to welcome the enemy.
The 4 deputy generals saw Ziha Luoer and immediately bowed. "General, what's the situation? Someone's challenging us? Open the gates and welcome them." "Yes." The huge gates slowly opened. Zha Luoer, with his 4 deputy generals, jumped on their horses and charged toward the front lines. "It's time for me to slaughter Dayan. We pledge to fight to the death with the general." At the front lines, over 10,000 Ruoli soldiers, armed with spears, charged in groups. Facing them was a force of less than 100 people. "Master, the provocation plan succeeded," Si Wuyai reported to Liu Zhou. "Good." Liu Zhou stroked his beard, clasped his hands behind his back, and stared ahead. The Ruoli generals were ready, with the generals constantly shouting, ready for the market fight. "What first expert of Dayan? Can he stop my Ruoli army of 1,000,000?
Si Wuyai, you dog-headed strategist, get your ass out here. General, Zha Luer is on his way, advising you to surrender quickly."
Just then, a Ruoli soldier ran up and bowed. "My lord, General Zha Luoer has arrived." Over 1,000 soldiers immediately made way.
Zha Luoer galloped from afar, kicking up dust.
The Ruoli soldiers knelt on one knee in unison. "Welcome, General Zha Luer. Welcome, General Zha Luer." The soldiers admired Zha Luer and the 4 deputy generals as they rode in front of the soldiers, the hooves stopping. "General, the challenger is that old geezer." A subordinate pointed to the old man standing in the crowd opposite.
The old man stroked his beard, while the opposing army was small. Silently transmitted his voice. "The challenger, state your name."
Liu Zhou didn't answer, only waved his hand. Si Wuyai understood and stepped forward, saying coldly, "General Zha Luer, I've heard of you for a long time." Zha Luer looked at Si Wuyai, saw the peacock plume in his hand, and immediately recognized the person before him.
The 7th disciple of the Demon Heaven Pavilion, Si Wuyai, the strategist stationed in Liangzhou city.
"I dare not call myself a strategist. I just have a little brain," Si Wuyai replied with a smile. "In this entire world, you're the only one who can use numbers to manage a city."
Zha Luer looked at the crowd behind Si Wuyai, then withdrew his gaze and said, "Both sides are at war, yet you only brought 100 people."
"Si Wuyai, what makes you so confident?" Si Wuyai replied, "Soldiers need to be elite, not numerous."
10 years ago, Sword Saint Zhong Lidao used his strength to defend the border, preventing 100,000 Lulan troops from advancing a single step.
Moreover, now I have 100 people." Zha Luer scornfully said, I must correct you a bit. First, you are not Sword Saint Zhongli Dao. Second, today is not like the past. The Ruoli people are no longer the Ruoli of 1,000 years ago. Si Wuyai nodded. You're right. I completely agree with those 2 points. Indeed, I am not Zhongli Dao, and Dayan is not the Dayan of that year. Enough talk. Jia Luer again glanced at the people behind Si Wuyai. You've delivered yourselves to my doorstep. How can I not accept? Let the battle begin. The Ruoli soldiers lined up neatly behind, just waiting for General Ziha Lucaire to give the order, ready to attack without fear of death. Zha Luer said loudly, I have always preferred to speak frankly. In this entire Dayan, except for your master, I don't care about anyone else. No one is worthy to fight me. He waves his hand, and 4 deputy generals ride forth. Zha Lemaire wants to settle this the old-fashioned way, a duel of generals. When 2 armies face off and send out their toughest guys to brawl, that's a general duel. Si Wuyai shakes his head. My teacher said we might not even need to fight. He's merciful and doesn't want to see bloodshed, even if it's those Newly folks. So just surrender, Newly troops retreat, and my teacher might go easy on you. LOL. Zha Lahaire's 4 deputies start cackling like hyenas, but Si Wuyai and the people from the Nether Sect are dead serious. 9 Lords is here. What's so funny? This is a big deal. Zha Lahire scoffs. Who doesn't know you're full of tricks? I'm a disciple of the Nether Sect. I wouldn't dare lie to my master. He's standing right behind me. The 4 deputies instantly shut up and stare nervously at Si Wuyai. Zha Lahire. Stop using your master to scare people. He's holding down Shen Dum. Ain't no way he left. You just found some look-alike and think we'll fall for it? In war, what's real looks fake, and what's fake looks real. Gotta play mind games to win. The more real it seems, the faker it probably is. Si Wuyai shrugs. Zha Lemarier, does 9 Lords really need to fake it? A deputy steps out. Si Wuyai, you think General Zha Lemarier is just a meathead? Let me answer that for ya. The deputy steps forward. 9 Lords has to guard Shendu. Truth is, if he leaves, our 8 Lords will sneak into the Imperial City and paint the walls red. Shendu used to need that dog emperor and the 8 commanders. 9 Lords wouldn't dare leave now. Besides, if 9 Lords was really here, he'd just pop out his avatar and we'd peace out. No need for all this drama, he shouts loud, channeling his inner chi, making sure everyone hears. Ming Xinyin turns to Lu Zhou. Master, bust out your avatar and scare the crap out of them. Everyone stares at Lu Zhou, waiting for the giant avatar to appear. Taking the enemy without a fight is always the best strategy. Lu Zhou glares at Ming Xinyin. This unfilial disciple. Getting cocky after Teng Zhen's praise? Forgetting who you are? Are his bluff cards down to the last one? Even if he could, Lu Zhou ain't some puppet you can just order around. You think I'm some roadside cabbage? Ming Xinyin gets the message, spinning around to yell, Bullshit! You think you're worthy to gaze upon my master's avatar? Master, allow me to fight! Lu Zhou just waves his sleeve. Ming Xinyin obeys, leaping forward towards the front lines. Humans are weird. The more you try to convince them, the more they think you're lying. The deputy laughs. See? We called his bluff. General, I request permission to fight. Go, make it quick. Zha Lahire agrees. Understood. The deputy rides out. Si Wuyai sighs and steps aside. He tried his best to negotiate. Lu Zhou could step in, but how's he gonna wipe out 1,000,000 soldiers? Wasting all that primal chi is pointless. Best plan is still to capture the leader. That's been the strategy since forever. Halfway there, the deputy taps his horse and leaps into the air, meeting Ming Xinyin head-on. Whoosh! Ming Xinyin summons his 2-leaf golden lotus avatar in mid-air. Seeing the 2-leaf avatar, the deputy sneers. Is that all you got? One move and I'll crush you. He claps his hands, a hammer-shaped energy imprint heading for Ming Xinyin. With the avatar boosting his speed, Ming Xinyin grips his separation hook, charging forward to slash the golden hammer. Zha Lahire warns, don't underestimate him. The deputy nods, growling, You think you're hiding your cultivation? I see through you. Die! The hammer triples in size, and a Wolf King avatar's leg appears on the deputy's arm. The Wolf King is fused with him, no golden lotus. Ming Xinyin panics, swinging his separation hook. Fourth bro, 4th lord! Boom! The separation hook slashes the hammer, which slams into Ming Xinyin's avatar. Shing! A clear sound rings out. Who hit who? They pass each other. One move decides the winner. Everyone's eyes are glued to the 2 figures, waiting with bated breath. Who won? Ming Xinyin stands still, back to the newly deputy. The deputy turns around, laughing. You thought you could beat me? How laughable. He dismisses his Wolf King avatar and turns to leave. 4th bro! Si Wuyai is about to step in, but the newly deputy only takes 2 steps before hearing a cracking sound behind him. His armor shatters, falling to the ground. Huh? A stream of blood spurts out. You! The deputy points at Ming Xinyin. eyes wide. Ming Xinyan raises his sleeve and casually wipes his separation hook. From the newly deputy's falling position, you can see a tiny golden lotus in Ming Xinyan's sleeve. Suppressed by his master, the golden lotus only flashed once before disappearing. Can't judge the height, can't clearly see the number of leaves, but can confirm it's 6 leaves or more. The word barely left his mouth when blood surged into his throat, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ming Xinyan wiped the Libiet hook clean, then raised his head and said calmly, "Next," Zaluo said in a deep voice. What a pity. That lieutenant was already lying motionless on the ground, completely dead. Fresh blood gushed from his abdomen, soaking a patch of dazzling red, enough to prove that this brave and battle-hardened lieutenant had been gutted in one move. That's right, just one move. The remaining 3 lieutenants looked at Ming Xinyan with fiery eyes. The people of the Ma Tian sect who were worried just now are now relieved. 4th senior brother is so awesome. Yaner clapped her hands. Hai Luo chimed in. I thought 4th senior brother was a goner, scared the hell out of me. Ming Xinyan's eyes widened blankly. This sounds kinda weird. Little junior sister has been corrupted by 9th junior sister, Pan Li Tian said. Actually, this old man saw long ago that Ming Xinyan would win, Leng Luo also said. The waves behind drive the waves ahead. You and I are both old, Lu Zhou said indifferently. The younger generation will surpass us sooner or later. This time the two did not argue, rarely reaching a consensus, and nodded slightly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently, looking at Ming Xinyan's back. This unfilial disciple has improved again. The move just now seemed simple, but it was actually extremely dangerous. With Ming Xinyan's personality, he would never do something he wasn't sure of. A little carelessness could cost him his life. In other words, Ming Xinyan is confident in defeating his opponent, which also means that Ming Xinyan is very likely to have entered the 7 leaves stage. Lu Zhou nodded with satisfaction. The disciple this old man hated the most since I transmigrated is now becoming more and more to my liking. 10,000 points of merit were easily collected. Ming Xinyan looked at the 3 lieutenants enthusiastically. One more left. Step forward. What are you waiting for? This Ma general requests to fight. This Ma general requests to fight. This Ma general requests to fight, the 3 lieutenants said with their hands clasped. Zaluo Gaier scrutinized Ming Xinyan, and then said, Fall back. General, I told you to fall back. The 3 lieutenants had no choice but to sigh and retreat sullenly. Zaluo rode forward, glanced indifferently at Ce Lai's corpse on the ground, and ordered, Take him back, and give him the highest rites of Ru Li for his funeral. Yes. Wait! Ming Xinyan suddenly raised his hand to stop them. You want to stop me? Zaluo asked. No. Ming Xinyan waved his hand. My point is, there's no need to take his body back just yet. Wait for a few more corpses, then take them all away at once for convenience. Zaluo frowned. His intuition told him that this young man in front of him was even more difficult to deal with than Si Wuyai. Perhaps because he had been deadlocked with Si Wuyai for too long, Zaluo Yoer was also familiar with Si Wuyai's routines. But this young man was completely unpredictable, making him feel very annoyed. But he didn't show it on his face, but only said, Just you? No. Trash like me doesn't have that ability. Ming Xinyan pointed to the rear. That's where Lu Zhou is. Even Ji Laomo himself wouldn't dare be this cocky. Zalamer scoffed, rolling his eyes. Tap tap. Zal Lashir takes matters into his own hands, leaping into the air, his whole body exploding with astral energy. Boom. As he descends, the shockwave creates countless ripples of energy. Ming Xinyan chuckled. Fancy entrance, bro. But all that bling is just for show, ain't it? Since you want to play generals, I'll humor you. Consider it a way to minimize casualties on both sides. If I lose, Newly loses. If I win, Dayan submits. You got the balls to bet? Zalagur clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Ming Xinyan. Ming Xinyan returned the gaze. Real talk? I'm confident I can handle the 4 lieutenants, but this general is a different story. This general ain't no pushover. The Zihan Jinlian era has been going on for so long, yet no one's ever seen Zal Laher throw hands. In other words, no one knows his true cultivation level. Don't have the guts, Ming Xinyan casually replied. Damn, Zal Laher was fuming inside, but he had to maintain his composure as a dignified general. Ming Xinyan, did your brain get slammed in a door? Nah, my master's right there. Why the hell would I bet with you? I'd be a dumbass to agree to that. Are you trying to insult my intelligence, or what? I don't think you're worthy of fighting me. With that, Ming Xinyan immediately retreated, pretending that Zal Laher was about to make a move. The lieutenants also hoped Zal Laher would strike quickly. No need to wait. There are 8 leaves hiding outside of Chengdu. Ji Laomo is only one person. No matter how you slice it, Newly wins. Boom! Zal Laher stomped the ground, leaping into the air,
palms pushing out a diamond-shaped astral seal, heading straight for Ming Xiyin.
Ming Xiyin also soared up, his hands unleashing several long seals. But the diamond-shaped seal seemed to have eyes, instantly changing direction, circling around.
Ming Xiyin landed, raising both hands, a powerful astral seal blocking the incoming attack. Boom! Ming Xiyin's body suddenly slid backward, his palm strike hitting Zalachair's protective astral energy, causing Zalachair to retreat a step.
Zalachair said, "No wonder you're so arrogant. To be able to withstand one of my attacks, you're at least a 7 leaves.
Oops, got exposed. Fine, I won't hide it anymore. Ming Xiyin didn't back down, stomping forward, gripping the Lai Gao tightly. Zalachair sneered, looking for death. Raising both hands, a diamond-shaped protective astral seal appeared, surrounding him. Ming Xiyin dashed in front of Zalachair. Suddenly his figure flickered and disappeared, appearing behind Zalachair a second later, the Lai Gao gleaming with a cold light.
Clang! 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 The speed was so fast, it made people dizzy.
Ming Xiyin attacked like a storm, constantly hacking at the diamond-shaped protective astral energy around Zalachair. Zalachair glanced, sneering. Is that all you've got? Sorry to say, you underestimated me. Whoosh! The 7 leaves dharmic body bloomed, and the Li Gao was now completely shining with light. Before, it was all just a feint. In an instant, the Li Gao cut through the protective astral energy, slashing towards Zalachair's back. Zalachair's rich combat skills were on full display as he suddenly leaned over and threw a punch, hitting Ming Xiyin's dharmic body, causing both of them to take a half step back. Zalachair leaned to dodge Ming Xiyin's hook, but Ming Xiyin was no weakling. The Lai Gao was extremely agile, suddenly changing direction, slashing horizontally. Boom!
Zalachair flew backward, and Ming Xiyin was also knocked back. Damn, his body is solid.
Ming Xiyin didn't expect a heavenly-grade weapon like the Li Gao to be unable to inflict any injuries on Zalachair.
Zalachair looked down at where the Li Gao had slashed, leaving only a scratch, which quickly healed. But his armor was cut.
Strictly speaking, Zalachair was at a disadvantage in that last exchange.
Pan Lishan exclaimed, "I didn't expect the 4th apprentice brother to have such skills. I truly underestimated him." Lang Luo's eyes widened. "Your address is so casual. Just now it was Ming Xiyin, now it's changed to 4th apprentice brother."
Zalachair observed from midair, saying, "I admire you greatly. Unfortunately, you must die."
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged straight down, his serious expression making it clear that Zalachair was going all in.
Judging by this posture, it seems that Ming Xiyin will suffer a loss, but in everyone's eyes, Ming Xiyin is someone who often brings a lot of surprises, so they also want to see just how great Ming Xiyin's potential is, including Lu Zhou, who thinks the same way.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard, watching General Zalachair charging down. Ming Xiyin once again unleashed his dharmic body, the 7 leaves golden lotus appearing around him. Suddenly trees grew at an alarming rate. Greenwood spell. Myriad wood spring. This is the great divine power technique of the greenwood spell. Before, when Ming Xiyin wanted to show his skills, he needed to enter a forest area. But now, it's at his will. Lu Zhou didn't expect Ming Xiyin to have cultivated Myriad Wood Spring, which has the effect of enhancing strength. It seems that he didn't learn it recently, because he uses it very skillfully, waving the Lai Gao in his hand to meet the attack. At that moment, everyone felt that 7 leaves Ming Xiyin could kill 8 leaves Zalachair. Roar! Zalachair erupted his Wolf King dharmic body, merging his person and dharmic body into one, with no golden lotus. Boom! The Wolf King fused with Zalachair, looks like a transparent Wolf King surrounding Zalachair's entire body. Newly has a new way of using the dharmic body. Seeing this scene, Si Wuya said in a deep voice, "No wonder Newly has been reluctant to attack Liang province, so you've been rebuilding for a long time." Zalachair raised his hand, and the wolf claws also raised. In the past, the dharmic body had no way to move. At most, it could only fly and attack. But today, the dharmic body can make many incredible movements. Even the Wolf King dharmic body showed madness like a wild beast, claws scratching towards Ming Xiyin's dharmic body. Ming Xiyin fell half a meter, being scratched 3 times in a row. Ming Xiyin frowned. Zalachair completely gained the upper hand. The Wolf King does not levitate, raising both hands, representing that the Wolf King's twin claws are also raised, and then scratched. Ming Xiyin suddenly turned 180 degrees, head facing down, golden lotus facing up. Boom! The twin claws hit the golden lotus. The golden lotus barely blocked this move. Then, Ming Xiyin retracted his dharma body and quickly descended into the dense foliage. Tola observed the lush trees below and said in disbelief, "This resilient, huh?" His gaze was stern as he swooped down like lightning. Just then, Ming Xiyin suddenly burst out from the thick foliage, Li Gao in hand, slashing towards Tola. His small, 7-leaf dharma body, hidden in his sleeve, took the opportunity to fly up. Tola yelled, "You forgot I also have lotus leaves? Wait, hold up!"
Ming Xinyin immediately stopped his attack, his Dharma body expanding. Dual-clawed Wolf King then shot out 8 lotus leaves.
Boom! The first lotus leaf struck Ming Xiyin's Dharma body, making him cry out in pain as his chi and blood surged.
You're strong, but nah. Tola pushed out his palms. His Dharma body, carrying the remaining 7 lotus leaves, pounced. He wanted to use one move to take Ming Xinyan's life.
In the nick of time, Lu Zhou tapped his toes and flew up. Pavilion Master. Did this old man miss his chance to flex? We can totally let the Pavilion Master step in.
Lu Zhou directly unleashed a great divine ability,
appearing behind Ming Xinyin in a blink of an eye. He struck out with a Mota Palm Seal, which flew towards the Wolf King.
Tola raised an eyebrow, looking at the old man who had suddenly attacked. He said in a deep voice,
"If you truly are Ji Old Devil, then let me experience the power of a 9-leaf. If you're not Ji Old Devil, then sorry. But today is your damned death day."
Tola took the opportunity to fly forward.
"Mighty General!" The Ruli soldiers cheered excitedly.
Lu Zhao's gaze followed Tola, flying rapidly towards him. His Mota hand seal grasped at the Wolf King Dharma body. But the Wolf King Dharma body suddenly shot up high. The higher it went, the stronger the force it would generate when it dove down. Tola let out a cold laugh.
"Is that all you've got?" He felt the power within the Mota hand seal was only at the 6-leaf level.
Tola, with a flick of his body, entered the Wolf King Dharma body. Only then did Lu Zhao indifferently say, "This old man was waiting for you to enter."
"Huh?" Tola and the Wolf King Dharma body merged into one again. Lu Zhao suddenly unleashed a palm strike, and this time the palm seal was blue. The Suzu Suinian divine ability struck out, transforming into the Taoist school's Da Chongshu Bao Yin. The palm seal was simple, clean, and fluid, hitting the Wolf King Dharma body. Both the Dharma body and Tola were sent flying into the air.
"You think that's it?"
Tola, carrying his Dharma body, charged downwards. Lu Zhao raised his hand again. Still the Da Chongshu Bao Yin, striking upwards with his palm, just like before.
Lu Zhao, with one hand, unleashed immense power. The palm seal's speed was extreme, sending Tola rocketing back into the sky.
The crowd stared blankly. What the hell is this? That old man is really a 9-leaf general?
Tola actually had no power to retaliate whatsoever.
When Tola fell again, Lu Zhao raised his hand to strike upwards. The third palm seal, Da Chongshu Bao Yin. This scene was just like playing ping pong. Tola's entire body shot back into the sky again.
After eating 3 palm strikes in a row, Tobila didn't dare to continue meeting force with force, and had to choose another place to descend. The faces of the Ruli soldiers were filled with horror. Why does General Tola insist on landing?
Lu Zhao had long anticipated this. His figure flickered, and another palm strike landed. "This old man hasn't allowed you to fall yet."
The crowd was utterly dumbfounded.
Boom! The 4th palm seal struck. This time, Tola spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Ruli people were completely shell-shocked. Their undefeated war god, in their hearts, was being beaten senseless by such an ordinary-looking old man, left with no power to retaliate. Only then did they suddenly realize why Great Yan had come to challenge them with a team of less than 100 people. When 2 armies clash, it's cultivators against cultivators. If it's an evenly matched situation, soldiers are used to decide victory or defeat. Of course, there's no need to mention a situation of overwhelming suppression. And now, this team of 100 people clearly came to suppress. If it's already suppression, who cares about numbers? After the 4th palm seal hit Tola, fresh blood spurted out. The cultivators below immediately activated their true chi to avoid it. Those who hadn't entered the Tongshuan realm could only endure being splattered with blood.
Lu Zhao was extremely precise with his palm strikes. He had originally intended to heavily injure Tola with 1 strike, making him lose his fighting power. But Lu Zhao found that it took 4 palm strikes to injure Tola. Looks like this guy had quite a few achievements.
Tola's heart was extremely shaken. He suppressed the pain, launched himself high into the air, and at the same time, ordered a retreat. The 3 vice-generals immediately obeyed the order, hurriedly spurring their horses around and yelling loudly, "Prepare to retreat!" Over 1,000 Ruli soldiers immediately changed their marching direction. Lu Zhao landed, his body as light as a swallow, while Tola on the opposite side descended heavily, like a 1,000-pound stone.
"Thud! General!" Tola panted, looking up at Lu Zhao. He finally managed to land on the ground, feeling much more at ease in his heart. Lu Zhao hadn't continued striking just now, because he wanted to see what Tola was ultimately going to do, and why he was so dead set on landing on the ground. After eating 4 of Lu Zhao's palm strikes, an ordinary 8-leaf wouldn't have been able to handle it. Tola's resilience was comparable to Yu Zhenghai's. No wonder he had such grand ambitions, serving as a general guarding the border. Tola looked up, wiping away the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. "You truly are Grandmaster Ji Tiandao of the Evil Sky Pavilion." The 3 vice-generals stared with eyes wide as saucers.
Tola was certain this old man was Ji Tiandao of the Evil Sky Pavilion. In his eyes, only a 9-leaf's palm strikes could leave him unable to retaliate. He took a deep breath, calming his agitated mind. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and indifferently said, "Now that you know this old man's identity, aren't you going to run for your life?" After stabilizing his mind, Tola endured the throbbing pain of his injuries and said, "Chuo Li's words did not deceive you. I've arranged an 8-leaf to hide outside the divine capital. That one is the Ruli nation's most skilled 8-leaf assassin. Once you leave the divine capital Imperial City, you'll be buried right alongside them." After speaking, Tola's tone sank, and his eyes became fervent.
Actually, I've always respected powerful experts. Why the hell would I run?
No one on the battlefield fears death? Tola raised both hands, and the Wolf King's legs manifested.
At this moment, several red lines suddenly shot out from the back of Tola's warhorse. The red lines seemed to obey Tola's commands, surrounding him.
The Evil Sky Pavilion members, seeing this, said in confusion, "Red runes, huh? Like the runes on the armor Liu Zihe gave Lu Xin, and also the same type of runes as on the coffin brought by Lan Meng."
Seeing the red lines continuously wrapping around Tola's body, everyone finally realized this was Tola's trump card. This scene was super similar to Emperor Liu Jiyu back then, only difference being Liu Jiyu let the runes attach to his body, while these runes only attached to the armor on Tola, making it look less horrifying.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Is this your trump card?" Tola looked up at Lu Zhou. "Senior Jack, although I am an 8-leaf, the difference between me and a 9-leaf like you is like night and day. Euphratic. You probably wouldn't even bother with such an overwhelming battle. Now with these runes, I can actually go toe-to-toe with you. Of course I'll have to pay a huge price, but honestly, it's all worth it." "Where the hell did you get these red runes?" Lu Zhou asked. "The world's a big place, full of weird stuff. Too bad I can't tell you." Tola waved both his arms simultaneously. The red runes wrapped around his armor slowly lit up, emitting a faint glow.
This radiance reminded Lu Zhou of Yu Shangrong's longevity sword, so he shook his head and said,
"Relying solely on external forces, how can you possibly contend with this old man?"
"We'll see in battle,"
Zha Laher said. "If I'm lucky enough to win this fight, then Great Yan will be completely defeated, and the 4-nation alliance will take over Great Yan."
Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. "This old man will wait and see." Having said that, Lu Zhou leaped into the air. The crowd immediately held their breath, looking up at Lu Zhou. The strongest man in Great Yan and the strongest man in Ruo Li were facing off. Victory or defeat would depend on this battle. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and blue light appeared between his 5 fingers. The 4 large seal characters severing sanctity, quashing sagacity appeared, shining brightly as his 5 fingers pressed down. Zeha Laher looked up at the sky, raising both hands as faint rays of red light emanated.
The regal demeanor avatar appeared, merging with his body, as pieces of lotus leaves fluttered around Zeha Laher's fist.
8.5 leaves.
Si Wuya, standing closest, saw it most clearly, and was shocked in his heart. He's actually an 8.5 leaf cultivator. Zeha Laher charged up with the lotus leaves, extending his arm and fist to meet the blue palm print in the sky. Boom! Severing sanctity, quashing sagacity collided with Zha Lafer's fist. Zha Lafer fell 5 meters, the sound of the impact echoing through the heavens and earth. Upon contact with the blue palm print, the red runes on Zeha Lafer's body instantly lit up, as if activated. Lu Zhou looked down, the extraordinary power activated. With the power in the red runes, Zha Lafer successfully neutralized the severing sanctity, quashing sagacity palm print. "Senior, what do you think?" Zeha Lafer's eyes lit up. The crowd watched this scene with disbelief.
The general blocked the 9 leaf's palm print.
"General! General!" The Ruo Li army's morale soared instantly. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were also surprised by this scene. Before, when their master made a move, he would just slap people to death with one hand. They always felt that it was perfectly reasonable. If the 9-leaf wanted to slap someone, one palm was all it took. They never expected that Zha Lafer would be the first to withstand the blue palm print. No wonder he had the confidence to fight.
Whether the person in front of him was the real or fake Ji Tiandao, Zeha Lafer wouldn't lose out. For an 8.5 leaf like Zha Lafer, with the added power of the runes equivalent to a 9-leaf's assistance, he even craved for the opponent to truly be Ji Tiandao. Turns out his wish came true.
Lu Zhou observed Zha Lafer and said in a low voice, "You understand nothing about power." Lu Zhou stretched out his hand again, 5 fingers pointing upwards, then downwards, brilliant blue light radiating between his fingers, and a blue lotus appeared beneath his feet. His 5 fingers were like Mount Tai pressing down. Zha Lafer repeated the old trick, his fist emitting a dazzling light as he punched towards the palm print. Just as Zeha Lafer thought he could break the palm print like before, swish! His arm suddenly snapped, his entire right arm was severed, and the palm print continued to descend. A stifled scream stuck in his throat sounded at the same time as the sound of the impact. Ziha Lemaire's entire body was slammed to the ground, forming a deep pit. The tens of thousands of people in the Ruo Li army were eerily silent. All the soldiers stared blankly at the palm-shaped pit before their eyes. Everyone knew Xia Lai's strength, and his stubbornness could be compared to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. He even had the confidence to defeat old ancestor Ji of the Evil Sky Pavilion. His 8.5-leaf cultivation was enough to prove his strength. Sadly, his opponent was just too OP. The Ruo Li people had imagined the demeanor of a 9-leaf, and heard the legends of Great Yan, but when they saw it with their own eyes, their spirits were still extraordinarily shaken. This is the palm power of a 9-leaf. After a brief silence, Lu Zhou stroked his beard indifferently, looking at Xia Laher lying in the pit. With this palm, he used 1/3 of his extraordinary power. After obtaining the celestial document, the authority he could exercise was elevated, and his capacity to contain power had tripled. Lu Zhou was very satisfied. The tactic of capturing the chief to subdue his army had been completed. Even if he used up all his extraordinary power, he wouldn't feel regret. At worst, he would just use a lethal strike card. Lu Zhou landed, but he still hadn't heard the system's notification. Clearly, Zahalage's vitality was extremely tenacious. Poofed! Zalagura spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and sat up. Everyone, including the Ruo Li people, was so frightened that they took a step back. The palm strike had flattened Zahalage's body quite a bit, making him look quite terrifying. Zahalage's eyes were bloodshot, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, struggling to speak. Ah, no way, no way. What? I should have been able to resist the 9-leaf's palm print. Why? Jaha Larir still couldn't accept this reality. For no reason at all, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Where is the master of the red runes? Jaha Larir lowered his head, not answering. Lu Zhou continued. If you refuse to speak, then this old man will ask someone else. Surely there is someone in the entire Ruo Li nation who can answer this old man's question. Ziha Lashir's whole body trembled. How could he not understand Lu Zhou's implication? Lu Zhou was using the lives of the Ruo Li people as a bargaining chip. Xia Lemaire struggled to crawl out of the pit and stood up. He straightened his armor, wiped the blood from his face, and then reached down to his Danchin Kiasi, tapping twice to seal his acupoints. He sighed, and some color returned to his face. General! 3 deputy generals hurriedly dismounted and knelt on one knee, shouting. They didn't retreat. More than 10,000 soldiers also knelt in unison, shouting, General! Jia Lasir raised his head and said to Lu Zhou, Spare them. Lu Zhou shook his head. You have no right to negotiate. Freeing the tiger to return to the mountain. Lu Zhou ain't playing around. Getting the message? Pan Lishan immediately winks at the gang from the Dark Sky Pavilion, and they all yeet themselves into the air, each summoning their dharma bodies. Ming Shiyin's got 7 leaves. Si Wuya's got 7 leaves too. Little Yuaner's flexin', 6 leaves. Pan Lishan's rocking 5 leaves, no golden lotus, while Pan Zhong's got a measly 2 leaves, also no golden lotus. Oof. Duan Jing from the Devil Slayer sect can't help but feel embarrassed, but he gotta pull out his 2-leaf, no golden lotus dharma body anyway. Zhang Feng from the Floral faction's got 6 leaves. Sun Simiao from the Myriad Venom sect has 5. Huang Shiji 8. Jiang Aijian 6. Li Jinyi 7, and the rest of the disciples, all weaklings below the divine court realm, fly towards the Runren soldiers. Nobody moves. With so many Yuanshen experts and their off-the-charts aura, who dares to even breathe wrong? Each dharma body shines like a Kongming lantern, surrounding the 10,000 Ruyoran troops. This is basically a slap to the face of General Jaha Lanir. The Dark Sky Pavilion crew dismiss their dharma bodies. Zalanher gives a bitter, sad smile, finally understanding why the Nether sect took the divine capital, and why Yu Zhenghai could be so arrogant. So, the Dark Sky Pavilion behind Yu Zhenghai, is this strong? Noticing the change in Zalanher's expression, Siwuya explains. Zalanher, what you're seeing is just a tiny fraction. My eldest and second senior brothers have been 8-leafed for ages, and no other 8-leaf expert is their match. Of course, not counting our teacher. My 6th senior sister, Ye Tiangxin, is also an 8-leaf master. You said there's an 8-leaf hiding outside the divine capital? My senior sister will give him a warm welcome. Oh, and there's also senior Zuo Yushu, the genius cultivator from the Confucian school 500 years ago, plus the help from the Jiyu Saint sect leader. Hopefully your 8-leaf won't lose too badly. Hearing this, Xia Lancher felt a surge of qi and blood, and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Xia Lancher clenches his fist. We lost completely. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and says softly. The red runes were found in the coffin guarded by General Lan Ni in the north, discovered in the northern border. General Lan Ni gave it to me. Thinking of that coffin immediately gave everyone goosebumps. Lan brought the coffin to me months ago. Was the one who wanted to check if I was a nine-leaf for real? You and Great Wizard Basiersi?
Recalling the scene of the Heavenly Dog attacking the Dark Sky Pavilion, that ferocious Heavenly Dog suddenly lost control. Moreover, with Lan's brain, he wouldn't casually attack the Dark Sky Pavilion. Looks like the Great Wizard was behind it all, which explains everything.
Yes. Ziha Lanner nods in acknowledgement, then opens his eyes and continues. Lan's ambitions were too great, the existence of the coffin corrupted his heart. He wanted to become a nine-leaf by any means necessary. The Rontrian nation can't tolerate such a selfish person. His exile and death are a meaningful way to bring honor to his ancestors. Lu Zhou doesn't care about the internal affairs of Roran, and only asks, what else is in that coffin?
Zha Lanhe looks up at Lu Zhou and boldly says, winners take all, losers are always in the wrong.
I know I'm not qualified to negotiate, but if you want me to answer this question, I beg you, senior, spare them. Tears glimmer in the eyes of the Roran soldiers. Lu Zhou indifferently replies, letting the tiger return to the mountain isn't my style, but I'm not a bloodthirsty person. They will become prisoners of war and be escorted back to Great Yan. If you don't answer my question obediently, I'll execute them immediately. Zalaner clenches his fist, his knuckles turning white, and after a moment of contemplation he opens his mouth. At the Banaji family's place, Li Luzhao nods and asks, do you know the whereabouts of my second disciple, Yu Shangrong? Zha Lanhe shakes his head and replies, Great Wizard Lu Lan Basiersi ordered people disguised as Roran to lure Yu Shangrong to the Roran nation. After Basiersi died, no remains were found, only some witchcraft traps 5 miles from the bottomless abyss. I sent people to investigate, and there's residual aura in the sky above the abyss, probably where the battle took place. With Basiersi's abilities, I'm afraid they fell into the abyss together. The Dark Sky Pavilion crew looks worried. Li Luzhao says, if Yu Shangrong used his full strength, don't even mention Basiersi. Even you might not be able to defeat him. You think he fell into the abyss? Basiersi isn't an ordinary great wizard. Ziha Lanher replies, I sent people to search the 100-mile area from the abyss to the horizon, but there was no trace of Sword Devil Yu Shangrong. The hundreds of witchmasters who followed Basiersi also died clean. Even if Basiersi died, we should have found his body at least. So, there is only one possibility. He doesn't directly say that perhaps they both fell into the abyss. Li Luzhu strokes his beard, looks at Zalaner, and then waves his sleeve. Take them away. The Dark Sky Pavilion disciples stay behind to obey the order. The disciples of the Floral Faction, Devil Slayer Sect, Penglai Sect, and Myriad Venom Sect immediately take action. Over 10,000 prisoners of war are escorted back to Liang Province. Lu Zhao glanced at Zalaer again, silent. Zalaer watched the tens of thousands of Rulin soldiers being taken away, with unknown thoughts in his mind. A moment later, he revealed a satisfied expression, turned to look at the Ruli kingdom, and raised his left hand to point at the acupoint of his Dantian QC. The accumulated injuries burst out, and fresh blood and QS surged. Zalaer kept looking straight at his homeland, his back straight, letting his life pass quickly. Then, Zalaer lowered his head, took off his armor, spread his arms wide, and his body gradually stiffened. Ding! Killed a target, gained 2,000 merit points. Lu Zhao didn't continue to look at Zalaer's figure, but called out, Bian! Bian strolled in the air towards Lu Zhao, flew into the air, and looked towards the sky rift. The people of the Devil Sky Pavilion followed closely behind. Mingxi Yin said, with Bian here, we will find second senior brother soon. I believe eldest senior brother and second senior brother are safe and sound. Yanner nodded. When General Za Laer of Ruli died by the western sky rift, in the Ruli camp, a large candle emitted a purple flame that slowly dimmed and went out. The guard watching Zalaer's tent saw the candle go out, his eyes widened, and he hurriedly shouted, Someone! Yes, sir. Immediately inform the entire army to retreat, and do not delay. Yes. After receiving the news of the general's death, the morale of the Ru Li cultivators and army immediately dropped by 3 points, and everyone obeyed the order to retreat to Ru Li. At the same time, Lu Zhao led the group from the Devil Sky Pavilion towards the Sky Rift. The Sky Rift was infinitely high, filled with wind and snow, and the air temperature dropped sharply. The cold wind, like a knife, constantly ravaged everyone's protective Q. Pan Liantian, experienced in crossing the Sky Rift, waved his hand to create a protective key shield to block the wind and snow, and said loudly, This old man has crossed the southern Sky Rift. That place is truly unreachable. This place is at least bearable. Later, when we reach the top, we will gather together and take turns using protective Q shields. The power of the collective is naturally far greater than the power of an individual. Mingxi Yin asked, How did the Ru Li people cross it? Pan Liantian replied, There are 3 ways. 1 is to go around the north, 2 is to use flying skyships, and 3 is that there used to be a mountain cave below that was used to transport goods between the 2 countries. But after the war broke out, that road was blocked. Understood. Ming Shiyin nodded. While they were talking, the wind and snow grew heavier and heavier, and the group looked up. This old man will go first. The golden gourd bloomed with light, and the 5-petaled golden lotus dharma body appeared, flying upwards while resisting the wind and snow. The others followed closely behind. Then, everyone took turns using their dharma bodies to shield their Kia defenses. Only little Hai Luo didn't have a dharma body yet. Bai Qiji had no choice but to obediently follow Lu Zhou. Among the high-level cultivators, her speed was indeed quite slow. Hai Luo looked embarrassed. Little junior sister, let's go! Little junior sister, haha little junior sister. Cheng Ye, you ain't strong enough yet. Let your senior brothers and sisters protect you. Duan Mu Sheng, Ming Shi Yin, Si Wuya, Yan Shi and the others all unleashed a stream of qi to shield her. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters. Hai Lugo breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time became even more determined to become strong. All year round, the Sky Rift is full of wind and snow. Finally, the group from the Evil Sky Pavilion crossed the Sky Rift and stood on the highest peak, observing the rivers and mountains. Bilan had already arrived. It sat down and looked around, looking just like a stone lion that is often displayed outside the mansion. Thick snow, so beautiful. Viewing the mountains in the evening mist, Lu Zhou praised. All year round, the sky crack is just wind and snow. Finally, the demonic Sky Pavilion crew crossed the sky crack, standing at the highest peak, surveying the stunning snow-covered rivers and mountains, gazing at the mountains in the evening mist. Lu Zhao's spittin'. Bars! Fire! Straight fire! Ming Shi Yin clapped. Duan Musheng glanced back, immediately shutting Ming Shi Yin up. Even though Ming Shi Yin was a 7-leaf, remember that his 3rd senior brother was a 4-leaf after chopping off the golden lotus. He didn't dare to make a peep. Duan Musheng turned back to look at his master, praising. Fireverse! Ming Shi Yin's eyes widened. Pan Lishan said, people say the pavilion master only has cultivation and nothing else, a brainless musclehead, but now it seems it's all BS. This verse is definitely a masterpiece. You're quite the poet yourself. Si Wuya turned his head and asked, know a little something? Know a little something, my ass. I'm really scared of these bootlickers. After enjoying the scenery for a while, Lu Zhou said, let's go down. The crew nodded, leaping off the sky crack. Lu Zhou landed, instructing. Except for Heiluo, the others split up in search. If you encounter danger, prioritize protecting yourselves. Understood! The crew scattered quickly, each heading in a different direction. Without the stationed Nuli and Lulan armies, the western skycrack became peaceful and quiet. 10 days flew by in the blink of an eye. In the east, a bottomless abyss. Along the Cloud Fury River, many villages lived along both banks. At Guluo village, an old Nuli man was introducing the village's situation to a man in fancy clothes. Sir, this year the village has a total of more than 200 children, around 10 years old. They are all very obedient and listen well. Please accept them. They will definitely become great Nuli cultivators, the bravest warriors. The man in fancy clothes shook his head, saying, I've checked them out. Their aptitude isn't suitable for cultivation. Are there any other children? Sir, what about children a little older? I checked out the older ones a few years ago. Oh well, I'll go to another village then. Just as the man in fancy clothes was about to fly away, from afar, 2 young men with sticks were chasing a raggedly dressed teenager back to the village. Ah hi, stop looking around. Quickly carry this stuff back. We won't beat you up today. A young man named Ah Dong said, Don't run away, it's chaotic outside. Someone like you will only starve to death if you leave here. The two occasionally called the teenager, Ah hi. The man in fancy clothes saw this and asked. The old Nuli man replied, Sir, this is our Guluo village's slave. Slave? The old man hurriedly waved. Call Ahai over. Ahai, come here. Ahai put the things down and walked over. The man in fancy clothes saw all kinds of wounds on him, and his eyes full of hostility, so he asked, Da Yan people? That's right. Our Guluo village often captures Da Yan people as slaves. This beast has great strength and is extremely stubborn. Da Yan slaves usually can't endure hardship and quickly commit suicide, but he has been able to persist until now, the old man said. The man in fancy clothes casually waved a sword key, tearing Ahai's clothes, revealing many healed scars covering his chest. The root isn't bad, the talent is also very good, but unfortunately he isn't one of us, a Nuli. The man in fancy clothes sighed and shook his head. A Dong smiled and said, Haha. Unexpectedly, Ai has the root for cultivation. The old man shook his head. It's a pity he is a Dayan person. The man in fancy clothes suddenly thought of something, then smiled and said, It's not impossible. The old man didn't reply. He understood what the man meant. Since ancient times, many Dayan people have been trained into powerful death warriors, then sent back to kill Dayan people. This method is nothing new. How could Akahai not understand this? In Guluo village, he only receives flesh wounds, endures a little, and finds an opportunity to escape, which isn't too difficult, but if he falls into the hands of a cultivator, he will definitely be doomed forever. Without saying a word, Ahai immediately turned and ran away. Adong immediately sneered. Running again? See? Dayan people are indeed as stupid as pigs.
He raised his hand to his mouth and whistled, and the village's strong young men and hunting dogs immediately rushed over.
Ahai was already covered in injuries and couldn't even walk properly, so how could he escape?
Whoosh! Someone shot his leg with a slingshot, and Ahai fell to the ground.
The villagers immediately swarmed over, punching and kicking continuously.
Ahai covered his head, not making a single sound. For some reason, he always felt that this scene was very familiar, but whenever he wanted to remember something, Ahai's brain was just a blank space.
Life is a cycle of reincarnation. If you don't try to change it, it will repeat again and again. The man in fancy clothes raised his hand to stop them. Stop! Pui! Dayan people are all lowly people.
The villagers of Luokun stopped and retreated, not forgetting to spit at Anyuhai.
The man in fancy clothes stepped forward and said, doing that will beat him to death. Good to be dead. We, the Nuli, have also been oppressed by the Dayan people. 6 out of 10 people in my family have died under the iron hooves of the Dayan soldiers. That dog Emperor Yongshu has killed so many of my Nuli people. Beating this guy to death is a benefit for him. That's right, a benefit for him. I want him to stay and be a slave for Guluo village for the rest of his life. If he dies, chop him into 8 pieces and feed him to the dogs. The man in fancy clothes ignored the anger of the Guluo villagers, only coldly stepped in front of Ahai, and indifferently asked, I can give you a chance to stand up again. Are you willing to follow me? Ahai raised his head, face to face with the man, not bothering to answer. The man in fancy clothes said again, I can give you the identity of a Nuli, and the villagers of Guluo village will no longer make things difficult for you. What? You want to be a slave here for life? Poofed! Ahai spat. The man wasn't mad, just shook his head. I'm asking, you one last time? You sure you don't want to come with me? A murderous glint flashed in the flower-robed dude's eyes. Just then, a roar echoed from the west side of Luo village. Awoo! Awoo! The villagers who lived by hunting instantly looked west, panicking. It's the ferocious beast lord! A ferocious beast? The flower-robed dude was confused. This place is deserted, and near the abyss, how'd a ferocious beast show up? Just then, a lion-headed ferocious beast, majestic AF, flew in from the west. Its eyes glowed, locked onto the crowd, a mud-caked sword hilt in its mouth. A group of people flew out from the woods behind it, led by Lu Zhou, hands clasped behind his back, looking like a total Taoist master. The others followed closely, not too fast, not too slow, tailing the ferocious beast. The beast with the sword hilt, sniffing the air, flew forward, silhouetted by the trees, drawing closer to the group. The ferocious beast landed at the village entrance. Lu Zhou stopped, his gaze sweeping over the Gu Luo villagers. The flower-robed dude, the 2 snarling dogs, the villagers, sticks. Finally landing on the huddled, head-clutching teen Yu Zhanghai. The peeps from the Evil Sky Pavilion didn't know the teen Yu Zhanghai, but how could Lu Zhou not recognize his own disciple? Images of Yu Zhanghai's youth flashed in Lu Zhu's mind, dragging up memories from 300 years ago. Lu Zhu glanced at the Gu Luo villagers again. With his current cultivation, he could wipe out the whole village to vent anger for his disciple with a flick of his wrist, but Lu Zhou wasn't going to do that. There's always a better way. Seeing his master silent, the others didn't dare speak. Lu Zhou walked up to Yu Zhanghai, saw his blank expression, and asked gently, What's your name? Lu Zhou had asked the same thing over 300 years ago. Now he asked again to see if Yu Zhanghai had amnesia or something. The teen Yu Zhanghai looked around blankly and answered, Anju. Anju Hai. Lu Zhu lowered his gaze and extended his aged but sturdy hand. Everyone around stared, clueless. Even the Evil Sky Pavilion crew. They couldn't figure out why their master was being so friendly with a random teen, except for Siwuya. Siwuya had spent some time with his eldest martial brother back in the day. When the setting sun lit up the figure of the teen Ahai, Siwuya's eyes felt like they were being stabbed with needles. Staring at the filthy teen huddled there, Siwuya didn't move. With the master here, that's enough. Lu Zhou stood still, hand outstretched to Adihai, waiting for him to take it. Life turns. The mortal world changes. How many reincarnations has each person experienced in their life? 3 lifetimes. Hard to come by. Times change. Can the past be restored? Zhanghai trembled, reaching out to Lu Zhou. Seeing his confusion, his blank stare, He gave a gentle smile and reached out his old hand to grasp Yu Zhanghai's, helping him up. As their hands touched, vague images flashed in Yu Zhanghai's mind, familiar but blurry figures. A feeling of familiarity suddenly washed over him. Who the hell is this old geezer? Wait, hold up. The flower-robed dude spoke up. Lu Zhou glanced at him and said calmly, Cultivator of Ruli. This is Ruli territory. These people are naturally Ruli people. The flower-robed dude replied, My name is Gua Long. I've taken a liking to this kid and want to take him as my disciple. You want to take him as your disciple? Gua Long nodded. He has decent roots and a good aptitude. He's a born cultivator. Your eye isn't bad, Lu Zhou said. At this moment, a dong shouted from outside the village, My lord, they're all from Great Yan. Exterminate them! The Jiu Luo villagers knew Gualong's cultivation, but Gualong ignored them and kept staring at Lu Zhao's group. I want to take this kid away. Then you gotta show me what you got. What do you mean? Gualong asked. Gualong was about to make a move when he sensed that the cultivators behind the old man were radiating a mysterious, unfathomable aura. So deep it was immeasurable. The Lupio villagers didn't know what level these people's cultivations were. They just stood there, eager to see the show. Lu Zhao ignored the people around him, his aged hand pushing out a faint stream of primal qi into Yu Zhanghai's body, checking his danqian and qi si. He is a cultivator. Yu Zhanghai's intuition told him he was saved. Lu Zhao looked at the teen Yu Zhanghai, stroked his beard, and pointed at the Jiu Luo villagers and the flower-robed dude. Do you want to defeat them? Yu Zhanghai nodded blankly. Blankly because he didn't understand what Lu Zhao was trying to do, nodded because more than anything Yu Zhanghai wanted to defeat these people. Kill it. Even killing them wouldn't be too much. You want to? The teen Yu Zhanghai replied. Yes, Lu Zhao said calmly. Handle your own affairs. This old man will teach you the means to kill. Are you willing? The teen Yu Zhanghai nodded. Willing? There are many people in this world who want to learn this old man's methods. If you want to learn, you must take this old man as your master. Are you willing? The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples were shocked, staring at the scene. What's the pavilion master doing? Why does he suddenly want to take this kid as his disciple? The teen Yu Zhanghai met Lu Zhu's eyes. Old and young, their eyes met. 300 years ago, Lu Zhu hadn't asked him this question. 300 years later, Lu Zhu was fulfilling this wish for Yu Zhanghai on behalf of the heavenly Tao. Perhaps influenced by this vague feeling of familiarity, Yu Zhanghai felt that the old man before him was very trustworthy, and with his desire to leave this place, Yu Zhanghai's heart leaned toward Lu Zhu. However, the teen Yu Zhanghai still hesitated. Because Yu Shangrong once told me that he had a very good master, who was waiting for him in Great Yan. But I already have a master, the teen Yu Zhanghai said. As soon as he said that, the Jiu Luo villagers burst into laughter. A dong smiled and said, Useless trash, ahai. You think someone like you has a master? You can't even beat me. Take forever to carry stuff. The Lord says you have talent. You're getting ahead of yourself. You can't even beat Jiu Luo village's 2 dogs. Lu Zhao dropped a bomb. No cap, if you can beat these clowns, I'll personally take you to your master. Spoiler alert. That master? It's me! Kid Wu Zhanghai went full simp mode, straight up kneeling and bowing to Lu Zhao. Wu Zhanghai slammed his head into the muddy ground thrice, each bow dirtier than the last. What a tryhard. The crowd was sus and confused AF, but Siwuya couldn't hide his feels. Total feels trip, man. A dong snickered. You think you can beat ME? I'll chop my own head off if you win, bet. Lu Zhao ignored the La Village trash, strolled over, and put a hand on Wu Zhanghai's shoulder, whispering, You gotta deal with your own demons, kid. Yes, Sifu. Lu Zhao glanced at the whole squad of the Dark Halberd disciples behind him. Someone, hand over a blade. A Fantrong was acting up. Siwu Ya waved his sleeve. Fantrong rushed forward, shoved the jade green blade into Lu Zhao's hand. Lu Zhao was like, Now that you've become my disciple, I'm gifting you this blade. Take it, it's yours now. Kid Wu Zhanghai was bugged out, but the moment his hand touched the hilt, an icy yet familiar sensation went straight to his brain. The blade felt like a part of his own body, giving him the chills, bruh. He didn't know why. He could only clutch the blade with a joy that words couldn't describe. Lu Zhao flipped his hand. A wooden blade popped into existence. I'll bless you with a blade technique right here, right now, Lu Zhao said slowly. The ancient La Village villagers burst out laughing harder than ever. Wu Zhanghai nodded. Yes, listen up. Lu Zhu turned towards an open space. This blade technique originates from the touch of heaven and earth, channeling it through each finger. Lu Zhao started flowing with the wooden blade in the open space, switching left and right, movements smooth as silk. The dark halberd disciples watched in awe as their master was dropping one of the most OP blade techniques known to man. Kid Vu Zhanghai's jaw straight up unhinged. Familiar blade? Familiar technique? It was all etched into his blood and soul he'd never forgotten.
Kid Vu Zhanghai instinctively swung the jade-green blade in his hand. Lu Zhou nodded approvingly, continuing to wield the wooden blade.
Windless, silent, no light, no trace of the blade. To the ancient La Village peasants, this old dude was straight up batshit crazy. They couldn't sense any originium fluctuations, they only saw the surface level of the blade technique. Everyone thought it was hilarious and boring AF. Even Nuli Gualong, the cultivator, had no clue what the old man was doing. Imparting a blade technique on the spot to some random kid? Bro is straight up wilding. Lu Zhou sped up, suddenly yeeting the wooden blade at the trees ahead.
Boom! The wooden blade pierced through a massive tree, leaving a gaping hole.
Jaws dropped.
Lu Zhou lightly tapped his toes. A faint wisp of originium shot out from his core, flowed through his meridians, and went straight to his wrist and palm. Every single movement Lu Zhou executed was slow and detailed. The released originium slammed into the air, melding with the wooden blade. This was the grand mysterious heaven palm. The wooden blade fired off countless spinning blade rays, letting out ear-splitting whooshing sounds. Every single tree within dozens of meters was bisected by the mysterious heaven's stellar light. The wind finally stopped. The wooden blade fell. The whole of ancient La Village fell into silence. This is the grand mysterious heaven palm. This move alone would make every other blade technique in the world cower in shame. The La Village peasants bugged out, all shook by the old man's one move. They had no idea what the grand mysterious heaven palm or any blade technique was in the first place. The people of La Village spent their whole lives next to the abyss. If you weren't a local, there's pretty much no way to find this village. That's why news of the cultivation world rarely ever made it here. Even the cultivator Gualong was shook by the old man. A desire to retreat budded in his heart. Grand mysterious heaven palm. Kid Vu Zhanghai muttered to himself, his eyes blazing with mania.
He always had this illusion, like he'd called out the name of this technique hundreds of thousands of times, practiced it millions of times in his past life. Nothing but obsession was left. Kid Vu Zhanghai learned fast, like suspiciously fast, leaving the onlookers completely stunned. The blade technique that Lu Zhou demonstrated was smooth as silk, no extra movements, but in reality it was complex AF. Even the simplest blade technique couldn't possibly be remembered after just one glance. So the kid's performance in front of them was mind-blown. Looking at the way he reenacted the grand mysterious heaven palm, you'd think he'd practiced this move 1,000 times over. The La Village peasants gave Vu Zhanghai confused looks, remembering what Lord Gualong had said, and a thought sparked in their minds.
Could this slave really be a born cultivator?
Kid Vu Zhanghai was lost in the blade technique, forgetting everything around him, until the very last move, the mysterious heaven's stellar light. He hurled the jade-green blade, but the jade-green blade only spun twice in the air before plummeting straight into the ground.
Dream shattered. No originium fluctuations, no grand mysterious heaven palm, no mysterious heaven stellar light, not even a tiny blade ray.
The ancient La Village peasants breathed a sigh of relief. Relieved. Trash. Just a piece of trash, as expected. They thought just because he could hold a blade, he could become skilled and defeat them. Just a natural-born slave. They secretly rejoiced, but didn't dare show it on the outside. That old geezer unleashed a Xuan Tian starburst so OP they didn't dare mess with him.
Good thing Kuai Long's here, the La Village folks thought. Just gotta suck it up a bit longer. Once this old fart leaves, we're hanging that trash up for a daily whipping.
The young Yu Zhanghai, looking at the emerald jade blade stuck in the ground, awkwardly said, "Guess I really am trash." But to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, seeing Yu Zhanghai's smooth-like water knife skills was already mind-blowing. It's just he had zero primordial chi, that's all. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Grasp the vibe, don't sweat the form. It's just one try, why the rush?" Lu Zhou flipped his hand, and the emerald jade blade obediently flew over. Lu Zhou placed it in Yu Zhanghai's hand. Again, young Yu Zhanghai looked at the blade, nodded slightly, accepted it, and started practicing again. Lu Zhou stopped demonstrating and just watched.
With the first try done, Yu Zhanghai's knife skills got smoother and smoother, shocking the Demon Sky Pavilion crew in secret.
Third time, fourth time, fifth time. Each time, a clear improvement.
Yu Zhanghai felt the emerald jade blade like an extension of his body. He swung each strike with all his might, his knife skills getting more powerful and crazier by the second. Boom!
The blade hit a tree trunk, creating a crack. Practice over. Young Yu Zhanghai took a deep breath. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Good. Which means, No more practice needed. Lu Zhou pointed towards the Ji village folks. Pick one. Yu Zhenghai felt a cool sensation from the emerald jade blade, and a strange confidence surged through him. Pointing at Adong. You! Adong was stunned. Lu Zhou said, "This old man won't interfere in your fight. Whoever wins, lives." Young Yu Zhenghai gripped the emerald jade blade tightly and stepped forward. Adong raised his eyebrows, picked up a shovel, and said, "You asked for this." He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sturdy biceps. Adong was a natural-born strongman, with a body as tough as a wild beast and ice-cold eyes. He charged with the shovel. Young Yu Zhenghai instinctively took a step back. Lu Zhou said softly, "Backing down means death. Going forward means survival." Yu Zhenghai's hair stood on end. What was there to fear anymore? He yelled and charged forward, gripping the emerald jade blade tightly. Adong swung the shovel and shouted, "Looking for death!" Young Yu Zhenghai raised the emerald jade blade to block. Boom! He took 3 steps back and stabilized himself. Adong sneered. "Is that all you've got?" He swung the shovel again with even more force. Young Yu Zhenghai stared intently, his fingers gripping so hard that his knuckles turned white. "Relax." Lu Zhou's voice echoed in Yu Zhenghai's ear. Yu Zhenghai realized he was too tense, so he took a deep breath to calm down, thinking that he had his master to guide him. He quickly relaxed. Adong's shovel came crashing down, but Yu Zhenghai didn't retreat. He instinctively leaned to dodge the shovel. At the same time, he slammed his shoulder into his opponent. Boom! Adong was sent flying. What the hell just happened? The Ji village folks rubbed their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. That move from young Yu Zhenghai just now was as smooth as flowing water, just like a cultivator. How could this be? Kualong frowned. This kid is a rare cultivation genius. Adong, unwilling to accept defeat, picked up the shovel and swung again. Young Yu Zhenghai calmly watched Adong charge, his expression changing as if he were a different person, and said in a deep voice, "Weak." His hand moved, and in an instant, he unleashed 3 strikes. The shovel in Adong's hand broke into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. Adong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his weapon lying on the ground. When he looked up, young Yu Zhenghai was already standing in front of him. With both hands, he raised the emerald jade blade high and slashed down. The village folks stared in shock at Yu Zhenghai as if they were looking at a monster. Young Yu Zhenghai raised the blade again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive strikes hit Adong's chest, blood gushing out, soaking his clothes. The pain so intense that he couldn't feel anything anymore. In Adong's eyes now, there was only endless fear that made his heart tremble, along with hopeless despair. He had never imagined that young Ahai would have such power. His eyes looked at the scars on Yu Zhenghai's chest. Adong remembered clearly that 10 of those scars were left by him. Adong suddenly realized that if a wolf turns back, it's not to repay kindness, but to seek revenge, and the person in front of him was even more terrifying than a wolf. Adong fell. Young Yu Zhenghai slashed one more time, and Adong's head rolled too under Dan's feet. The Ji village folks. The smell of blood filled the air. Young Yu Zhenghai raised the blade, pointing it towards the villagers, his back straight, his eyes full of murderous intent. The villagers retreated in fear, trembling all over. The setting sun shone on the blade, and fresh blood dripped down. Yu Zhenghai's hands were wet with sweat mixed with blood. "Kill him!" The 2 hunting dogs, hearing the order, immediately pounced towards young Yu Zhenghai. In the nick of time, the young man transformed into a master, spinning and slashing down fiercely. The emerald jade blade slashed across the bodies of the 2 hunting dogs, causing them to fall to the ground before they could even scream. The Ji village folks were too scared and could only retreat. The young men in the village rushed out. Many didn't understand what was happening, and seeing young Yu Zhenghai holding a bloodstained blade, they immediately cursed. "You mutt! You want to rebel?" That strong man strode in front of Yu Zhenghai, intending to slap Yu Zhenghai as usual to vent his anger, but today, swoosh! The emerald jade blade cleanly left a cut on his chest. The cut was deep but straight, with no fancy moves, only the most primitive skill with the simplest purpose: to kill. The strong man's whole body stiffened. He looked down at the blood gushing out from his chest, his life quickly slipping away. Young Yu Zhenghai lifted his hand and pushed his forehead, and he fell backward and lay still on the ground. Yu Zhenghai took step by step. The Ji village folks now understood the seriousness of the situation, and hurriedly yelled and charged forward. The young boy Yu Zhenghai wasn't scared at all, and charged into the crowd with a knife in hand. The blade flashed, and blood splattered. The weird thing was he could always dodge all kinds of attacks from the villagers. The jade green blade swung wildly, with heads and limbs flying everywhere, shocking the people of the Matian Pavilion, including the cultivator, Gualong.
Gualong couldn't believe it. A mortal, after being given guidance just once, could grasp this level of combat ability.
Where did this kind of prodigy come from? The entire Jiu Luo village fell into chaos. After who knows how long, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. The village entrance slowly returned to silence.
The remaining villagers looked in horror at Yu Zhanghai, standing amidst the corpses with a blood-soaked jade-green blade, his eyes firm as he stepped forward.
Enough! Just then, Gualong soared into the air, unleashing his primal energy, leaping into the sky, and striking out with a palm from above.
The villagers of Jiu Luo village were filled with hope, looking at their lord Gualong.
The palm imprint struck towards the young Yu Zhanghai like lightning. Yu Zhanghai instinctively swung his blade horizontally. Boom! 2 grooves appeared on the ground. Yu Zhanghai glared at Gualong in the sky. He wanted to shout for help so that this newly acknowledged master would save him, but for some reason, the words were stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered.
Gualong swooped down.
In Zhanghai's mind, a familiar incantation suddenly flashed. Wind is silent, qi is still, light is without shadow, blade is without trace.
Gualong's palms had arrived.
A mortal is ultimately immortal. Accept your death. The young Yu Zhanghai raised his hand and struck back with all his might. Hai na bai chuan. Boom! A collision occurred, and the young Yu Zhanghai was sent flying, his hands trembling.
Gualong's palm imprint was blocked by the jade-green blade.
He took half a step back and stabilized his figure. How is this possible? A heavenly-grade weapon? Gualong exclaimed in shock. He was not convinced, and felt even more furious. With a stomp of his feet, his entire body shot forward, and both palms struck out with several palm imprints. The jade-green blade suddenly emitted a sound of resonance. The young Yu Zhanghai's spirit trembled violently, and without thinking why, he swung his blade to meet the attack. The villagers of Luo village, seeing this, immediately picked up weapons and all rushed to attack Yu Zhanghai. Kill him! If he doesn't die, we will. Yu Zhanghai continuously wielded the jade-green blade to parry, gradually feeling that man and blade had merged to the extreme, and the potential within him was being activated. His power increased more and more, and Gualong's attacks came like a storm. The jade-green blade suddenly escaped from Yu Zhanghai's hand and flew into the air. Everything seemed like a slow-motion film. As the jade-green blade flew up, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Gualong's mouth.
It's time to end this.
The jade-green blade spun in the air, then the blade's energy bloomed, and small blade energies appeared, then shot out in all directions like countless spinning blades, piercing into the bodies of the Ruli villagers. Clash! 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 Dashuan Tianzhang. In an instant, the people of Ruli fell one after another, their bodies piling up. Boom! The last blade energies circled around and flew to pierce through Gualong's heart. The jade-green blade slowly spun down, then flew back into the hands of the young Yu Zhanghai. Gualong lowered his head to look at his pierced chest, then raised his head to look at the young Yu Zhanghai, standing less than a foot away, his lips trembling as he said, "Impossible. Impossible." His eyes widened. He fell, his whole body shuddering, until his life faded away. The wind blew, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The young Yu Zhanghai collapsed to the ground, and the jade-green blade fell into his arms. His face was full of surprise and confusion. He himself couldn't believe that all of this was caused by his own hands. The torn clothes on the young Yu Zhanghai were shattered by Gualong's palm imprint, revealing scars and unhealed wounds all over his body. The people of Matian Pavilion were stunned. A genius! A monstrous genius! Even more so than Hai Luo. No wonder the sect leader wanted to take him as a disciple. Pan Zhong was the first to break the silence. The sect leader's eyes are truly sharp. It's unbelievable, there's actually someone with this kind of talent in the world. Lu Zhou looked with satisfaction at the young Yu Zhanghai sitting, slumped on the ground, with a confused expression. Just then, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the village. Daring to move my disciple, I'll kill you! That black shadow rushed over like lightning, and this person's cultivation was clearly several times higher than Gualong's. The young Yu Zhanghai was completely exhausted. He didn't expect that there was still a master in the village who could use great divine power techniques. Seeing that black shadow rush over, carrying a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing palm imprint, he had no choice but to close his eyes. Boom! A crash sounded. The young Yu Zhanghai thought he was surely going to die, but he didn't feel any pain, so he quickly opened his eyes. That old man, without knowing when, was standing in front of him, as steady as Mount Tai. The black shadow's palm didn't touch Yu Zhanghai, but was blocked by the old man's hand. The black shadow heavily raised his head to look up. Lu Zhou, hands clasped behind his back, roared, "The thing I hate most is cowards who specialize in sneak attacks." Boom!
Sound waves erupted, solidifying into a palm strike aimed at the Black Shadow's face. The Black Shadow was sent flying, its internal organs instantly shattered, face completely disfigured. One move of the divine power voice of all beings later, the Black Shadow crashed to the ground. Turns out this dude was Kui Long's master, a Yuan Shen expert. Kui Long was just at the Fan Hai stage, meridians not even unlocked. But for the reborn teen Yu Zhenghai, that was an unreachable realm, let alone a Yuan Shen cultivator. You? The Black Shadow lay on the ground, struggling to look at the old man, but Lu Zhou was backlit so he couldn't make out his features. He could only hiss through gritted teeth. Who is it? Lu Zhou didn't answer but asked, You're Kui Long's master? That's right. Then you die without grievance. This kid is my disciple. Lu Zhou pointed at the teen Yu Zhenghai, who was sitting on the ground. The Black Shadow's eyes widened as he turned to look at Ji Yu Luo village. He saw corpses everywhere, limbs scattered, and his disciple Kui Long lying motionless, lifeless. Not far away, a group of cultivators were observing, radiating unfathomable auras, along with a ferocious beast, casually munching on a sword sheath. How could so many experts show up in a small Ji Yu Luo village? Lu Zhou didn't even glance at the Black Shadow, not even bothering to ask his name. He was just a cultivator who hadn't reached 5 leaves yet. Lu Zhou could easily kill him without using extraordinary power. Internal organs crushed, meridians severed, the original chi in the Dantian dissipated. The Black Shadow lay flat on the ground, looking up at the sky, his aura gradually fading. Ding! Killed a target, gained 1,000 merit points. At this moment the teen Yu Zhenghai struggled to sit up and kowtowed to Lu Zhou. Thank you, benefactor. Lu Zhou slowly turned around. What did you call me? The teen Yu Zhenghai suddenly felt embarrassed and quickly corrected himself. Master, master, stand up when you speak. Sitting on the ground like that, how can you be worthy of being the eldest disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion? The teen Yu Zhenghai slowly stood up. Now, Lu Zhou finally had time to observe him closely. Time reversed. Things changed. Fate reincarnated. Years made people old. Only the master and disciple became young again. Lu Zhou admired the characteristics of the Wuqi clan. He didn't expect them to be able to turn Yu Zhenghai back into his teenage self. It was just a pity that Yu Zhenghai's memories and cultivation were sealed by his own obsession, and his remaining lifespan wasn't as long as Xing Wujia had said. Although Yu Zhenghai was successfully resurrected, he didn't have much time left to live. In other words, Yu Zhenghai could die at any time. Yu Zhenghai looked up and said, I think you wanted to save me just now. This green blade is too precious, please take it back. He raised the jade green sword with both hands, offering it above his head. The Evil Sky Pavilion members nodded in agreement. This kid seemed pretty reasonable. After all, this was the Evil Sky Pavilion's eldest disciple's treasured blade. But Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, This blade is the jade green sword, a heaven-grade weapon. From now on, it belongs to you. The teen Yu Zhenghai stared at Lu Zhou with disbelief. He knew how precious a heaven-grade weapon was. Who would be so generous as to give a heaven-grade weapon to someone they just met, especially someone as helpless as him? Yu Zhenghai was stunned. The Evil Sky Pavilion members, except for Si Wuya, were also stunned. Is Pavilion Master serious? Duan Wusheng bowed and said, Master, absolutely not. Pavilion Master, please think again. Giving this weapon to someone else, isn't that cutting off our remembrance of Yu Zhenghai? This is even crueler than taking his life. Yu Zhenghai has already suffered so much. Lu Zhou frowned and said in a deep voice, Do I need you to teach me how to do things? We wouldn't dare. The others lowered their heads, not daring to speak anymore. Si Wuya then spoke up. Disciple supports master's decision. Is 7th senior's brain waterlogged? In a group, it's fine if someone new joins, but if the new person replaces the old one, it will make the group feel resentful. That's why they didn't like Maester giving eldest senior brother's stuff to a newcomer. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and said softly, Keep it safe. The teen Yu Zhenghai saw that everyone's faces looked bad, and he hesitated in his heart. But seeing his master looking at him seriously, he had no choice but to kneel down and kowtow, saying, Thank you, master. Good. Lu Zhou replied indifferently. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng were very sensible and quickly walked to the teen Yu Zhenghai's side, bowing and greeting. Greetings, 11th senior brother. 11th? 11th senior brother? The teen Yu Zhenghai was extremely embarrassed. Pan Zhong smiled and said, You are really lucky. This green jade blade was originally the treasured blade of the first senior brother, but now it's given to you to use. Yan Er also ran over and said, Master has accepted you as a disciple, so now you are the youngest junior brother. Junior brother. Hai Luo echoed. Ming Shiyin shook his head indifferently, greeting, Junior brother. Duan Musheng, who was usually upright,
stepped forward and patted the teen's shoulder.
Master accepted you as a disciple, but don't get cocky.
If you want to be the owner of this blade, we'll see if you have the skills. Si Wuya rolled his eyes. The two elders nodded in lieu of greeting. Now it's your turn to greet everyone. The teen Yu Zhenghai hurriedly stepped over the corpses on the ground, and just as he was about to bow, Lu Zhou suddenly shouted, "Aura! Outrageous!" The disciples were all stunned, not understanding why the pavilion master was angry. Lu Zhou walked to the teen Yu Zhenghai's side, frowning and scolding. "A bunch of ill-mannered fools. Aren't you going to greet your eldest senior brother?" Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, Si Wuya explained. This is a characteristic of the Wookiee clan. Eldest senior brother was unfortunate, and was reborn in a teenaged form. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide like dog eyes, with Pan Zhong having the most dramatic expression, looking as if he had just eaten shit.
Think of a way. We must quickly think of a way to resolve the situation. Got it. Pan Zhong didn't hesitate, taking off his robe and walking towards Yu Zhenghai.
No wonder you looked so familiar. Grand Taoist, I was just kidding. Please, you're a big shot. Don't hold it against a small fry like me. My build is the most similar to yours. Wear this robe for now. Just toss it when you get back.
Pan Zhong knelt down before the young Yu Zhenghai, offering the robe with both hands.
Zhao Qifeng was speechless. How many times have you even met the Grand Taoist to say you recognize him?
But serves you right. Lucky I didn't blab. Ming Xinyan's gaze at the young Yu Zhenghai was complex. But thinking about it, it makes sense. This kid must be a reborn Yu Zhenghai. So he rushed up and hugged the kid tightly.
Eldest brother, I missed you so much. Yu Zhenghai frowned, subtly shrinking away. Duan Musheng's expression stiffened. He awkwardly bowed and said, Eldest brother, please forgive me. Leng Luo and Pan Li simultaneously greeted.
Grand Taoist!
They had suspected it for a while, but didn't dare to confirm, especially when Yu Zhenghai used the Grand Xuan Heaven Palm. Now that they think about it, they understand why he learned so fast, grasping the essence of this top-tier swordplay in an instant.
The young Yu Zhenghai pushed Ming Xiyan away. Seeing everyone's attitude make a 180-degree turn, he became even more reserved and confused.
Yan Frere hopped in front of him, smiling. So your eldest brother, you won't blame me, right? No blame. Eldest brother. What about me? Hai Luo chimed in. No blame. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just survived a disaster.
Lu Zhou nodded and said, I know you still have many doubts. You will understand everything in time. Bian immediately flew over, dropping the sword sheath from its mouth onto the ground.
The young Yu Zhenghai exclaimed in surprise. This is eldest brother's sword sheath? Which eldest brother? The others were dumbfounded again. Isn't eldest brother the oldest? Who would dare climb on top of him? The young Yu Zhenghai picked up the sword sheath, taking out his tattered old clothes to wipe the mud off it. Lu Zhou understood, and gently asked, You called him eldest brother? What's his name?
Yu Shangrong.
He said he would take me to Dayan to see master. The young Yu Zhenghai answered honestly.
Ming Xiyan indignantly said,
Second brother is really daring to take advantage of eldest brother.
Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng looked left and right, then pretended not to hear anything. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. It's best to keep your mouth shut.
Second brother, but they call me eldest brother, and I'm the latest to join the sect. The young Yu Zhenghai was dumbfounded. He didn't understand anything. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and couldn't help but wonder. According to Lu Zhou, Yu Zhenghai hadn't completely lost his memory. His Dantian and Kiasi were still there, and he could still perform cultivation techniques and swordplay instinctively.
Moreover, what made Lu Zhou suspicious was that Yu Zhenghai's state seemed quite similar to that of the little Hai Luyao girl.
Hai Luo lost her memory, awakened her cultivation. Everything seemed to fit. When he saw Yu Zhenghai, Lu Zhou immediately thought of this, and the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Could it be that the Luo girl was also a member of the Wookiee clan who became Hai Luo after being reborn? But that's not right. Each death would result in a loss of 300 years of lifespan. Lu Zhou had checked Hai Luo's body many times, and the aura of life on her body showed no signs of damage at all. If it wasn't rebirth, then what exactly was it? The scripture said that the red lotus did not absorb lifespan like the golden lotus. So does that mean cultivators, in a world with the red lotus, will have a longer lifespan? Looking at Hai Luo's innocent and simple appearance, it was hard to believe that she was the Luo girl from 300 years ago. But Hai Luo had experienced an awakening of her cultivation.
Looking at Yu Zhenghai's situation, Lu Zhou was even more convinced of this possibility. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou shook his head slightly, and didn't continue to think about this issue anymore. The important thing at hand was to find Yu Shangrong.
If it weren't for Binyan, even if they searched for another 10 years, they wouldn't have found this place. Few people in the Evil Sky Pavilion knew what Yu Zhenghai looked like in his youth. Yu Zhenghai was only wearing a tattered robe, and it wouldn't be long before this robe was completely destroyed.
"Where is Yu Shangrong now?" Lu Zhou asked. Yu Zhenghai pointed to the abyss below, sadly saying, "Eldest brother fell into the abyss to save me." The atmosphere became deathly silent. No one could believe their ears. The young Yu Zhenghai then told Lu Zhou everything that happened before he fell unconscious. Everyone was extremely shocked as they listened. Those Lulan people are truly wolves in sheep's clothing. No wonder Second Master hasn't returned yet. It turns out he was ambushed by the Great Wizard, Pan Lishan said. Lulan doesn't have many great wizards capable of setting up a great formation and summoning gods. This trip really emptied their pockets, sacrificing so many wizard masters to exchange for Second Master's life. Ming Yin muttered, "I don't believe Second Brother is dead. Master, this disciple must go find him." Saying that, he hurriedly turned around to go towards the abyss. Lu Zhou suddenly spoke to stop him. "Wait, hold up!" Ming Yin stopped, looking at his master with doubt. Yu Zhenghai has just been reborn. His condition is still unstable. "You guys stay here. I will go down to find Yu Shangrong," Lu Zhou said. "Master." We disciples immediately bowed to dissuade him. "Master, absolutely cannot. That abyss is a place of certain death," Siwuya said. "Please, Master, let this disciple go down and find Second Brother." "I should go. Your cultivation is too weak," Duan Musheng said. "Stop making things complicated. Among the disciples here, I have the highest cultivation. I should be the one to go." Ming Yin strode forward again. Pan Lichin smiled and said, "What are you young people doing down there? I'm just an old man about to kick the bucket. It's better for me to go." "Enough!" Lu Zhou raised his hand, cutting off the debate. Everyone immediately quieted down, looking at Lu Zhou with doubt. Lu Zhou looked at Yu Zhenghai and said firmly, "Do as I say." Su Ming and the others dared not object further. They stood at the edge of the abyss, looking down. Apart from the endless darkness, nothing else could be seen. The disciples looked on in astonishment. Siwuya exclaimed, "This abyss is unfathomably deep." Historically, many cultivators who enjoyed exploration have come here to probe its depths. But alas, none have ever returned alive. This deep abyss is indeed too eerie. Could it be even more bizarre than the four great forests? Junior sister Tiangxin was able to return from deep within the forest. "We must have faith in Master," Duan Musheng said. What senior brother said is absolutely right. Back then, everyone said that intruders into the four great forests had no way to survive. Now that my cultivation is higher, I see that not only did someone intrude, but they even brought back a mount. Ming Yin replied with a smile. Pan Lishan also recalled the time he entered the Blackwood Forest and sighed. As human cultivation continuously improves, the mysterious places in the cultivation world are also continuously being thoroughly explored. Like the Heavenly Rift, for example, 800 years ago, it was known as the backbone of the world, and no one could cross it. In the end, it was still conquered by humans. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Exploring the new is one of the most unique aspects of human nature. Lu Zhou thought of the words of the woman from the Luo clan. Perhaps she was able to reach this place because of her relentless spirit of exploration, while that great Yan imperial preceptor, on the other hand, only wanted to seek peace and tranquility. "Yu Shangrong is my disciple. I must see him alive, or see his corpse." With that, Lu Zhou stepped into the air and flew towards the bottomless abyss. The disciples immediately bowed and saluted. "Your disciples respectfully send off Master." "Respectfully send off Sect Leader." Lu Zhao's gaze swept over the people of the Mokatian Pavilion. Standing on the edge of the abyss, he nodded slightly, and then his entire body gradually sank into the abyss. Before long, Lu Zhao's figure was swallowed by the darkness. Lu Zhao maintained his speed as he descended. Looking up from below, he could see the faint light of the sky. The howling wind roared in his ears. Lu Zhao activated his vitality to protect his body and accelerated his descent. The sky was now just a faint, narrow slit. Could this abyss really be bottomless? After continuing to fall for some time, Lu Zhao suddenly felt a strong pull, as if something below was dragging him down, causing his vitality consumption to be much higher than before. With Yu Shangrong's cultivation, even if he fell, there's no way he'd die. Lu Zhao felt the pull growing stronger and stronger. Once the pull was stronger than the equilibrium point, cultivators would no longer be able to fly upwards. Where the hell is Yu Shangrong? When the last bit of light above his head became completely dim, Lu Zhao paused slightly, feeling a little regretful in his heart. He had forgotten to replenish his extraordinary power before flying down. After fighting Jia Lanher, Lu Zhou only had half of his extraordinary power left. Plus, his true cultivation was only 6 leaves, so if he encountered something much stronger than him, he'd be screwed. Lu Zhao decided to open the system interface to reassure himself a little. Merit points. 8,103 points. This is tragic. A fatal blow card costs 10,000 merit points. Can't even cry about it. After looking, Lu Zhao felt his Dao heart becoming increasingly unstable.
Should have known better than to look. Closing the interface, Lu Zhou continued to sink. At the same time, on the edge of the abyss, the disciples and elders of the Manhwa Pavilion had been waiting for a long time. Since Lu Zhou hadn't returned, everyone was beginning to worry. Si Wuqia said, "It seems this abyss is much deeper than we imagined. Master won't be back so soon. Guluo village has available rooms. Why don't we head back there first?" Everyone nodded, except for Yu Zhenghai, who strongly shook his head.
Perhaps it was because his hatred for Guluo village was too deep that Yu Zhenghai reacted so strongly as soon as he heard the name. Si Wuya quickly said, "Eldest brother, then how about we temporarily set up camp in this area?"
"All right." The young Yu Zhenghai nodded. Everyone understood, and no one mentioned Guluo village again.
Ming Xinyin stepped forward and said with a smile, "Eldest brother, let me help you with the knife.
Please come this way." Yu Zhenghai had difficulty fully adapting and fell into a daze.
Although the others felt a bit unnatural that the eldest disciple of the Malaysian pavilion was so youthful, with Si Wuya's verification, even if they felt awkward, they had to show respect. Only Ming Xinyin was quite natural and relaxed.
"Eldest brother, sit here. I've cleaned it. Have a seat," Ming Xinyin said obsequiously. Duan Musheng glared at him and said in a deep voice, "Fourth junior brother is hopeless. Sucking up all day won't increase your cultivation." Ming Xinyin retreated awkwardly.
Duan Musheng took the water bag from his waist and offered it to the young Yu Zhenghai. "This water is from the deep well in Great Yan. It's very sweet and cool."
The young Yu Zhenghai was startled, and his face showed emotion as he looked at the water bag.
Ming Xinyin stared blankly.
Yu Zhenghai took the water bag and said softly, "Thank you." Everyone was once again stunned. They had never heard the eldest brother thank anyone before. In addition to the change in appearance, Yu Zhenghai's attitude had also changed to the point of astonishment. Eldest brother Yanyan happily skipped to the young Yu Zhenghai's face. "You were my little junior sister before, now become ninth junior sister. This is Hailuo, the disciple master just accepted. Although you don't remember me, I still remember you."
"Thank you for giving me the cloud-stepping boots," Yanyan said. The young Yu Zhenghai scratched his head, even more bewildered. He had no impression of Yanyan's words. Seeing this, Si Wuqia stepped forward and began to explain everything from his background to his joining the Manhwa Pavilion, then establishing the Nether Sect, then conquering the 9 provinces, and attacking Shendu.
Yu Zhenghai listened in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief.
Everyone knew that this was difficult to accept, so no one bothered Yu Zhenghai, and they all left to let him quietly contemplate.
A night passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, everyone came to the edge of the abyss and looked down, still not seeing Master's figure. At the same time, Lu Zhou was still falling, surrounded by darkness, without a trace of light. The deeper he goes, the stronger the gravitational pull. To find Yu Shangrong, Lu Zhou occasionally throws out a palm strike.
The palm strike glitters with golden light, like a lantern illuminating all directions. Wait, hold up! Lu Zhou suddenly notices the palm strike doesn't hit a rock wall like before. Could he have reached the bottom?
Lu Zhou stops mid-air, gathering his primal qi, solidifying it into gang qi.
The gravitational pull below is immense, causing Lu Zhou to constantly expend primal qi. Lu Zhou raises his hand, golden light emanating from it, illuminating all directions.
There's nothing around him, just an endless void. This time, Lu Zhou throws a palm strike downwards. Whoosh! A crisp sound delights Lu Zhou. He's definitely hit the bottom. Lu Zhou continues flying down, raising both palms, creating a radiant ball of light like the sun. He finally sees a scene that's hard to believe. The bottom of the abyss is an endless sea, with no shore in sight. What's even more surprising is that the seawater is black. This black water is like a whole new world. Lu Zhou floats in the air, a distance from the sea surface, avoiding touching the black water. The ball of light in his hand helps him observe the whole sea area. Lu Zhou realizes that, while suspended in the air, he's still being pushed forward. Lu Zhou frowns. No wonder he can't find Yu Shangrong. If he keeps moving like this, it'll be difficult to find him. The Blackwater sea surface is as calm as a mirror, without any large waves or moving seawater.
Lu Zhou flies for a while and sees a reef, landing on it.
The reef is also abnormally quiet. Lu Zhou sits down, meditates, and starts to recover his primal qi, while also constantly being alert to any changes around him. Remembering he has divine hearing, Lu Zhou decides to try using it here, faint blue light gradually appearing beside his ears. Lu Zhao's hearing spreads far and wide, but he doesn't hear a sound. Splash! Not far away, a red fish suddenly appears, emitting a red glow. Lu Zhou throws out a mad demon hand seal. The palm strike, carrying a blue light, flies towards the red fish, grabs it, and pulls it back. A fish that emits a red glow? This is definitely shattering Lu Zhao's worldview. He holds the red fish in his hand, finding that its vitality and power are extremely abundant, 100 times stronger than a normal fish. The red fish struggles constantly, It wants to return to the black water. You little bastard! Lu Zhou strikes it. Whoosh! The red fish spits out a glowing pale red orb. The orb looks like a red gem and falls into Lu Zhou's hand. Acquired red fish's heart X1. The red fish's heart can provide 100 years of lifespan. That's OP. Lu Zhou thinks in surprise. Just catching it at random already gives 100 years of lifespan. After thinking for a moment, Lu Zhou stores the red fish's corpse and the red fish's heart. Then he starts to recover his primal chi. The primal chi here is extremely dense, and the recovery speed is astonishingly fast. To fully restore his extraordinary power, Lu Zhou decides to rest on the reef for a while. There's no moon or sun here. Lu Zhou can only rely on his senses to estimate the time. He doesn't know how long has passed when Lu Zhou suddenly hears the sound of waves. Lu Zhou opens his eyes and looks ahead. In the same spot where the red fish appeared, a storm suddenly brews, and the black water rises continuously. This is... Splash! The extraordinary power in Lu Zhao's body has recovered 7 or 8 parts. Lu Zhou doesn't hesitate, leaps up, avoids the black water wave, and floats in the air. The waves splash, and an extremely huge red fish pokes its head out of the water. When the red fish's head emerges from the black water, the red light on its body shines dazzlingly. Lu Zhou senses the hostility in the red fish's eyes. It's been staring at him the whole time. This place isn't suitable to stay long. Lu Zhou steps into the air and flies higher, striking out a palm to create propulsion. But the huge red fish suddenly opens its mouth wide and sucks powerfully, wanting to devour Lu Zhou. The black water churns, creating a huge, towering wave. You beast! Lu Zhou curses, then raises his hand. 4 large seal characters, Absolute Sage Discard Wisdom, appear around his fingers, carrying a blue light. The 5 fingers press down. This is Lu Zhao's strongest palm strike ever, consuming half of the extraordinary power in his body, because Lu Zhou senses that this huge red fish is even stronger than the 8-leaf experts he's encountered. The huge Absolute Sage Discard Wisdom descends, but it's only barely as big as its head. Boom! Gangqi shoots out and scatters in the night sky, looking like brilliant fireworks. The red fish cries out and dives into the water, disappearing into the black water. Lu Zhou frowns, his face filled with disbelief. Half of his extraordinary power couldn't kill this creature. It's too strong. Lu Zhou suddenly thinks of the Chenghuang Wanqinian, described by Ye Tiangxin. This is a creature from the Red Lotus domain. Lu Zhou floats in the air, frowning and thinking. If this place is really the Red Lotus domain, then how can humans survive in this dark space and endless black water? Great Yan's emperor teacher and the Luo Hai woman are both Taoist cultivators from the Red Lotus domain. In the Luo woman's records, she mentioned that Great Yan and her place of residence weren't that different. So where the hell is this? While Lu Zhou is still pondering, huge waves are approaching densely in the distance again. The huge red fish suddenly leaps out of the water, looking even more furious than before, and the attacking power is also much stronger. You want to avenge that little fish, huh? Lu Zhou remembers the little red fish and the red fish's heart. A fish that small has a lifespan of 100 years. So what about that giant fish? But the extraordinary power in his body is only half left. If he uses it all up again, it will take more time to recover. And although the spiritual energy here is strong, there are too many dangers. Li Yongxiao wasn't sure if something even stronger would come and attack him while he was recovering. Whatever. Li Yongxiao raised his hand, and a one-hit kill card appeared in his palm. The 5 fingers closed, and the prop card shattered. A small vortex appeared in Li Yongxiao's hand, rotating counterclockwise, instantly forming a great unfettered seal. With unfettered present, all beings are fearless, and all people are at peace. The extremely large palm print illuminated tens of thousands of meters, covering the entire body of the red carp. Boom! The sound of the collision resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, and the entire black water was stirred up into huge waves, with intersecting gang kui shooting out dazzling sparks in the sky. Ding! Killed the ferocious beast. Qi Yao. Reward: 5,000 merit points. This reward level caught Li Yongxiao completely off guard. Qi Yao? Is that the name of the red carp? The rampant gang kui lingered for a moment before slowly dissipating. Qi Yao was smashed in mid-air, leaving only a red orb. Li Yongxiao flew over and collected the orb into his hand. Ding! Acquired 1 Qi Yao's heart. Qi Yao's heart can provide 1,200 years of lifespan? 1,200 years of lifespan? What the hell? Is it a coincidence? This number coincides with the number summarized by that woman from the Luo family. Cultivators in the Great Flame need 1,200 years of lifespan to break through 9 leaves. Li Yongxiao took off his robe, placed the corpse of the small red carp, the red carp's heart, and Qi Yao's heart inside, tied it up, and wore it on his back. At this point, he didn't care about maintaining his image anymore. Li Yongxiao opened the system interface and bought a one-hit kill card. After buying a replacement card, it cost 10,000 merit points. Li Yongxiao only had more than 3,000 points left, so using prop cards to farm a bunch of Qi Yao's hearts was impossible.
Li Yongxiao bought this card just to test his luck, to see if there was another Qi Yao or not.
Qi Yao's heart. If it can really increase lifespan, then this is the thing that can help cultivators break through 9 leaves. Even if a one-hit kill card cost 20,000 merit points, Li Yongxiao would still buy it.
Too bad, Li Yongxiao flew back and forth on the Blackwater Sea for a long time, but didn't see another Qi Yao.
Not even other ferocious beasts appeared. Presumably, powerful ferocious beasts like Qing Yao have their own territory, and other ferocious beasts don't dare to approach. This bottomless abyss has too many secrets and is too dangerous. After pondering for a moment, Li Yongxiao felt that he should go back.
Li Yongxiao stepped into the air and flew upwards.
Whenever the gravitational pull appeared, he would use a little extraordinary power to counteract it. Looking up from below, Li Yongxiao looked like a star flying straight up into the dark sky, soon gradually disappearing into the night sky.
In an area near the bottomless abyss, in a simple shed, Si Wuyai kept sketching a map, finally completing a complete map of the abyss's terrain.
This is a map of the entire bottomless area.
We flew for about 8 days,
Si Wuyai said. The south is the widest, the north is the narrowest, equivalent to 1/5 the length of the rift. The location of Jiyu Luo village is not far from us. The west is the territory of Ru Li, blocked by forests, and the north, across several mountain streams, is the Yunnu River. West of the Yunnu River is Rong Bay.
Si Wuyai explained. What's the point of drawing these things? Ming Xinyin said dismissively. 4th senior brother?
This is the big picture, Si Wuyai replied. This abyss is too big, we don't know what's below. Master wants to find 2nd senior brother, and will definitely fly around randomly, leading to disorientation. Therefore, based on this drawing, I have sent people to respond on the shore of the abyss in the entire area, waiting for Master return.
It's just that the south of the abyss is extremely wide and adjacent to the highest part of the rift, so my people have no way to reach it, Si Wuyai said.
Ming Xiyin gave a thumbs up and praised. You're awesome. Thank you for your encouragement, 4th senior brother, Si Wuyai said. At this moment, Pan Zhang suddenly came over and bowed, saying, 7th sir, a message from the imperial city. That 8-leaf cultivator has been killed by Mr. Lu, in cooperation with the sect leader of the ancient saint sect.
Good. Si Wuyai nodded.
Ru Li has lost so many experts, I'm afraid it will further stimulate a bunch of other experts, Ming Xiyin said.
Si Wuyai replied.
If nothing unexpected happens, then the alliance of 12 countries should be established soon. Zalunye is already at 8.5 leaves. Once they produce a 9-leaf, that is when the alliance of 12 countries will truly come into operation. Fan Zong suddenly stepped forward, bowing.
7th Lord, a message from the Imperial City. That 8-leaf cultivator has been killed by 6th Lord in collaboration with the ancient saint cult master. Si Wuyai nodded. With so many experts dying in Ru Li, it'll probably provoke another bunch of big shots to show their faces.
Si Wuyai replied. If nothing unexpected happens, the alliance of the 12 nations should be established soon. Za Lekar is already an 8.5 leaf. Once they pop out a 9-leaf, that's when the alliance of the 12 nations truly kicks off.
Just a bunch of rabble. Ming Xinyin waved his hand.
At this moment, the young man Yu Zhenghai suddenly approached the outside of the barrier, saying, I have an unreasonable request.
Ming Xinyin hurriedly bowed and clasped his hands, saying,
Senior brother, saying that will shorten my lifespan. Just give the order. Yu Zhenghai. Everyone says you're the strongest here, so I want to spar with you. Do you have time? Ming Xinyin's eyes widened in a daze. How am I supposed to answer that? Help me. Yu Zhenghai. I know a vacant lot nearby that's perfect for sparring. It won't take up too much of your time. I feel like my saber technique has improved a lot recently, huh? Why does your face look so terrible? Sorry, did my request make you uncomfortable? Ming Xinyin quickly shook his head. Senior brother, don't say that. You sound like 2nd senior brother possessed you. Possessed? No, nothing. Okay, just sparring. Let's go, senior brother. I'll spar with you. At this moment, Ming Xinyin's mind was already cooking up all sorts of elaborate plans to make himself get defeated without being too obvious. 10 days passed, and Lu Zhou was exhausted from flying. If it weren't for the scarlet firmament heart constantly emitting a faint light, helping Lu Zhou realize he was ascending, he would have lost his way long ago.
It's a pity that he didn't find Yu Xiangzhuang on this trip, but Lu Jiao could confirm that Yu Xiangzhuang wasn't dead. As long as he's alive, there's still hope.
Lu Zhao no longer recognized day or night, until he raised his head to look at the sky again, and noticed a moon appearing in the dark abyss.
The moon!
Lu Zhao exclaimed excitedly. This old man is back! The remaining primal chi in Lu Zhao's body wasn't much, But fortunately, the suction force had disappeared long ago. Seeing the moon now made him relax a lot.
Lu Zhou raised his hand and unleashed a long palm seal, the palm seal glimmering with golden light, illuminating the surrounding scenery.
Lu Zhou finally saw the precipice. Whoosh! Lu Zhou flew out of the abyss, the vastness of the land and sky surrounding him, the oppressive feeling disappearing. The bright moonlight illuminated the night sky, and Lu Zhao's mood improved greatly.
Lu Zhou looked around, but couldn't see any sign of his disciples. There was nothing on the edge of the abyss either.
Looking down at the abyss below, it was all pitch black. Even Lu Zhao's steadfast heart had to feel a chill down his spine. He quickly flew out and landed on an open space. After walking for a while, Lu Zhou noticed that the terrain here seemed rugged and steep. Avoiding each giant rock, Lu Zhou discovered that this place was shaped like the Chinese character 8, with a bottomless abyss on the side. The howling wind of the mountains swept over. Lu Zhou looked up at the snow accumulated around the sky ditch. Only then did he realize that he was on the sky ditch. This place was the southernmost part of the sky ditch, the highest spine of the world, a place that no one could cross in legends. Unexpected indeed. There was no snowfall here. The snow debris around him must have been blown from elsewhere. The wind blew intermittently. Lu Zhou concealed the red glow in the package on his back, then strode off to leave. Just as his foot left the ground, a low, ancient voice suddenly reached Lu Zhao's ears. "I didn't expect you to still be alive."
If an ordinary person heard this voice, they might jump out of their skin, but Lu Zhou had just left the dark abyss, so he was actually a little expectant when he heard someone speak.
Lu Zhou turned around. "Who's there?" Lu Zhou followed the slope and discovered a small cave on the side of the cliff. The sound just now came from there.
The moonlight didn't reach this area, so it was difficult for others to notice the existence of the cave.
A figure was slowly stepping out of the cave, a hazy illusion like a cloud of mist, until the moonlight shone on it and gradually turned into a human figure. He looked like an old man in his 60s. His beard still black and gray, his eyes deep, his figure thin, his whole body exuding a faint arrogance on the peak of the sky ditch. "You can maintain such composure. You must be someone of no low status. I am Jiang Wenshu. We meet again." "Meet again?" Lu Zhou scrutinized this person, saying doubtfully, "This old man doesn't know you. Why do you say that?" Jiang Wenshu coldly shook his head, his voice still deep and powerful. "I have met you 3 times. The first time was when I had just arrived here. I heard that you were the #1 8-leaf of the time, so I came to pay my respects." Jiang Wenshu continued. "The second time, you and I chatted. I told you about the disaster that would appear when the 9-leaf descended. You agreed not to let the 9-leaf appear in this world, and sealed your memories. But I don't know why. You violated your promise and wanted to break through to the 9-leaf. The third time, you were besieged by the 10 great experts, leading to your injury. You couldn't see me, but I could see you."
Speaking of this, Jiang Wenshu paused. Lu Zhou had already guessed the identity of this person. The Great Flame Imperial Preceptor?
"They often call me Jiang Taigong," Jiang Wenshu replied. "So it really is you."
The wind gradually strengthened, but Jiang Wenshu's figure wasn't affected in the slightest.
Everything finally became clear. The only cultivators who could appear here to watch over this abyss were the Imperial Preceptor, and that resolute woman of the Red Lotus domain, surnamed Lu Zhou. "When this old man was besieged by the 10 great experts, were you the one who ambushed me?" Lu Zhou asked. "I had no other choice." Jiang Wenshu clasped his hands, saying, "You sealed your memories yourself, giving up on advancing to the 9-leaf. Why are you still so persistent?" Lu Zhou shook his head, asking in return, "Will the 9-leaf really bring disaster?" Hearing this, Jiang Wenshu raised his head to look at the night sky, as if pondering something. He looked silently toward the abyss, then said, "The red firmament is just a drop in the ocean. Humans are delicious food to them. Beasts are already difficult to deal with. But the human heart is even more unpredictable. You come from the Red Lotus domain. Do you think they will destroy this place?"
Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Wenshu's expression was still calm, not showing any surprise. After a moment of silence, he said indifferently, "You were severely injured, and then besieged by the 10 great experts. How could you have survived until now?"
"Just lucky," Lu Zhou replied coldly, his answer very perfunctory.
"Have you seen Qi Yao?" Jiang Wenshu asked. "Not only did I see it, but this old man also casually offed it," Lu Zhou said. Jiang Wenshu was shocked, his brows furrowed, his face full of suspicion under the moonlight. "I'm asking you, I'm already a 9-leaf. Where is this so-called disaster of yours now?" Jiang Wenshu took a few steps back in surprise, his eyes full of scrutiny as he looked at Lu Zhou. 9-leaf? If I don't see it with my own eyes, I can't be at ease. How could Lu Zhou casually summon his avatar? Even if he could disguise it, an avatar isn't something you just whip out for others to see. He likes to guess. Lu Zhou will let him guess. Although Hong Lian doesn't absorb lifespan,
It must be bound by heaven and earth. Everyone wants to break this bondage. Can you stop them?
Jiang Wenshu sighed and said, "It seems you've met Luo Xiyin?"
Luo Xiyin?
Lu Zhou repeated the name.
Jiang Wengshu turned and walked towards the cave, muttering, "She's just like you, a crazy person."
"Where is she now?" Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Wenshu was silent.
"She encourages people to increase their strength to break through the shackles, completely opposite to you, from the same place, but have two different attitudes? No." Jiang Wenshu turned his back to Lu Zhou. "She doesn't even know how stupid what she's doing is."
"You've met Qi Yao, so you should understand its power. Even the powerful Honglian cultivators don't dare to underestimate Qi Yao, so what?"
"Please, summon your avatar." Jiang Wengshu stood at the entrance of the cave, turning to face Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou shook his head. "You tell me to summon it, so I have to summon it? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Wenshu had a look of vicissitudes on his face, and slowly said, "You have many secrets. It's a pity I don't have much time left. I hope you can lower your cultivation level yourself. If I don't agree, then I'll have to do it myself."
"With just you?"
Lu Zhou asked suspiciously. "Don't doubt my abilities." After speaking, Jiang Wengshu raised his hand and threw out a palm.
Lu Zhou also raised his hand and released a Taoist seal, shining with a blue light. Seeing the blue seal, a look of surprise appeared on his face.
The blue light rumbled, the blue seal collided with Jiang Wengshu's palm and shattered it, then continued to fly forward.
But what surprised Lu Zhou was that the blue seal passed through Jiang Wengshu's figure and dissipated automatically. Jiang Wengshu still stood in place, his figure gradually becoming blurred.
No wonder, no wonder." Jiang Wenshu's voice was much smaller. "No wonder what? We will meet again. If you want to regain your memory, come to Lulan. If you call yourself a nine-leaf, then I'll have to kill you again." After speaking, the phantom flickered a few times and disappeared. Lu Zhou was shocked. No wonder Jiang Wengshu's figure seemed unreal, and his palm didn't emit red light.
Lu Zhou stepped into the cave, raised his hand, and summoned a Kia seal to illuminate the surroundings.
In the middle of the cave, a large circle was engraved, filled with bizarre symbols, surrounded by red runes. But because of the age, the runes had peeled off in patches. It seems that Jiang Wengshu has been here for a long time to prevent others from stealing Qi Yao. But thinking about it, it's not right. The abyss is not a place where ordinary cultivators can enter. Even if an 8-leaf comes down, they can't be Qi Yao's opponent, and even become food in its stomach. So what is Jiang Wengshu doing here?
Lu Zhou recalled the scene at the bottom of the abyss. Dark and misty, without sun or moon, a vast and boundless black sea.
That place is definitely not Honglian territory. Jiang Wengshu's purpose is clearly to prevent the emergence of the 9-leaf. In that case, this abyss is very likely a passage to the Honglian territory.
Lu Zhou raised his hand and patted his forehead. It was too late to figure out the key point. He was washed back to the South Sky Ditch. So the Honglian territory is very likely located in the northern abyss of Yu Shangrong.
If Yu Shangrong falls into the Honglian territory, I'm afraid he will have more bad luck than good. Lu Zhou turned and left the cave, left the sky ditch, flew down and whispered, "Bai Zhe."
2 days later, in the tent, Si Wuya looked at the map of the abyss and said suspiciously, "Fourth senior brother, do you find this narrow and long abyss a bit strange?"
"What's so strange?" Ming Xinyin shook his head. "It's normal for an abyss to appear in the mountains. The south of the abyss connects to the highest peak of the sky ditch. I've sent people to investigate the north, but the abyss doesn't connect to the Cloud Fury River at all, and suddenly disappears to the north."
Si Wuya said. "This is very normal. It's a cliff blocking it," Ming Xinyin said.
"No, fourth senior brother. Look carefully," Si Wuya said, pointing to the map.
Ming Xinyin lowered his head to observe, listening to Si Wuya's explanation. "When I was a grand tutor in the palace, I saw a similar map. At that time I thought someone was just doodling. Now I think the drawing in the palace is this canyon."
"Canyon?" "Yes, this place is very much like a canyon. Cloud Fury River is the lower reaches, the peak of Sky Ditch is the upper reaches. If the upper reaches go down to the lower reaches, it should be a plain. How can there be a canyon?"
Si Wuxia said. Si Wuxia is a very knowledgeable person. Knowing astronomy and geography, it's not strange to know these things. Hearing this, Ming Xinyin asked for his opinion.
"You mean there's something strange in this canyon?" "Yes. With second senior brother's skills, it's impossible for him to fall to his death. And it's even more impossible for him to not be able to fly. Therefore, I think there is a strange force that made him unable to fly up, or even dragged him down." "That makes sense." Ming Xiyin nodded. "The person who drew this canyon in the palace is very likely the imperial preceptor," Si Wuya said. Hearing this, Ming Xiyin immediately smiled and said,
I heard ninth junior sister said that when we were in the palace, Master received a letter left by the imperial preceptor, and also a book recording the diary of a woman surnamed Lu Zhou. Shibuya's eyes lit up, showing a look of joy.
Where is it? You have to ask Master about that, how would I know? Shibuya sighed in disappointment. While the two were discussing, Yu Zhenghai suddenly appeared outside the tent and whispered, Ming Shiyin, is junior brother C here? I'm here, senior brother. Ming Shiyin hurried out, seeing Yu Zhenghai's face full of confusion, and asked, Senior brother wants to spar with me again, right? I'm feeling kinda sus. 'Cause before when I sparred with you, my blade work was fire, every move countered yours. But why didn't it work at all when I sparred with Duan Musheng? Yu Zhenghai asked, totally clueless. Ming Shiyin's eyes went wide. I asked junior sister Yan Hare, and she said your cultivation is at the 7th leaf level, so I can't win against you. Did you hold back on purpose? Ming Shiyin waved his hands frantically. Eldest brother, that's cap. We weren't even using primal chi when we sparred. This is what they mean by, I fear not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like teammate.
Third senior brother, you screwed me over big time. Just then, Duan Musheng walked over, carrying his tyrant spear. Seeing Ming Shiyin and Yu Zhenghai chatting, he chimed in. Old fourth, let's go spar.
Aye. Hurry up. Don't be a snail. You can't even beat the eldest brother. How can you become strong if you don't try hard and train?
Bam! The tyrant spear slammed into the ground. Ming Shiyin said, all sulky. Fine, I'll join too, Yu Zhenghai said.
After the three of them left, Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng approached the tent. Zhao Qifeng whispered, 7th Mister, go on in. Pan Zhong went in and reported, 7th Mister, your informant sent a letter saying the 12-nation alliance has been formed. What's coming has finally arrived.
Si Wuya sighed and shook his head. Zhao Qifeng said, these barbarians are so confident. The cultivation world has long entered the era of severing the golden lotus, and even Liu Shang has entered the 8.5 leaf stage. It's normal for these foreign races to be so confident. Besides, I suspect someone is pulling the strings behind them, Si Wuya said. Pan Zhong and Zhao Qifeng nodded. What should we do next?
Wait for Master to return, Si Wuya replied. Without a 9th leaf expert to hold down the fort, let alone the 12-nation alliance, even a 5-nation alliance would be too much for the Great Yan to handle right now.
At the same time, Yu Zhenghai watched Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin sparring for a while, and his hands started itching. He said, you two. Duan Musheng and Ming Shiyin stopped at the same time and bowed, saying, please give us guidance, eldest brother.
I wouldn't dare. Yu Zhenghai still wasn't used to his role as eldest brother. I want to spar with junior brother Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng replied readily, please enlighten me, eldest brother. Ming Shiyin dodged a bullet, secretly thanking the heavens and backing away a few steps. Yu Zhenghai and Duan Musheng began sparring. Eldest brother, your primal chi hasn't recovered, so let's just compare blade techniques and spear skills, okay? Okay. This move of mine is called 100 Pierces of Burning Plains. It can unleash 100 attacks in an instant. Take this, Duan Musheng introduced as he wielded his tyrant spear. Yu Zhenghai held the jade green blade in his hand and replied firmly, bring it on!
Duan Musheng stepped forward quickly, spear shadows overlapping.
Clang, clang, clang. 100 spear shadows stabbed at the blade, causing Yu Zhenghai to be shocked and forced to retreat continuously, without any ability to resist. Ming Shiyin raised his hand to cover his eyes, pouting. No wonder eldest brother came to me for questioning. Oh, third senior brother, why didn't you hold back a little? The last few spear shadows crashed down. Tui! Yu Zhenghai spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Musheng was horrified and shouted, eldest brother! He immediately dropped the tyrant spear and rushed over. Eldest brother! Ming Shiyin was also startled and rushed over to support Zhenghai.
This time, he didn't care about Duan Musheng's status as senior brother and cursed. Third senior brother, seriously, you knew eldest brother hasn't recovered. Why couldn't you hold back a little?
Duan Musheng was shocked and blamed himself. Eldest brother, your strength is only enough to kill a Fan Hai realm cultivator at best.
And you're a Yuan Shen realm 4th leaf, who has severed the lotus. You're so badass, how could you defeat the eldest brother?
Ming Shiyin infused primal chi into Yu Zhenghai's body while scolding. It was because I was momentarily cocky and just wanted to defeat the eldest brother. Duan Musheng raised his hand and slapped himself in the face.
Ming Shiyin didn't say anything else. The others also rushed over one after another. The two elders, Si Wuya, Yan Cher, and Hai Luo were all present.
Eldest brother, everyone called worriedly. After circulating his primal chi, Ming Shiyin said with a gloomy face, the vitality in eldest brother's body seems to have been exhausted.
Si Wuya stepped forward and bent down to take Yu Zhenghai's pulse. Seemingly, the truth was too difficult to accept. Si Wuya's fingers trembled slightly, and then left Yu Zhenghai's wrist. 7th senior brother, how is the eldest brother?
Yan Cher said anxiously. Let this old man take a look. Pan Lai Tian stepped forward and also reached out to take the pulse.
Pan Lai Tian had always maintained an optimistic attitude. After all, the Demon Heaven Pavilion was so powerful, sheltering them from the wind and rain for so many years. And the pavilion master's methods were amazing. It shouldn't be too difficult to save a person's life. But after taking the pulse, Pan Lai Tian's old face also became solemn, just like Ming Shi Yin's, and his eyebrows furrowed.
How could this be? Pan Lai Tian suddenly said loudly. Everyone step back! The crowd immediately retreated.
Pan Lai Tian raised his hand, and the golden gourd flew up, emitting a faint light, and then landed on Yu Zhenghai.
Don't panic, this old man obtained this gourd in the Blackwood Forest. It contains powerful vitality. This old man hasn't used up all the vitality inside in recent years. Now this is the only method that can be applied. Everyone looked at the golden gourd. No one expected Pan Lai Tian to be willing to pay such a price. The golden light merged into Yu Zhenghai's body. Pan Lai Tian bent down again to take the pulse again. At this time, Pan Lai Tian's face was covered in sweat. He didn't expect that the method of transferring vitality from the gourd to a person would consume so much energy.
Old Pan.
Pan Zhang stepped forward to support Pan Lai Tian. This old man is fine, just a little tired. After taking the pulse, Pan Lai Tian said, this old man can only help him extend his lifespan for a short period of time. This old man has tried his best. The crowd showed expressions of worry and regret.
Duan Musheng blamed himself even more, and suddenly stood up.
I have to go down the abyss to find Master.
Everyone, keep an eye on eldest brother.
Third senior brother, don't be reckless. Isn't this matter already troublesome enough?
Si Wuya frowned and said, Alas, Duan Musheng sighed sadly, this is not your fault.
After being resurrected, eldest brother originally didn't have enough lifespan. This resurrection was completely successful due to luck. Your bro and your eldest bro's debate kind of speeded things up, but hey, maybe we can find a fix. Not all bad, you know?
Si Wuya tries to soothe him. But try telling that to Duan Musheng. Dude's totally not hearing it.
He's facepalming hard, clueless what to do. Then Hai Luo suddenly points at the abyss crack. Yo, what's that? Everyone whips their heads around and spots some auspicious glowy stuff slowly floating down from the sky.
Master! Yanger shouts, all excited, cause she's got hawk eyes. It's Lu Zhou riding on Bai Zi's back, making a smooth landing.
People are doing double takes, from Lu Zhou to the frickin' abyss.
Jaws dropped, eyes wide with shock, curiosity, and major relief. Si Wuya's jaw hits the floor for a sec, then he snaps to it. Welcome back, Master.
Lu Zhou lands and sees Yu Zhenghai sprawled on the ground. Can't a guy catch a break? He sighs.
Seriously, can't catch a break.
Yanner rushes over. Master, you gotta save eldest bro.
Lu Zhou strolls over,
plops down next to Yu Zhenghai, checks his meridians, then busts out the heavenly book power-up.
Good thing Lu Zhou still got half of his supreme power left. Yu Zhenghai's vital signs finally start to stabilize.
Duan Musheng, standing nearby, faceplants onto the ground. It's all my fault, Master. Punish me hard. Lu Zhou ain't got time for that drama. He's already yanking off the sack behind his back. Everyone's eyeballs are glued to the Hong Yu heart and Qi Yao heart. WTF is they T? They're thinking. Yang Cheer's muttering, all curious. Hai Luso's pointing at the Hong Yu corpse, like she's trying to remember something. Hong Yu, Qi Yao. Lu Zhou glances at Hai Luo. Damn, she does recognize them. Guess she's from the Hong Lian zone and seen this before. Qi Yao? Hong Yu? Even the super brainy elders are drawing blanks. Lu Zhou drops the knowledge bomb. This thing's a Hong Yu heart. Adds 100 years to your lifespan. In the cultivation world, ways to boost your lifespan are rarer than hen's teeth. Lifespan extending pills exist, but they can't save you from the big lifespan tribulation. Can the Hong Yu heart bypass the lifespan tribulation? Si Wuya asks, all skeptical. Lu Zhao's like, dunno. According to ancient texts, cultivators in the Honglian zone who cultivate the Honglian aren't bound by lifespan, so they don't have a lifespan tribulation. 1,000-year-old Ming helps Yu Zhenghai sit up. Lu Zhou flicks his wrist, and the Hong Yu heart flies into Yu Zhenghai's mouth. Lu Zhao starts circulating his vital energy, then tells him, head back to Liang province and keep a close eye on every little change in Yu Zhenghai. Yes, sir. Back at the general's mansion in Liang province, after a good scrub down, Lu Zhou summons Si Wuya for a one-on-one sesh. Si Wuya's itching to hear about Master's abyss trip, so he drops everything and runs over. Master. Si Wuya breezes in. Lu Zhao points at the Luo chick's classic literature and the Emperor Master's letter chilling on the table. Give these a read when you've got a sec. Yes, sir. Si Wuya shoves them into his robe, then blurts out, Master, what's actually down in the abyss? So Lu Zhou spills the tea on everything he saw, heard, and figured out. Si Wuya's mind is officially blown. He's rocking a serious case of, I can't believe it face. I knew there was something to it, but I never imagined it was a whole other world, Shibuya exclaims. That's just my current guess. You know who I ran into at the top of the abyss crack? Enlighten me, master. The Dian Emperor Master, Jiang Wenshu. The Emperor Master?
Shibuya shook. The letter you're holding? He left that behind.
Lu Zhou states. Shibuya cracks open the letter, his eyebrows doing the twist. 9 leaves bring disaster? But master, you've been 9 leaves for ages. Where's the disaster? Lu Zhou's like, yeah, tell me about it. Lu Zhou handed this stuff to Shibuya, hoping he'd use his research skills to sniff out new info on the Honglian zone, not dig up my dirty laundry. There are exceptions to every rule. I'm leaving the Honglian thing to you, Lu Zhou declares. I'll give it my all. If that's all, scram.
Shibuya's about to bounce when he remembers the 12 nations thing. Master, the 12 nations have formed a coalition. Sooner or later, they're gonna invade Dian.
Lu Zhou's thinking about Emperor Master Jiang Wenshu. Bet he's pulling the strings behind all this BS. He's like, I'm aware. Your disciple takes his leave.
The next morning, Lu Zhao's fresh off his daily dose of heavenly book enlightenment, when Mingxi Yin's waiting outside his room, bowing low. Master, eldest bro's awake. Lu Zhao's eyes snap open. He gets up and heads out, telling Mingxi Yin, lead the way.
Yes, sir. The two of them speed walk to Yu Zhenghai's courtyard. On the way, Mingxi Yin's curiosity gets the better of him. Master, that Hong Yu was tough. Took me, like, 10 slashes just to hack off a piece of it. The Hong Yu comes from the abyss. Don't go berserk. Also, that Shi Yao heart can add over 1,000 years to your lifespan. Guard it with your life.
Lu Zhu lays down the law. Hearing that, Mingxi Yin's eyes pop out. Yes, sir!
Before long, they're bedside with Yu Zhenghai. Yu Zhenghai tries to sit up when he sees Lu Zhou, but Lu Zhou waves him off. Stay put. Lu Zhou throws out a palm strike, enveloping Yu Zhenghai's body in primal energy. Lu Zhou senses that his life force is mostly back, around 100 years worth. Mingxi Yin already checked Yu Zhenghai out, so he's chill. Eldest bro, you're okay, thanks. Ah, eldest bro, you don't have to be so formal. You're making me blush. Lu Zhou strokes his beard and murmurs. You're stabilized. Once you've recovered, come with me to Lulan. Lulan. Let go of your hang-ups and your memories will come back naturally.
Lu Zhou spoke. The young Yu Zhenghai didn't understand, but Mingxi Yin clearly understood and couldn't help but sigh. Lulan was Yu Zhenghai's lifelong obsession. After visiting Yu Zhenghai, Lu Zhou turned and left.
Mingxi Yin sat on the edge of the bed, whispering. Luckily, Master returned in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yu Zhenghai was extremely grateful, but still confused, and asked, Ah, am I really Master's eldest disciple?
Can't fake it.
Mingxi Yin stood up, straightened his clothes, adopted an extremely respectful attitude, saluted Yu Zhenghai, and seriously said 3 words. Senior brother. This solemn senior brother caused familiar calls of senior brother from fellow disciples to vaguely appear in Yu Zhenghai's mind.
The call crept into his heart like a warm stream, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly.
Fourth senior brother? Just then, a hearty voice suddenly came from outside the room. 4th senior brother!
Mingxi Yin turned his head to look, recognizing the person who had arrived. 8th senior brother? Why are you here? Aren't you in Shendu? The person who came was none other than Old 8, Zhu Honggong. Shendu is safe now. I missed Master, so I came.
Where's Master? Master just returned to his room, Mingxi Yin replied. Zhu Honggong glanced at the young Yu Zhenghai sitting on the bed, tilting his head to ask, This one is...
Aren't you going to pay respects to your eldest senior brother? Mingxi Yin said. Zhu Honggong shook his head and laughed. 4th senior brother, stop kidding around. I may not be as smart as you guys, but I'm not mentally deficient.
As he spoke, he walked to the bedside and put his arm around Yu Zhenghai's shoulder. Hello, young man, Yu Zhenghai awkwardly replied. Hello. Mingxi Yin's eyes widened. You're asking for it. I couldn't stop myself. Zhu Honggong raised his head and said, Hey, looking closely, you do look like senior brother. As he spoke, Zhu Honggong reached out and pinched Yu Zhenghai's cheek. Mingxi Yin's eyes widened. See, cough, cough, cough. Mingxi Yin coughed incessantly. Old 8, the thing is, this really is senior brother. Don't mess around. I just rushed over from Shendu. I'm almost dead from flying all the way.
Zhu Honggong turned to smile and said to the young Yu Zhenghai, Don't be afraid, brother. My 4th senior brother likes to joke around like that.
Don't mind him. Although Yu Zhenghai was awkward, he didn't forget to politely smile and reply, It's all right, even though he had sensed it, and even believed that these people were all his former fellow disciples. But the feeling of distance after rebirth still made him very awkward and polite. Hearing that Yu Zhenghai had woken up, the others rushed over to greet him. Senior brother!
Yan Cher and Hai Luo took the lead in running over with smiles. Zhu Honggong was stunned.
Next were Si Wuya, Pan Zhong, and Zhao Qifeng. Senior brother, great senior.
Zhu Honggong turned his head to look back.
Seeing his arm still around the young Yu Zhenghai's shoulder, his expression gradually became stiff and unnatural. Are you all ganging up on me to trick me? Duan Musheng was the last to enter the room. Looking like a different person, his face sad and solemn, he walked to the bedside and knelt down, begging, Senior brother, please forgive me.
Seeing this, the young Yu Zhenghai quickly broke free from Zhu Honggong's arm and got off the bed, saying, Third senior brother, get up quickly. Thump!
Zhu Honggong immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Senior brother, I was wrong. Why did you have to pretend to trick me like that, man?
Yu Zhenghai turned to Zhu Honggong and said,
Get up quickly! I won't get up.
It's all a setup. I won't fall for it again.
Zhu Honggong knelt on the ground, begging.
Ming Xinyin then walked to Yu Zhenghai's side, leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Yu Zhenghai was slightly stunned, then murmured, All right. He cleared his throat, clasped his hands behind his back, and said majestically. Duan Musheng and Zhu Honggong stood up obediently, but Yu Zhenghai said, All of you, get the hell out. Scram, you lot. The group hurriedly left.
Scram then. Annoying. HMPH. Yan Cher grabbed Hai's hand, sulking as she left the room. Ming Xinyin scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed.
Eldest brother, that last sentence was a bit much. That little princess is not easy to offend.
Is that so? Yu Zhenghai glanced at Ming Xinyin, who flinched and quickly retracted the teasing look on his face. Eldest brother, rest well. I'm out here too.
With all the junior brothers and sisters gone, Yu Zhenghai was left alone in the room.
Only then did he relax and sit down, muttering to himself, Was I really that fierce before? At the same time, deep below, a sword radiating red light was flying parallel to the Black Sea. Yu Shangrong stood on the sword, his face haggard, his mind blank.
He couldn't remember how long he had been flying over the Black Sea.
But he didn't give up, and continued onward. Swish! The sound of flying fish leaping out of the water occasionally reached his ears.
Yu Shangrong turned to look at a crimson-red fish in the distance, its tail thrashing as it leaped up, sending water droplets flying in an arc before diving back into the sea. Sea monsters! So strong! This was the 10th sea monster he had seen. At first, Yu Shangrong was very surprised, but later he became numb. Not bad luck. Out of the 10 times sea monsters appeared, only once was Yu Shangrong chased to the point where he had to risk his life and fly off course. This time, Yu Shangrong was completely lost. He didn't know where he was. He just went with the flow and flew. Perhaps one day he would become food in the belly of a sea monster. Or perhaps his will would dissipate and fall into the sea.
Whoosh! A cool breeze blew, and Yu Shangrong suddenly started. Wind? How could there suddenly be wind in this dark space? Could it be that the terrain here has changed? Hope and motivation to survive rose in Yu Shangrong's heart. He increased his primal chi to speed forward, and created a ball of astral energy to illuminate the space. After a while, Yu Shangrong finally saw a faint light ahead, as if it were the exit of a cave.
Yu Shangrong was overjoyed, and immediately flew towards the cave entrance like a shooting star. As soon as he flew out,
Yu Shangrong's vision became wide open. Outside the cave entrance was a bright sky with a vast horizon, primal chi flowing everywhere in the space, and below was a vast forest. Looking back at the cave entrance, it was just a black eye socket that was getting smaller and smaller. Where is this? Yu Shangrong was shocked. Flap! In the distance, a Luthian bird was flapping its wings and flying. Its whole body was huge, its wingspan was like a waterfall, the colors on its body were gorgeous and eye-catching, and its body was covered with a layer of bright red astral energy. Instinct told Yu Shangrong that this beast was extremely dangerous, like the legendary beasts in the 4 great forests. Could it be that I have entered the deepest part of the forest? Yu Shangrong lowered his altitude and flew in the lower sky, flying in the opposite direction of the Luthian bird, hoping not to meet it. Yu Shangrong flew over a small mountain range and several rivers, and then turned to look at the Luchan bird. The Luthian bird circled in the air, making strange noises that caused wild beasts on the ground to flee in panic. Yu Shangrong immediately accelerated downwind. Until he felt that the primal chi in his body was exhausted and he could no longer fly, Yu Shangrong landed on a towering tree and lay down to rest. Of course, he still did not relax his vigilance. Everywhere were strange beasts, which made him feel full of crisis. He didn't know how long it took before Yu Shangrong slowly opened his eyes. This sleep was so comfortable. It had been a long time since he had rested. He clearly wanted to maintain his vigilance, but Yu Shangrong fell asleep soundly. The sun was setting in the west, and the afterglow illuminated the earth. For some reason, Yu Shangrong felt that the sun here seemed a little higher than usual. The beautiful sunset gradually relaxed Yu Shangrong's mood. Checking the primal chi in his body, he found that it had recovered to 80%. Yu Shangrong picked up the longevity sword and smiled at it. Sorry for the inconvenience, brother. Without a scabbard, he always felt like something was missing. So Yu Shangrong took off his robe, tore off a piece of fabric, and wrapped the jade body of the sword, put it on his back, and then took off into the air. Darkness descended. Yu Shangrong felt very strange. Why are there still no people living here? Even if I strayed into foreign countries, I should at least see people, right? The 10,000-foot abyss is not far from the sky rift. Why haven't I reached the sky rift after flying for so long? Without the sky rift, how can I return to Great Yan? At night, Yu Shangrong rested on a treetop, while regulating his breathing to restore primal chi. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly saw a shocking scene. A group of cultivators flew from afar, and the cultivator leading the group carried a dharma body, 150 feet tall, standing tall in the sky. Master! Yu Shangrong was immediately happy and excited. He didn't expect Master to come and pick him up. But soon after, Yu Shangrong felt strange. The 150-foot tall dharma body was clearly light red, and below it were 9 pieces of lotus leaves rotating around the brightly shining red lotus. Why is it red? Recalling what Fourth Eldest said, could it be that Master is researching a new trick again? That's not right. Behind the great cultivator was a pile of 10 directions Qiankun and 9 twists yin-yang dharma bodies. In addition, there were also some 100 tribulations cave illumination 3-leaf and 4-leaf dharma bodies, but all the dharma bodies were red. It's understandable if Master has new routines, but how could others have red dharma bodies? While still in doubt, Yu Shangrong retreated deep into the canopy and restrained his aura. Immediately afterwards, the 150-foot-tall red 9-leaf dharma body flew past, and the red light illuminated the entire mountain range like an extremely dazzling sun. Yu Shangrong thought in surprise. Could it be that a 9-leaf has been born in Great Yan again? He held his breath and watched the 9-leaf red lotus leave, until the entire group had disappeared into the distance before stopping. Why is it a red lotus? Even Yu Shangrong, who was known as the #1 sword demon, couldn't understand. Forget it. I'll go back to Great Yan and figure it out. Yu Shangrong jumped off the big tree, but just as he flew a few meters, a voice suddenly came from behind. This friend! Yu Shangrong was shocked and stopped in mid-air, looking down. Perhaps because he had just restrained his aura, Yu Shangrong did not sense a cultivator approaching. Yu Shangrong smirked. What brings you here, friend? You from Tianwu Academy? The guy asked. Tianwu Academy? Yu Shangrong, who's been flexing his muscles for ages, never heard of that sect. Probably some no-name trash sect. Nope, Yu Shangrong replied. Then what the hell are you doing here? Yu Shangrong suddenly noticed this dude's accent was kinda sus, so he played it straight. Sorry, if you're looking for answers, you're gonna be disappointed. This dad interrogating son vibe was seriously cramping Yu Shangrong's style. I'm also very sorry, but when the Flying Star Hall asks, you answer. The guy seemed to catch Yu Shangrong's confusion. You don't know the Flying Star Hall? Hilarious! This joke ain't hittin', bro. The dude blasted off like a rocket, facing Yu Shangrong under the night sky, eyes locked, murder vibes intensifying. Yu Shangrong, the sword demon, could smell the killer intent a mile away, and chuckled. You want to kill me? Better to kill 1,000 innocents than miss one bad guy. Hope you get isekai to a better place next life. With that, the dude unleashed a crimson palm strike. Yu Shangrong dodged it Matrix style, eyes glued to that red palm print. The guy kept spamming those palm strikes, but Yu Shangrong flicked 2 fingers, blasting out sword energy that vaporized the attacks. Boom! The dude's face went full, OMG WTF. Golden, who are you? I'm Yu Shangrong. Yu Shangrong deadpanned. Yu Shangrong, my ass. What sect are you from, for real? Now Yu Shangrong was shook. Normally when people hear my name, they should be trembling like Chihuahua, pants already soiled. Why is this guy so off script? Yu Shangrong gazed up at the heavens. Did I die and go to hell? Seeing Yu Shangrong wasn't answering, the guy gritted his teeth and said coldly, Guess you chose death. A red lotus 5-leaf dharma body materialized before Yu Shangrong, then charged. Yu Shangrong just stood there, arms crossed, looking like he's contemplating life. The red lotus dharma body arrived, but the Chengsheng sword behind Yu Shangrong suddenly shattered its cloth wrapping, radiating blinding light. The longsword glowed crimson, firing off sword beams that slashed the dharma body in half. It looped around and returned behind Yu Shangrong. The 5-leaf dharma body was chopped to bits and scattered. The dude took heavy damage, face planted, and his face was a mask of terror. Yu Shangrong slowly descended, staring at the guy, and casually asked, Where is this? The dude was so terrified he was stuttering. You? From Tianwu Academy? You? You're insane! Before he could finish, his head lolled to the side,
completely dead.
Yu Shangrong sighed, shook his head, then looked off into the distance, lost in thought. After a moment of silence, he said flatly, "Interesting. Ding." Eliminated a target, gained 1,500 merit points. After the system's permissions were upgraded, the coverage area also increased.
The reward from the territory was an additional 1,000 merit points. The first notification didn't surprise Lu Jia,
but the second notification made his eyes widen. Reward from the territory?
He recalled that when he was at the bottom of the abyss, killing the fierce beast Qin Yao, Lu Zhou gained 5,000 merit points without any additional rewards from the territory. So where did this reward come from?
Yu Shangrong?
Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he pondered. If Yu Shangsheng had already reached the Red Lotus territory, then finding him would be even more difficult. The only thing that worried Lu Zhou was that this disciple had always been so stubborn and arrogant. Sigh. If only the one who disappeared was old Fourth. Wait, why did this old man suddenly have such strange thoughts?
Lu Zhou opened the system interface and checked his merit points. 5,603 points, accumulated 12 luck points. That wasn't enough to buy any decent prop cards. Might as well try a lottery draw.
Draw! Ding!
Consumed 50 merit points and 12 luck points. Obtained a reversal card X12. Not bad. Let's go again. Draw! Ding! Consumed 50 merit points. Obtained a reversal card X5. I was having such bad luck before, but now, it's my time. This feels good. Draw! Ding! Consumed 50 merit points. Luck points +1. Thank you for participating in the game. The next few draws were all duds. Lu Zhou raised his eyebrows. Did my luck run out before it even started?
Do it again! At the same time, in the council chamber of Liangzhu City, Si Wuya had just finished reading Luo Xinyan's notebook, and his mind was still reeling.
Looking at the remaining torn pages, he secretly shook his head and sighed. If this notebook were complete, it would greatly assist his deductions. Si Wuya picked up his pen and began to sketch. A simple map was soon on the table. At this time, Jiang Aijian walked in from outside and asked with his arms crossed, "What you drawing? A map?" Jiang Aijian stepped forward, looked down, and was suddenly stunned. 2 maps of Great Yan? But aren't there only supposed to be 1? Si Wuya replied, "I recognize the one on the left as the map of Great Yan, but the map on the right is symmetrical. Isn't that also Great Yan?"
Jiang Aijian chuckled and pointed at the notebook. Si Wuya said, "Check it out when you're free. This notebook belongs to a Miss Lugo, who is the mysterious figure we've been searching for. In her notebook she mentions her hometown, which isn't that different from Great Yan."
Jiang Aijian stroked his chin, looking at the map. "What's this dividing line? A bottomless abyss?"
Si Wuyai said, "Master went down to the bottom of the abyss and harvested the red fish and scarlet yao marrow.
I investigated ancient books and found that the scarlet yao is a high-level fierce beast that disappeared long ago. Even an 8-leaf would run for its life if they encountered it. At the bottom of the abyss, if we continue straight ahead, we might reach the Red Lotus territory." Jiang Aijian raised an eyebrow. The more he looked at the map, the more familiar it seemed. "I think I've seen it somewhere before."
Si Wuyai said,
"You're not mistaken. There's a book in the Imperial Palace's inner vault that contains information about the Imperial Preceptor."
The Imperial Preceptor once drew a picture, which is this map. Liu Shang, your father, knew about the Imperial Preceptor, so he was determined to study the 9 leaves.
Jiang Aijian said, "Don't mention him. He's not my father. My father died a long time ago." Jiang Aijian sighed. Si Wuyai knew he shouldn't have mentioned the deceased, so he looked at Jiang Aijian suspiciously. "A country can't be without a ruler for a day, but you're not surnamed Liu after all. Do you really not want to sit on the throne?"
"Don't try to trick me." Jiang Aijian shook his head. "I have no interest in that position at all."
"Forget about the stupid 5th prince. I think Zhao Yue is perfect to be an empress. I think highly of her. It's not easy for a woman to ascend the throne like you."
Wait, hold up. Why jump the gun? Let's wait for the Grand Elder to recover his memories first. I'd rather the world change its surname than sit on that throne. Jiang Aijian waved his hand. Si Wuyai sighed helplessly. Jiang Aijian had experienced the most brutal and ruthless things in the Forbidden Palace.
A fire in Jinghe Palace completely erased his desire to return.
If he returns, how can he face the 1,000 innocent souls there? Jiang Aijian pointed to the map and said, "Back to the main topic. The Imperial Preceptor is from that world. The cultivators there are very powerful and capable of destroying us. Then why didn't the Imperial Preceptor inform the people of that world to attack Great Yan?"
Si Wuyai smiled. "Because of selfishness. Selfishness. Everyone has selfishness. I once researched the places the Imperial Preceptor went to. He wasn't just in the Great Yan royal family but also had a presence in the 12 wrong countries, Western wrong, and Northern wrong.
Wherever he went, he was a supreme powerhouse. Although he was the imperial preceptor of Great Yan, Emperor Yongshu completely listened to him and didn't dare to disobey.
He even went so far as to take out the Lingshu sword to fight his mentor. Si Wuyai shook his head and said, "In this world, he is the strongest."
Jiang Aijian frowned. "Listening to you, is this imperial preceptor even more disgusting than me?"
No, he's way too disgusting. Imperial Preceptor Jiang Wengshu might be a nine-leaf powerhouse, currently hiding in Lulan.
Si Wuyai said, "Nine-leaf? Then why hasn't the disaster appeared?" There are two possibilities. One is that the appearance of 9 leaves leading to disaster is just a scam, but the possibility is not high.
The existence of the Scarlet Yao and Cheng Huang has changed my thinking. 9 leaves may attract the attention of fierce beasts. The second is that the Imperial Preceptor used some kind of method to suppress the disaster.
What about Senior Ji Lao?
Jiang Aijian asked. Hearing this, Si Wuyai fell silent, and after a while he said, "Unknown."
Jiang Aijian laughed. "Do you know but don't want to say? Or do you really not know?"
"It's too early to talk about this now. We'll know when Master arrives in Lulan."
Si Wuyai replied, "That's right. At the same time, in Lu Zhou's room. Draw a lottery. Ding!
Consumed 50 merit points, luck points plus 99. Thank you for participating in the game."
A big fat 0.
Lu Zhou stroked his beard helplessly. Merit points are only 553 points now, and luck points have accumulated to 99 points. Humph. Luck points increased to 3 digits. There should be good stuff. Draw a lottery.
Ding!
Consumed 50 merit points. Consumed 99 luck points. Obtained Ji Tiandao's Peak State Card. A Peak State Card can obtain Ji Tiandao's peak power for 30 minutes.
This item is extremely rare.
Please use it carefully.
Lu Zhou's old eyes widened. Peak State Card!
This old man knew I would get good stuff. Although he expected to win, the reward was so great that Lu Zhou was extremely excited. Only Lu Zhou understands the value of this card, and only he knows how powerful it is.
Since the 7 great sects besieged Golden Court Mountain, Lu Zhou has never received this card.
With it, he's not afraid even if the alliance of 12 countries comes. Lu Zhou carefully examined the item card, looked at it for a long time before putting it away. Obtaining this card made him feel very at ease. He wouldn't use it unless it was the end of the world. Lu Zhou looked at the number of merit points. 503 points. This odd number is a bit of an eyesore.
Current cards are priced in tens of thousands. 503 points can't do anything but draw a lottery.
Being poor is a crime. What's the point of keeping it? It should play its final value.
Ding!
Killed a target. Gained 1500 merit points. The underworld gave an additional 1000 points. Huh? It suddenly became 3000 points? It's true that I can't bear it, but 3000 points can't buy anything. Lu Zhou hesitated. With the current situation, accumulating enough 50,000 merit points to buy the Golden Lotus opening is an impossible task.
Take advantage of the luck and draw another round.
Who knows? There might be a chance to win another Peak State Card. Ding! Killed a target, gained 1000 merit points. The Underworld gave an additional 1000 points. The Underworld's reward has greatly increased the speed of accumulating merit points. Welp, Yu Shangrong's in a pickle. Since he's stuck in the Red Lotus domain, if things were chill, he wouldn't be straight up mersing dudes left and right, slaying 2 Yuan Shen Realm Masters. Dude's got major problems. My disciple's in deep SHT, and I'm just chilling here pulling lotto tickets? Doesn't feel right, man. So Lu Zhou closes the prize draw interface, eyes glued to the item cards he has, especially that enhanced reversal card. Ever since he snagged this card, Lu Zhou hasn't used it.
With the reversal card, the Scarlet Flameheart kinda feels like overkill.
Lu Zhou raises his hand, card appears, and he clenches his fist. At first, nothing. Then, Lu Zhou feels like he's in a freaking steamer, thick mist rising all around.
Previous reversal cards yoinked life force from the surrounding environment. But this enhanced version? It makes its own life force.
The upside? No crazy phenomena to attract unwanted attention. Stealth mode. On.
Soon enough, the mist vanishes completely.
Lu Zhou checks the system interface. Lifespan. 36, 534 days. A 1000-day boost, like 2 regular reversal cards. Immediately after, Lu Zhou yeets the remaining 4 enhanced reversal cards. Lifespan. 40, 531 days, which is roughly 111 years. Still got 33 reversal cards left, but Lu Zhao's not popping them just yet. Gotta save them. Who knows, maybe they'll be worth more later? Breaking through to 9 leaves needs 1200 years of lifespan. Lu Zhou needs to hoard at least 876 reversal cards to hit that mark.
Looks like the road to being a spring chicken is still a long haul. 10 days later, the extraordinary power in Lu Zhao's body has been maxed out for a while. He spends another 5 days experimenting with his hearing-based divine power. Once he's feeling totally zen, Lu Zhao leaves his room and heads to the General's Manor's council chamber.
Inside, Si Wuya, Huang Shiji, and 2 of the Evil Sky Pavilion's elders are already there.
The moment Lu Zhao walks in, he spots a map laid out on the table.
"Greetings, Master! Pavilion Master!" The bros kowtow, then sneak glances at Lu Zhao. The Pavilion Master's life force is even thicker than before.
The 2 elders recall the wave of life force energy that shook the Evil Sky Pavilion, vaguely guessing that the Pavilion Master's got more than just simple life force healing tricks up his sleeve.
Lu Zhao speaks up. "What's this?" "Disciple based on my own conjectures to draw the map of the Red Lotus domain."
Si Wuya quickly replies. Lu Zhao glances at it, nodding slightly. He remembers the ancient sheepskin map in the Evil Sky Pavilion, wondering if it's changed at all.
"You all know about this?" Lu Zhao asks the group. Everyone nods. "Keep the Red Lotus domain situation under wraps for now. Don't want to trigger a panic." "Understood," Si Wuya responds. Lu Zhou calls out, "Si Wuya, awaiting your command, Master. Inform Lulan that I'll be paying them a visit in 3 days."
The group is instantly shook, eyes wide as they stare at Lu Zhao.
Didn't expect this to happen so soon. Lu Zhao feels like everything's in place. No need to drag this out any longer.
The era of slashing the Golden Lotus is gaining momentum.
The 12-nation alliance is still eyeing Great Yan, waiting for an excuse to attack. A proactive strike might be the way to go. When 2 countries are at odds, sending an envoy for a visit is pretty standard. Lulan will have to roll out the red carpet. After all, Great Yan and Lulan haven't officially thrown down yet. Lu Zhao then asks, "So who should I bring with me on this trip to Lulan?"
Si Wuya answers, "Disciple is willing to accompany Master." Lu Zhao looks at him, shaking his head slightly. "You'll stay here and hold down Liang province. If Si Wuya leaves, things could get hairy if those alien tribes decide to pull a sneak attack."
Si Wuya has no choice but to nod. Disciple obeys Master's orders. When it comes to Lulan, I am not worried Lulan dares to do anything. Lulan's been hit hard lately. They're in no shape to join the 12-nation alliance.
Master can go there as a negotiator, to keep Lulan in check.
Only Imperial Preceptor Jiang Wengshu is worth noting, but that guy's movements are always shady. He claims to be in Lulan, but he could be hiding out with another alien tribe. Gotta be careful.
The group nods in agreement. Without the 9-leaf Jiang Wengshu around, the Pavilion Master could stroll into Lulan alone, and they couldn't do squat.
But that Jiang Wengshu dude is hiding some secret weapon. Lu Zhao only cares about him.
Si Wuya adds,
"Master can visit Lulan as an envoy. Don't need too many people, just enough."
Good. The more people he brings, the more Lu Zhao has to worry about protecting them during a fight. It makes it hard to go all out.
He needs a small, elite squad, not a huge army.
2 days later, Lulan's royal family sends a flying letter. Si Wuya brings the letter to Lu Zhu's room.
"Master," Lulan has replied, saying that the entire nation of Lulan is extremely welcoming of your visit. They'll give you a warm welcome to discuss further cooperation and exchange between the 2 countries.
Si Wuya relays, "I see."
Disciple takes his leave. The letter's written like Lu Zhao's the emperor himself. But from Lulan's perspective, Great Yan's #1 9-leaf represents all of Great Yan.
After a moment of silence, Lu Zhao mutters,
"Jiang Wengshu, I just hope you have the guts to show up." The next morning, the cloud-piercing flying chariot departs from Liang Province City, heading toward the western regions, crossing the sky ditch. Meanwhile, in the Red Lotus domain, after slaying 2 Yuanshen realm masters, Yu Shangrong realizes that this isn't the Great Yan he knows. The people here cultivate the Red Lotus, while he cultivates the Golden Lotus. He's an outsider. Luckily, Yu Shangrong still has the longevity sword, which emits a red glow to help him conceal his tracks and serves as his best weapon. Finally, one day, Yu Shangrong finds a human city, a completely unfamiliar city he's never seen before. In the relay station, the best place to gather intel, Yu Shangrong sits quietly in a corner, watching the various cultivators around him. Although they're also human, the fundamental differences prevent Yu Shangrong from feeling any sense of connection. Their auras are different. When they unleash their cultivation, they all generate red gang chi. Yo, you heard the news? 3 days ago, Fei Xingzhai straight up clapped Lone Bird's cheeks.
That Lone Bird beast ain't no joke. Fei Xingzhai took some serious L's. More than half their squad got murked, and even their top dog, Zhu Yezhen, got banged up.
Yezhen is Fei Xingzhai's MVP, and even he got his ass kicked by Lone Bird. Damn, these beasts are scary AF. But hey, at least they put Lone Bird in critical condition. We should be safe for a hot minute now. True that.
Yu Shangrong was chillin', listening, but inside he was shook by the Lone Bird and Fei Xingzhai's OP strength.
Back in Dayan, a Jiu Ye powerhouse could flex on everyone. But out here, They ain't even on Lone Bird's level.
Bro, you're bleeding! Shengrong snapped back to reality, noticing the little hooded girl across from him. The kid had cute dimples, a tiny face, and big sparkling eyes that looked just like Junior Sis.
Yu Shengrong just chuckled. The kid goes, I'm Yu, a healer. I'm from Tianliu Guan, and I'll heal you for free.
She held up her tiny hand, and it started glowing with a faint red light.
Even though she looked small and weak, Yu Shengrong politely declined. Sorry, but I don't need healing. Yu Shengrong gave her the soft no. Aw, okay. Little Yu looked bummed. Just then, 2 wounded cultivators stumbled into the rest stop. Little Yu zoomed over, hyped. Oh snap, you're hurt. Lit, let me heal you. Yu Shengrong smirked. This kid's just like 9th Junior Sis. Too bad times have changed. I wonder how everyone's doing. How's the master doing? Without me around, all his problems must be a major pain. Whoom. The sound of resonating energy snapped Yu Shengrong back to reality. He turned to see little Yu glowing red, hands on the cultivator's wound, her unique life energy attracting everyone's attention. Everyone was giving her props. Yu from Tianliu Guan, that explains it. Talented at such a young age. Yu Shengrong turned to the dude next to him and asked, Excuse me, what's this place called? The dude eyed Yu Shengrong suspiciously. Bro, you don't even know where you are? I've been fighting away from home for years, Yu Shengrong said. Ah, I see. This is Datang territory. But your accent ain't local. Been fighting away from home, yeah. Oh! The dude slapped his head. I've been eyeing you. That sword looks sick. Can I check it out? Sorry, but you'll be disappointed. Yu Shengrong politely declined. For a swordsman, sometimes their sword is more important than life itself. Sometimes it's like a waifu. How could you just let someone look at it? Suddenly, someone yelled, Quick! Look! Yu Shengrong looked southwest and saw a ton of cultivators, carrying red law bodies, dragging Lone Bird's corpse. Lone Bird's corpse was so huge it covered the sky. And those massive red law bodies were mind-blowing. Fei Xingjai finally won. Just then, Yu Shengrong narrowed his eyes and used 2 fingers to control his sword. My bad. A flash of swordlight grazed the neck of the dude next to him and instantly returned to its place as the dude's hand was about to grab Cheng Sheng's sword. The dude's eyes were filled with fear. Yu Shengrong picked up Cheng Sheng's sword, chill as hell, and left the rest stop. Outside, Yu Shengrong looked at the Honglian cultivators carrying Lone Bird's corpse east, sighed, and walked away with his hands behind his back in the sunset. Yu Shengrong's figure was tall and straight, with little Yu trailing behind him. As the sun set, the city became silent and desolate. The streets were empty, everyone was hiding indoors, doors closed. Walking into an alley, Yu Shengrong stopped, glancing back. Why are you following me? You killed someone, Yu replied. Snatching a sword is like snatching life. You reap what you sow. Yu Shengrong said. You're the best sword cultivator I've ever met. Thanks for the compliment. Aren't you going home? For Yu Shengrong, if this was Daiyan, he could say his home was Little Han Mountain, or the Junhuo Tomb, or even the Montian Pavilion. But now, lost in a foreign land, what could he say? He has no home. Yu Shengrong replied simply. Oh, sorry. Yu explained. I just wanted to warn you, it's not safe at night. Beasts fly around and snatch people. You gotta be careful. Yu Shengrong looked up at the sky as the last rays of the setting sun faded away. A few spirit-infused flying creatures began to appear in the sky. These birds of prey all had sharp claws and eyes, radiating a red glow. Thanks for the reminder. Yu Shengrong's figure flashed and disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh. Looking around vaguely, after confirming that he had left, she muttered, HMPH. And I haven't even treated you yet. 3 days later, in Daiyan, the cloud-piercing flying shuttle glided past rows of mountains and forests, crossed the chasm of the sky, and traversed the uninhabited desert and the burial grounds. Finally, it appeared in the sky 3 miles away from the ancient city of Lulan. Inside the flying shuttle, Mingxi Yin looked towards the ancient city of Lulan, and softly said, Almost there. The group stepped to the edge of the flying shuttle, observing the rivers, mountains, and ancient city. Pan Lishan looked at the city of Lulan, and exclaimed, This is the second time this old man has come to Lulan. I didn't expect this place to be so prosperous, Leng Luo said. Only a few cities are like this. Ming Xinyin stood by the helm, with the best view, and saw the bizarre symbols on the city walls. So he asked, What are those? Lulan uses sorcery to govern the country, so naturally it's a grand sorcery formation, Pan Lishan replied. If this grand formation is fully activated, it would be no less powerful than the 10 absolute formations. But alas, the great sorcerers of Lulan have either died in battle or of old age. Activating the formation would be harder than ascending to heaven. While everyone was chatting, a square carpet suddenly flew from the ancient city of Lulan. The 4 corners of the carpet were coordinated and controlled by cultivators, flying in front of the cloud-piercing flying shuttle with perfect harmony. The carpet hovered in the air, By order of the royal palace, we welcome esteemed guests from Dayan. The flying shuttle stopped, and a cultivator flew in front of it, placing his right hand on his left shoulder, bowing extremely respectfully.
Please, esteemed guests, step onto the flying carpet.
This is Lulan's highest etiquette for welcoming guests, Pan Lishan explained in a low voice. Indeed it is. The center of this flying carpet is engraved with the sorcerer god, worshipped by the people of Lulan, with 7 sorcerer masters controlling each corner, carried by 49 sorcerer masters. This ceremony was originally only for Lulan's royalty. Looking at the large purple carpet that looked luxurious, Ming Xiyin